In the land of fire, within the Hidden Leaf Village, there exists a row of houses located in the southern part of the village, designated for the war orphans. These orphans are the children of Leaf Village ninjas who have fallen in battle, and the village takes it upon itself to raise them, nurturing them to become exceptional ninjas. At this moment, within the residence of the Ayakawa family, a boy clad in an orange short shirt exhibited an expression of exhilaration, discarding the paperwork in his hands as he hastily made his way to the front door. After 12 long years, I can finally look forward to this. What is the novice task system? Beep. Novice task. Please sign in at the Hokage Rock within the time limit. Completing the sign-in will reward you with system benefits. The Hokage Rock, a sacred site within the village, is located behind the Hokage's office in the northern area, adorned with the likenesses of all past Hokages. It marks the beginning of his rise. 12 years ago, Li Tianming unexpectedly crossed over into the event of the Nine Tails attack on the village, becoming the descendant of the Chikawa family, whose parents perished during the incident, thus making him a war orphan. In this new life within the world of Hokage, he adopted the name Ayakawa Tianming, and thus 12 years have passed. Initially, Tianming felt indifferent due to his lack of extraordinary abilities, yet he remained committed to rigorous training. However, he was an unremarkable talent, unable to sense chakra, a predicament that persisted for years. Just as he contemplated abandoning his training and becoming complacent, the system manifested before him. Tianming felt a surge of excitement, as he had arrived just before the onset of the grand narrative. Being of the same age as the legendary Konoha 12, from the same village and faction, he had ample time to immerse himself in the unfolding events. Finally, the day he had awaited had arrived. As night enveloped the Hidden Leaf Village in a serene stillness, with only a few patrolling ninjas present, Tianming exited the Ayakawa residence and made his way directly toward Hokage Rock. Due to the time constraint, his pace was swift. While hurrying, he deftly evaded the perception of the patrolling ninjas, for a brazen approach to the Hokage's office would likely result in being caught and sent back to sleep before he could even enter. Fortunately, although Tianming had not developed any chakra sensing abilities over the years, his physical skills and agility had remained sharp, providing him with significant advantages. The moon hung high, and the cold wind howled. After a series of acrobatic maneuvers, Tianming arrived at the foot of the Hokage Rock. Looking up, he beheld the majestic first Hokage statue, imposing and grand. Without further hesitation, he began to ascend the Hokage Rock. Meanwhile, in the dense woods above the cliff, several masked ninjas silently appeared. There were 5 of them, exuding a faint chakra pressure. Up ahead lies the Hokage Rock. We cannot advance further, one ninja in the group stated cautiously. What are you afraid of? We have a mission to complete in Konoha. Another masked ninja scoffed. The Umbu ninjas won't be lurking in large numbers. Foolish one, do you not understand who resides within? Of course I do, it's the Hokage, Sir Toby Hiruzen. Enough bickering, the leader of the group interjected. Displeased, our task is to investigate the Hidden Leaf Village without alarming anyone. We must proceed with utmost caution, and as for the Hokage, provoking him could lead to dire consequences. With the leader's command, the others fell silent, though their bravado was merely bluster after all. Who among them could challenge the formidable shadows of the ninja village? Move out! With the leader's order, the 5 ninjas vanished into the forest in an instant. That very moment, Tianming exerted tremendous effort and finally reached the summit of the 4th Hokage statue. Congratulations, host! You have arrived at the sign-in location. The sign-in process officially begins. You have 10 seconds. Exiting midway will result in mission failure. Hearing the system's announcement, Tianming felt a surge of joy. However, at that moment, a sharp sound sliced through the air above him, and upon looking up, he saw 5 shadowy figures diving down. An ambush? A sense of dread gripped Tianming. The northern part of the village was unguarded, as it was also the residence of the Hokage. As the 5 masked ninjas scouted the terrain from above, they spotted Tianming standing atop Hokage Rock. There's someone up there, the plan has changed, a low voice exclaimed, and the 5 ninjas summoned dense chakra, allowing them to hover in midair. Brother, it seems to be just a child. Whoever it may be, we must eliminate him. The lead ninja abruptly thrust his right hand, sending 3 shurikens hurtling toward Tianming. To them, a child from the Hidden Leaf Village was merely a target for their shuriken. Sign-in successful. System reward. Ultimate Chakra. In a moment of peril, a torrent of chakra surged within Tianming, overwhelming and crushing the incoming shurikens into dust. In an instant, a formation composed of chakra materialized around him. What manner of creature is this? Chapter 2. The agreement with the third Hokage chakra, the very essence of a ninja's power, is intrinsically linked to the execution of ninjutsu. In simpler terms, a formidable ninja is invariably one whose chakra is profound and whose mastery of ninjutsu is unparalleled. Thus, their astonishment at Tianming's extraordinary chakra was palpable, for they themselves could not manifest chakra in a manner that offered defensive capabilities. As Tianming slowly opened his eyes, his gaze pierced through the air like lightning, locking onto the 5 masked ninjas. This was ultimate chakra, a reservoir brimming with energy. After 12 years of being devoid of chakra, his body now felt as vast as an ocean, with chakra radiating from his dantian and coursing through every vein, transforming his body into a network of flowing rivers filled with abundant chakra. Incredulity enveloped the masked ninjas, leaving them momentarily stunned, almost forgetting their mission. The leader's eyes blazed crimson. Such a bountiful chakra, such an unprecedented physique. Lord Orochimaru would surely be intrigued. Tianming's emotions were intricately woven. He had just emerged from a life of being a mere shell, devoid of chakra, yet he now found himself in a perilous situation. After all, he was but a child, utterly inexperienced in ninjutsu. The plan must change. We must secure this child. The leader commanded, initiating an assault on Tianming. Their mission, bestowed by Orochimaru, to investigate the Hidden Leaf Village was fraught with danger. However, now they need not take reckless risks. Capturing a unique child would not only fulfill their mission, but also earn them Orochimaru's favor. As the 5 ninjas advanced, Tianming felt a surge of dread. Yet he could not retaliate. In a state of panic, he instinctively pushed back, and the chakra enveloping his body formed a defensive barrier, repelling their various jutsu. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage was examining intelligence reports from the Umbu regarding the borders when an astonishing wave of chakra collided with the air. Such a magnitude of chakra could only emanate from the Hokage rock. Upon realizing the source, Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly departed his office, making his way towards Hokage Rock. The Hokage Rock, a symbol of Konoha's spirit, must not be desecrated. It was unthinkable for Konoha's ninjas to engage in conflict there. The truth was evident. Damn it! The 5 had failed to capture Tianming, not due to his strength, but because they could not penetrate his defenses. Have you no shame? Tianming's face flushed with indignation. A group of adults ganging up on a 12-year-old child. Was this truly the conduct of men? With a defiant remark, he leaped from Hokage Rock. Though lacking ninjutsu skills, his newfound chakra had enhanced his agility. Where do you think you're going? The leader of the ninjas scoffed, forming a complex series of hand seals. In an instant, a colossal black serpent emerged, summoned to pursue Tianming with a deafening roar. Just as the serpent lunged towards him, a blazing sphere of chakra erupted above its head. The fireball jutsu. Arriving just in time, Sarutobi Hiruzen wasted no words and launched his attack. The immense fireball collided with the serpent's head, incinerating it completely. Damn it! The 5 ninjas were taken aback, their expressions shifting as they beheld Hiruzen's arrival. Retreat, the leader commanded, not hesitating for a moment as he unleashed a flurry of explosive tags. Engaging Sarutobi Hiruzen directly would be a fool's errand. The sky filled with a rain of explosive tags, but Hiruzen, expressionless, waved his broad sleeves, conjuring a massive earth wall that shielded against all incoming attacks. Boom, boom, boom. As the explosions echoed, the intruding 5 had already fled into the distance. In a brief moment, the sound of rushing winds signaled the arrival of several Umbu ninjas, donned in fox masks, who pursued the fleeing assailants. Come with me, Tianming, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, his gaze softening as he turned towards the boy. In the Hokage's office, Tianming was seated, and in an effort to soothe his nerves, Hiruzen prepared a cup of green tea for him. You must be the child from the Qingchuan clan, Hiruzen remarked, perusing through the records of war orphans. Previously, it was noted that you could not sense chakra, yet the powerful chakra I just sensed undeniably originates from within you. Tianming tightened his grip on the teacup, his heart racing. It was no surprise that Sarutobi could perceive the intense chakra he had released. Do not be overly anxious. You are likely one of the rare exceptional existences. Much like your contemporaries, the mischievous Naruto and Sasuke. Noticing Tianming's unease, Hiruzen offered reassurance. The backgrounds of Naruto and Sasuke are not shrouded in secrecy. After all, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and the surviving member of the Uchiha clan are quite popular, albeit for different reasons. One for his vibrant personality and the other for his prowess. Grandfather Hokage, can you keep this a secret for me? Tianming cautiously inquired after sipping his tea. Hiruzen chuckled warmly. Of course. But you must agree to one condition. Refrain from excessively using your abilities before becoming a ninja. Chapter 3. The Fateful Ramen Sarutobi Hiruzen. A figure of great esteem in the annals of Konoha, ensured that his village ascended to the pinnacle of the ninja world, elevating the land of fire to unparalleled heights. This formidable leader, known for his iron will in external matters, exhibited a gentler demeanor internally, offering guidance to Tianming rather than imposing hardships upon him. He facilitated Tianming's enrollment in the Ninja Academy, where aspiring ninjas are trained from a young age. Graduates of this esteemed institution ascend to the rank of Genin. However, Tianming found himself unable to perceive chakra, leading to years of aimlessness. He even neglected to register for the academy. Though he was aware that Rock Lee, a fellow student, relied solely on taijutsu, he recognized the distinction between Lee's lack of ninjutsu aptitude and his own complete absence of chakra. Furthermore, with the mentorship of Might Guy, Lee was destined to become a master of taijutsu. Reclining on the spacious bed of the Qingchuan household, Tianming gazed at the ceiling. The commencement of the new academic year at the Ninja Academy was upon him, and due to the Hokage's arrangements, he would be joining Class 7. This prospect filled him with joy, as Class 7 boasted an impressive roster, including the future's mightiest ninjas and the formidable Haruno Sakura, with their instructor, Kakashi Hatake. Renowned for his skills, being the fourth member of such a group would undoubtedly grant him a formidable reputation in the ninja realm. Filled with anticipation, Tianming mused that despite having encountered a few of the Konoha 12, he had scarcely interacted with them. His closest friend was likely Rock Lee, with whom he practiced taijutsu. Nevertheless, he resolved that challenges would inevitably present themselves. With that thought, he drifted into slumber, eager for the dawn of new possibilities, his chakra now fully awakened. The night passed without incident, and on the following day, Tianming awoke early, completed his morning routine, and exited the Qingchuan residence. Shortly after stepping outside, he was met with the raucous sounds emanating from a nearby grove. "Useless loser, mind your own business," shouted a group of children as they assaulted a boy on the ground. "What a monster! Do you think a hero will save you? Anyone who dares interfere will regret it." The victim of their bullying was none other than Naruto Uzumaki. Despite his royal lineage, Naruto had faced relentless torment since childhood. Branded a monster due to the tragic fate of his parents, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, who sacrificed themselves for the village. "How dare you talk back?" exclaimed the leader of the bullies, a portly boy who rolled up his sleeves, gathering a flicker of chakra in his palm. "Let me show you what ninjutsu looks like." "Stop it." At that moment, a sharp voice interrupted, followed by a stone striking the bully's leg, sending him tumbling. "Who did that?" The bully's companions helped him up as he seethed with anger. "Are you meddling too? You think you can interfere in Lord Kita's affairs?" Tianming's expression darkened. This child was all brawn and no brains. "I have no desire to meddle, but ganging up on one person is utterly disgraceful," he declared, genuinely perturbed by the injustice and seeking to forge a connection with Naruto. "You must be in cahoots with that loser Naruto." The bully clenched his fists. "Since you're both outcasts without parents, you deserve each other." Laughter erupted among the group at this insult. Tianming's demeanor shifted. While he had little recollection of Qingchuan Dehui, he understood that he was the heir to the Qingchuan family and had relied on their support for 12 years. Thus, any affront to that name was a personal affront. "Enough chatter. If you wish to fight, then let us." Naruto sprang to his feet, shielding Hinata Hyuga, a gentle girl who pleaded for peace. "There's no point in apologizing now," Tianming remarked coolly, promptly hurling a handful of stones. "I won't fall for the same trick twice." The bully, agile in his movements, dodged the stones and charged forward, unaware of the true challenge he faced. His clumsy ninjutsu proved ineffective against Tianming, who adeptly countered and retaliated. Soon, the bully was left bruised and battered, retreating in disarray. Meanwhile, Naruto pursued the other bullies in a fit of righteous fury. "You'll pay for this." The bully shouted as he fled, but Naruto merely spat and turned back to Tianming. "Thanks for your help. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. What's your name?" "Tianming Qingchuan," he replied, extending his hand. Naruto hesitated briefly before reciprocating the gesture. "Let me treat you to some Ichiraku ramen." Chapter 4. Enrollment. Mastery of Shuriken release in the bustling atmosphere of Ichiraku ramen. Naruto Uzumaki, leading his friend Tianming, confidently pulled back the curtain and exclaimed, "Uncle, 3 bowls of Ichiraku ramen." The uncle, with his squinting eyes, nodded and began to prepare the noodles. "Are they your friends, Naruto?" "Sort of," Naruto replied, scratching the back of his head. "Uncle, can I have it on credit? I'll pay you at the end of the month." Without pausing his noodle making, the uncle responded, "No problem. I can cover it." Hinata suggested softly, aware of her family's affluence compared to the war orphans. How could a man let a girl pay? "No way." Naruto firmly declined. "Don't worry. Sometimes I deliver newspapers and milk. I'll have the money." "Hinata, we must trust Naruto," Tianming urged, cutting off Hinata's impending response. Naruto was a person of deep feelings, precisely the kind with whom one could forge lasting bonds. "You make a valid point." With that, Naruto placed the steaming bowls in front of them. "Ichiraku ramen is the most delectable food I've ever tasted. Hurry, try it. The broth is truly exceptional." Without needing further persuasion, Tianming eagerly dug in, having been curious about this famed ramen shop from watching the anime in his previous life. "I'm digging in," Naruto declared, splitting his chopsticks and uttering a brief prayer before devouring his meal with fervor. Tianming joined him in what felt like a competition, their faces buried in their bowls, while Hinata maintained a more refined demeanor. 3 minutes later, Tianming and Naruto simultaneously finished their bowls. "Thank you for the hospitality." Having satisfied their appetites, the trio departed Ichiraku ramen and headed toward the ninja school. "Tianming, how come I haven't seen you at school if you're so skilled?" Naruto inquired, having grown more familiar with him along the way. "This is my first time attending school," Tianming replied. "Your first time?" Naruto seemed incredulous, recalling Tianming's recent display of prowess against Kamiyama. Naruto himself struggled with chakra control, having created a shadow clone that was hardly functional, earning him a reputation for mediocrity. "I couldn't sense chakra before, so naturally, I couldn't enroll in the ninja school," Tianming explained candidly. "What?" Naruto exclaimed in astonishment. He then slapped his forehead and recalled, "I remember now, you're the so-called Iron Waste, destined to never sense chakra. I recognize you. You're close with Lee." Not sensing chakra must have made life quite difficult for Tianming. Hinata, unable to empathize with their struggles, belonged to the esteemed Hyuga clan, particularly privileged with her Byakugan. "I've managed," Tianming reassured. He had not been bullied, as the children at the ninja school were still learning basic ninjutsu and had not fully mastered chakra release, allowing him to hold his own in confrontations. "Ding. Mission activated. Please proceed to the ninja school to complete your check-in task within the time limit. Completing the check-in will yield system rewards." The voice of the system echoed silently in his mind. The ninja school? That was conveniently on their route. "Tianming, what's wrong?" Hinata asked, noticing his moment of distraction. "I'm fine. I just think we need to pick up the pace to avoid being late." The 3 of them quickened their pace and arrived at the ninja school, where a multitude of parents were sending their children off for the new academic year. "Naruto, Hinata, you 2 go ahead," Tianming said, stopping at the school entrance. "Okay." Naruto didn't question further. As he took a few steps, he suddenly turned back and said, "Tianming, you're one of my few friends. We're both war orphans, so don't worry. If you face any difficulties at school, I've got your back." Tianming smiled in response. Naruto might have misunderstood, thinking Tianming had to start from first grade, while in reality, he was a junior. Nevertheless, it was heartwarming. Naruto had a genuinely kind spirit. Upon reaching the check-in location, he began his task. Countdown, 10 seconds. Exiting mid-task will result in failure. Check-in successful. Reward, mastery of Shuriken release. In the blink of an eye, 10 seconds passed. When Tianming opened his eyes again, he had fully mastered the techniques for utilizing Shuriken and Kunai as ranged offensive ninja tools. With his mind settled, Tianming entered the ninja school, making his way to the principal's office. Chapter 5. The 4th member of Team 7. Upon entering the principal's office, the procedure was rather straightforward, as Sarutobi Hiruzen had already made prior arrangements. "You are Qingchuan Tianming." The portly principal glanced at Tianming and then at the documents before addressing the doorway, Iruka-sensei. Could you come here for a moment? Principal, you called for me? Shortly after, a figure appeared in the entrance. The newcomer bore a prominent scar across his nose, but was perpetually adorned with a warm and inviting smile. Tianming discreetly assessed Iruka, the first mentor of Naruto, noting that he was not markedly different from his portrayal in the anime. This is Qingchuan Tianming, the transfer student personally assigned by the Hokage. Aren't you supposed to take him to the classroom? Transfer student? Principal, is there such a regulation in the Ninja Academy? Iruka inquired, perplexed. It is an order from the Hokage's office, which merely mentioned that he might be a unique existence akin to Naruto. Naruto. Iruka paused for a moment. I understand now. As they departed the principal's office towards the classroom, Iruka occasionally cast glances at Tianming. Eventually, Tianming halted and calmly remarked, Iruka-sensei, do you wish to say something? Iruka was taken aback that a child could see through him, and he conceded, I would like to ask a favor of you. What is it? Tianming queried. Please become friends with Naruto. I can tell you are a mature child. But Naruto can be rather oblivious and has few friends. I hope you can try to befriend him. He truly is a wonderful person. Tianming did not anticipate that Iruka's request would be this. Truly, it was quintessential Iruka. But I already consider Naruto a friend. Meanwhile, the classroom was bustling with activity. The commencement of the new academic year signified class rearrangements, with each class consisting of 3 students, each under the tutelage of a formidable ninja. Following the reorganization, they would learn advanced ninjutsu and undertake various tasks, laying the groundwork for their ascent to genin. What? I have to share a class with this emotionless boy? No way. Who would want to be in the same class as the bottom of the class? I refuse. Shut up, Sasuke, what are you saying? Enough with the noise. The classroom was in disarray, shortly after the class assignment. The popular Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha had been placed in the same Team 7, igniting a ruckus. The two exchanged displeased glances. At the podium, Kakashi Hitaki, the teacher of Team 7, appeared utterly unfazed. Not only did he refrain from intervening, but he also pulled out a book titled Make Out Paradise to read. Kakashi-sensei, do you think Naruto and Sasuke will end up fighting? Then let them fight, Kakashi replied nonchalantly. Kakashi-sensei, you must stop them. There's no need for that. Just as the classroom was thick with tension, a frustrated voice rang out from the doorway. Naruto, what are you doing? Upon hearing this voice, the previously boisterous Naruto instantly wilted. Iruka-sensei, is there something you need? Iruka-sensei, this is the transfer student assigned by the Hokage, and I brought him here as requested, Kakashi stated, closing his book. Understood. Kakashi nodded and glanced at Tianming. Please take any available seat. Tianming immediately moved towards the cluster of students. Tianming, over here. Naruto exclaimed in surprise, waving his arms eagerly. Tianming naturally took a seat next to him, but he quickly sensed the unfriendly gaze of Sasuke Uchiha. I cannot refuse your joining Team 7, but I must emphasize one thing. I detest being held back. With that, Sasuke took a seat by the window. Damn it, Sasuke. Naruto gritted his teeth. There's no need to be upset, Naruto. Tianming chuckled softly. Sasuke is right. Being held back can indeed be quite vexing. Putting aside that emotionless boy, how did you end up transferring? Naruto eagerly inquired, making room for Tianming. The question caught the attention of Sakura Haruno and other bewildered students, as Tianming was a newcomer who had never been seen in the school before. And skipping directly into the second year was an unprecedented occurrence. Iruka-sensei just explained it clearly, didn't he? Assigned by the Hokage's office, Tianming replied nonchalantly. This response left others puzzled, but Sasuke by the window exhibited a slight reaction. All right, that concludes the announcements. Team 7, follow me. The rest of you, find your respective teachers. With that, Kakashi tossed out the statement and exited the doorway, leaving the classroom in a state of bewilderment. Did Kakashi just announce something? Chapter 6, The Art of Shadow Clone? The direct summoning of 100 was, in fact, a lapse in attention by Kakashi Hitaki. With the conclusion of class, the students of the first year were about to part ways. Sasuke Uchiha was the first to leave his seat and exit the classroom. Sasuke, wait for me. Sakura Haruno immediately followed suit. Naruto, let us go as well, spoke Timing. All right. The two of them likewise departed the classroom. Upon exiting the Ninja Academy, the group dispersed, each class having a different assembly point. By the time Timing and Naruto arrived at the gathering place for Team 7, Sasuke and Sakura were already there. Sasuke, embodying the archetype of a brooding genius, stood with his arms crossed, gazing ahead, while Sakura, a devoted admirer, occasionally stole glances at him. As for Kakashi Hatake, he yawned and leaped down from a tree, asking, "Is everyone here?" "Good. For the inaugural assembly of Team 7, all 4 of you receive a score of 0. "What? Are you joking, Kakashi-sensei?" Naruto exclaimed, his mouth agape. "Does my expression appear to be one of jest?" Kakashi replied with utmost seriousness. Naruto wished to retort that he couldn't see Kakashi's expression at all, but chose silence out of fear of reprimand. After reprimanding Naruto, Kakashi's gaze shifted to Sasuke Uchiha. "I have assigned you all a score of 0. Do you contest it?" "I do," Sasuke replied coldly. "Oh." Kakashi's tone turned playful. "And why do you contest?" "Just now, Kakashi-sensei stated that after the class assembly, I was the first to arrive. I was not late, so even if I am penalized, I refuse to be grouped with the stragglers." Sasuke's rare verbosity was notable. "Is that so? If you feel that way, then it is indeed correct for me to assign you all a score of 0, Kakashi said, clicking his tongue before turning his attention to Naruto and Taiming. "You two who were late, do you contest?" We submit. Naruto hastily replied. "And you?" It was evident he was addressing Taiming. "Kakashi-sensei has his own criteria for assessment. Our shortcomings are our own issues, not the teachers or the rules," Taiming answered ambiguously. Akiyama Taiming. "Interesting," Kakashi mused, somewhat surprised by the child's composure and articulate response, implying that though he was assigned a score of 0, he desired to be reassessed. "Let us not linger on pleasantries. Let us begin directly," Kakashi said, pulling a bell from his pocket. "After the class division, you have truly become genin. Therefore, as ninjas, you must act like one. A class is a collective. In your future paths, the members of your team are akin to family. Hence, for the tardiness of Naruto and Taiming, all of you are unqualified. However, unlike other teachers, do you see this bell in my hand? If any one of you touches it, I will pass you all." At this pronouncement, the children were taken aback. Taiming remained remarkably calm, recognizing Kakashi's intent to emphasize teamwork. "Kakashi-sensei, are there any restrictions?" Sasuke suddenly inquired. "There are no restrictions on methods or ninjutsu," Kakashi replied. Upon receiving affirmation, Sasuke vanished from his position, reappearing behind Kakashi in the blink of an eye, swiftly forming hand signs. "Fire style, fireball jutsu," he shouted. A blazing fireball erupted forth, followed by a flurry of shuriken. This combination left Naruto dumbfounded, while Sakura gazed at Sasuke with wide eyes. It must be said that Sasuke was indeed a model of inspiration, having faced the annihilation of his clan in his youth. He emerged as the strongest amongst his peers. Taiming stood by, his expression devoid of emotion. Though Sasuke's fireball technique paired with the shuriken seemed formidable, its efficacy was negligible. "Almost there," Kakashi remarked as he stepped out from behind a nearby tree, revealing only a charred piece of wood where he had stood. Substitution jutsu. Sasuke felt a surge of adrenaline. He had indeed underestimated Kakashi. "Now it's your turn," Kakashi beckoned to the 3. Shadow clone jutsu. Without hesitation, Naruto summoned several clones for a frontal assault, while Sakura provided support. The confrontation concluded swiftly, with Kakashi scarcely moving before dispersing Naruto's clones and pinning the original to the ground, effortlessly catching all of Sakura's shuriken with a single hand. "Why did you not engage?" Kakashi asked Taiming. Taiming scratched his head. "Because I did not know any ninjutsu before enrolling, but now I do." With that, Taiming swiftly formed hand seals. Channeling chakra within, shadow clone jutsu. Boom. In an instant, the air filled with the sound of smoke, and countless clones flooded the forest. A cursory glance revealed a staggering 100 clones. Chapter 7. A narrow victory for Kakashi. What does it mean to conjure 100 shadow clones? Not only was Kakashi taken aback, but even Naruto was left dumbfounded. The shadow clone technique was Naruto's proudest ninjutsu, one he had painstakingly honed over time to achieve some degree of mastery. Yet, was it truly possible for Ayakawa Taiming to grasp it after a mere glance? Uchiha Sasuke's expression shifted dramatically. He never anticipated that this unexpected transfer student would be so formidable. Kakashi himself was momentarily stunned, then slowly remarked, "Ah, so you are the child rumored to possess extraordinary chakra, capable of instantaneously learning the shadow clone technique and summoning 100 clones. This could be somewhat troublesome." However, despite his words, Kakashi was not intimidated. He readied himself, deftly drawing the shuriken he had just acquired and launching an attack. Like a tempest, Kakashi tore through the battlefield. As the shuriken flew, clone after clone was utterly dismantled. 1 against 100, his confidence was palpable. In the rear, Timing orchestrated wave after wave of clones to encircle Kakashi. The three spectators could only watch in awe. Timing remained composed, observing Kakashi's relentless advance through the encirclement without a hint of panic. "Do you have any other jutsu?" Ayakawa Timing? Kakashi inquired, brandishing his shuriken as he continued to clash with the shadow clones, a smile playing on his lips. "You may give it a try, Kakashi-sensei." Timing teased. "Then I shall test your abilities," Kakashi replied, halting his steps. As he flung the shuriken, chakra erupted from his palm, forming arcs of lightning. Crack! The lightning converged in Kakashi's palm, exuding a commanding aura, dimming even the sky above. Raikiri. Timing's eyes widened as he recognized Kakashi's signature jutsu. Raikiri was one of Kakashi's favorite techniques, later adapted by Sasuke into Chidori and Kirin. "Fear not. I am using only a fraction of my strength," Kakashi declared, launching himself forward, sending the Raikiri forth like a lightning spear that pierced through the remaining clones. In a heartbeat, Kakashi had obliterated the majority of the clones, leaving only 10 standing. Ayakawa Timing. "Are you not going to make your move?" Kakashi approached, the electric charge in his palm crackling once more. "As you wish," Timing responded, forming a new set of seals. Great fireball technique. Simultaneously, the remaining 10 clones executed the technique, unleashing 11 colossal fireballs that rained down upon Kakashi, incinerating half the surrounding forest. Boom! As the flames soared skyward, Kakashi's lightning struck, dispersing the firestorm. In the midst of the chaos, Timing and Kakashi stood facing one another. Gone was Kakashi's usual composure. He appeared disheveled, his clothing tattered and soiled. "I admit defeat," he suddenly proclaimed. The three onlookers were jolted from their stupor. "Lost? Kakashi-sensei lost?" They gasped. "No, we won." "How did we win?" Kakashi chuckled, extending his fist toward Timing, only for it to transform into wood upon contact. At that moment, Timing emerged from behind a rock, a bell in hand. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. What manner of prodigy was this? In that brief skirmish, Timing had executed 3 distinct techniques. Whether it was the shadow clone technique, the great fireball technique, or the substitution technique, his prowess was striking. Most impressive was Timing's combat awareness. The 100 clones had pressured Kakashi into action, and just as he was about to vanquish the last of them, the remaining clones unleashed the great fireball technique from a distance, rendering escape impossible. It seemed that Konoha had birthed yet another genius ninja. Kakashi patted Timing on the shoulder, saying, "Ayakawa Timing, well done. You have all proven yourselves." "Wow, wow, wow. Congratulations, Timing," Naruto exclaimed, rushing over to fist bump him. Uchiha Sasuke clicked his tongue, then silently departed the scene. Thus, the first assembly of Team 7 came to a close, and as a result, a series of subsequent events involving Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha took an unexpected turn. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Timing returned to the Ayakawa residence. The hour late. After a long day, he prepared himself a sumptuous meal, reflecting on his battle with Kakashi as he dined. Timing had not lied. During the skirmish with Team 7, he had indeed lacked experience in ninjutsu. However, once engaged, he quickly grasped the hand seals and chakra flow of Naruto's shadow clone technique, Sasuke's great fireball technique, and Kakashi's substitution technique. Coupled with his extraordinary chakra reserves, he had seamlessly replicated all 3 ninjutsu. Chapter 8, Sasuke's Challenge. An easy conquest? With this thought, Tianming couldn't help but chuckle. Kakashi's Sharingan is capable of replicating ninjutsu, but what he possesses can be considered an unconventional form of replication. While the Sharingan relies on the powers of bloodline limits, Tianming relies on his keen perception to discern every intricate detail of a technique, and then emulates it with extraordinary chakra. After finishing his meal, as he was bathing, Tianming recalled the scene of Kakashi unleashing Raikiri. Raikiri. In an instant, all information regarding Raikiri flooded his mind, including the intricacies of chakra manipulation. This is quite impressive, he thought, elation gracing his features. What difference is there between this and simply copying ninjutsu? After washing the dishes, Tianming intended to step outside to find a suitable place to practice Raikiri. But as he opened the door, he was met with an unexpected figure in the courtyard. Sasuke? Tianming was taken aback. How did Sasuke find his way to the Qingchuan residence? Uchiha Sasuke, arms crossed, spoke coolly. "Qingchuan Tianming, let us have a match." The reason Sasuke sought out Tianming was straightforward. He wanted a contest. "Why me?" Tianming queried, feeling somewhat bewildered. Because you are strong. I witnessed your battle with Kakashi-sensei, and your power surpasses mine, Sasuke stated plainly. That is precisely why I wish to fight you. Only by contending with the strong can I hone my skills. Tianming waved his hand dismissively. Hold on, don't speak for me. Who said I wanted to fight? Did I agree to this? If you truly wish to brawl, find someone else. I have no intention of negotiating with you. Qingchuan Tianming, Sasuke replied, producing a shuriken. You chose to fight here. If the house gets damaged, I won't take responsibility. You're being a bit bothersome. You know, Tianming said, feeling irked. Although Sasuke was typically proud and aloof, this was pushing it. If you don't want the house to be wrecked, then don't fight me. Unperturbed by Tianming's remarks, Sasuke simply continued, fine, let's south find another place. With a sigh, Tianming resigned himself to accepting Sasuke's challenge. This guy was too stubborn to back down. After leaving the Qingchuan residence, they found themselves in a narrow alley where a group of scruffy individuals grinned wickedly. Finally caught them. Let us inform Koetien. The residential area for war orphans was segregated from ordinary neighborhoods, and due to the lack of rent and utility fees, the facilities had fallen into disrepair. In a certain open area, Tianming and Uchiha Sasuke arrived. This will do, Tianming suggested, noting that it was relatively secluded and spacious. Without further ado, Sasuke assumed an aggressive stance. Just as the battle was about to commence, an unexpected group approached from the side. Isn't this Qingchuan Tianming? We meet again, the chubby Koetien said, his speech awkward but emboldened by the larger crowd surrounding him. Are you here to cause trouble? Tianming replied nonchalantly. He wants to fight me. Do you want to fight me too? Or will you decide amongst yourselves first? Sasuke furrowed his brow tightly. Get lost. Those 3 simple words carried an unexpected weight. Who do you think you are? Koetien shouted defiantly. Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke turned to face them, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the group. So why aren't you leaving yet? Koetien was taken aback, and just as he was about to continue his bluster, a subordinate grabbed his arm. Koetien, we can't provoke the Uchiha clan. Why not? Because they possess the Sharingan. The mention of the Sharingan caused Koetien's eyes to widen in fear, and without another word, he turned and fled. He may be arrogant, but he wasn't foolish. The Sharingan was a potent bloodline limit, and those who wielded it typically possessed superior strength compared to their peers. And Sasuke Uchiha was renowned as the foremost among them. Now that the flies have departed, let us continue. Sasuke turned back, as if dismissing a trivial matter. Come on. Tianming beckoned with a finger. In the next instant, Sasuke vanished from his spot, closing the distance to Tianming in a flash, launching a downward strike with his shuriken. Close combat. Tianming was taken aback. Sasuke was opting for melee without employing any techniques or ranged attacks. Your abilities lie in your astonishing chakra reserves and remarkable learning capacity. Given that you and Kakashi-sensei ultimately resorted to the substitution technique, your close combat skills should be lacking, Sasuke analyzed, keeping a vigilant eye on Tianming's every move. Close combat skills lacking? Sasuke, your confidence is misplaced. Tianming laughed aloud, recalling his 12 years of being deemed a waste. If there was one area where he excelled, it was in physical combat. Just as the shuriken was about to make contact with him, Tianming reacted with lightning speed, effortlessly blocking Sasuke's attack with merely 2 fingers. Boom. Then, Tianming delivered a swift kick to Sasuke's abdomen, sending him staggering back. Is this truly your strength? Chapter 9, A New Mission. Location, the Land of Waves Impossible. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes widened in disbelief. He had anticipated a gap between himself and Tianming, but he never expected it to be so vast, so swiftly. He felt utterly powerless. Why are you so strong? Sasuke recognized not only the disparity between himself and Tianming, but also the chasm that lay between Tianming and his peers in the ninja world. Such an overwhelming sense of pressure was reminiscent of the man he had encountered before. Strong? Tianming mused, stroking his chin. In his quest to survive in the ninja world, he had exerted every ounce of effort into his training. Although he had struggled to sense chakra, his physical skills had steadily improved over time. It was likely due to accumulation. Shall we conclude here? Tianming proposed. It's far from over, Sasuke replied, shaking his head as he swiftly formed hand seals. Shadow clone technique. In an instant, 2 of Sasuke's shadow clones appeared behind Tianming, unleashing a barrage of shuriken without hesitation. Tianming stomped his foot, channeling chakra outward to deflect the shuriken. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Sasuke exhaled a scorching fireball directly at Tianming. The combination of Sasuke's attacks was undeniably impressive, yet ultimately futile. Lightning Blade. Tianming extended his hand, transforming his fist into an open palm, gathering lightning within his grasp, and then releasing it in an instant. The approaching fireball was cleaved in two, soaring into the sky, while the residual electric energy enveloped Uchiha Sasuke entirely. Ultimately, Sasuke ceased his assault, recognizing its futility. The electric storm surrounded him, and Tianming could easily incapacitate him at will. "Let us end this here," Sasuke stated calmly. "I begrudgingly acknowledge that you are superior to that underachiever. Having someone like you as a companion should not be a bad thing." With that, Sasuke turned and departed. Tianming gazed at Sasuke's retreating figure, at a loss for words. This individual truly possessed all the qualities of a formidable warrior. Meanwhile, in a nearby alley, Kamida and his subordinate witnessed the battle unfold. Kamida felt an overwhelming sense of fortune for heeding advice. With these two monsters, it's a straightforward delivery. "Kamida, should we still seek revenge?" Kamida's face twitched. But to maintain his image as the older brother, he scoffed. "Let them revel in their arrogance for a while. I will make them beg for mercy soon enough." Joining Team 7, Tianming's life became notably more vibrant. Kakashi Hitaki's teaching style was quite relaxed. As long as the objectives were met, he hardly monitored their activities. Over the course of half a month, Kakashi led the four of them throughout various locales in the Hidden Leaf Village, undertaking numerous tasks. However, these tasks often proved to be rather mundane, consisting mainly of farming, gathering firewood, and searching for lost pets. Thus, more than a month passed. By the banks of a small river outside the village, Team 7 convened. "Kakashi-sensei, what grand mission are we embarking on today?" The distant voice of Naruto Uzumaki echoed with complaints. Sakura Haruno remained silent, her expression reflecting confusion. Sasuke and Tianming followed quietly behind. "Today's mission is significant," Kakashi smiled. "Have you all gathered your gear?" "Yes." The four responded in unison. "Excellent," Kakashi remarked, retrieving his backpack. "The mission site is the Hokage's office. We are to relay some information. It's a C-rank mission." "C-rank? Kakashi-sensei, you're not pulling our leg, are you?" Naruto exclaimed in disbelief. After nearly a month of Kakashi's exaggerated descriptions of prior missions, Naruto's reaction was understandable, for a C-rank mission was a legitimate task requiring the involvement of lower-ranking ninjas. Upon hearing the mention of a C-rank mission, Tianming instantly grasped the significance. It was time for their journey to the Land of Waves. Ding. Mission activated. Please proceed to the Land of Waves for check-in. Complete the check-in to receive mission rewards. Indeed, Kakashi clapped his hands. Enough chatter. Let us hasten to the Hokage's office. Shortly thereafter, the five of them arrived at the Hokage's office, where several individuals had already gathered, including the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and several high-ranking officials of the Leaf Village. "Kakashi-sensei, you're here?" Hiruzen greeted warmly, casting a kind glance at the four children behind Kakashi. "Hokage-sama. Kakashi is here to accept a mission," Kakashi stated calmly. Hey. I heard that Leaf Village ninjas are recognized as the strongest by the 5 great nations. But sending a few inept ninjas seems rather questionable," an elderly man reeking of sake interjected. Chapter 10. The Task Changes. Classes 7 and 8 collaborate upon hearing the term clumsy ninja. Naruto Uzumaki immediately objected. "What gives you, a drunken fool, the right to call us clumsy?" "Naruto, mind your manners," Kakashi Hitaki gently reprimanded. "As competent ninjas, we should not speak disrespectfully to our clients." Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression remained largely unchanged. He merely chuckled and remarked, "Kakashi-sensei, it is quite rare to see Naruto listen to you. Third Hokage, let us save the small talk for another time." Kakashi redirected his gaze towards the drunken man. "I am quite curious about the employer who hires clumsy ninjas. This is Mr. Tazuna. Please review the detailed information," said a nearby ninja assistant, handing over a stack of documents. There were 5 copies, one for each person. Timing glanced over the documents and promptly returned them, noting that the content was largely consistent with the original narrative. Tazuna, the renowned bridge builder from the Land of Waves. After completing his work in Konoha, he intends to return to the Land of Waves, but he faces threats from local criminal elements seeking to eliminate him. Hence, he has employed Konoha ninjas for protection on his journey back. "You are Tazuna," Kakashi acknowledged, storing the documents. "This C-rank mission has been accepted by Team 7. Is Tazuna really that impressive? Isn't he just a drunkard?" Naruto, oblivious to the significance, continued to dwell on Tezuna's clumsy ninja comment. Naruto, you are quite foolish. Master Tezuna is a celebrated bridge builder. Many bridges in Konoha are his creations. His work greatly facilitates the lives of the villagers, Sakura Haruno interjected, exasperated at Naruto's lack of understanding. Is that so? Naruto responded, finally catching on. Tezuna took another swig of alcohol and addressed the third Hokage directly, Hokosama. I believe I mentioned the situation in the Land of Waves. There is a tyrant there who will not rest until I am eliminated. Do you really think sending a seemingly untrustworthy individual along with 3 children will suffice? While Konoha ninjas are recognized for their strength, the composition of Team 7 does not inspire confidence. Master Tezuna, the issue does not lie with us clumsy ninjas, but rather with your budget, Timing interjected. The amount you have allocated is only sufficient for a genin. You little brat, Tezuna retorted, casting a glance at Timing. Does the price I offered have a direct correlation with your abilities? Or do you believe you cannot handle such a task and wish to withdraw? On the contrary, Timing replied with a smile. You have managed to hire Konoha's strongest ninjas at the lowest cost. Timing's statement left everyone present in a state of disbelief. Was he really that audacious? Tezuna and Timing locked eyes for a few moments, and to Tezuna's surprise, he discerned no signs of deceit in the boy's demeanor, only a profound confidence. All right, everyone, there is no need to quarrel, Sarutobi Hiruzen declared, bringing a sense of finality. The reason Mr. Tezuna has such a limited budget is to reserve funds for bridge construction in the Land of Waves. We in Konoha will also benefit from Mr. Tezuna's improved capabilities. This favor will not be forgotten, which is why I have actually assigned 2 teams of ninjas for this C-rank mission. The revelation stunned everyone present. Even Timing, who had maintained a calm demeanor, was taken aback. Was the task in the Land of Waves a serious undertaking for 2 teams? Come in. Sarutobi Hiruzen called towards the door, and soon a mature and graceful woman appeared, followed by 3 members from another class. Yuhi Kurenai? Kakashi was equally surprised to find himself partnered with them. Kakashi, I never expected to collaborate with your Team 7, Kurenai greeted warmly. Timing's expression shifted slightly as he recognized the members of Team 8, Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, and Shino Aburame. They were quintessential support characters. Although he was puzzled about the sudden changes to the mission in the Land of Waves, it was not Timing's concern. He merely needed to focus on fulfilling the task requirements. Timing Naruto. Hinata waved at them. Timing smiled in return, and Naruto also greeted her. With everyone assembled, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to Tezuna and said, now there should be no issues. Then I must thank the 3rd Hokage, Tezuna replied, though his inebriation did not cloud his judgment. He had managed to secure the protection of 6 genin for a minimal cost. Konoha had done more than enough. Now, you may commence your mission, Sarutobi Hiruzen stated. The task begins immediately. Upon exiting the Hokage's office, Teams 7 and 8, along with Tezuna, departed from Konoha. On the 3rd day of their journey eastward, they arrived at a quaint hot spring town. On the very day they planned to relax in the hot springs, a pigeon arrived from Konoha, summoning Kurenai back. Thus, Kakashi was left to lead Teams 7 and 8 in the execution of the mission. Chapter 11, The Fog Shadow Rogue Ninja Last Night. Teacher Yueying Hong was urgently summoned back to Konoha for another mission, so I will be leading this task alone. Is that clear? The next morning, during the assembly, Hatake Kakashi announced this news. Understood, Inuzuka Kiba said, tugging at the indifferent Akamaru beside him. Noted, said Aburame Shino, as taciturn as ever. We will do our utmost. Teacher Kakashi. Hinata Hyuga chimed in, her angelic demeanor shining through. Master Tezuna, the route from the hot spring town to the seaside is devoid of towns and villages. It is highly likely that your assassins will lay an ambush along the way. For safety's sake, please refrain from drinking, Kakashi advised calmly. All right, Tezuna said, reluctantly releasing the sake bottle he had just grabbed. It seemed he would not be able to enjoy the bulk sake he had purposely bought for the long journey. The group departed from the hot spring town, making their way towards the sea. The Land of Waves is an island nation, necessitating travel by boat. And the road leading to the seaside is an uninhabited area, rarely traversed except by merchant caravans. The inexperienced genin, venturing so far from the village for the first time, gazed around with childlike curiosity. Kiba rode ahead on Akamaru, whose abundant energy propelled them forward. Shino dispatched his insects to collect pollen, while even Hinata was captivated by the lush scenery. In contrast, Naruto Uzumaki was bouncing around like a monkey, while Sasuke Uchiha and Akatsuki Tenmei presented a different demeanor altogether. Tenmei's attention was entirely absorbed by the surroundings, not the views but rather the movements around them. Sasuke found the hopping about tedious, but, observing Tenmei's seriousness, he too began to attune himself to the environment. Wait a moment, everyone, Shino suddenly spoke up. What is it? The group halted, turning back in confusion. Shino snapped his fingers, and the insects he had released from the nearby woods returned. The moisture is off. The humidity is not right. Shino observed intently, looking at a single insect on his fingertip. Shino, are you acting weird again? Kiba grumbled from the front. Kiba had always had a contentious relationship with Shino, considering him a peculiar person with his obsession for bugs. Ignoring Kiba's remark, Shino approached Kakashi, saying, Teacher Kakashi, as we traveled, the vegetation alongside the road was abundant. Yet the air is dry. In other words, the environment here does not provide sufficient moisture for the insects. Kakashi immediately understood, calling out to Kiba, there's danger. At that moment, a series of whistling sounds pierced the air as a barrage of shuriken shot out from the forest. Before Kiba could react, Akamaru leapt away from the attack's trajectory, while the spot where Akamaru stood was now riddled with hidden weapons. Kiba, fall back behind me, Kakashi commanded, stepping forward. His brow furrowed as he gazed into the thickening fog. Enemies are approaching. Prepare for battle. Prompted by his orders, the 7 genin swiftly drew shuriken from their packs. Ready for confrontation. Tenmei's eyes darted around, intrigued by the prospect of witnessing Kakashi in a fight. Oh, how delightful. You thought you could hide in Konoha and avoid trouble. Yet here you are, walking right into my grasp. A figure emerged from the dissipating fog, leading 3 others, brandishing a scythe with a mocking grin. Ninja, Dazuna panicked instantly. Kakashi narrowed his eyes at the 4 figures shrouded in mist. You appear to be rogue ninjas from the Mist Village? Rogue ninja, a topic that no nation could evade. Some ninjas betray their path for selfish desires, wreaking havoc among the 5 great nations. Such traitors are seen as thorns in the side of every ninja village. Oh, the elite of Konoha has keen eyes, yet you bring along a bunch of children for a mission? Or perhaps a spring outing? The rogue ninja licked his cracked lips, exuding confidence. Stop looking down on us. We are ninjas too, Naruto exclaimed, indignant. Underestimating us will be your downfall, right, Akamaru? Kiba seethed, still fuming from nearly being ambushed. Then let us begin. Taking care of you will make for a fine report, the leader of the rogue ninjas commanded, as the 3 behind him attacked from different angles. Fast, Kakashi murmured, as 2 iron chains struck at him from an oddly acute angle. Clang. Kakashi swiftly drew a shuriken, expertly deflecting the chains into the ground. The immense force pulling 2 rogue ninjas towards him, whom he subsequently kicked away with precision. As expected of an elite of Konoha, the 2 ninjas were sent flying but suffered no serious harm, dissipating into mist once more. Meanwhile, the solitary Dazuna found himself ensnared by a large hand emerging from the fog. Do you dare to capture someone in my presence? Tenmei scoffed, launching his shuriken with deadly intent. Chapter 12, Nin? A swift strike in a flash, shurikens shot forth, forcing the ambushing mist ninjas to retreat several paces. As they withdrew, one of the ninjas cleaved through the projectiles with his blade. You are quite the interesting one, he remarked. Dazna, Akikawa timing. Kakashi Hatake expressed his concern. Worry about yourself, the 2 mist ninjas taunted, launching a simultaneous assault. The combined attack of 2 Nin was formidable. Timing. Naruto Uzumaki called out, ready to rush to his aid. Where do you think you're going? A figure materialized from the puddle ahead, and another mist ninja scoffed. You have no problem with Dazna and that brat, right? Naturally, the opposing mist ninja replied nonchalantly. What difficulty lies in dealing with a genin? Damn it. Sasuke Uchiha growled, attempting to break through but was blocked by the mist ninja before him. Are you underestimating me? The 4 mist ninjas, all Nin, demonstrated the seriousness of their employer's intent to eliminate Dazna. After all, the land of waves, being an island nation, placed immense importance on its bridges. Controlling one was akin to controlling the entire country. The most effective way to seize control of a bridge was to eliminate the bridge builder. Let us take them all at once, Kiba Inuzuka declared. It seems he wants to allow us to assist Akikawa timing. I concur, Naruto said, cracking his knuckles. Even Hinata Hyuga, playing a supporting role, activated her Byakugan, transforming her perception of the world as she sensed the remarkable chakra of their adversaries. From within the voluminous robes of Shino Aburame, swarms of insects erupted. Sasuke stepped forward, standing alongside Kiba and Naruto. 5 Genin. It appears you are unaware of the distinction between Nin and Genin. One of the mist ninjas responsible for controlling the battlefield remarked, intrigued. I have heard that Konoha's ninjas are formidable. I hope you do not disappoint me. Once I topple you, your words will not hold weight. Kiba crouched low, resembling a beast poised to pounce. 4 legs technique. Akamaru, it's time to go. As Kiba activated his technique, he lunged forward like a sharpened blade, with Akamaru following suit with a bark. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Fire Style, Fireball Jutsu. Naruto and Sasuke joined in unison. The 7th and 8th squads had never coordinated before. Their assault was purely reckless. In the distance, Timing watched the battle unfold with concern. Brat, your situation must be the most perilous now. What keeps you distracted while facing a Nin? The long-haired mist ninja grinned menacingly, and the mist coalesced behind Timing as he struck. You are too noisy, Timing retorted as he raised his hand, channeling Chakra to push Dasna out of the mist's reach, simultaneously offering a shuriken. Clang! The shuriken failed to pierce the long-haired mist ninja's arm, caught entirely by his chakra. Shadow Clone Jutsu, Timing murmured, summoning numerous clones to surround the mist ninja and launch their assault. Instantaneous ninjutsu? The long-haired mist ninja realized, stepping back, clearly wary of Timing's retaliation, as both his chakra manipulation and taijutsu response astonished him. Are you so verbose? Timing shot back coldly. Interesting, it seems you are the strongest among Konoha's genin. However, I must still inform you of the disparity between Nin and genin. The long-haired mist ninja laughed maniacally, producing a scroll from behind. As the scroll unfurled, a multitude of ninja tools erupted forth, raining down like a deadly storm. The scroll, filled with deadly weapons, was a fearsome technique. In this critical moment, Timing remained unfazed, casting a glance towards Naruto's side. As expected, the uncoordinated genin from both squads were still no match for the Nin. Not only were they unable to gain an advantage, but they also found themselves at a disadvantage. You have underestimated me a second time. Die! The long-haired mist ninja roared in fury, brandishing his large blade and appearing behind Timing, aiming for his head. Timing turned, confronted with the onslaught of weapons and the Nin's backstab. Raikiri. At the critical moment, a brilliant flash of lightning erupted, cleaving through the battlefield. The immense lightning chakra surged forth, piercing the chest of the long-haired Nin. The myriad of ninja tools then struck his body. This sudden turn of events directly influenced the battle between Kakashi and the 2 squads. What? The 2 mist ninjas, initially focused on Kakashi, were taken aback. They had been working together to restrain him, and a kill seemed imminent. But at that moment, their comrade tasked with eliminating Dasna was swiftly defeated. Chapter 13. Temporary Captain. In an astonishing turn of events, Qingchuan Tianming found himself amidst chaos. The battle nearby inevitably affected the 6 members of the 7th and 8th squads. Inuzuka, Kiba, and Akamaru were flung back once more, their efforts to repel the fireball technique thwarted, while Naruto Uzumaki's shadow clone fell as if offered freely to the fray. The 6 of them, united, were powerless against their adversaries. It was infuriating. With comrades fallen, the remaining 3 mist ninjas abandoned their playful demeanor. Troublesome pests, bellowed the corpulent mist ninja, charging recklessly at the 6. The ferocious chakra he unleashed shattered the vegetation in his path, causing the 3 boys to hesitate in their advance. Mist technique. The mist ninja swiftly formed hand seals, and a thick fog enveloped the area, twisting into chains that lunged toward the 6. Damn it! The misty chains, impervious to fire or shuriken, ensnared the 6 with lightning speed. Hey! After capturing them, the mist ninja glanced at Tianming, raising his great sword menacingly toward Hinata Hyuga and Sakura Haruno. You little brat over there, kill Dasna, or I shall slay your companions. Fat pig, if you are a man, spare the girls. Come at me. Naruto Uzumaki shouted defiantly. If you've got the guts, come at me again. Kiba echoed his sentiment. To the death, Shino Aburame declared resolutely. Silence. The mist ninja roared. I want to repeat myself a 3rd time. Kill Dasna, or I will slay your companions. Huh? Is this the infamous mist ninja? Tianming suddenly burst into laughter. A Nin resorting to such underhanded tactics to subdue a genin? You dare call yourselves rogue ninjas of the Mist Village? It's utterly laughable. Do you think I want to kill? The corpulent mist ninja's expression darkened. As a rogue ninja, They had betrayed their village and the shinobi way, leaving only their pride. Any insult to that pride was intolerable. Your words are quite amusing, Tianming replied, crossing his arms. Regardless, the initiative is in your hands. If you kill a leaf ninja, do you think the Jonin of Konoha will let you go? Or can Momochi Zabuza protect you? Who are you? The mention of Zabuza shattered the mist ninja's composure. However, before he could process this revelation, the battle elsewhere reached a turning point. Since you've resorted to threatening my students, I can no longer spare you, Kakashi Hatake said slowly, lowering his mask to reveal his concealed right eye. Open your eyes. It was a crimson pupil, narrowing as the toma within began to spin. Mist technique. The Sharingan possessed the ability to instantly replicate an opponent's jutsu. Kakashi swiftly formed hand seals, and before the mist ninja could react, 2 water pits emerged from the ground, transforming into misty figures. With swift precision, the misty figures struck, claiming 2 heads in their wake. The tide of battle shifted, as 3 of the 4 mist shinobi that had ambushed Dazna lay dead. Which Jonin of Konoha are you? The last remaining mist ninja's composure shattered. Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi Hatake? The mist ninja repeated the name, recalling something with a gasp. The intelligence was incorrect. It clearly stated that Dazna lacked strong ninja protection. Fortunately, the moment of panic was fleeting. As a Nin, he quickly regained his composure. You will let me leave, right? He suddenly inquired. Faced with Kakashi, he understood that numbers were futile. There was no time for commissions. Survival was paramount. Of course, Kakashi replied. Then, until we meet again, the mist ninja declared, and with that, mist enveloped him, causing him to vanish from sight. Kakashi-sensei, why let him go? Naruto shouted. Foolish Naruto. Kakashi-sensei is considering our safety, Sakura replied helplessly. Ugh. A sharp pain radiated from Kakashi's left eye, nearly causing him to collapse. Kakashi-sensei. The others rushed to his side. Qingchuan Tianming, come here, Kakashi said, leaning against a tree, exhaustion evident in his voice. I used a forbidden technique, and my body is drained. I need to rest for the journey ahead to the land of waves. I hereby appoint you as the temporary captain. Can you manage this? Certainly, Tianming nodded. He understood Kakashi's condition. After all, the Sharingan was a unique ocular technique of the Uchiha clan, and using it without mastery would naturally lead to repercussions. Kakashi-sensei, after giving his orders, Kakashi fainted, causing Sakura and Hinata to panic. Kakashi-sensei needs proper rest. We must take turns carrying him, Tianming stated. Let us leave that to Akamaru, Kiba suggested, quickly feeding a few soldier pills to Akamaru. Now, there's one more matter. Tianming's gaze returned to Dazna. You've been concealing something, haven't you? Chapter 14. The battle at the dock. Dazna's expression grew increasingly peculiar. The one who intends to kill you is a Nin. I suspect you failed to clarify this in your commission. Tianming averted his gaze and remarked, in that case, we must discuss this mission thoroughly. Our current configuration is insufficient for such a task. Thus, we should return to Konoha. Kakashi-sensei is currently unconscious as well. I sincerely apologize. It was I who withheld information. Dazna bowed deeply. Had I revealed the truth, the mission's remuneration would have doubled. I cannot afford such an excess. There is no need for apologies towards me. It is my comrades you ought to apologize to. Tianming understood Dazna's reasons for concealing the truth. Yet he recognized that mere understanding did not grant him the liberty to speak. It would be best for Dazna to divulge everything. Kakashi-sensei had just appointed him as the temporary leader, but he respected the opinions of his team. Continuing the mission to the Land of Waves would undoubtedly lead to encounters with even stronger ninjas, so he queried, what shall we do about the mission? Uncle, your lies could endanger lives, Uzumaki Naruto interjected. The Nin are not something we can contend with, Inazuka Kiba added. I concur, Aburame Shino nodded. Returning to Konoha seems prudent. Hinata Hyuga and Sakura Haruno voiced their agreement. Ultimately, only Uchiha Sasuke and Tianming remained to declare their positions. I wish to hear your thoughts. Uchiha Sasuke stated coldly. And I? Tianming replied nonchalantly. Naturally, I will execute the mission. The greatest enemy in the Land of Waves is Momochi Zabuza. He is formidable, but that is not a reason for me to retreat. After all, I still have a mission to complete. I shall accompany you, Uchiha Sasuke declared resolutely. Hey. If you all are going, how could I possibly fall behind? Uzumaki Naruto chimed in. The 3 male members of Team 7 had made their intentions clear. The atmosphere grew tense. Initially, The two teams were to work together under the leadership of the Jonin Kakashi Hatake. Yet now, with the mission's difficulty escalated and Kakashi incapacitated, it was decided, Team 8 will return the way we came. You shall escort Kakashi-sensei back to Konoha while we continue on our own path, Tianming asserted decisively. Wait. Ayakawa Tianming, I wish to know what gives you such confidence. Aburame Shino suddenly inquired. Confidence? The future strongest duo of the Hokage. Susanoo Uchiha Sasuke and Sage of Six Paths, Uzumaki Naruto. What more could one desire? Yet, such thoughts were not for Tianming to express. Retreating is not my ninja way. Tianming proclaimed earnestly, unwittingly leaving the others momentarily stunned. Indeed, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. My ninja way is to become Hokage. That is my path. Boring. Uchiha Sasuke muttered, distancing himself from the group. Then I wish you all good fortune. Inuzuka Kiba offered, having little to add, for there was clearly no camaraderie left between the two teams. We will summon reinforcements for you, Kiba said as he placed Kakashi on Akamaru's back. Thus, the two groups parted ways. Tianming Naruto, please be cautious, Hinata urged. Sasuke, you two must be careful, Sakura added softly, her gaze lingering on Tianming. Ayakawa Tianming, take care. Once regrouped, the trio resumed their journey. Dasna appeared incredulous. This commission had ultimately devolved into a task for 3 genin to escort him. As they walked along the coastline, upon entering the borders of the Land of Waves, they discovered a ship at the dock had been breached, half of its hull submerged in the water. A dark throng gathered at the dock. Is what you said absolutely true? Momochi Zabuza glared at the kneeling mist ninja at his feet. A jonin and 7 genin managed to defeat you so thoroughly? The jonin from Konoha is named Kakashi Hatake. He activated his Sharingan and eliminated 2 of our top men. The mist ninja stammered. And the 4th was taken down by a mere genin. Ha ha. I must be hearing things, a voice from the crowd interjected mockingly. The rotund Kato, cigar clenched between his teeth, exhaled clouds of smoke, though the Land of Waves lacks ninjas. I am aware that a typical genin is merely an 11 or 12-year-old child. Your subordinates fell to a genin? I paid a handsome sum for your services. Do not let me down. I shall personally take action. You need not worry, Momochi Zabuza replied, unfazed by Kato's ridicule. Best to do so. Eliminate Dasna here and now. Kato remarked before turning to leave. Let me be clear. My men will not assist. With Kato's departure, a contingent of samurai followed suit. At the dock, only a handful remained, following Zabuza, though they were few in number. Kakashi Hatake, Ayakawa Tianming? Zabuza chuckled softly. Let me anticipate this encounter. Chapter 15, Ayakawa Timing vs. Mist Ninja traders. Upon the return of Team 8 to Konoha, they promptly escorted Kakashi Hatake to the hospital. Shortly thereafter, the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, entered the ward. 3rd Hokage, the hospital doctor greeted. Sarutobi nodded and inquired, how is Kakashi's condition? He overexerted himself while using the Sharingan. His body couldn't handle it. However, with a few days of recuperation, he should recover, the doctor explained. Then please ensure that Kakashi receives the best care, Sarutobi said. Turning to face the 3 members of Team 8, along with Sakura Haruno. What transpired? As the inquiry hung in the air, the composed Shino Aburame reported the situation. What? A Chunin from the mist? Sarutobi's heart sank, and he regretted having temporarily reassigned Yugao Yuzuki. Well then, as long as you are safe. And what about Uchiha Sasuke? Uzumaki Naruto, and Ayakawa Timing? He asked again. In response to the 3rd Hokage, Kiba Inuzuka explained, before falling unconscious. Kakashi-sensei instructed Ayakawa Timing to assume the role of our temporary leader. We decided that Team 8, along with Sakura, would bring Kakashi-sensei back, while the 3 of them would continue the mission. That's utterly ridiculous, Sarutobi exclaimed, his frustration palpable. 3 genin escorting Dasna to the Land of Waves. And facing rogue ninjas from the mist? Which jonin is currently unoccupied? He quickly turned to his secretary for an answer. 3rd Hokage. The only jonin available at the moment is Might Guy. Might Guy. Sarutobi pondered for a moment before commanding. Immediately notify Might Guy to head to the Land of Waves and bring them back. Understood. Outside the village of Konoha, near a mountain's edge, a waterfall cascaded down with a thunderous roar. Ali, this is our passionate youth. Can you endure it? Yes, sensei. Beneath the waterfall, 2 shirtless men, sharing identical hairstyles, synchronized their enthusiastic exclamations. Rock Lee, initially overwhelmed by the force of the water, rekindled his spirit. Lee, if it becomes too much, just step back. The teacher has only just begun his passionate training. Youth should be pursued within one's limits. Mike Guy proclaimed, revealing his characteristic wide grin. Niji, 10-10. Won't you come down and give it a try? Lee invited. Foolish Lee, I'm a girl. 10-10 retorted. As for Niji Hyuga, he chose to ignore Lee's silly question. At that moment, the sound of rushing air broke the tranquility of the forest. The Hokage's secretary emerged, addressing Mike Guy. Teacher Guy, there's a new mission that requires your attention. A new mission? Guy leaped from beneath the waterfall, casually taking the mission scroll handed to him by the secretary. The Land of Waves. Kakashi is injured? Rogue ninjas? How intriguing, Guy said, tucking the scroll away. Team 3. Assemble. Let us embrace our youth. With that, he vanished from sight. Niji and 10-10 followed closely, while Lee, a beat behind, shouted, Sensei, wait for me. I said. This mission isn't assigned to Team 3. The Hokage's secretary realized too late, but it was already too late to intervene. Meanwhile, Team 7 and Dasna finally emerged from the woods, making their way towards the borders of the Land of Waves. Throughout the journey, Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki struggled to maintain their footing, with Naruto occasionally stumbling. Ugh, this is so tough, Naruto grumbled as he walked. Sasuke remained silent, but the beads of sweat on his forehead indicated his own struggles. Taiming smiled quietly, having guided Naruto on harnessing chakra for movement throughout their trek. By concentrating chakra at the soles of their feet, they could train their control over it. However, this approach made walking a challenge. If too much chakra was exerted, one could leave a crater in the ground, while too little could lead to awkward tumbles in the forest. After a while, they eventually arrived at the seaside dock. That's Kato's ship, Dasna exclaimed, his keen eyes spotting a luxurious yacht docked at the shore. While the vessels that previously traversed between the Land of Fire and the Land of Waves lay in ruins. Ding. Approaching mission sign-in location, the system's voice announced once more. Just as Taiming pondered this, the yacht's door swung open, and a flurry of figures leapt down. Leading them was none other than Zabuza Momochi. Free Jinin. You truly dare to come? Kato chuckled from the deck, puffing on a cigar. Step back, Dasna, Naruto declared, positioning himself protectively in front of him. Is Kakashi not coming? Zabuza taunted. It seems we won't be experiencing the might of a Konoha Jonin. As Zabuza's words hung in the air, his mist ninjas surged forward simultaneously. Taiming's gaze sharpened, realizing that Zabuza's forces appeared to consist of just 2 Chunin, aside from the previously escaped masked figure, Haku. Leave the Chunin to me. The rest are yours. Taiming decisively declared, leading the charge into battle. Chapter 16. A critical moment. Toguro Momochi did not engage directly. Instead, he stood with arms crossed, gazing indifferently at the 3 individuals ensnared in his encirclement. Multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto Uzumaki positioned himself in front of Tazuna, swiftly forming hand seals to channel his chakra. A multitude of mist ninjas divided into 3 groups, with the foremost being Haku and the previously ambushed Chunin. Kid, today you shall have no place to bury your remains. The Chunin bellowed, his scythe piercing through the air. The blade swiftly penetrated Tianming's body, yet no blood flowed forth. Be cautious, it's a shadow clone, Haku warned, his masked visage reflecting alarm. The Chunin's gaze flickered, sensing a perilous presence approaching from behind. Boom. Tianming unleashed a powerful kick, sending the Chunin flying. Swish, swish, swish. The surrounding shuriken and kunai instantly locked onto all of Tianming's potential escape routes. With an expression devoid of emotion, Tianming stomped his foot. The chakra surging within him erupted forth, a wave of black chakra sweeping through and shattering the shuriken. Momochi, who had been merely observing, rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Could this truly be a mere genin? Were it not for the intelligence of his comrades and Tianming's youthful visage, he would have never believed this was a lowly ninja. Returning his gaze to the battlefield, Naruto exchanged blows with the mist ninjas, his movements becoming more agile as he gathered chakra beneath his feet. With me here. You shall not harm the old man. In the heat of battle, Naruto resorted to forbidden techniques. The multiple shadow clone technique expanded him into 10 identical figures, all striking in unison, claiming an invincible position. Meanwhile, Sasuke Uchiha, evidently more seasoned in combat, wielded a shuriken with one hand, deftly darting through the encirclement of mist ninjas. Showing no signs of faltering. Boss, the situation seems dire, a plump man beside Kato remarked anxiously. Will Momochi really lose? Why do you worry about this? No matter how inept he may be, Momochi is still a formidable weapon. If he fails, I shall save on the subsequent rewards, Kato coldly asserted. Stubbing out his cigar in the ashtray, the battle at the dock raged on. On the front lines, after an extended skirmish, Tianming pierced the neck of the Chunin from the earlier ambush quartet with a shuriken. Now, only Haku remained to confront him. Are you not going to utilize your bloodline limit? Tianming asked coldly. How do you know? Haku's mask had been partially shattered, revealing a face marred by shock. Words are futile, Tianming thought, his mind preoccupied with the absence of his subsequent mission trigger. Haku, eliminate them with all your might, came Momochi's command. For the rogue mist ninjas had nearly been vanquished. The battle escalated to a fever pitch, with both Naruto and Sasuke sustaining injuries while dispatching their foes. Upon hearing Momochi's order, Haku hesitated no longer, swiftly forming hand seals. In an instant, mirrors of frost began to coalesce around Tianming. Qingchuan Tianming. Sasuke dashed forward, intent on providing assistance. Water prison technique. Momochi abruptly appeared behind Sasuke, pointing a finger. The water sphere of condensed chakra ensnared Sasuke within. Sasuke, Naruto shouted, urging his wavering shadow clones forward. Momochi unsheathed the massive sword he bore on his back, cleaving through the air with a water-blue blade of light that severed Naruto's shadow clones cleanly in two. I shall ensure you perish in despair. Momochi's cruel voice echoed through the icy mirrors, each reflecting the trapped Sasuke and the incapacitated Naruto. At that moment, Haku stepped into the icy realm of the mirrors. You possess great talent, but should Momochi wish for your demise, you shall meet your end. As the words left Haku's lips, he formed hand seals with one hand and swung 1,000 needles with the other. 1,000 killing water surge. At the moment the technique activated, Tianming finally received the subsequent mission trigger. Sign-in task activated. Stand still for 10 seconds. Tianming patiently awaited the countdown as the onslaught of icy needles descended upon him, piercing through his entire being. During the sign-in, he could not utilize chakra and could only endure the assault. Despairing, are you? Ha! Momochi cackled, observing Tianming being impaled by the 1,000 killing water surge from outside the icy mirrors. Despair? Momochi, shall I allow you to perish after 10 seconds? Tianming's voice was chilling. Devoid of pity for the bonds of Momochi and Haku, his sole desire was to kill. 3, 2, 1. Sign-in successful. Task reward. Tremor-Tremor Fruit, green. Chapter 17. The Death of Zabuza. The Fall of the Kato Gang sign-in reward. Tremor Fruit. Dimensional level skill. Enhances automatically with the host strength. Current fruit ability level. Green. Effect. Tremor range of 10 meters. As the sign-in reward was announced, Tianming initially stood in stunned silence, followed by an overwhelming joy. The Tremor Fruit. Originating from the One Piece universe, it is an extraordinary paramecia-type fruit belonging to the Yonko, Whitebeard. The fruit's power activated instantaneously, a peculiar sensation coursing through his entire being. Suddenly, methods for utilizing the Tremor Fruit and its current skills flooded Tianming's mind. The 1,000-kill water surge continued unabated. An increasing number of ice needles converged, aimed at Tianming. If this persisted, his body might be utterly torn apart. Tianming. Naruto Uzumaki roared, his eyes gradually turning crimson, and the surrounding temperature surged dramatically. The crimson chakra seeped forth from within him. Chakra manifestation? The realization struck Zabuza Momochi, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Before he could gather his thoughts, another anomaly occurred. Trapped in the water prison technique, Uchiha Sasuke suddenly opened his eyes wide, revealing his scarlet gaze adorned with black tomo. Boom. Sasuke's pupils constricted as a unique force instantaneously distorted the water prison technique. Boom, boom, boom. The water prison technique shattered, and Zabuza swiftly dodged. This is madness. Zabuza had never encountered such an unusual genin. Within the mirror ice crystal, as the final assault of the 1,000-kill water surge approached, a battered Tianming straightened up. With a pointed finger towards the oncoming barrage of ice needles, he uttered, "Congeal." The ice needles, initially hurtling towards him, abruptly halted before him, solidifying into an ice blade. Tianming grasped the ice blade, channeling chakra into it. Tremor blade, shattered jade. With a fierce swing of the ice blade, a white line appeared in the world before him, silently penetrating all in its path, including the mirror ice crystal and White's very form. The sound of the atmosphere tearing filled the air, In the next instant, a resounding crash echoed as the world before Tianming shattered. After cleaving through the mirror ice crystal, crimson rain began to fall from the sky. Having dealt with white, Tianming's gaze shifted once more. Naruto had succumbed to his Nine-Tails transformation, spiraling into madness. While Sasuke had activated his Sharingan, Tianming sighed. In the original narrative, the transformations of Sasuke and Naruto had occurred within White's mirror ice crystal. However, this time, it was he who was trapped, their advancements a consequence of his presence. Zabuza, overwhelmed by Naruto and Sasuke's relentless assault, suddenly sensed something, turning to behold Tianming. You killed White. No. In a fit of irrational fury, Zabuza charged forward, his massive sword creating a tempest of blade winds. As Zabuza stepped within a 10-meter radius, Tianming raised the ice blade. With a decisive cut, the white line that cleaved through everything caused Zabuza to vanish from existence. Thud. Tianming collapsed to the ground, his severely injured body unable to withstand the toll of using the fruit's power twice consecutively. Qingchuan Tianming. Sasuke jogged a few steps before also collapsing. Meanwhile, Naruto had slipped into unconsciousness. The world abruptly fell silent, snowflakes cascading from the sky. On a luxurious cruise ship, the ultimate victor, Kato, emerged, flanked by a throng of samurai. Dasna had no chance of escape, swiftly captured. Clap, clap, clap. What a splendid battle. Alas, I remain the greatest victor. Kato sneered coldly. No need to pay Zabuza's commission. I can extort a sum from the Konoha ninjas as well. Dasna knelt in silence. You will never witness a bridge in the land of waves. A samurai's katana was poised at Dasna's throat, just as the warrior prepared to strike. A massive shuriken hurtled in from the distance, cleaving the armed samurai in two. The samurai and rogue vowed it was the largest ninja tool they had ever encountered. Children, let them feel the fury of youth. The voice of Might Guy thundered in, heralded by a tempest that left one unable to open their eyes. Rock Lee and Niji Hyuga arrived just in time, charging into the crowd of samurai without hesitation. Konoha Whirlwind. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Sometimes, the ups and downs of life arrive with astonishing swiftness. In less than 3 minutes after Kato's menacing words, the proud samurai group he had boasted about was utterly dismantled by 2 genin. Boys, have we resolved the battle? Might Guy approached, carrying Naruto and Sasuke on his shoulders. As for Tianming, he was being supported by Tenten. Qingchuan Tianming. Rock Lee instantly recognized him. Tenten, he is my friend. Leave him to me. Shaoli, with your clumsiness, perhaps it's best you refrain. Chapter 18. A perfect conclusion. Where have I been clumsy? Clearly I have. The 2 bickering adversaries exchanged barbs. And Hyuga Niji had always refrained from involving himself in such matters. Don't come over here, huh? Kato fell to the ground in a heap. The earlier bravado entirely vanished. No matter how brazen he had been, his strength derived from the warriors and ronin he had once commanded. Now, left alone, he was utterly terrified. As one of the prodigious ninjas of his generation, Hyuga Niji was not only powerful, but also possessed a ruthless heart. He showed no sign of compassion toward Kato's pleas for mercy. Please wait. Dazuna hurried over, bowing as he spoke. Allow me to handle this personally. Kato, driven by selfish desires, had built his empire atop the suffering of the land of waves. For years, countless lives had been lost due to Kato's greed, plunging the nation into darkness. Niji glanced at Might Guy, who gave him a thumbs up. A real man should be magnanimous. Although Niji remained unaccustomed to Guy's perpetual youthful enthusiasm, he nonetheless handed over the shuriken to Dazuna. With a thud, Kato knelt, repeatedly bowing his head. Lord Dazuna, spare me. Just let me go. All my wealth is yours. The money is aboard the cruise ship, and I can take you to retrieve it. Dazuna's expression hardened. I will not accept the blood money extracted from the sweat of countless people in the land of waves. Lord Dazuna, if you don't speak of it, who would know? These Konoha ninjas are in your employ, are they not? Have them spare me, and I, Kato, will never return to the land of waves. Most would have been tempted by Kato's riches, but Dazuna was not swayed. He had spent half his life building bridges, and he believed a person should be like a bridge, straight and unwavering. I will not spare you. The souls of those who died at your hands will not forgive you either. Go to hell and regret your deeds. With a ferocious roar, Dazuna plunged the shuriken deep into Kato's chest. Kato, with his rotund figure, could not evade the strike and was pierced through his heart. Dazuna gripped the shuriken tightly, relentlessly stabbing Kato's body, eventually pushing him to the shore and casting him into the sea. Thus, the shadow that had loomed over the land of waves for years vanished. After executing this act, Dazuna, an older man, cried on the dock like a child. The incident in the land of waves, though fraught with challenges, concluded without further peril. The third team escorted Niji to help Dazuna eradicate Kato's remaining forces in the land of waves. Without the mist ninjas and the samurai, Kato's organization would soon be entirely dismantled. Meanwhile, Might Guy led the third team in returning the members of Team 7 back to Konoha. Along the way, Rock Lee chattered incessantly, eager to care for Akatsuki Tenmyu. Ultimately, Might Guy entrusted Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki to him to immerse themselves in the vigor of youth. When they arrived back at Konoha, Guy suddenly turned serious and said, "This time, I did not win against Kakashi. It seems our rivalry will have to wait until the Chunin exams in 6 months. Lee Tenten." "Ah, Guy-sensei." This was the first time Lee and Tenten had heard Might Guy speak so gravely. "Niji is a gifted descendant of the Hyuga clan, and he will only grow stronger. So you must not become complacent," Guy stated plainly. "Moreover, the 3 members of Team 7 have already surpassed you in a short time. But Guy believes you are not inferior to them, and you will become even stronger. Isn't that right?" "Yes, Guy-sensei." Lee was instantly invigorated. Tenten, though less exuberant, also felt her spirit rise. "Excellent. Let us fully embrace our youth." Shortly after the 3 were taken to the ninja hospital, they gradually regained consciousness. Tenmyu was the first to awaken. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in a hospital room, with Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha lying in adjacent beds. Awake? At that moment, Kakashi Hatake entered, his usual casual demeanor in place. "Kakashi-sensei, how do we get back?" Tenmyu inquired. "Naturally. It was the third team that came to your aid. Did you think it was I who rescued you?" Kakashi joked awkwardly. "You 3 exceeded your mission and eliminated the rogue mist ninjas. You've brought great honor to our village." No one dislikes accolades, and neither did Kakashi. He hadn't expected to awaken to find his students had accomplished the mission independently due to his overuse of the Sharingan. "Ahem, Kakashi-sensei, is this what you meant by giving them a stern reprimand?" The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, entered the room with a calm demeanor. "Third Hokage." Kakashi stood at attention, awaiting a lecture. Before Tenmyu could speak, Hiruzen scolded, "What a reckless endeavor. Is such a mission one you could undertake? Had it not been for the timely assistance of the third team, you would not have returned." Hiruzen cautioned earnestly. Tenmyu nodded vigorously, though internally he felt quite the opposite. Being associated with the young lord certainly had its perks. Chapter 19. The Thoughts of a Young Girl Upon Careful Reflection. One cannot help but marvel at the extraordinary composition of Team 7. Hatake Kakashi, a prodigious jonin and the famed copy ninja, is also the disciple of the Fourth Hokage. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Naruto, the son of the Fourth Hokage, is the host of the Nine Tails. Uchiha Sasuke bears the weight of the Uchiha clan's bitter vendetta, yet possesses remarkable talent as well. As for Akatsuki Tianming, he wields an unparalleled reservoir of chakra and possesses extensive combat experience. Such promising individuals, with proper cultivation, are destined to become the pillars of Konoha. Having concluded his thoughts, Sarutobi Hiruzen advised caution in their future endeavors, expressing relief at their safe return. He then set aside his role as instructor, instructing Kakashi to train them diligently in preparation for the Chunin exams. After delivering his message, Hiruzen departed from the hospital room. "Sensei Kakashi, what exactly is the Chunin exam?" came Naruto's inquisitive voice. "It is an examination for genin to advance to Chunin, serving as a comprehensive assessment of a ninja's abilities. It occurs twice a year, with all eligible villages participating," Kakashi succinctly explained. "Oh wow, there must be many formidable opponents," Naruto exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. "Do not be overly optimistic. The Chunin exam is not as effortless as you might envision," Kakashi cautioned. "Hehe, Sensei Kakashi, how did you manage to pass the Chunin exam back in the day?" Naruto inquired, scratching his head. As Kakashi pondered, he recalled, "I can't quite remember. After all, I became a jonin at the mere age of 12. Upon exiting the ninja hospital, Kakashi granted Team 7 a 3-day respite. Upon returning to the Ayakawa household, Tianming was greeted by an unexpected guest. He was taken aback to find Hinata Hyuga using a damp cloth to clean the floor. "Tianming, what is going on here?" he stammered. "You're back." Hinata looked up, her face radiating a gentle smile. "Hinata, what are you doing in my home?" Tianming was genuinely perplexed. "Please don't misunderstand. I noticed you all hadn't returned, So I asked Sensei Kakashi for your address, and I came to help with the cleaning. I haven't touched anything else. As a war orphan, Timing felt fortunate to have a home, knowing it could not compare to others. Considering the task in the Land of Waves had lasted nearly half a month, it was indeed quite messy. Thank you, Hinata. Timing expressed his gratitude. No, it is I who should be thanking you. On the day school started, you and Naruto came to my aid, Hinata replied softly. It was merely a small favor. Timing thought little of the incident. Perhaps for you it was a small favor, but it meant a great deal to me, Hinata said earnestly. Anyway, I've finished cleaning your house, so I shall take my leave. With that, Hinata exited the Ayakawa home. Timing lingered at the entrance, harboring a bold thought. Did he sense that Hinata held feelings for him? This was not mere speculation. Timing, having traversed into this world, was a young man in his 20s and was well aware of matters of the heart. The confusion and shyness displayed by Hinata sparked a delightful illusion within him. Could it be that Hinata likes me? Timing mused, stroking his chin. However, he quickly reconsidered. A gentle soul like Hinata was indeed alluring. Who could resist such a soothing presence? Timing acknowledged his fondness for gentle personalities. Whatever happens, I am not encroaching upon the territory of a young master. This is merely my charm at work, he thought to himself. Meanwhile, Hinata rushed back to the Hyuga residence, her cheeks still flushed with embarrassment. She had just told a fib. She hadn't inquired about Naruto's address, but rather sought Timing's. Silly Hinata, what are you doing? She scolded herself internally, nearly overwhelmed with shame. Ever since Timing had made a striking entrance and chased away the bullies on the first day of school, his presence lingered in her mind. Although she had known Naruto longer, his methods of rescuing her typically involved brute force. In contrast, Timing had single-handedly driven away a group of foes. Furthermore, during the mission in the Land of Waves, while they struggled against a Chunin, Timing had decisively defeated one. Thus, a mysterious and powerful figure had emerged in Hinata's heart. Perhaps this feeling could be described as liking? As time swiftly passed, following the conclusion of the mission in the Land of Waves, Team 7 resumed their usual training routine. Due to prior experiences, they were unable to accept out-of-village assignments and instead settled for mundane tasks within Konoha. Naruto incessantly complained of boredom, while Sasuke maintained his typical aloof demeanor. In contrast, Timing reveled in the tranquility. His exceptional chakra control allowed him to learn ninjutsu at an astonishing pace. And without the pressure of mission assignments, he enjoyed a leisurely and content existence. Chapter 20. Undercurrents. Approaching the Chunin Exam. Kakashi-sensei, when will this end? Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed. Looking rather disheveled after recently completing a D-rank task involving helping an elderly woman catch chickens. Isn't this rather unfortunate? As a teacher, Kakashi does not need to get his hands dirty. How is this fortunate? Naruto retorted. Aren't ninjas supposed to risk their lives? I see you hold such beliefs, Kakashi responded, closing his book, but your comrades do not share the same sentiment. Turning his gaze, Naruto spotted Uchiha Sasuke, expressionless, wielding a scythe to cut grass. Each swing of his chakra effortlessly clearing the greenery before him. Meanwhile, Ayakawa Timing was merrily chopping wood with an axe, and Haruno Sakura was busy threading needles alongside the elderly woman. Sasuke, Timing, do you have no thoughts on this? Naruto wondered aloud. Where has our camaraderie gone? Naruto, your thoughts are far removed from theirs, Kakashi enlightened him. Although you are all engaged in simple tasks, pay close attention to how Ayakawa Timing and Uchiha Sasuke utilized their chakra. Naruto fell silent, realizing that he was indeed the only one truly working hard. Why not share a secret? He thought, quickly forming hand seals. Shadow clone jutsu? In no time, 10 clones burst into the chicken coop. After a considerable duration, the D-rank task drew to a close. Ding. Sign-in task activated. Please report to the classroom within the time limit. Upon returning to the village, after a month of silence, a new sign-in task finally arrived. Timing calculated that it coincided perfectly with the date of the Chunin Exam. Starting tomorrow, you all need not gather at Team 7 anymore. Prepare for the Chunin Exam, Kakashi instructed as the group neared dispersal. Is it really that soon, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto gasped in surprise. Though he often complained about boredom, the swift approach of the Chunin Exam took him aback. It has always been around this time, Kakashi replied nonchalantly. Nonetheless, with your abilities, it should pose little difficulty. Could it be that Kakashi-sensei possesses some exclusive insider information? Naruto chuckled. Kakashi swiftly delivered a light smack to Naruto's head. You can only rely on yourselves. The examiners change every year. May fortune be on your side." With those words, Kakashi's figure vanished. "He moves quickly," Naruto mused, rubbing his head. "Let us all do our best," Sakura offered with a nervous laugh to lighten the mood. Sasuke departed without a backward glance, his silence as characteristic as ever. Ayakawa Timing. "Good luck." Timing nodded. "Together, we'll succeed." Upon returning to the Ayakawa residence, after taking a shower and washing his clothes, Timing laid down on his large bed. The fabled Chunin Exam awaited him tomorrow, a pivotal event that would propel the narrative of the Naruto world forward. "I love Gaara." The clash of the 12 Konoha warriors. Orochimaru. Timing's eyes brightened. In the original story, Orochimaru's first appearance during the Chunin Exam was to target Sasuke, ultimately leaving behind a cursed mark. Little did Timing know, the vessel Orochimaru had chosen had long shifted from Sasuke to him, Ayakawa Timing. Meanwhile, outside of Konoha, numerous ninjas from other villages gradually arrived. In the shadows, Kabuto, wearing spectacles, addressed the 3 sound ninjas before him. "Your task during this Chunin Exam is to bring back one person." Kabuto presented a canvas to the sound trio, stating, "Success is the only option. Failure is not permitted." "Is it really necessary for someone of your stature to intervene for such a minor role?" inquired the bandaged male, Dosu, though Kabuto appeared harmless. Who could discern that this seemingly unassuming individual was a trusted aide of Orochimaru? "This mission must be executed independently by you. Furthermore, during the Chunin Exam, my identity must remain concealed. Should anything jeopardize my anonymity, I will not hesitate to eliminate you," Kabuto coldly declared before turning away. "Has he always been so arrogant?" Dosa muttered after Kabuto had departed. "Let us keep our comments to a minimum," the bandaged male warned, his gaze sharpening. "Do not underestimate Kabuto. Many who defied him in the Snake's Cave ultimately became nothing more than sustenance." The Snake's Cave, the notorious stronghold of Orochimaru, was a place shrouded in dark fantasies, a haven for countless malevolent souls. Those who could enter were certainly no ordinary individuals, especially given Orochimaru's inhuman methods of enhancing their strength. Thus, many prioritized fulfilling Orochimaru's commands and reaping rewards, believing that if they successfully captured the target, their status in the Snake's Cave would rise significantly. Chapter 21. A deceptive scheme. After a night of silence, they rose early the next day. On their way to school, they encountered the trio from Sunagakure. In this Chunin Exam, all the hidden villages had dispatched formidable ninjas, and Sunagakure was no exception. Naturally, Kankuro and Temari, who were visiting Konohagakure for the first time, soon found themselves lost in the expansive streets of the village. "This is maddening. Should I just use ninjutsu to clear a path?" Kankuro exclaimed in frustration, preparing to form hand seals. "No," Temari replied coldly. "We are in Konoha. We must not act recklessly. And let us not forget our true objective." Humph. Although Kankuro was displeased, he dared not oppose Temari's wishes. "I wonder if Gaara has gotten lost," he muttered. "You need not worry about that," Temari shot back, casting a glance at Kankuro. "Let's first ask someone for directions." "Fair point." Kankuro lifted his gaze and noticed a group of children emerging from a nearby alley. "Hey, you there, kid? I have a question for you," he called out. The children froze in their tracks, and one of them burst into tears at the sight of Kankuro's intimidating puppet master attire. "What are you crying for?" Kankuro approached the frightened child, lifting him up. "With a face like yours, I could easily dispose of you." Suddenly, a chakra-imbued stone silently struck Kankuro at the back of his head, causing him to wince in pain. "Who dared to ambush me?" he roared. Hearing Kankuro's outburst, Temari narrowed her eyes, realizing that the stone had come from behind them, indicating that the assailant was lurking in the shadows. "Are you here to bully us in Konoha?" A figure stepped out from the alley, Timing, who was strolling leisurely. Of course, Timing was aware that the trio was not their enemy, but during the Chunin Exam, with Sunagakure's plan to annihilate Konoha in motion, they were technically foes. "You wretched fool." Kankuro seethed, ready to retaliate, as the bandages around his puppet loosened, revealing the crow puppet. At that tense moment, a figure hung upside down from a towering tree nearby. "Kankuro, stop," Gaara commanded coldly. Upon hearing his brother's voice, Kankuro's volatile chakra gradually subsided. He held a profound respect and fear towards Gaara. "There will be plenty of opportunities. We must focus on our mission." After uttering these words, Gaara vanished without casting a glance at Timing. "Damn it." Kankuro glared at Timing, his eyes filled with animosity. "What is your name?" "Just wait until the Chunin Exam." Timing Ayakawa. Timing introduced himself, his tone taking on a playful lilt. Kankuro, if you wish to defeat me, you must first overcome your fear of your brother. At this remark, Temari halted abruptly, instinctively gripping her fan. You know me? Kankuro regained some composure amidst his fury. He was no fool. This was their first visit to Konoha, so logically, no one should recognize them. Taiming chose not to reveal the truth directly, instead addressing Temari. Temari, according to your strategy, will you take action? At that moment, Temari was convinced. This individual might possess knowledge of their plan to annihilate Konoha. You know of our plan? She inquired hesitantly, contemplating whether to join forces with Kankuro in a preemptive strike. Taiming's smile remained undiminished. In fact, he chuckled lightly. The higher-ups in Konoha are unaware of your plan. What I can tell you is that it will fail, and in terms of strategy, I believe you are acquainted with someone named Orochimaru. Orochimaru? Who is he? Temari questioned. Who is he? He is your future husband. Taiming thought. But he would never divulge such information. You are not from Konoha. What is your objective? Kankuro's demeanor had shifted to one of calm. I am indeed a citizen of Konoha, but my purpose is something I shall not disclose. After all, everyone has their secrets, do they not? With that, Taiming approached the child who had been frightened by Kankuro, gently offering him a lollipop. Temari and Kankuro watched Taiming for a moment until he finally encouraged them with, if you are not afraid of getting lost, just follow me. Ninja Academy. Ninjas from various villages gathered in one place. As Taiming stepped into the academy, a sign-in task was instantly triggered. After standing in place for 10 seconds, he absorbed a wealth of knowledge about the Hokage. Taiming soon realized that the system aimed for him to achieve a perfect score in the first round. Taiming. As he approached the classroom, he noticed Naruto Uzumaki waving from the corner. The members of Team 7 had all gathered. Taiming joined them, surveying the array of ninjas present in the classroom. Even Naruto appeared serious, remarking, everyone looks really strong. Chapter 22. What if I score full marks? The 5 great nations of the ninja world each possess unique geographical locations and traditional customs, resulting in a significant diversity among the ninjas from their respective villages. From dialects to attire, and even the overall demeanor they project. A notable contrast can be observed between the Sand Ninja Trio and the Sound Ninja Trio. At this moment, Yakushi Kabuto made his appearance to elucidate the situation. They are ninjas from the Sound Village, possessing formidable strength. Are you familiar with them? In response to Yakushi Kabuto's inquiry, Naruto Uzumaki was the first to react. To be honest, I have taken the Chunin Exam 7 times, and I possess information on every skilled individual present here. Yakushi Kabuto adjusted his glasses as he spoke. 7 times? Sakura Haruno was momentarily taken aback. What does that signify? It's merely an obsession. Yakushi Kabuto waved dismissively, retrieving several cards. The Sound Trio hails from the land of Rice's Sound Village. They are T-Sukin, Sakan, and Kinshue. Kinshue wields shurikens and bells, utilizing sound waves to confound opponents. Sakan possesses a unique device on his hand, with pores capable of unleashing a cutting wave. Yakushi Kabuto meticulously detailed each individual's ninjutsu and abilities. Just as Team 7 was engrossed in his explanation of Sakan, a mocking voice emerged from behind them. What are you blabbering about, Four Eyes? Sakan appeared instantly behind him, lifting a foot to send Yakushi Kabuto flying. Yakushi Kabuto, caught off guard, crashed into the wall, sputtering. You scoundrel! Why resort to violence? Naruto, brimming with righteous indignation, shouted. It must be said that Yakushi Kabuto and the Sound Trio's melodrama was exceptionally well executed. Were it not for Tianming's knowledge of the plot, he too would have been deceived. Naruto, don't act impulsively. We have time in the Chunin exams, Tianming advised. Refraining from exposing them directly, for the Sound Trio would play a significant role in the Chunin exams. Not only were they experienced, but they were also pivotal in the gathering of the 12 small strong. Moreover, Tianming did not intend to interfere excessively with the unfolding events unless it was to prevent unfortunate outcomes. Damn it! Naruto glared fiercely at the Sound Trio, and Yakushi Kabuto's performance had effectively heightened the animosity between Team 7 and the Sound Ninjas, while also somewhat redeeming himself. Naruto, you need not defend me. Yakushi Kabuto declared with determination. I shall defeat them myself. Humph. It seems my previous beatings were insufficient. Prepare for your demise. Sakan relished the opportunity to strike Yakushi Kabuto, relishing his words. That's enough. We'll deal with them in the Chunin exams, T-Sukin coldly remarked before departing. Are you all right? Sakura helped Yakushi Kabuto to his feet. I'm fine. Shortly after the commotion subsided, a group of imposing Konoha ninjas entered the room. The classroom fell silent in an instant. Marino Ibiki, standing at the podium, cast a piercing gaze across the assembled ninjas, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloping the room. As the head of the Konoha Umbu torture and interrogation force, Marino Ibiki could penetrate the thoughts of each individual in an instant. I am Marino Ibiki, overseeing the first exam of this Chunin examination. This test will evaluate your analytical and information-gathering abilities. Here are the rules. A score below 80 is deemed failing. Those who fail will be dismissed from the subsequent exams and may return next year. Second, cheating is strictly prohibited. Any detected cheater will permanently lose eligibility for the Chunin examination. Third, if anyone in your team scores 0, the entire team will be disqualified. As the test papers were distributed, confusion swept through the classroom. Was this a change in the rules? Previous Chunin exams included written tests, but even if one failed, there remained opportunities to advance in the subsequent rounds. But this year, it felt utterly daunting. It's over. Sakura covered her mouth to suppress her outcry. A 0 from one individual would lead to the entire class's elimination. Was this not a blatant setup for Team 7's downfall? Sakura was unaware of Qingchuan Tianming's academic prowess. However, she was well aware of Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. Those two geniuses were often left bewildered by exam questions. Naruto lamented as he stared at the test paper. What the heck am I supposed to do? I was just a troublemaker in school. This knowledge won stick in my head. Sasuke Uchiha, upon receiving the test, furrowed his brow and instinctively glanced at Qingchuan Tianming. Meanwhile, Tianming, having received the test paper, glanced it over casually and quickly grasped the nature of the questions. The topics covered a chronicle of significant events in the ninja world, including every nation, type of ninja, and various cultural knowledge. No wonder everyone feared the written exam. Ninja schools taught the mastery of chakra and ninjutsu. Who wouldn't be intimidated by such a daunting text? Just then, Tianming felt no trepidation. Teacher, if I answer everything correctly, can our entire class pass? Tianming raised his hand, his voice resonating throughout the classroom. Chapter 23. Passing the first round. Senju Ibiki's scarred face twitched as he lifted his gaze to the corner where Tianming stood, speaking in a measured tone. Are you certain of what you assert? A perfect score on the Chunin exam written test? That seems improbable. Since the inception of the Chunin exam, no one has ever achieved a perfect score in the written section. Even now, among the most renowned, none have recorded such an accomplishment. You possess audacity, but fail to grasp the futility of your claims. Shaking his head, Senju Ibiki remarked, confidence is commendable, yet blind self-assurance can lead to folly. Tianming lowered his hand, acutely aware that Senju Ibiki likely harbored doubts, and indeed, such extraordinary assertions were hard to believe. Would you care to copy my answers? Came the soft voice of Hinata Hyuga from beside him. She presumed that Tianming would struggle with the questions, yet still wished to draw attention to himself. I can manage on my own, Tianming replied with a smile, and began to pen his answers fervently. The sound of scratching pens echoed sharply in the quiet classroom. His movements served as a signal, prompting others to showcase their own skills. Uchiha Sasuke rested his chin on his interlaced fingers, closing his eyes momentarily before reopening them. Activating his Sharingan. Through the lens of his enhanced vision, he could discern not only the answers written by the individual before him, but nearly every internal organ. Meanwhile, Gaara at the window waved his hand, and a swirl of sand circled the examination room before settling on his desk, neatly arranging the answers. In the corner, the Sound Ninja trio simply shut their eyes, relying on auditory cues to discern the answers. As various candidates demonstrated their prowess, Tianming raised his hand once more. Senju Ibiki's expression shifted, unable to maintain his composure. If your intention in raising your hand is to declare a perfect score, I shall disqualify you. Done. Tianming stated calmly as he approached the podium, slapping his test paper down. Senju Ibiki chuckled lightly. There are 10 questions in total. You claim to have completed 9. Yet you assert you are finished? Finished. Sakura Haruno's spirits plummeted as she realized Tianming's eccentricity. Would Team 7 be eliminated? Tianming fixed his gaze on Senju Ibiki and said, "Isn't the 10th question meant for you to pose?" These words transformed Senju Ibiki's expression from calm to astonishment. This boy had perceived the nature of the first examination? Gasps echoed among the gathered ninjas. This year's written Chunin exam was notoriously rigorous. Unlike ordinary Chunin, Senju Ibiki's meticulous nature had ensured that the final answers were determined before the candidates entered the classroom. Senju Ibiki's face broke into a grin. Excellent. Since you have seen through it, let us proceed to the main topic. The other ninjas, still engrossed in their tests, paused, bewildered. Wow. What did Tianming discern? Does anyone know? Naruto Uzumaki, transformed into a whirlwind of questions, asked incessantly. The test paper indeed required only 9 answers, as the 10th question was absent from it. Senju Ibiki's gaze swept over the ninjas as he continued. The 10th question is a special one. Answer it correctly, and even if you score 0 on the others, you will advance to the next round. However, answer incorrectly, and you will forever lose your eligibility for the Chunin Exam, remaining a Chunin for eternity. The prospect of being a Chunin indefinitely was terrifying. Just answering the 10th question correctly would render previous mistakes inconsequential, but the stakes were high. The classroom buzzed with murmurs. Senju Ibiki, however, did not rush them, instead graciously allowing them time to contemplate. Teacher, I choose to forfeit. A ninja raised his hand to withdraw, followed by others who, after contemplation, also opted to leave the examination room. Tianming, what did you perceive? Naruto whispered as Tianming returned to his seat. Naruto, for this first round, all you need to do is sit still to pass, Tianming replied with a smile. Nothing else to do? Naruto gaped, taken aback by the revelation. Everyone held their breath, awaiting the announcement of results. Suddenly, Senju Ibiki burst into laughter. Congratulations, all of you have passed the first round. Did we really pass? Naruto looked at Tianming, bewildered as to how he had discerned the answers. As the ninjas stood in confusion, Senju Ibiki removed his headband, revealing a head riddled with scars. The first 9 questions tested your intelligence-gathering abilities, while the 10th was of paramount importance. He gestured to his head. After acquiring information, you must also face the consequences of failure. If captured, how will you relay the information? This requires unwavering conviction. Without belief, how can one collect intelligence? Upon concluding his remarks, he donned his headband once more. Orochimaru, the first round is complete. As his words fell, several figures burst through the windows. Among them a striking female ninja, Orochimaru. For those undergoing the assessment, today might be the day they encounter the most Chunin. Chapter 24. The First Battle of Team 8. I am Yutaka Mitarashi, the examiner for the second assessment. As for how the second round will unfold, first, you must catch up with me. After introducing herself, Yutaka Mitarashi transformed into a fleeting shadow and dashed out of the classroom. In the next instant, everyone in the classroom sprang into action, pursuing her. But how could one easily catch up to a Chunin? The Chunin who charged out of the classroom strained to keep pace. In Team 8, Inuzuka Kiba quickly fed Akamaru a soldier pill before mounting him. Meanwhile, Aburame Shino summoned a swarm of insects to lift him. Hinata? Kiba had intended to take Hinata along, but her figure had already vanished behind him. Let us catch up with the examiner first, Aburame Shino declared, leading the way, and Kiba had no choice but to follow. Elsewhere in the woods, the 4 members of Team 7 were racing forward when they heard Hinata's voice calling out from behind. Wait for me. The 4 halted in their tracks as Hinata appeared behind them. Hinata, aren't you supposed to stay with Team 8? Naruto Uzumaki asked, recalling that Kakashi-sensei had mentioned the Chunin exams required teams to act together. I got separated and just wanted to let you know. Hinata stammered, casting a furtive glance at Akatsuki Timing. Then let us go together, Timing replied, fully aware of Hinata's intentions. Though he couldn't help but think how blatant she was being. It seemed she was taking advantage of the 2 oblivious boys of Team 7. Hinata, the rules state that teams must act together, so after catching up with the examiner, you'll have to return to Team 8. Sakura Haruno, more perceptive than Naruto and Sasuke, began to suspect something. Could it be that Hinata harbored a secret crush on Sasuke and sought to create an opportunity? I understand, Hinata said, smiling, though internally, she mused about Sakura's vigilance. Could it be that she liked Timing too? That simply wouldn't he do. As the 2 girls engaged in their silent mental chess, the 3 boys remained oblivious. The scene shifted to a secluded forest outside Konoha, where a special defense net was set up, with several Konoha ninjas waiting nearby. In a flash, Yutaka Mitarashi arrived at the designated spot, and moments later, the sounds of rustling echoed from the forest behind her. The Chunin had finally arrived. Your speed is utterly inadequate, Yutaka Mitarashi remarked as soon as everyone gathered, expressing her disdain. I want to be as gentle as Teacher Marino Ibiki, so be prepared. Yes, The genin responded, albeit puzzled by her claim of gentleness. The content of the second assessment is a scramble for resources. As she spoke, Yutaka Mitarashi produced 2 scrolls inscribed with the symbols for heaven and earth. These scrolls will be randomly placed in various corners of the Forest of Death. Your task is to locate both scrolls and then make your way to the central tower of the Forest of Death. As she explained, she unfolded a map, indicating a specific location. You have 5 days. To pass the second round, you must arrive at the central tower with both scrolls within this time frame. Yutaka Mitarashi stowed the scrolls and continued. Originally, this round was to include life and death stakes, but I believe there is no need for such formalities. If you fear death, what are you doing as a ninja? With a commanding shout, she ordered the removal of the barriers. The defensive net behind her vanished. The assessment begins. In the training area 44 of Konoha, known as the Forest of Death, this territory is usually guarded by ninjas specifically for the purpose of the Chunin exams. Thus, it has not been cleared of dangers, making it rife with perilous beasts and earning its ominous title. As the genin entered the Forest of Death, they felt as though they were merely grains of sand lost in the ocean. In a clearing among the trees, Hinata had returned to Team 8. Hinata, why is your face so flushed? Has someone been bothering you? Kiba exclaimed, indignation bubbling within him. How dare anyone bully a girl from Team 8? Right, Shino? I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, Hinata replied with a smile, concealing the encouragement she had received from Akatsuki Tianming before their separation. I've got it, Aburame Shino suddenly announced. As a moment later, the swarm of insects he controlled emerged from the nearby underbrush, delivering a green backpack to him. Opening the backpack revealed a scroll marked with the symbol for Earth. Wow, Shino, your little bugs are impressive, Kiba exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, Akamaru suddenly barked at a large tree. Kiba quickly reacted, who is there? Have we been discovered? A masked ninja appeared atop a massive tree trunk, his eyes gleaming with greed as he gazed at the Earth scroll in Shino's possession. You're quite fortunate. You now have 2 choices. Hand over that scroll, or I will kill you and take it. Chapter 25. Let Orochimaru speak with me directly. What nonsense are you spouting over there? Inuzuka Kiba retorted, visibly irked. You've put me in a foul mood. I was hoping to make you bow and apologize. It is you who have chosen death. The masked ninja snorted disdainfully. And shortly thereafter, 5 additional figures emerged from the shadows. You, Kiba exclaimed, startled. Are you forming a malicious team? The groups were composed of 3 members each. And now facing 6 adversaries, Team 8 found themselves under immense pressure. There is no rule against teaming up, the masked ninja sneered. Besides, who will know if we eliminate you? Just as both sides were poised to engage in battle, Yamanaka Shino calmly stowed the Earth scroll in his pack and turned to leave. Kiba, Hinata, it's time to go. Shino's words left the 6 maliciously grouped ninjas momentarily dumbfounded. We have the upper hand. We can kill you at will. And you think you can just walk away? One of them barked. You underestimate us. The masked ninja shouted, as he removed his black cloak, revealing it to be lined with an array of shuriken. With a swift motion, he flung the cloak aside, unleashing a torrential storm of shuriken towards them. The sheer volume was daunting and would surely leave them riddled with wounds if unblocked. Position yourselves behind me. Suddenly, Shino appeared in front of Kiba and Hinata, raising his hands. Secret technique. Insect wall. A swarm of insects poured forth from Shino's voluminous sleeves, forming a dense black barrier. The sound of shuriken clattering against the insect wall echoed in the air. After successfully deflecting the barrage, Shino waved his hand, calling the insects back into his body. Shino, you're so strong, Kiba exclaimed, astonished. It was the first time he had witnessed Shino unleashing his true power. This is a secret technique of the Yamanaka clan. It is rarely employed, Shino remarked nonchalantly, adjusting his sunglasses. I had no intention of taking lives, but if you dare to harm me or my companions, then prepare to perish. You think you can be so arrogant after receiving my shuriken? The masked ninja sneered, preparing to perform a jutsu. However, just as his chakra was nearing completion, it suddenly dissipated. What happened to my chakra? The masked ninja gasped in shock, as did the other 5, who attempted to perform their jutsu, but found themselves unable to harness their chakra. Have you finally realized? Shino spoke coldly. What have you done? The masked ninja's composure faltered. In the death forest, without chakra and lacking physical prowess, they were merely fodder. Earlier, while my insects were scouting for scrolls, I set a little trap along the way. I thought you wouldn't be lucky enough to trigger it, Shino replied, shaking his head. Don't you feel a discomfort in your neck? Upon hearing this, the ninjas suddenly felt dizzy, a prickling sensation coursing through their necks. The masked ninja violently grabbed a palm-sized insect from his neck, which was sucking his chakra. Ah! The six of them screamed in unison, frantically removing the insects from their bodies. What is this? What is happening? Just some adorable insects. By the way, once they drain your chakra, they tend to suck blood as well, Shino stated, turning to his companions. We can leave now. Shino, you're terrifying. I'm glad we're on the same side. Kiba gulped nervously. Indeed, we are comrades, Shino smiled softly. I also have some rather cute insects. Would you like to see? No, thank you. Shortly after Team 8 departed, the echoes of their screams reverberated through the air, reaching another part of the forest. Simultaneously, Team 7 had also located a heaven scroll and stood beneath a towering tree. Ouch! Naruto Uzumaki suddenly clutched his stomach. Naruto, what's wrong? Sakura Haruno inquired anxiously. I think I drank expired milk last night. Naruto groaned as his stomach growled. Oh no, this is bad. This is troublesome, Sasuke Uchiha remarked, his brow furrowed. Let us wait a bit, Ten suggested, as they also awaited the arrival of the sound ninja trio who had been tailing them. Before long, Naruto emerged from the bushes, panting. Sorry for the wait. However, before he could approach, Tens hurled a log towards him. That's a transformation technique. The real Naruto is behind. Tens shouted as he charged forward. Have you discovered me? The log exploded as it neared the fake Naruto. Sakura, using a swift palm strike, released a burst of chakra. Is it just you three? Tens inquired coolly. One of me is enough to handle you. Sakura sneered. You should consider yourself fortunate to be alive. Heh, Tens smirked slightly. That line was personally delivered to me by Orochimaru. Chapter 26. The emergence of Orochimaru. Are you familiar with Lord Orochimaru? At this moment, it was Sasuke who found himself utterly bewildered. Have you seen through our plans? Tianming cast a cold gaze upon Sasuke. To be honest, he felt quite helpless at this moment, aware that Orochimaru was lurking in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to strike at Sasuke. If he intervened, it might obstruct Sasuke's path, yet if he did not, he would have to watch his comrade being pummeled. Suddenly, taking advantage of Tianming's distraction, Sasuke swiftly widened the distance and unleashed a palm strike. An invisible wave of energy surged forth. Boom! Tianming effortlessly evaded the attack, simultaneously expressing admiration for Sasuke's technique. This method inflicted damage through compressed air, reminiscent of the powers of the Tremor-Tremor Fruit. Tianming retrieved a shuriken and propelled it forward, two gleaming silver projectiles vanishing from sight, only to reappear on either side. Boom! Sasuke thrust his hands forward, sending forth another wave that deflected the shuriken. Damn it! Behold my multi-shadow clone technique. At that moment, the other three rushed back to join the fray. The recently freed Naruto Uzumaki, like a ferocious beast, raised his hand to perform a forbidden technique. Instantly, the forest was filled with countless clones of Naruto, all charging towards Sasuke. Unfazed by the onslaught of clones, Sasuke calmly pressed his hands together. A peculiar sound wave emanated from the vortex in his palms, momentarily halting and distorting the multitude of Naruto clones. Sonic howl. Sasuke thrust both palms forward, and a strange sound penetrated the shadow clones. What? Naruto could scarcely believe his eyes. His most cherished technique had failed to even graze the enemy? It shatters the chakra links using the power of sound wave hertz, Tianming remarked nonchalantly. All ninjutsu requires chakra to operate, and Naruto's multi-shadow clone technique was no exception. As the clones approached Sasuke, the latter's sound wave hertz shattered the connection between the original and the clones, leading to their demise. Sasuke did not respond to Tianming, but instead surged toward him with a powerful strike. He unleashed several waves targeting the entire 7th squad. Faced with such a formidable opponent, no one dared to confront him head-on. However, Tianming did not retreat. Not only did he not withdraw, but he also stepped forward, raising his hand to apply pressure. In an instant, Sasuke's wave was halted, its force redirected to sweep aside. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Sasuke's advance abruptly ceased. He sensed that the wave was neither destroyed nor assimilated, but rather suppressed by another force of compressed air. Unheard of. Sasuke's gaze toward Tianming shifted. Could this be the vessel that Lord Orochimaru coveted? How infuriating. A flicker of envy crossed Sasuke's face, and he quickly formed hand seals. His arms began to shed their skin, blood seeping forth, and the air vents turned crimson. Tiger of the Void. With a roar, A tiger formed from energy charged toward Tianming. Both Sasuke and Tianming were resolved to show no mercy to their adversaries. Quake Blade. Jade Shatter. Tianming raised his hand, utilizing his fruit abilities to summon a blade of air, striking forth. The white line tore through the Chakra tiger and Sasuke behind it in an instant. Sasuke's eyes widened in shock. He now understood Tianming's abilities. He didn't possess any sound-based ninjutsu. He simply exploded the air using pure force. Boom. Sasuke's body shattered into fragments, dissipating into nothingness. Though Tianming could have fought without using his fruit abilities, he chose to adopt a strategy that nearly drained Sasuke's chakra, all for the sake of allowing Orochimaru to place a curse mark on Sasuke. This way, he would neither feel constrained nor usurp Sasuke's advantage. Moreover, he had the signing-in system, with plenty of rewards awaiting him in the future. A mere curse mark was inconsequential. After resolving the confrontation with Sasuke, the others remained momentarily stunned when suddenly, a massive serpent emerged from the depths of the forest. The snake charged recklessly toward the 3 members of the 7th squad, ready to devour them whole. In a critical moment, Naruto pushed Sasuke and Sakura out of the way, only to be swallowed whole by the enormous serpent. Naruto. Sasuke Uchiha attempted to activate his Sharingan and charge forward, but was swiftly sent flying by the snake's tail. After scattering the 7th squad, the serpent opened its gaping maw, revealing yet another black snake emerging from its depths. As the separation completed, the first serpent hastily retreated, while the black snake lunged directly at Tianming. What in the world? Tianming quickly leaped onto a tree branch to evade the oncoming threat, but before he could process the situation, a figure appeared behind him. To his astonishment, it was Orochimaru himself. Qingchuan Tianming, a pleasure to make your acquaintance, he said, wearing a human skin mask that concealed his expression. I have been observing your battle. Your physique is remarkable, replete with abundant chakra and overwhelming strength. Upon hearing Orochimaru utter his name, Tianming was taken aback. Orochimaru, why have you come to Konoha? Me? Orochimaru extended his tongue to lick the surface of his mask. If I said it was for you, would you believe me? Damn. Orochimaru, why are you deviating from the script? Chapter 27. The Curse Seal, 1 for each? Where is Uchiha Sasuke? How did it become myself? Tianming's thoughts drifted away, and soon he found the reason. It was his first sign-in task after activating the system. The masked ninja atop the Hokage rock was one of Orochimaru's subordinates. Your expression seems to indicate belief. Orochimaru slithered down from the tree trunk with a smile. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Tianming opened his mouth and unleashed a blazing fireball that struck Orochimaru head-on. The latter did not dodge, continuing to approach undeterred. Although Tianming's physique was of the utmost chakra, meaning his chakra reserves and recovery were superior to those of ordinary ninjas, it did not imply an inexhaustible supply. After all, recovery requires time. Moreover, the Tremor Fruit was an extremely chakra-consuming entity, rendering his fireball technique ineffective at present. Tianming. Below the tree, Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura, having rescued Uzumaki Naruto, soon spotted Tianming in distress. You are no match for him. Run, Tianming shouted. In the original narrative, Orochimaru spared Team 7 because his target was Sasuke and there were more pressing matters at hand. However, now that Orochimaru's chosen vessel had shifted focus from Sasuke to himself, his motives could very well change. I cannot abandon my comrades, Naruto exclaimed, rushing forward without hesitation. Despite their brief acquaintance, Tianming's power and his heroic stand during the Wave Country incident had already earned the recognition of the entire Team 7. Boom. At that moment, the ground split open, and a large purple serpent emerged, blocking Team 7's path. Naruto, let us go? Sasuke activated his Sharingan and signaled. Understanding the cue, Naruto used the shadow clone technique, creating a multitude of clones to distract the purple serpent while his clones hurled shuriken. Sasuke leaped over the serpent's head using the shuriken as a springboard, locking onto Orochimaru's trajectory with his Sharingan, and unleashed a barrage of shuriken affixed with explosive tags. Orochimaru momentarily halted, swinging his serpentine tail to intercept the explosive tags. Sasuke, you can't wait any longer, can you? Orochimaru smirked slightly, elongating his neck to sprout 2 heads, which then lunged at Tianming and Sasuke from behind. After being bitten, Tianming's pupils contracted. Orochimaru wanted both of them. Oh. After sustaining a bite, 3 comma-shaped curse seals appeared on Sasuke's neck. Simultaneously, The curse seal's effects manifested on Tianming as Orochimaru's poison spread throughout his body via the seal. Die. Just then, the purple serpent was violently torn in two. Amidst the rain of blood, the tailed beast transformation of Naruto charged at Orochimaru. Boom. Naruto's fist struck Orochimaru's head, but the latter's head merely twitched, transforming into a block of wood. Body replacement technique. A host with a nine tails? Orochimaru suddenly appeared behind Naruto, coldly laughing. Naruto turned and threw another punch. However, Orochimaru was swifter, executing the five-element seal on Naruto's abdomen. In an instant, the red chakra gradually receded back into Naruto's body. His crimson eyes returned to their azure hue, and he fell heavily to the ground, exhausted. Now, only Sakura remained of Team 7. As Orochimaru's gaze fell upon the paralyzed Sakura, a figure emerged from behind. Wait, you cannot kill her. Oh. Orochimaru turned to look at the struggling Tianming with surprise. You are the first to withstand the curse seal and still stand. A worthy vessel has the right to negotiate. Orochimaru licked his lips, abandoning the thought of devouring Sakura. Tianming, my expectations for you far exceed those for Sasuke. Become stronger, for my enjoyment depends on it. Moreover, my curse seal can make you stronger. Upon finishing, Orochimaru merged with the giant tree. Having narrowly escaped death, the weight on Tianming's chest finally subsided. It was not an exaggeration to say that had Orochimaru truly wished to kill him or any of Team 7, he would have been utterly defenseless. But what about the future? With this thought, Tianming smiled. It was from this moment that Orochimaru began to question his choices. Tianming, after ensuring Naruto and Sasuke were settled, Sakura hurriedly joined him in the tree. Sakura, I am struggling to stand, Tianming said, grateful as Sakura supported him. My current condition is dire. I will need you to protect us for a while. Although the curse seal's power did not render Tianming incapacitated, consuming chakra to endure, it was still uncomfortable. Leave it to me, Sakura declared resolutely. Finally, she felt the weight of her own powerlessness, yet as a member of Team 7, she could not shy away from her responsibilities. Supporting Tianming, Sakura quickly descended to the ground and moved the three boys into a hollow of the tree. However, their respite was short-lived, as unwelcome guests were already approaching. Chapter 28. The gathering of the 12 young warriors Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha lay flat on the ground, while the condition of Tianming was slightly better. What should I do? Sakura Haruno inquired. The death forest is teeming with ferocious beasts. You should set some traps, Tianming replied. At this moment, Sakura had yet to fully awaken her abilities, leaving her somewhat disoriented. Moreover, Tianming could not simply instruct her to do nothing but wait to be beaten. With Tianming's guidance, Sakura deftly began to lay traps around the tree hollow. Meanwhile, Tianming sat in meditation, recovering his chakra while observing the surrounding underbrush. Simultaneously, Toki Kizuna and Qingchuan, drawn by the sounds of battle, approached the vicinity. I found them, Toki Kizuna announced, his gaze piercing through the foliage to spot Sakura standing guard at the entrance. Did you locate Sakuchi? Qingchuan asked, joining Toki Kizuna and following his line of sight. It's them, Qingchuan exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Aren't they companions of our target? Heh. Toki Kizuna replied with a playful tone. Shall we first take the target away? Then we can look for Sakuchi. Absolutely. The two were in perfect accord. In their minds, the task of abducting Tianming was remarkably simple. Just a mere genin. Although Toki Kizuna was also a genin, he always considered himself a superior ninja among his peers. After all, they served Lord Orochimaru from the Serpent's Nest. Their strength was incomparable to that of the tender youths from Konohagakure. Without a hint of hesitation, Qingchuan produced a flying needle adorned with a bell and launched it forth. With a swift motion, the needle tore through the underbrush, aiming directly at Sakura outside the tree hollow. Reacting just in time, Sakura seized a kunai to block the incoming projectile, yet she was entirely unprepared for the pain that followed. A sharp sting coursed through her left arm as a slender needle pierced her skin. When did? In the next instant, Qingchuan appeared behind Sakura, grabbing her pink hair. Toki Kizuna, it's done. The bandaged man, Toki Kizuna, stepped out from the thicket, his gaze sweeping over Tianming within the tree hollow before a cold smile graced his lips. It seems someone has alleviated our troubles. Despicable. Sakura spat vehemently. Toki Kizuna replied nonchalantly. Isn't it the nature of the strong to prey upon the weak? He raised his foot, preparing to enter the tree hollow. Hey, don't you want to know where your companion is? Sakura interjected. Toki Kizuna halted. Have you encountered Sakuching? Where is he now? Toki Kizuna and Sakuching shared a close friendship. Is that how you ask questions? Sakura retorted coldly. I wouldn't mind killing you first, Qingchuan threatened, moving to act. Let her go? Toki Kizuna commanded. What? Qingchuan was momentarily confused. Toki, this might be a trap. Boom. Before Qingchuan could finish, Toki Kizuna, growing impatient, unleashed a force from the device on his arm, sending Qingchuan flying away. You dare to harm my teammate? What do you know of my friendship with Sakuching? Do you really think you're worthy of being my companion? If it weren't for Lord Orochimaru's orders, I would have killed you long ago, Toki Kizuna said. Flexing his wrist, his tone icy. Qingchuan, bloodied and beaten, dared not retaliate. He understood that Toki Kizuna was indeed capable of killing him. Now you may reveal Sakuching's whereabouts. Toki Kizuna's gaze returned to Sakura. Go to hell. Sakura shouted, unleashing her chakra into her fist and launching it toward Toki Kizuna. In response to Sakura's assault, Toki Kizuna displayed a cruel smile, countering with a punch of his own. The sonic resonance from the device on his arm sent Sakura flying away. She was utterly unable to approach. Sakura's small frame collided with a tree root, rendering her unable to rise, blood oozing from her ears. Just as Tianming inside the tree hollow was about to intervene, several figures emerged from the nearby forest. Sakura, the first to break through the underbrush, was Rock Lee, clad in a form-fitting green outfit. He had been surveying the terrain when he heard the sounds of battle and rushed over. Did you do this to them? Lee cried upon witnessing the gravely injured Sakura and the precarious situation of Tianming, his fury igniting. Yet, before Toki Kizuna could respond, another roar echoed from a different direction. Kiba Inuzuka, riding Akamaru, also joined the fray. Are you bullying the people of my village? At that moment, Toki Kizuna's expression shifted. He began to suspect he had been outmaneuvered. Not only him, but Tianming within the tree hollow was also perplexed. Typically, the gathering of the 12 young warriors from Konohagakure would take some time. But now, it had occurred prematurely. Regardless, the Sound Ninja Trio would have tales to tell for a lifetime, for they had been thoroughly beaten by the 12 young warriors of Konohagakure. The spectacle was grand indeed. In a flash, the clearing before the tree hollow was filled with several groups of individuals. Shikamaru, was this part of your plan? The 10th Squad's Choji Akimichi appeared, followed closely by Shikamaru Nara and Ino Yamanaka. Chapter 29. The 12 Young Heroes Versus. The Dead Soldiers Legion. This is not part of my plan. It's merely coincidence. Nara Shikamaru remarked, a blade of grass hanging from his mouth as he aimlessly wandered in an unknown direction. Who would have known I would end up here? You all came too. Shikamaru quickly noticed his companions, turning his gaze towards Yamanaka Ino. Among his peers, he found a particular interest in Ino, as they both shared a penchant for being somewhat introverted. Tianming, Hyuga Hinata exclaimed, spotting the trembling figure of Tianming emerging from a tree hollow. This is Qingchuan Tianming. Shikamaru mused, scrutinizing the so-called genius reputed to be capable of slaying Chunin. He seems quite ordinary, Akimichi Choji muttered while munching on chips. It appears we won't need to intervene. Hinata Niji and Tintin soon joined the scene. Now, all the 12 young heroes of Konoha had gathered. Toki Kizuna swallowed nervously. Are you all planning to gang up on us? Real men don't resort to gang fights. We'll take you on one at a time, Lee Rock declared passionately, tearing off the bandages from his hands. What has gotten into Lee? Niji wondered, perplexed by Rock's sudden escalation. Is he really going this far right from the start? This move was originally intended for Niji, but now you shall experience it. Lee Rock struck a pose before dashing forward with astonishing speed. What are you waiting for? Let us all attack. Toki Kizuna barked, as Kinsuke launched flying needles towards them. Be careful, Lee. The needles have bells attached. Their sound can confuse you. And there's a second needle. Sakura shouted as she was helped up by Tianming. Upon hearing Sakura's warning, Lee Rock became even more exhilarated. Pay no heed to the flying needles. This is my moment to impress my beloved. Deflect. The needles struck Lee Rock's body as if they were hitting iron. But he chose to charge forward recklessly. In an instant, Lee Rock stood before Toki Kizuna, delivering a powerful upward kick that connected squarely with Kizuna's chin. The sound of breaking bone echoed as Kizuna was sent flying. Lee Rock leaped into the air, using the newly untied bandages to bind himself and his opponent into a spinning ball. Ballet of Blossoms. The two spun rapidly before plummeting to the ground. Boom. The earth cracked beneath them, shaking with intensity. The 11 young heroes of Konoha watched in awe. Realizing that Lee Rock was on par with Uzumaki Naruto, a monster who harnessed the power of the Nine Tails versus an individual who fought without chakra or ninjutsu. Yet now, the 11 young heroes had a newfound understanding of Lee Rock's capabilities. Perched on a tree branch, Niji's expression shifted slightly. Has he truly reached such heights? It seems the techniques he prepared were quite impressive. Did he win? Sakura asked anxiously. Others turned their attention to the smoke swirling in the arena. No, Lee lost, Tianming stated flatly. As Tianming's words settled, a gust of wind swept through, dispersing the smoke and revealing the scene. Lee Rock lay in a weakened state, hoisted by Toki Kizuna, who also bore injuries and hung limply from his left arm. Lee, Sakura gasped. Interesting, truly interesting. Do you believe you have the upper hand? Toki Kizuna sneered, flinging Lee Rock towards a massive tree. With a swift motion, Niji caught Lee Rock with a gentle palm technique, while Tintin followed up by unleashing a barrage of ninja tools from a scroll. Don't rush into action, Toki Kizuna retorted, swatting away the incoming projectiles with a single hand. Aren't we supposed to wait until everyone is ready? As he spoke, Kizuna bit his finger and began to weave seals on the ground. Summoning technique? Tianming's brow furrowed. It seems Toki Kizuna is more formidable than I anticipated. Upon completing the summoning, the blood seal on the ground emitted a faint crimson glow, and dozens of ninjas emerged from it. Such a tactic? Among those present, only Tianming recognized this as a summoning technique, yet even he struggled to comprehend the implications. This doesn't summon beasts. These are all villagers from my village. I have slain them all. Then Lord Orochimaru resurrected them as the dead soldiers' legion. Today, you will all perish. This technique was Toki Kizuna's ultimate weapon, demanding immense energy from him. At this critical moment, words were unnecessary. The battle was about to commence. Here we go. Choji tossed aside his half-empty bag of chips, forming hand seals to unleash his signature move. Human bullet tank. Taking a deep breath, Choji expanded his already hefty form, rolling swiftly towards the center of the dead soldiers' legion. Shadow imitation technique. Orochimaru, a master of teamwork, executed the technique, immobilizing the unsuspecting dead soldiers in place. Chapter 30. Ch Nin? I have killed before a portion of the dead soldiers found themselves ensnared by Orochimaru's shadow imitation technique, rendered immobile. However, Akimichi Choji's meat tank rolled forward indiscriminately. Shamaru, let's go. Inuzuka Kiba crouched low, chakra gathering in his legs. Forelegs technique. Utilizing all four limbs, Kiba's speed and strength surged to unprecedented levels, and alongside Akamaru, who had consumed a soldier pill, they charged into the throng of dead soldiers. Secret technique. Insect spear. Countless parasitic insects crawled from Aburame Shino's sleeves, coalescing into a long spear that pierced through the air. In an instant, various ninjutsu bombarded the dead soldiers. Yet, the reality defied everyone's expectations. The dead soldier, utterly crushed by the meat tank, began to writhe and reassemble its form. Inuzuka Kiba, despite his ferocity, found the sheer numbers of the dead soldiers rendered his efforts ineffective. Even Aburame Shino's insect spear, after penetrating 4 or 5 of the dead soldiers, was absorbed entirely. Ha. Do you possess any other techniques? Toki Shina cackled, the cursed mark on his neck flaring to life, fiery patterns spreading across his body. From his vantage point within the tree hollow, Amano deduced a terrifying truth. The world of the Hokage had undergone a significant transformation. In the original narrative, Orochimaru's target had always been Uchiha Sasuke, but now he had added himself to that list. Though Toki Shina was formidable among the Sound Ninja trio, he had not reached this level before. With summoning techniques and Orochimaru's curse seal, Toki Shina had ascended to the realm of elite foes. Contemplating this, Amano felt the curse seal on his shoulder. The discomfort was gradually subsiding, along with the searing sensation it had imposed. You wish to devour Chakra? Very well. Let us see if you can. With this thought, Amano glanced at the unconscious Uchiha Sasuke on the ground. Despite possessing the Sharingan, the youthful Sasuke lacked the ability to wield its full power. Besides the eternally harmless Great Fireball technique, he had little else to offer. The power of the cursed seal could greatly benefit him. Achieving a balance between Chakra and the cursed seal's power seemed plausible. With that in mind, Amano urgently called out to Haruno Sakura. Sakura, come here and lend a hand. I have a way to awaken Sasuke quickly. Outside the tree hollow, Toki Shina found himself embroiled in an intense battle with the 12 young ninjas of Konoha. Hyuga Niji, after entrusting Rock Lee to Tintin, stepped forward without hesitation. The proud genius of the Hyuga clan was visibly angered. This next move is for Lee, Niji stated calmly. Meanwhile, Aburame Shino, after using his parasitic insects to heal Kiba, turned earnestly to Hinata. Hinata, please take care of Kiba? I am about to get serious. In the 10th squad's vicinity, Orochimaru gently pressed his forehead, saying, I detest fighting, but since you have injured Choji, I shall teach you a lesson. Little did anyone expect that the combined efforts of the 12 young ninjas were being catalyzed by an outsider. Tokishina was not unscathed either. A significant portion of his dead soldiers had been scattered, many rendered unusable. Each was a product of his painstaking effort. Calm down, slay you all, retrieve the target, and I can still attain something better. Tokishina relinquished resistance against the cursed seal's power, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. Yet, the remaining dead soldiers around him grew stronger. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Secret technique. Insect tornado. Shadow imitation technique. Split. While chaos reigned outside, Amano was diligently transmitting chakra to Uchiha Sasuke within the tree hollow. This process was not as simple as depicted in martial arts novels. It required Sakura to utilize medical ninjutsu, while Amano supported her shoulders to facilitate the chakra transfer. Pure chakra flowed through Sakura's body and into Sasuke via her medical techniques. At that moment, Sakura felt somewhat peculiar, perceiving herself as merely a tool. As Amano continued to channel chakra into Uchiha Sasuke, he remained vigilant of the unfolding battle outside. Reality was often harsh. The 3 combatants outside had yet to defeat Tokishina. They had unleashed their strongest techniques, yet their chakra reserves were dwindling. Meanwhile, Tokishina, with his dead soldiers obliterated, pulled a chin to his front as Orochimaru unleashed a flurry of explosive tags. After the explosion, Tokishina lowered the chin, running his fingers over the blood upon it before forming seals upon the ground. The blood seal sunk into the earth. In an instant, a massive serpent erupted from the ground. As the serpent emerged, the chin had exhausted its last remnants of power. Summoning the serpent required the chin's blood, leaving it drained upon its appearance. I once used this technique to kill a nin. You may take pride in your fate, Tokishina proclaimed. Oh, I believe I have slain a nin as well. In a moment of urgency, Amano stepped from the tree hollow, casting a dispassionate glance at Tokishina. Chapter 31. The second technique of the Tremor-Tremor Fruit. Tianming of the Azure River. Tokishizuna gazed at Tianming, who had stepped forward, and could not help but chuckle. You are the vessel that Lord Orochimaru has designated, yet if you interfere, I shall show no mercy. With a hearty laugh, Tianming responded. The Sound Ninja just said the same. Do you have any information on Sakakuchu? Tokichizuna's menacing visage slightly altered. Tianming shook his head softly. I cut him down with a single strike, leaving not a trace behind. He must have fallen somewhere in the forest. Upon hearing this, Tokichizuna fell silent for a moment before declaring, although you are the target, since you've killed Sakakuchu, you shall die now. The giant serpent beside Tokichizuna immediately abandoned the few on the ground and lunged toward Tianming, its maw gaping wide. The bond between Tokichizuna and Sakakuchu was beyond imagination. Even if killing the target would incur Lord Orochimaru's wrath, he was undeterred. Facing the onslaught of the summoned serpent, Tianming did not flinch or retreat. Instead, he surged forward, channeling all his chakra into his palms, unleashing a tempest of violent lightning. Lightning blade. Tianming transformed the lightning into a sword-like assault that pierced through the serpent's jaws. Despite his success, Tianming was not at ease. For the moment he expended his chakra, the curse mark's power would activate. Due to the curse mark, his lightning blade did not result in instant death. The serpent that fell to the ground was left with its mouth utterly ravaged. As the enraged serpent prepared to strike again, a figure emerged. Uchiha Sasuke, adorned with intricate curse mark patterns, swiftly formed hand signs with one hand. An attack akin to a celestial fire meteor erupted from his mouth. The enhanced fireball jutsu, fortified by the curse mark, was even more formidable. After enduring several fireball jutsu, the serpent landed once more. Sasuke. Upon seeing the revived Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura hurried over. Who did this to you? Sasuke inquired coldly. With that, he fixed his gaze upon Tokichizuna, whose expression was one of utter shock. What did he see? He observed the markings on Uchiha Sasuke. Those were exclusive curse marks that only Lord Orochimaru could bestow. Wasn't it said that there was only one target? Then who was this unfamiliar face endowed with the power of the curse mark? Had they risked their lives without even being privy to the true scheme? It is just as you think. Tianming seized the moment to deliver a decisive blow. You three are mere tools, meant for our training. And no, that cannot be. We are the most loyal subordinates of Lord Orochimaru. It is absolutely impossible. Toki Chizuna's eyes turned crimson, his demeanor frenzied, as he desperately channeled Chakra. Even if it accelerated the backlash of the curse mark, he was determined to kill these two. As Toki Chizuna went berserk, the serpent beside him let out a fierce roar and lunged at Uchiha Sasuke, who met the challenge head-on. Meanwhile, Toki Chizuna recklessly summoned Chakra and curse mark power, unleashing a final desperate attack. Die! Toki Chizuna clasped his hands together. From the pores in his arms emanated tendrils of red mist, accompanied by an intense heat that nearly ignited the surrounding underbrush. Forbidden technique. Sound Fire Blast. With all his might, he unleashed the devastating energy, sending shockwaves that knocked everyone else away. Yet, in the face of such an adversary, Tianming's expression remained impassive. He did not form hand signs. Instead, he spread his palms wide, then clenched them into fists. At that moment, it seemed as though the very flow of chakra had transformed. Air tremor. Unreservedly employing the power of the fruit, Tianming struck forth, and it felt as if an invisible cage descended from the heavens, enveloping Toki Chizuna. The impact of that punch resonated through the air as if striking a wall. Crack! White fissures appeared around Toki Chizuna, and at that moment, he felt an unsettling tingle on his scalp. Air was cracking. Before Toki Chizuna could react further, the cracking grew louder. The air prison exerted pressure upon his body. Then, those white cracks quickly spread across him. Boom! In the next instant, as the air prison shattered, Toki Chizuna was obliterated into nothingness. In the stage of the Tremor-Tremor Fruit's ability, Tianming could only utilize a limited range of tremor swords and air tremors. Yet to others, it appeared as though he had dispatched an enemy in an instant. On another front, due to the demise of the summoner, Sasuke, with his Sharingan fully activated, located the serpent's weakness and pierced its vital point with a kunai. With the battle concluded, Tianming and Uchiha Sasuke collapsed simultaneously. At that moment, Tianming fell into unconsciousness. The 12 Konoha genin present remained silent for a while, unable to fathom the astounding prowess exhibited by Team 7. Out of respect for our shared village, I shall not seize your scrolls. Orochimaru was the first to depart, followed closely by Team 10. Sakura, are you alright? Lee Rock inquired with concern. Let us go? Hyuga Niji stated, unhesitatingly grasping Lee Rock's neck as they departed. Ultimately, only Team 8 remained. Hyuga Hinata gazed worriedly at the unconscious Tianming. Sakura, please take good care of Tianming, she pleaded, suddenly realizing, and what about Naruto and Sasuke? Let us go? Inuzuka Kiba and Aburame Shino, oblivious to the underlying tension, began to leave. However, Haruno Sakura understood the implication, her guard lowering. Rest assured, I will take care of them. Chapter 32. Encounter during the second round of the Chunin Exam. Teams had 5 days to reach the central tower with the Earth Scroll to pass. The 7th team, however, had a particularly harrowing experience, initially being tormented by Orochimaru and subsequently facing the Sound Ninja Trio. Now, having narrowly escaped danger, they possessed only an Earth Scroll, devoid of any other resources. By a small river, the three, who had been unconscious for 2 days, finally awoke. Naruto Uzumaki, upon hearing about the fierce battle between Tenmei and Sasuke against Toki, felt a pang of regret for not being awakened sooner. In his characteristic noisy manner, Naruto eventually received a justified reprimand from Sakura Haruno. As the 3rd day arrived, Sakura observed the Earth Scroll in her possession with a sense of despair, lamenting that without the Heaven Scroll, they would surely be eliminated. Try to relax a bit, Naruto consoled her. How can I relax when time is slipping away, and we still cannot find the Heaven Scroll? Sakura shook her head in frustration. While the two were embroiled in their usual bickering, Tenmei and Sasuke remained unusually quiet. Tenmei, I need to speak with you. Sasuke abruptly stood up. Go ahead, Tenmei replied. Let us talk privately, Sasuke said, glancing at Naruto and Sakura before turning away. What is going on? Tenmei thought, feeling somewhat perplexed but decided to follow. They found themselves in a secluded spot where Sasuke paused and turned to Tenmei. You were bitten by that guy too, weren't you? Tenmei nodded, awaiting further explanation. The mark on the back of your neck will not fade and continues to consume your chakra. I sensed pure chakra entering my body while I was unconscious, alleviating my pain. I know it was you who did it. Sasuke trailed off, suddenly silent. So what are you implying? This was the first time Tenmei had heard Sasuke speak so much in one go. Sasuke's face flushed with embarrassment, and he chose to leave swiftly, muttering a quiet thank you as he brushed past Tenmei. Did he just say thank you? Tenmei chuckled softly, turning to see Sasuke's rigid silhouette, realizing how rare such gratitude was from him. At that moment, however, his stomach grumbled in protest. With the second round of the Chunin Exam requiring them to remain in the Forest of Death for 5 days, each participant had prepared food beforehand. Unfortunately, the 7th team, given their disastrous start, had barely managed to escape with their lives. Stay here, I'll go find something to eat. Tenmei called back to his teammates before venturing deeper into the forest. The trio by the river responded, reminding him to be cautious. Ah, Naruto exclaimed, suddenly struck by inspiration as he rummaged through his backpack and unearthed several scrolls. These all look alike. Why don't we just alter the writing? Naru, that's cheating. Sakura gasped in disbelief. What on earth is going through your mind? Cheating? It's just a strategy. There are skills involved in cheating too, Naruto declared, reaching for the earth scroll to unroll it. Stop. A large hand swiftly snatched the earth scroll from him. The newcomer was Yakushi Kabuto, someone they had encountered previously. Seeing the scroll being taken, Sasuke was ready to retaliate, but Kabuto returned the scroll promptly. Please don't misunderstand. I merely got separated from my companions and had no intention of stealing your scroll, Kabuto explained. I intervened because the scroll cannot be opened. Cannot be opened? Why not? Naruto inquired. Inside the Earth and Heaven scroll lies a genjutsu that causes instant sleep for any ninja who opens it. If you were to unseal it, your entire team would fall asleep until the examination concludes, Kabuto elucidated. How terrifying. Naruto nearly dropped the scroll in shock. Thank you, my bespectacled friend, he added. I am Yakushi Kabuto. You can simply call me Kabuto, he replied, extending his hand with a smile. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, and these are my companions, Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno. The other one, Tenmei Ayakawa, went to gather food, Naruto said, ever the open-hearted one, unfazed by the notion of making new friends. I see. But why are you looking for food now? Didn't you prepare ahead? Kabuto asked. That's a long story, Naruto began. Perhaps due to Kabuto's repeated assistance or his amiable demeanor. He recounted the 7th team's harrowing entry into the Forest of Death in great detail. Though Sasuke and Sakura were displeased with Naruto for divulging their secrets, they found no fault in Kabuto's demeanor. However, what Naruto failed to notice was that when he spoke of Tenmei defeating the Sound Ninja trio, Kabuto's expression subtly shifted. Meanwhile, deep within the Forest of Death, Tenmei was foraging for edible wild fruits when a thunderous bear growl echoed from the hillside. A bear? Tenmei immediately dropped the fruits, thinking that if there was meat to be had, who would want fruit? Chapter 33. May I follow you always? On the hillside, a young girl clad in red was being pursued by a massive black bear. In her arms, she cradled an injured little rabbit, moving with remarkable agility, while the bear thundered behind her like a bulldozer, smashing through trees in its wake. The girl, named Uzumaki Kurin, was a ninja from the grass village participating in the Chunin Exams. Unlike her fellow ninjas, Kurin lacked formidable combat skills and primarily served as a medical ninja within her team. Lost in the Forest of Death, she had discovered the wounded rabbit and, while tending to it, found herself relentlessly pursued by the ravenous bear. The bears in this forest were far more ferocious than ordinary beasts, rendering conventional ninjutsu ineffective against them. In her frantic escape, Kurin stumbled and rolled down the slope, crashing into a tree. As she lifted her head, the bear loomed over her, raising its colossal paw to deliver a devastating blow. Kurin squeezed her eyes shut, bracing for the end. Yet, the anticipated impact never came. As she opened her eyes, she beheld a tall figure standing protectively in front of her. Indeed, the Forest of Death was home to brutal beasts. A boy named Ayakawa Taiming had scaled the hill just in time to witness the bear's assault. As the bear's paw descended, Taiming swiftly drew a kunai and thrust it into the bear's palm. The bear halted, realizing too late that it had been wounded, letting out a furious roar. In a frenzy, the bear swiped again, the force of its strike creating a painful gust of wind. With a thunderous crash, the bear's paw smashed down, snapping sturdy trees in half, while Taiming seized Kurin and launched himself to safety. Having narrowly escaped, Taiming set Kurin down and cast a casual glance her way. That fleeting glance nearly blinded him. It was not that Kurin was unattractive, but Taiming had not anticipated encountering her here. Thank you, Kurin stammered. Her face flushed from the intense moment of being saved and Taiming's unwavering gaze. No problem, Taiming replied, realizing he had been staring. What are you doing here? My name is Uzumaki Kurin from the Grass Village. I got separated from my team and then encountered that bear, she explained, lifting the small rabbit as evidence. I am Ayakawa Taiming, a ninja from Konoha. Since you're alone, would you like to accompany me? Taiming offered, feigning unfamiliarity with Kurin. He understood the necessity of maintaining an aura of first acquaintance with everyone in the world of Hokage, a serious matter indeed. As for Kurin, her story was one of tragedy. Her misfortunes did not stem from her lineage, but rather from her experiences. Kurin, a survivor of the Uzumaki clan, possessed an extraordinary chakra, marking her as the pinnacle of medical ninjas. In the original narrative, Kurin had been recruited by Orochimaru due to her keen perception during the Chunin exams. Yet, her plight did not end there. She was also the devoted fangirl of Uchiha Sasuke, supporting all his decisions, only to meet a dire fate alongside him during the confrontation with Danzo. Such was her sorrow. Is there something on my face? Kurin asked softly, noticing Taiming's unwavering stare, her cheeks reddening with bashfulness. I was just contemplating how to deal with that bear. Taiming responded, hurriedly shifting the focus to the bear. The bear? I am not a human, but you truly are a dog. Of course, the bear's thoughts were irrelevant. Taiming had already approached it, and when the bear struck again, Taiming's kunai pierced its neck in a decisive blow, swift and without flaw. Remarkable, Kurin remarked in admiration. Not only remarkable, but delicious too, Taiming said as he deftly began to butcher the massive bear carcass. After discarding the unnecessary parts, he soon filled a large bag with bear meat. As dusk descended, Taiming glanced at the darkening sky and, after considering the journey back, resolutely decided to spend the night before returning to Team 7. Using Chakra, he conjured a small fire and began to roast the meat. In no time, the succulent meat was perfectly grilled, golden, and aromatic. Here, Taiming offered the first skewer of roasted meat to Kurin. Can I eat this? Kurin gasped, taken aback as this was her first experience of such kindness. The grass village was far from Konoha, and during their travels, she had often been left with mere scraps after her male companions feasted. Eat as much as you like, Taiming urged, placing the skewer in her hands. Understanding Kurin's background, he chose not to elaborate, focusing instead on the task at hand. As Kurin devoured the meat voraciously, tears streamed down her face, though she made no sound. After a while, her hunger sated, she lay on the grass, gazing at the night sky. Ayakawa Taiming, may I follow you? She suddenly asked. Of course, he replied. I mean, may I follow you always? Chapter 34, Surrounded? May I accompany you indefinitely? This inquiry left Tianming momentarily bewildered. However, upon reflection, it was not entirely surprising. Uzumaki Xianglin was a person starved for affection. Before encountering Qingchuan Tianming, she was merely a mobile blood bank, her unique Uzumaki lineage endowing her chakra with remarkable healing properties. As long as she consumed blood, her abilities sometimes surpassed even medical ninjutsu. Beyond this function, it seemed that Uzumaki Xianglin held little value. Her representation of the grass ninja village in the Chunin exams was merely as a resource. I have never mentioned, she hastily corrected herself, for she was indeed just a mobile blood bag, with no right to harbor such aspirations. Of course, Tianming replied earnestly. What? Xianglin questioned, doubting her hearing. I said yes. Tianming reiterated. You may follow me until you choose to depart. Then let us make a pact, Xianglin proposed, extending her pinky. Tianming glanced down at her delicate arm, marked with countless bite marks, and felt an unsettling pang in his heart. A pact, he declared, decisively linking his finger with hers. From that moment forth, a fervent admirer of Qingchuan Tianming emerged in the ninja world. Meanwhile, as night descended, Team 7 remained by the riverside, anxiously awaiting Tianming's return. Surely, he hasn't encountered any trouble, Haruno Sakura expressed her concern. Impossible, Uchiha Sasuke replied tersely. With Tianming's strength, he will be fine. Uzumaki Naruto reassured her, acknowledging that no one could doubt Tianming's prowess. Even if Sakura had not experienced the events of the Land of Waves since the start of the Chunin exams, Tianming had been the unwavering backbone of Team 7. May I offer my thoughts? Kabuto Yakushi interjected. Speak, Sakura prompted. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, his tone laden with significance. I believe we should head to the central tower immediately. Based on my extensive experience, delaying further may jeopardize our time. But we lack the Heavenly Scroll. Sakura raised a valid concern. The Heavenly Scroll is manageable, Kabuto replied confidently. All teams will ultimately converge at the central tower during the second round. We merely need to arrive early and wait for opportunities. Indeed, Naruto's eyes lit up. That is a sound strategy. However, what about Tianming? Sakura's uncertainty surfaced. You needn't worry, Kabuto continued. Perhaps he has encountered some obstacles? Yet, with his strength, few can harm him in the second round. I trust that upon discovering our absence, he will head to the central tower. If we choose to wait, it won't be long before even dawn arrives, and time will be insufficient. After Kabuto's lengthy exposition, an eerie silence enveloped the group. Kabuto, what will you do? Naruto inquired. Having already lost contact with my companions, I cannot venture out alone. Hence, I have decided to accompany you. I respect your choice. Even if it means failing the second round, I can always try again. With Kabuto's cunning nature, maneuvering Team 7 was as effortless as breathing. The conversation had reached this point. There was no reason to refuse. Then it's settled. We shall join Kabuto in seizing the Heavenly Scroll from other teams at the central tower. Naruto proclaimed. When Tianming arrives, we can advance, and Kabuto can reunite with his companions. A win-win. I have no objections, Sakura declared. Let us proceed with this plan, Sasuke stated, already packing his belongings. Kabuto's gaze briefly flickered toward Uchiha Sasuke before he returned to clarity. A night devoid of conversation. After resting on the grass throughout the night, Tianming's body had fully recovered. Uzumaki Xianglin, having sustained no injuries, was also back to her prime. Let us depart, Tianming announced. Very well, Xianglin replied, not inquiring about their destination. Once she chose to follow, the answer became irrelevant. The two retraced their steps, soon returning to the riverside where Team 7 had previously camped. Strange. Where is everyone? Tianming frowned, pondering the empty riverside. Kabuto. How could I forget him? At this moment, Kabuto's presence was akin to that of a boss-level character. Tianming. There are people nearby? Uzumaki Xianglin's acute sensory abilities quickly detected the anomaly. In the next instant, the once placid surface of the river surged violently, and the surrounding flora began to tremble. In the blink of an eye, several teams emerged from the foliage. Captain, Xianglin was taken aback upon recognizing the leader of the grass country. Oh, Xianglin, why are you with the target? Come here, the leading grass ninja said coolly. No, you are not the captain. Xianglin instantly sensed a distinct aura emanating from the individual before her. Chapter 35. The second round of the exam. To my astonishment, I was discovered. Is this the capability of the Uzumaki clan? The lead ninja let out a cold snort, discarding his disguise, revealing himself as an old acquaintance from the Sound Ninja. It appears you have infiltrated quite extensively. Tianming positioned himself protectively in front of Uzumaki K-Rin. Enough with the pleasantries. The Sound Ninja, not offering any friendly demeanor, declared, We come at the behest of Lord Orochimaru to bring you back to the Snake's lair. Do not resist futilely. Orochimaru's timing coincided with the Chunin exams merely as an opportunistic endeavor, his true aim being an assault on Konoha. After all, it would not warrant such grand measures simply for a vessel. For this purpose, Orochimaru had executed numerous strategies, including a three-pronged infiltration, secrets that Tianming was well aware of. Your brazen demeanor is rather comical, Tianming laughed, remarking, Is Lord Orochimaru so generous, continually delivering me heads? How infuriating. Upon hearing Tianming's mockery, the leading Sound Ninja immediately drew a shuriken and launched it, prompting the other Sound Ninjas to spring into action. Shuriken sliced through the air, targeting the two in the center. Boom. Tianming stomped his foot. A surge of potent chakra erupted from within him, halting all shuriken in their tracks. As he began to channel his chakra, the cursed seal on the back of his neck flared to life, the searing sensation returning. Swish. The leading Sound Ninja charged forward, his kunai whirling, emitting a piercing sound. How will you resist with your cursed seal activated? The lead Sound Ninja cackled as he approached Tianming. His kunai aimed to stab Tianming's thigh. Their objective was to capture Tianming, not to kill him. Clang. A mere cursed seal? Tianming's kunai met the incoming kunai with a resounding clash. The power of the cursed seal had caused him considerable suffering yesterday, but that was when he had recklessly absorbed the fruit's power. Yet now, the chakra consumed by that cursed seal was far less than the chakra he spontaneously generated. As the two kunai collided, the lead sound ninja sensed something unusual. Tianming and Appo's strength was astonishing. Realizing this, the lead sound ninja attempted to retreat, but it was too late. Tianming advanced a step, his right leg launching upward like a bolt of lightning. With the sound of shattering jaws, the lead sound ninja was sent flying into the air. Before the others could react, Tianming surged forward and summoned dozens of shadow clones in an instant. The technique of multiple shadow clones? That was non-existent here. As the lead sound ninja could not land, each of Tianming's clones delivered a powerful kick. With Tianming's exceptional taijutsu skills and the activation of his cursed seal, his strength intensified once more. Ultimately, the lead sound ninja was kicked to death. At this moment, the remaining sound ninjas finally grasped the gravity of the situation. A sense of dread creeping in. What had transpired? The lead brother had initially thrown shuriken, then approached with kunai, only to be kicked away and killed? Meanwhile, the subordinates had merely launched a volley of shuriken from the beginning. However, as the others stood in shock, Uzumaki K-Rin executed a powerful sealing technique. This was a unique skill of the Uzumaki clan. Chakra surged from K-Rin, forming chains that bound the remaining sound ninjas. Having taken the sealing technique head-on, their chakra instantly froze. Sound ninjas unable to utilize chakra were akin to ordinary people. As Tianming descended, witnessing the scene, he was momentarily taken aback. K-Rin truly excelled. Though her ninjutsu and combat prowess were modest, her perception and battlefield insight were unparalleled. Exchanging a glance with Uzumaki K-Rin, without further words, Tianming dispatched the remaining foes. Tianming had never shown mercy to his enemies. After all, this was a world governed by the law of the jungle. K-Rin, well done, Tianming praised, giving her a thumbs up. Uzumaki K-Rin was momentarily stunned before breaking into a radiant smile. So this is the feeling of being acknowledged. Time slipped away. And at last, the second round of the Chunin Exam approached its conclusion. When Tianming and Uzumaki K-Rin arrived at the central tower, a considerable crowd had gathered. All of Konoha's 12 young ninjas were present, and from Team 7, Uzumaki Naruto waved enthusiastically, clutching the Heaven and Earth scroll. Tianming, we made it through. Are they your companions? Uzumaki K-Rin whispered. They will be yours in the future, Tianming replied with a smile. Let us go over together. Tianming, are you alright? Where have you been? Why are you so late? By the way, who is this girl? Uzumaki Naruto bombarded Tianming with questions. Naruto, Sakura Haruno, standing nearby, delivered a righteous punch. Why are you asking so many questions? How is Tianming supposed to answer all that? Allow me to introduce. This is my friend Uzumaki K-Rin, whom I encountered in the forest. Tianming introduced her graciously. Uzumaki, what a coincidence. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto, ever the optimist, quickly accepted the newcomer. Amidst the cheerful atmosphere, Tianming sensed a disquieting gaze but chose to disregard it. One could, but there was no necessity. Chapter 36. Rule changes as the participants of the Chunin Exam gradually arrived at the central tower. The Konoha ninjas responsible for the second round discovered several corpses of Grass Village ninjas nearby, all bearing lifeless expressions. Upon the arrival of the examiner, Mitarashi Anko, she silently returned to report to the Konoha office. Has Orochimaru infiltrated? Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured as he listened to Anko's report. There can be no mistake. That technique must belong to him. Anko replied with a complex expression, as the psychological burden of being a disciple of an S-rank rogue ninja weighed heavily on her. I understand, but the Chunin Exam cannot be cancelled. Inform all Konoha Jounin to head to the central tower, while the Chunin will be tasked with perimeter reconnaissance. Hiruzen was a stabilizing force. If the threat of Orochimaru were to interfere with the Chunin Exam, Konoha would likely become a topic of ridicule for future generations, a notion Hiruzen could not abide. Those who progressed to the second round waited for a while until the iron gate slowly creaked open, revealing several familiar figures, Konoha's renowned Jounin instructors. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto, Uzumaki exclaimed. Kakashi Hatake nodded in acknowledgement. The observant Tianming noticed that Kakashi was not holding his beloved make-out paradise, indicating the gravity of the situation. Alongside Kakashi, other Jounin had also come to heed the third Hokage's orders, tasked with guarding against Orochimaru's disturbances while ensuring the Chunin Exam proceeded smoothly, an undeniable source of immense pressure. At this moment, Anko stepped forward, her gaze sweeping across all the genin present. This year's circumstances are rather extraordinary. The number of those passing the second round exceeds that of previous years. Therefore, we have decided to amend the rules. Teams possessing the Heaven and Earth Scrolls will have their individual performances recalibrated, and regions will be delineated for a preliminary selection. The top 10 will earn their Chunin qualifications, with further details to be elucidated by the examiner for the third round, Mizuki Kaze. Cough, cough. Mizuki Kaze, a frail figure, coughed twice before speaking. Anko-sensei has provided comprehensive information. I shall add a brief clarification. The new rules allow teams with the Heaven and Earth Scrolls to participate in the preliminaries, which will now shift to individual combat. Participants within designated score regions will engage in one-on-one battles, potentially facing teammates or villagers. Listening from the back, Tianming felt a subtle shift within himself. This Chunin exam seemed markedly different from the original storyline, where all those who passed the second round were randomly drawn. Now, delineated score regions were in play. After Mizuki Kaze finished speaking, he wasted no time and pressed a button on his remote, causing the large screen to scroll with information. Soon, the B-grade rankings appeared: Orochimaru, Kenjiro, Temari, Inuzuka Kiba, Hyuga Hinata, Rock Lee, Yamanaka Ino, and Haruno Sakura. Each name was accompanied by detailed personal statistics, with the data's authenticity unquestionable, as each Chunin exam is supervised by jounin from the participating villages. Following the B grade, the A grade rankings were revealed, with fewer names: Hyuga Niji, Tintin, Akimichi Choji, Yamanaka Shino, Naruto Uzumaki, Uchiha Sasuke, Yakushi Kabuto, and a few ninjas from the Sound Village. By this point, the vast majority of participants had been named. As everyone wondered who else might be listed, the screen transformed once more, revealing the S grade. Only two names appeared: Qingchuan Tianming and Gaara. The latter was a well-known figure, renowned at a young age as the son of the Akatsuki. However, many were puzzled by the identity of Qingchuan Tianming. The statistical data for both individuals soon followed. Gaara ranked in the S category because he had single-handedly eliminated an entire team from the Sand Village and was the first to reach the central tower. In contrast, when Tianming's data was displayed, all eyes widened in astonishment. He had taken the opposite approach, having eliminated 10 individuals. Out of 78 participants in the second round, Tianming accounted for 1/7 of the total casualties. With a total of 21 deaths, Tianming was responsible for half of them, a statistic unprecedented in history. Tianming, did you separate from us to engage in killing? Naruto exclaimed in shock. Tianming, bemused, replied, was I aiming to kill? No. It was Orochimaru who graciously offered up the Sound Ninjas as fodder. I was merely forced into it. He chuckled lightly. At that moment, Gaara took a moment to scrutinize Tianming, who met his gaze, the unspoken tension between them igniting sparks. Examiner, I wish to withdraw from the third round. At that moment, Kabuto Yakushi raised his hand from the corner, stating, I sustained severe injuries in the second round and cannot proceed to the third. Cough, cough. Understood, Mizuki Kaze noted, jotting it down. With someone withdrawing, an additional spot will open in the S category, to be filled by candidates from the A and B regions. Chapter 37. The contest of insect manipulation and puppetry. As the words of Moonlight Gale echoed, the gazes of the lower ninjas present froze in astonishment. In Area S, both Qingchuan Tianming and Gaara were exempt from preliminary rounds. Had Yakushi Kabuto not withdrawn, they would merely need to establish a hierarchy among themselves. However, with one slot now vacant, the circumstances had changed dramatically. The lower ninjas from Areas A and B exchanged glances. This Chunin exam resembled a civil war within Konoha. With Yakushi Kabuto's exit, only two inconsequential Sound Ninjas remained. The grand door of the central tower swung open, revealing a broad and level arena reminiscent of an ancient Roman Colosseum, its seating significantly elevated in a spiraling formation above the combat area. The combat format required each participant to designate their opponent. Ahem, let the battles commence, Moonlight Gale declared as he stepped aside. I shall take the first match, exclaimed Kankuro, cloaked in black, as he positioned himself at the center of the arena, stating, I shall not select an opponent. I invite you all to challenge me. Such arrogance. Inuzuka Kiba retorted with displeasure. Akamaru, do you agree with me? Woof woof. Just as Kiba prepared to feed Akamaru, Yamanaka Ino unexpectedly stepped into the arena. Darn it, I'm a step too late. Kiba grumbled, feeling frustrated. Having witnessed Gaara's lethal methods in the Forest of Death, although they dared not confront him. Both Kankuro and Temari piqued their curiosity as fellow companions. Being a lady, Temari maintained her composure, and thus Kankuro became a sought-after contender. "Oh, is that the one who spied on me before?" Kankuro recognized Yamanaka Ino immediately as she approached. "I hope you won't disappoint me," he added, licking his lips as he subtly moved his fingers, bringing his puppet, the crow, to life. Puppetry? The observing Jonin's eyes lit up. For puppeteers were a rare breed among ninjas. Black parasitic insects crawled out from Kankuro's attire, continuously channeling chakra into Ino's body. An insect user? Kankuro's interest in his opponent was reluctantly piqued. First match, Yamanaka Ino versus Kankuro. Moonlight Gale announced, and almost instantaneously, Kankuro's puppet, the crow, darted forward with remarkable agility, its rib-like blades extending into 2 rows of razor-sharp saws. Insect barrier. Ino commanded, using her parasitic insects to form a protective wall. "You cannot fend off the crow." Kankuro smirked, curling his pinky finger. The crow, with a running start, spun counterclockwise, its ribbed blades creating a cutting vortex that sliced through the insect barrier as if it were rain falling from a darkened sky. Insect spear. As the crow broke through the barrier, Ino retreated, weaving hand signs, summoning a black spear forged from her parasitic insects. The insect spear's offensive capability stemmed from the insects themselves. Ino merely needed to control them. In response to Ino's new ninjutsu, Kankuro's agile fingers shifted, altering the chakra threads guiding his puppet. The crow's blades repositioned to defend against the oncoming spear. A fierce clash ensued between the puppet and the insect spear. "I can't comprehend their battle at all," exclaimed Naruto, embodying the quintessential student who embraces the tradition of asking when confused. Given that the Yamanaka clan excels in insect manipulation, all their ninjutsu relies on these parasites. Kankuro's puppetry operates similarly, using chakra threads to control his puppet's movements. Thus, a close-quarters confrontation is unlikely, Orochimaru explained nonchalantly. Naruto scratched his head awkwardly, embarrassed. If he were knowledgeable, he wouldn't be called Naruto Uzumaki. From a distance, Temari cast a meaningful glance at Shikamaru before reverting to her previous demeanor. "Gaara, should we compel Kankuro to concede? We have more pressing matters at hand." Their true purpose for attending the exam was not merely to compete. Kankuro's actions undoubtedly wasted precious time. No need. He is bound to encounter an opponent to his liking. Gaara, typically reserved, spoke more than usual. "There is ample time. You may challenge an opponent of interest." "Gaara, please don't misunderstand. I merely believe that his analytical skills are commendable," Temari quickly clarified. "It is of no concern, as I too possess a desire to engage in battle," Gaara remarked, gazing toward the Konoha camp. Meanwhile, the confrontation between Ino and Kankuro drew to a close. Wave after wave of parasitic insects were seamlessly sliced by the crow. Just as the crow's blade was about to cleave through the barrier, it halted a mere 10 centimeters from Ino. Kankuro's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "What have you done?" "I merely instructed the insects to consume the connecting threads," Ino replied coolly, as several parasitic insects began to emerge from the crow's limbs. "I concede." Kankuro raised his hand, recognizing that without his puppet, his combat effectiveness had drastically diminished, and it would be unwise to continue the fight. Chapter 38. Daily defeats. The puppeteer heavily relies on his puppets, yet in the recent battle, Kanjuro acted recklessly. His arrogance led him to underestimate his opponent, allowing oil woman Shino to exploit his oversight. The victor of the first match is Shino. Ahem. The Moonlight Gale coughed violently. "Well done, Shino," Inuzuka Kiba exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up. "A splendid start for Konoha. That individual is quite formidable. Had he commanded his puppets with greater swiftness, I might have been the one to lose." Shino nonchalantly rolled up her sleeves, revealing her arms swarming with dark, parasitic insects, an assurance she had prepared for herself. Winning was all that mattered. Kiba found Shino's humility rather perplexing. "Are all Konoha ninjas this impressive?" asked Uzumaki Karen softly from the sidelines. "Perhaps," Tenmei replied, uncertain of how to respond. To be honest, none among the Konoha 12 could be deemed weak. They all surpassed their contemporaries. However, the current Chunin exams had undergone significant changes. The sound trio had been eliminated by their own hands, while Shino's opponent in the exams had transformed into Kanjuro. The future was rife with unpredictability, and it was no longer Tenmei's concern how events would unfold. The second match commenced swiftly, featuring Akimichi Choji against one of the minor ninjas from Sound Village. The battle was not overly complex. Choji withstood the sound wave jutsu, employing the Akimichi clan's expansion technique to deliver a few decisive blows and claim victory. With 2 wins under their belt, Konoha's morale soared. The minor ninjas from Sound Village could only suffer in silence, for their role was to remain inconspicuous. The third match soon began, with Uzumaki Naruto facing another Sound Ninja, followed by the fourth match featuring Uchiha Sasuke against yet another Sound Ninja. With 4 consecutive victories, the Sound Village was thoroughly vanquished. Only Gaara and Temari from Sunagakure remained unchallenged. Akamaru, are you ready? Kiba cracked his knuckles, eager to step forward. However, he was outpaced by the ever-enthusiastic Tenten, who leaped into the arena first. After watching the boys fight for so long, it's our turn, right? She declared, pointing towards Sunagakure. Without hesitation, Temari entered the arena, gracefully wielding her 3-star fan, which aided her descent with a gentle gust of wind. Tenten versus Temari. Begin. With the Moonlight Gale's declaration, Tenten launched her assault. As the foremost user of Konoha's ninja tools, Tenten unleashed a barrage of weapons, starting with an oversized shuriken that sliced through the air, followed by a multitude of shuriken. Temari, observing the overwhelming onslaught of ninja tools, effortlessly waved her fan. Instantly, a tempest materialized, intercepting all of Tenten's projectiles. Show your true prowess. You resemble a circus performer, Temari remarked coolly. As you wish, Tenten replied, unfurling 2 scrolls with intent. As she released the scrolls, Tenten swiftly formed hand seals, her chakra surging. Double Rising Dragon. In the sky, the scrolls unfurled, transforming into 2 dragon figures. The long, silver scrolls swirled, revealing an array of gleaming ninja tools that hurtled toward Temari below. With the Double Rising Dragon targeting her, Temari adjusted her grip on the 3-star fan, revealing a dark center, its unique emblem. Kamaitachi, infusing chakra into the fan. She swung it forcefully. A whirlwind erupted, sending shockwaves through the arena, causing even the walls to crack. Tenten's Double Rising Dragon was swiftly dispersed, and the threads controlling her tools were severed. She herself was sent soaring by the gale. As she fell, Tenten clung to the fan's handle. Temari, without even a glance at the unconscious Tenten, flung her towards the wall, knowing that such a blow would only worsen the damage. Before anyone could react, Tenmei dashed forward, catching Tenten just before she collided with the wall. Tenten. Rock Lee rushed down, his eyes filled with fury, mirroring Niji's intense glare. How dare you? Tenten has lost. Why would you throw her against the wall? Lee exclaimed, his teeth grinding audibly. Temari offered no response, gracefully returning to Gaara's side. I told you. Lee began, ready to retaliate. Lee, stop. Tenmei interjected urgently, restraining him. Anger is powerless. Defend with strength in the future. Tenten's defeat reignited a sense of seriousness among the Konoha 12, reminding them not to grow complacent due to Kanjuru's presence. They understood that Tenten's ninja tools were renowned for their precision, and none among them could guarantee they could withstand her attacks. Yet, Temari's entrance and subsequent victory showcased pure strength. Before the Moonlight Gale could speak, Akamaru leaped into the arena, followed closely by Kiba, declaring, I'll take the next match. Chapter 39. The Essence of Youth. As Inuzuka Kiba stepped onto the arena, his gaze began to sweep across his surroundings. After a moment of contemplation, he pointed towards Team 10's position. Lee, shall we have a match? Certainly, Lee Rock replied, undeterred despite his previous struggle with the body flicker technique in the second round. He was not one to shy away from a fight. How is your injury, Lee? Mike Guy inquired. Oh, teacher guy, I'm fine. I won't use the body flicker technique, Lee Rock responded, flashing a bright smile. The body flicker technique is forbidden, and there's no need to use it against a fellow classmate. Excellent. Let's ignite that passion. Yes, teacher guy? Lee Rock was once again filled with fervor, his spirit soaring. He leaped into the arena, striking a pose to initiate the duel. Kiba's expression shifted slightly. I apologize, Lee. I cannot choose anyone else. Gaara is unavailable, and I cannot defeat Niji. The others have already fought, so it must be you. Shall I forego using Akamaru? Kiba spoke sincerely. Although Niji Hyuga was merely a branch member of the Hyuga clan, his reputation as a genius resonated throughout the Ninja Academy. Kiba, while combative, was not foolish. No need to worry about me, Lee Rock replied emphatically. Even without ninjutsu or jinjutsu, one can still become an exceptional ninja. This is what Teacher Guy has taught me, and it is my ninja way. Kiba, giving your all is the greatest respect you can show me. Lee Rock, too, had faced his share of struggles. It was not that he lacked ninjutsu. Rather, mastering chakra was a formidable challenge for him. Under Might Guy's guidance, he had discovered his unique path, the pinnacle of taijutsu. Very well, Kiba responded earnestly, simultaneously swallowing a soldier pill, his body roaring as it turned crimson. Ahem. The match between Lee Rock and Inuzuka Kiba begins. Are you alright, Kakashi? Hatake Kakashi approached with concern. I'm fine, Tsukigami said, who had been appointed as a special J-nin due to his serious illness. With Orochimaru lurking menacingly over Konoha, the Third Hokage had dispatched all available J-nin and CH-nin to ensure absolute security. It was my duty to oversee the third match. It was indeed a bittersweet reality. J-nin represented the absolute power of every village. Their strength and numbers further illustrated the overall prowess of the village. Everything will be fine, Kakashi reassured him with a pat on the shoulder, offering encouragement. Meanwhile, in the arena, the battle between Lee Rock and Inuzuka Kiba raged on fiercely. Their confrontation was a testament to the art of taijutsu. Kiba employed the four-legged technique, his movements and attacks reminiscent of a beast, enhanced by Akamaru, creating an onslaught akin to a tidal wave. In contrast, Lee Rock embodied pure taijutsu. Eschewing the obsession with chakra, he renounced the use of ninja tools, focusing solely on his physical prowess. While others practiced ninjutsu, he engaged in weighted long-distance running and struck giant trees. While others mastered chakra control, he trained under the scorching sun, frog jumping up the longest stone steps in Konoha. While others practiced with ninja tools, he willingly became Niji's punching bag, training daily alongside him. All of this was for the sake of mastering taijutsu. Boom. Kiba lunged forward, propelling himself towards Lee Rock, who responded with a powerful whip kick, their raw strength colliding in a stunning explosion of sound. Go, Lee. That's the spirit. Unleash your youth. Might Guy exclaimed, standing on the railing, tears of excitement streaming down his face. It was unlikely to find another individual in the ninja world as fervently passionate as him. Encouraged by Guy's enthusiasm, Yuhi Kurenai rallied Hinata Hyuga to cheer, even enlisting Shino Aburame to create a banner with insect messages of support. In the arena, the two continued their evenly matched duel. Lee, let's settle this with the next move. Kiba exclaimed, his adrenaline surging. That's exactly what I intend to do, Lee declared, leaping onto a stone at the edge of the arena, performing hand seals while unfastening his leg guards. He then withdrew 2 rows of iron rods. With a casual toss, the iron rods crashed to the ground, creating a large crater. Akamaru is up, Kiba shouted, channeling his chakra as he and Akamaru synchronized their movements. Spiraling toward Lee from 2 directions, teeth to teeth. The spectators held their breath. After this clash, the outcome would be determined. Standing atop the stone, Lee executed a swift motion, vanishing from sight, only to reappear in midair, spinning away from Kiba and delivering a powerful kick downwards. This spectacle left Might Guy in awe. Wow, Lee has actually created his own taijutsu technique. Incredible. The renowned J-nin found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Equally astonished was Ten, who had witnessed the preliminary rounds. The strength of Team 10 far exceeded her expectations. If the 12 young ninjas were this formidable, one could only imagine the power of the Akatsuki and figures like Nagato and Obito. At that moment, Ten felt exhilarated. Chapter 40. The Desire to Prove. Boom. The sound of an explosive impact reverberated, and a fierce gust of wind surged forth, nearly toppling those within its reach. The ground was scarred with deep, menacing grooves, and a thick cloud of smoke began to rise. In the next moment, the enraged Akamaru emerged from the haze, crashing heavily onto the ground. As the smoke gradually dissipated, one could see Inuzuka Kiba lying on the ground, gasping for breath, while Rock Lee's leg was firmly embedded in the earth. The outcome was clear. Rock Lee had emerged victorious. Rock Lee extracted his leg from the soil and extended a hand to Inuzuka Kiba, who accepted it, allowing Lee to pull him up. Kiba grasped Lee's hand, raising it triumphantly above his head, proclaiming loudly, "It is little Lee who has triumphed." After this declaration, Kiba hurried to the sidelines to lift Akamaru into his arms. They had won. Might Guy vaulted over the railing to stand before Rock Lee, exclaiming, "Little Lee, you did it." "Yes, sensei," Rock Lee replied, only to collapse, exhausted, into Might Guy's embrace. "I'm sorry, sensei," Kiba said as he placed Akamaru onto a medical ninja stretcher, lifting his gaze to see Yuhi Kurenai. "You have only temporarily lost," Kurenai said, gently ruffling Kiba's hair. You must not become complacent in your training. Yes, sensei. As the battle between Rock Lee and Inuzuka Kiba concluded, the preliminary rounds drew to a close. Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino stepped into the arena simultaneously. Haruno Sakura versus Yamanaka Ino. The announcer declared without delay. The second match of the Chunin Exams featuring female ninjas was about to commence. To be honest, neither Sakura nor Ino were combat specialists. While Sakura possessed remarkable strength, her primary focus was learning medical ninjutsu under Tsunade, with physical combat being merely supplementary. As for Ino, she specialized in genjutsu as support. Tamaki. There's a girl over there staring at you, Uzumaki Karen remarked as she observed the ongoing match intently. Tamaki turned to see Hinata Hyuga standing a short distance away, her expression awkward. Oh no, I was so engrossed in the match that I completely forgot about Hinata. Hinata, what's the matter? Tamaki approached her. Tamaki, what is your relationship with that girl? Hinata stammered, her face flushed. Karen? Tamaki recounted the entirety of his encounter with Karen. Is she really that pitiable? It seems I misunderstood, Hinata said, her tone now brimming with confidence. I have another matter to attend to. I will challenge my brother. The Chunin Exams were set for an unforgettable showdown between the Hyuga siblings. In fact, Hinata had already discussed this with Kurenai, but had faced opposition. Kurenai firmly believed that Hinata should opt for Shikamaru, allowing Niji Hyuga to advance directly to the S area without a contest. The rationale was twofold. Niji was exceptionally formidable this year, and he harbored a deep-seated disdain for Hinata, who had always been coddled. Do you desire my opinion? Tamaki asked nonchalantly. Yes, Hinata nodded. My advice is to fight Niji. Follow your true desires, Tamaki replied. I understand. Hinata beamed at this response, grateful that Tamaki grasped her intentions. Meanwhile, the battle between Sakura and Ino reached its conclusion, with Sakura skillfully breaking free from Ino's genjutsu and knocking her unconscious. The curtain fell on this match, leaving only 3 contenders, one of whom would advance without a fight. After a brief pause, Niji Hyuga from Team 10 slowly entered the center of the arena. Just as Nara Shikamaru was preparing to take the stage, Hinata stepped forward, declaring, I challenge Niji Hyuga. This proclamation nearly caused Shikamaru to tumble off the platform. Others were equally bewildered. Had Hinata upended the arrangement that allowed her to advance without a contest? Are you joking? Niji replied coldly. I will not fight you. Sensei, can one refuse a challenge according to the rules? Hinata inquired. Ahem, the rules do not permit refusal of a challenge. But one may forfeit, Kurenai explained. Niji's expression darkened. To fight Hinata? He outright refused. However, forfeiting was not an option. He was determined to alter the fate of their branch family. For the last time, step aside. Niji barked, visibly agitated. If you do not forfeit, then neither will I, Hinata declared, smiling as she assumed her stance. With a swift motion, Niji approached, delivering a palm strike that sent her flying. You are so weak. How do you expect to fight? Hinata, why did you challenge Niji Hyuga? Kurenai shot a glare at Tamaki from the sidelines. Everyone was perplexed. Hinata could easily have advanced without a contest, so why did she choose this path? Because. Hinata rose from the ground, smiling brightly. Hinata does not wish to take advantage of an easy opportunity. She wants to prove herself to her brother. Meanwhile, Shikamaru felt as though he had been struck in the knee with an arrow. Do I not have any pride? Do not utter those words. I am not your brother. Niji shouted once more, pushing her back with a palm strike that sent her sprawling. Chapter 41. The conclusion of the second round. Hinata Hyuga was once again sent flying, her body crashing heavily onto the ground, but after a brief moment, she rose to her feet once more. Why do you humiliate me? Niji Hyuga clenched his fists tightly, perplexed as to why his sister felt compelled to intervene. I have no intention of insulting you, brother. I simply wish for your acknowledgement. Hinata wiped the blood from her lips and charged forward. Niji activated his Byakugan, perceiving Hinata's onslaught with clarity, effortlessly evading her numerous attacks. As a member of the main family, you can remain aloof. Why? Why must you humiliate me? Niji interrupted Hinata's assault with a palm strike, followed by an elbow to her abdomen, and then a swift kick. The disparity in their strength was overwhelming. Hinata, you fool, how can you be such a brother? Why not hold back a little? Naruto Uzumaki shouted in indignation. Niji, at a young age, had mastered the gentle fist and the 8 trigrams 64 palms to an extraordinary level, far surpassing his peers in the main family. Just as the audience began to feel sympathy for Hinata, Akira Aozora stepped forward, expressing his astonishment. Hinata, is this truly your limit? Do not leave yourself with regrets. I have not yet reached my limit. Hinata rose again, her body marred with various injuries. Akira Aozora, why are you encouraging Hinata? Kiba Inuzuka, with his fiery temper, rushed over, grabbing Akira by his clothing. Because Hinata requires this kind of battle. Akira replied calmly. This confrontation will mark the beginning of growth for both Hinata and Niji. Hinata, all you need to do is ensure you have no regrets. No regrets. Hinata's eyes shimmered with renewed determination. Although Akira's words provoked anger, she understood that he recognized and supported her. The trust of someone she admired was sufficient. The 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Reinvigorated, Hinata executed a palm strike. The unique technique of the Hyuga clan manifesting its might, while Niji mirrored her stance. Boom. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of palm strikes. But by the 34th move, Hinata's chakra and movements began to falter. By the 42nd strike, Niji had sealed several of her chakra points. Bang! At the 48th strike, Niji struck down, avoiding her head, but landing squarely on Hinata's chest. This time, she could not rise again. Hinata. The swift motion of the Moonlight Gale summoned medical ninjas to transport Hinata to the ninja hospital. Meanwhile, in the audience, the head of the Hyuga clan, Hayashi Hyuga, gracefully descended beside Niji. Are you here to seek accountability? You arrived quite swiftly, Niji remarked with sarcasm. No, Hayashi shook his head. I merely wish to convey that you are exceptional, and your victory over Hinata is well-deserved. I wonder if we could speak privately? Humph, as if I had a choice. Niji retorted, turning away to exit the arena. As he brushed past Akira, he halted momentarily, stating, Did you see? Even with your encouragement for Hinata to battle me, and despite my victory, the outcome remains unchanged. Sometimes, fate is already decided. Niji, perhaps the Hyuga clan is not as utterly bleak as you believe, and Hinata merely seeks to prove herself. Although she cannot defeat you, and could easily forego this challenge to advance to Chunin, she still stands her ground. What you and the rest of the Hyuga family perceive as an insurmountable divide between the main and branch families, as well as the concept of fate you speak of, is also something Hinata is striving to alter. It remained uncertain whether Niji could comprehend this truth. After Akira finished speaking, he followed the medical ninja's lead. Thus, the preliminary round of the Chunin exams officially concluded, with the remaining battles in the S area, along with the victors of the preliminaries, set to occur in a month's time. After the results were announced, the 3 from Sunagakure departed without delay. For the Jonin of Konoha, there was a slight sense of relief. At least Orochimaru had not caused any disturbances during the preliminaries. The crowd departed the central tower, guided by their respective teachers through the forest of death back to Konoha. On their way back, Sasuke Uchiha fell unconscious once more due to the curse mark, necessitating his transport to the Konoha hospital. The Konoha hospital was undoubtedly the busiest during the Chunin exam period, treating numerous injured ninjas. As Akira observed Hinata being wheeled into a ward, he turned to see Team 7 emerging from the adjacent room, accompanied by Anko Mitarashi. Teacher, Akira Aozora was also bitten by that guy, Naruto exclaimed suddenly. Akira approached to reveal his wound. Impossible. Upon confirming it was indeed a curse mark, Anko stood stunned. She understood all too well the terror of being afflicted by Orochimaru's curse mark. Not only did it drain chakra, but it also inflicted continuous harm on the body. Yet, Akira appeared utterly normal. Chapter 42, The Most Lethal Form of Conceit. 1-4. Are you experiencing any discomfort? Yashitai Akane scrutinized Aoki timing from head to toe, but discerned no abnormalities. Teacher, my physique is rather unique. The power of the curse seal is not a significant concern. Timing elucidated. Indeed, that is the case, Yashitai Akane remarked, casting a glance at Hatake Kakashi, who further clarified, I have never encountered such a situation. The mortality rate after the curse seal's activation is exceedingly high. It was only after I became a Jonin that I was able to completely assimilate the cursed seal's power. Reflecting on past events, Yashitai Akane felt a wave of trepidation. Given this, you need not be hospitalized, but should you feel unwell, make sure to report it promptly, understood? Yashitai Akane instructed. Understood, Timing nodded in acknowledgement. Kakashi, there should be no issues with Sasuke at the Konoha hospital. We might as well disperse now. I have other matters to attend to. Take care, Yashitai Akane said, departing from the hospital first. Kakashi-sensei, why is Akane-sensei so busy? Uzumaki Naruto inquired. Because Akane is a disciple of that individual, Hatake Kakashi replied with a smile. Stop speculating. Disperse now and focus on recuperating. After a month of rest, prepare for the third round of the exam. There's no need to overthink the rest. Having relayed his instructions, Hatake Kakashi dismissed Team 7. Upon exiting Konoha Hospital, Tianming declined Uzumaki Naruto's invitation to dine together, instead escorting Uzumaki Kairan back to the Aoki residence. Upon arriving at the abode, Uzumaki Kairan stared blankly at the room, for she had never lived in such a fine place. Is it truly acceptable for me to stay here? Shouldn't I consult your parents? Uzumaki Kairan asked, feeling somewhat uneasy. I am an orphan. My parents perished in the wars of Konoha 48 years ago. This is the accommodation assigned to me by Konoha, and I am the sole occupant, Tianming explained. So, you are alone as well. Therefore, now that we live together, does that make us family? Family? I suppose that qualifies. Tianming mused, not delving deeply into the philosophical implications of such a notion. Now, let us go procure some daily necessities for you. After a brief respite, Tianming led Uzumaki Kairan to the liveliest streets of Konoha. As Tianming made his entrance, the vendors lining the streets abruptly halted their boisterous calls, revealing traces of disdain upon their faces. For them, the most challenging clientele consisted of war orphans. War orphans possessed scant financial resources, thus yielding little profit for these merchants. Moreover, Konoha's higher-ups had mandated that vendors could not refuse to sell goods to war orphans. Consequently, such individuals typically faced indifference from merchants, who would merely state the prices in black and white. If they could afford it, they could buy. If not, they were free to leave. Tianming, do they seem to be unwelcoming towards us? Uzumaki Kairan quickly sensed the shopkeeper's rejection. Quite normal. War orphans are of no benefit to them, Tianming replied nonchalantly. It is human nature to harbor flaws, and among the populace of Konoha, I dare say 90 out of 100 possess such shortcomings. As a village of the Land of Fire, Konoha was recognized as the foremost ninja village, boasting formidable strength. However, its civilians often exhibited arrogance, having long forgotten the despair wrought by the war that devastated Konoha 12 years prior. Truth be told, Tianming harbored no fondness for the common folk of Konoha, but it mattered little. These individuals were merely fodder, unworthy of his ire. Leading Uzumaki Kairan to a rather upscale clothing store, they were intercepted by the proprietor before they could step inside. Hey, kid, this shop is not for your kind. Be off with you, lest you dirty my garments. The owner said impatiently. Is it customary to chase away customers in the business of commerce? Tianming responded calmly, releasing a modicum of chakra that, while non-aggressive, caused the clothes displayed outside to flutter to the ground. Had this been a previous encounter, the shopkeeper would have erupted in anger. However, now he dared not utter a word. The chakra was a silent testament to Tianming's strength. In the 5 great nations, ninja were the last individuals one should provoke. My apologies for my ignorance. Please, esteemed ninja, do enter, the shopkeeper said, his demeanor shifting dramatically. Yet Tianming declined to enter. No need. I wouldn't want to soil your establishment, being just a mere child. With that, Tianming took Uzumaki Kairan across the street to another shop, where the owner, having witnessed the previous incident, immediately greeted them with a smile. Esteemed ninja, feel free to browse, touch, and try on at your leisure. What styles do you fancy? I have never purchased clothing before, Uzumaki Kairan said, lowering her gaze. Her life had been one of hardship, where meals were scant and clothing merely sufficient for modesty. Tianming let out a gentle sigh. I would appreciate it if you could gather all the latest seasonal clothing that fits this young lady and deliver them to the Aoki residence. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper's smile faltered. How could this unassuming boy be so extravagantly generous? Without waiting for further reactions, Tianming placed a handful of money into the shopkeeper's palm and departed. Conceit, Tianming always approached with earnestness. Loud proclamations or physical confrontations were not the most effective methods. The most lethal form of arrogance lay in its subtlety. Chapter 43, The Death of the Gale. 2-4. Outside of Konoha, at the gathering point for Team 7, a man with an androgynous appearance leaned against a tree stump, greedily basking in the warm sunlight. At that moment, a ninja dressed in a black cloak and wearing a fox mask emerged from the forest. Lord Orochimaru, the arrangements for the first phase have been made, the medic Nin, Kabuto, said as he knelt, bowing respectfully. Has the information from Sunagakure been confirmed? Orochimaru's voice was raspy. Yes. The Jinchuriki of One Tail and several elite shinobi from Sunagakure will act according to the instructions. Excellent. Orochimaru expressed satisfaction with his loyal subordinate, who possessed both strength and intelligence. By the way, what about Uchiha Sasuke and Ayakawa Tenmei? Orochimaru inquired suddenly. Uchiha Sasuke remains in Konoha's hospital due to the curse mark's power. While Ayakawa Tenmei seems to have resisted the curse mark's influence on his own, Kabuto reported blandly, sharing the intelligence he had gathered. Interesting. Ayakawa Tenmei. Truly a vessel I have highly regarded. Orochimaru mused. Having placed numerous curse marks, he had yet to find anyone capable of utilizing their power to his satisfaction. However, Ayakawa Tenmei was different. With exceptional chakra and formidable strength, he would be a magnificent acquisition when the time was ripe. Among the two with curse marks, Sasuke appears to be the lesser. Should we eliminate him? Kabuto requested. No, Orochimaru replied with a slight smile. Sasuke's potential is beyond your predictions, and I merely desire the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Understood. Kabuto nodded, donning his fox mask before preparing to leave. Kabuto, Orochimaru called out suddenly. You are also a rare companion of mine. Do not act recklessly. With your current strength, you cannot harm Kakashi. Orochimaru saw through Kabuto's intentions with ease. After exiting the forest, Kabuto removed his umbu attire and revealed his true self as he entered Konoha Hospital. Approaching the patient room, he could see Uchiha Sasuke sleeping within. Gently opening the door, Kabuto entered and extended a finger, channeling chakra to manifest a surgical knife. Being too extraordinary is a burden. Allow me to liberate you. Just as Kabuto was about to strike, an overwhelming chakra presence appeared behind him. Who brings a knife to visit a patient? Kakashi Hitaki said coldly. In response, Kabuto swiftly thrust the chakra knife behind him and broke through the window, escaping. As he fell, he transformed back into his umbu attire, and Kakashi reached the window. Exchanging a glance with the masked Kabuto. It seems I must provide Sasuke with something valuable, Kakashi muttered to himself as he gazed at Uchiha Sasuke on the hospital bed. After all, the Uchiha clan does not require protection from others. That night, at the Ayakawa residence, Tenmei dressed and stepped out of his room. Ding. Mission activated. Proceed to the highest building in Konoha for check-in. On a high-rise building in Konoha, a red-haired youth with a large gourd slung over his back was admiring the moon. Behind him stood two figures, Kabuto, representing the Sound Ninja, and Yagura, an elite shinobi from Sunagakure. The operation is scheduled for the third round of the Chunin Exams. Your task is to disrupt the inner arena while luring Konoha's new forces out of the village. Any questions? Kabuto stated coolly. None to speak of. Yagura replied after a moment's contemplation, observing Gaara's silhouette under the moonlight. The allure of the one-tail Shikaku should suffice. Although Gaara is difficult to control, his sister Temari is quite agreeable. Excellent. 1 month from now, the plan to destroy Konoha will commence. Just then, a subtle cough echoed through the air. In the next instant, the identity of the Moonlight's swift wind was exposed, and he leaped from the shadows without a word. An unsuspecting insect has delivered itself. Yagura waved his hand, causing chakra to ripple around him, and instantly, sand from all directions enveloped the Moonlight's swift wind. Ninjutsu. Sand burial. The sand that clung to his body suddenly compressed into an irregular shape and then exploded. The Moonlight's swift wind, riddled with wounds, silently fell onto the rooftop. From a distance, Ayakawa Tenmei watched indifferently. Standing for 10 seconds, mission check-in complete. Mission reward, mastery of lightning release chakra. Witnessing the swift demise of the Moonlight's swift wind, Tenmei displayed no significant emotion, feeling almost nothing. He was not one to proclaim himself a savior. The life and death of ninjas were matters of course. Although Tenmei had no intention of avenging the Moonlight's swift wind, he kindly retrieved the body from the rooftop and handed it over to the patrolling shinobi. Before long, nearly all of Konoha's prominent shinobi and several umbu appeared in the Hokage's office. Among them, Ayakawa Tenmei stood out the most. Tenmei, how did you discover this? Kakashi asked, suppressing his astonishment. I was merely out for a stroll in the night, Tenmei replied nonchalantly. Chapter 44. Qingchuan Clan S Ninjutsu. Lightning Release. Mountain Thunder Seal. 3-4. It appears that the situation is far more dire than anticipated. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow, his tone laden with gravity. The J-mean present were acutely aware that it was not merely serious. It had long since escalated to a critical state. In the 48 years following the establishment of Konoha, The shinobi world had not witnessed any significant warfare, and tensions among the various nations and villages had remained relatively subdued. Against this backdrop, Orochimaru was still classified as an S-rank rogue ninja by the 5 great nations, which underscored the gravity of the situation. As early as the second round of the Chunin exams, Mitarashi Anko had already reported the matter, yet the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, chose to maintain stability and refrain from drastic measures. Third Hokage, the situation may be graver than we think, Hatake Kakashi interjected. The injuries sustained by Tsukiyakari Shift appear to be the result of magnet-release ninjutsu. Could it be? The Land of Wind is an allied nation. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied. We cannot hastily accuse Sunagakure based solely on magnet-release techniques. Many individuals possess such chakra. It could very well be Orochimaru's subordinates attempting to mislead us. Kakashi fell silent. Tianming, listening intently to their conversation, remained mute. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was indeed a remarkable figure. On one hand, his leadership placed him at the pinnacle of the Fire Country and Konoha, the foremost shinobi village, earning him the respect of both ninja and civilians alike. On the other hand, he was a man of immense ambition, more of a politician than a Hokage, with many of his loyalists embedded within the upper echelons of Konoha, systematically eliminating dissent. This complex individual, however, lacked the most vital attribute, strength. Although Sarutobi possessed a diverse array of chakra and numerous ninjutsu, he did not command the same overwhelming power as the first and second Hokage. Even the achievements of the fourth Hokage surpassed his own. Furthermore, he remained oblivious to the reality that Orochimaru's invasion of Konoha was no longer a secret. Desiring to maintain a fade of stability, Sarutobi Hiruzen retained his composure, even to the point of perishing at the hands of Orochimaru, still upholding the guise of a benevolent mentor. Tianming, did you discover anything else when you found the body? He inquired. None, Tianming replied, shaking his head. Revealing the involvement of the Sand Shinobi was out of the question, first and foremost. Tianming would not interfere in such a monumental historical event. Moreover, given Sarutobi's nature, even if he were to speak up, it would only lead to his demise at Orochimaru's hands, resulting in no change. Third Hokage, Tianming, is fortunate. Had he encountered Orochimaru's men, he might not have returned. Kakashi remarked. Indeed, that is a valid point. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at Tianming with a paternal warmth. You have discovered Tsukiyakari Shift and reported it. The matter now falls to the Jonin. You should return and rest well in preparation for the third round of the exams. Upon receiving his approval, Tianming turned and departed from the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen was correct. His primary concern should be the third round. Upon exiting the Hokage's office, Tianming did not return directly to the Qingchuan residence, but instead proceeded to the training ground of Team 7, standing by the riverbank. In a place where visibility was nearly non-existent, a brilliant yellow aura suddenly spiraled upwards, with threads of electricity coalescing in the palm of his hand. This was the reward for his recent attendance, mastery of lightning release. Previously, while utilizing extreme chakra to learn Kakashi's Raikiri, Tianming had altered the state of his chakra to mimic it. Now, however, he was truly wielding lightning release ninjutsu. With a focused thought, he drew the chakra back into his body and sat cross-legged by the riverbank, his eyes closed in meditation. The shinobi clans of Konoha possessed their own unique ninjutsu or techniques to varying extents. Although the Qingchuan clan was relatively inconspicuous, they also had a ninjutsu of their own, the lightning release, mountain thunder seal, which Tianming had previously used to prop up a table corner. This technique was the famed ninjutsu of his father, Qingchuan Daki, manifesting as an overwhelming assault of colossal proportions, akin to a mountain descending upon foes, unyielding and formidable. Unfortunately, Qingchuan Daki was an ordinary shinobi, devoid of any bloodline limit or ocular jutsu, rendering the lightning release, mountain thunder seal, less impressive in his hands. Fortunately, it had now come into Tianming's possession. Lightning release, mountain thunder seal, Tianming uttered softly. The robust lightning chakra erupted from within him, instantly enveloping a radius of 100 meters. Within that space, the air crackled with electricity, a dazzling web of lightning intertwining in a spectacular display. Yet, astonishingly, none of the trees or grass were harmed. This was a testament to Tianming's incredible control over his chakra. Concentrate. Tianming formed hand seals. and the lightning web within the 100-meter radius suddenly contracted and compressed into a towering mountain of lightning. Success! A surge of joy filled Tianming's heart as he waved his hand, dispersing the lightning mountain in all directions. To learn a technique so swiftly and seamlessly integrate, it was a feat unparalleled in Konoha. As dawn broke, the sky began to brighten. Upon returning to the orphan warrior's residential area, Tianming noticed dark smoke billowing from the Qingchuan residence. Had someone attacked K-Rin? Tianming transformed into a blur, racing back to the Qingchuan residence, only to discover that it was not K-Rin who had been kidnapped, but rather that she had blown up the kitchen. K-Rin, what on earth are you doing? I wanted to cook, and it ended up like this, K-Rin pouted, her voice tinged with a sense of grievance upon seeing Tianming's return. Chapter 45, The Old Man Jiraiya. Vortex K-Rin, unable to cook, felt quite justified in her shortcomings. Let us tidy up first, she said. Tianming, smiling, performed a small water-style jutsu, cleansing the disheveled kitchen and restoring it to its former state. I'm so useless. Vortex K-Rin lamented, realizing that since meeting Ayakawa Tianming, she felt increasingly inadequate. Do not say such things. Take your time. You will learn, Tianming comforted her, wanting to reach out and tousle her hair, yet hesitating, afraid that such an innocent gesture might be deemed disrespectful. Vortex K-Rin noticed Tianming's hesitation and stepped closer, taking his hand and placing it atop her head. Were you hoping to touch my hair? Tianming stammered, feeling awkward. It's fine. I'm willing to do whatever you like, Vortex K-Rin said earnestly. Well then, that's good. Let us prepare a meal. Tianming quickly retracted his hand, laughing nervously. Meanwhile, Vortex Naruto and Haruno Sakura strolled towards the Konoha hospital. Sakura moved at a painfully leisurely pace, pausing to admire her reflection in shop windows. Sakura, aren't we going to see Sasuke? Why aren't you walking faster? Naruto urged, visibly impatient. Accompanying Sakura, he could have covered that distance in mere minutes. I need to be in prime condition to meet Sasuke. You wouldn't understand, Sakura replied, adjusting her pink headband in front of a mirror, smiling with satisfaction. I truly am the most beautiful kunoichi in Konoha. Let us go. As they arrived at the hospital, they found Sasuke's bed empty. Nurse, may I ask where the patient in this room went? Naruto inquired, stopping a nurse who was changing a bandage. Sasuke Uchiha? He was discharged last night. And there's a discharge notice posted on the board, the nurse replied without looking back. Discharged? Both Naruto and Sakura turned to the notice on the door. The signature read Kakashi Hitaki. Kakashi-sensei took Sasuke away? That seems illogical. Naruto was taken aback, recalling that he had visited Sasuke just the day before. With Kakashi still in attendance, how could both have vanished in a day? As their disciple, Naruto and Sakura were completely oblivious to this development. Where could they have gone? Would Ayakawa Tianming know? Sakura's spirits plummeted. She had changed her headband specifically to see Sasuke today. He probably wouldn't know. Tianming was summoned to the Hokage's office yesterday and wasn't with Kakashi-sensei, Naruto deduced. It seems Kakashi-sensei and Sasuke acted independently. Forget it. I'm leaving, Sakura said, her face falling as she turned away from Naruto and exited the hospital. Sakura, wait for me. Naruto chased after her, but quickly lost sight of her. With a sigh, he decided to head home, only to bump into someone while turning around. The person stood firm, sending him flying. Ouch, that hurts. Naruto groaned, clutching his head as he looked up to see a slender man wearing round sunglasses. Who are you, old man? I am Ebisu, sent by Kakashi-sensei to teach you a few techniques. You must be Vortex Naruto? Ebisu declared with an air of superiority. Ebisu, Naruto thought, puzzled, as he had never heard of him at the Ninja Academy. However, considering that Ebisu had no reason to impersonate Kakashi, he figured that receiving training was better than nothing. Very well, then follow me. Ebisu turned and walked away, and Naruto followed suit. They made their way to the northern part of Konoha, where the landscape differed from the dense southern woods. Shallow valleys gathered water into various pools. Ebisu-sensei, did you bring me here to bathe? Naruto asked, staring at the crystal-clear pools, struggling to see the connection to any training. Bathing is out of the question. I am here to teach you a new level of chakra control, walking on water. Ebisu elegantly stood atop the water's surface. Naruto, although he didn't quite grasp how walking on water counted as training, he refrained from questioning it and focused on gathering chakra beneath his feet before attempting to join Ebisu on the water. Yet, he had forgotten. In the Forest of Death, Orochimaru had sealed his Nine Tails chakra, rendering him unable to maintain his footing on the water's surface with his own chakra. Plop. A simple splash marked the end of Naruto's attempt. Pay attention and learn, Ebisu said with a smug grin. As Naruto swam back to the shore and prepared for another jump, a nearly invisible fishing line shot from behind, binding his waist and pulling him back. Who is there? Ebisu turned to see a man standing near the water's edge, his long white hair cascading down his back. The man turned, revealing a strikingly bright oil symbol on his forehead. Oh, I am Jiraiya. Chapter 46. Individual Cultivation 1-4. I am Hibisho, the tutor of Konohamaru. I am acquainted with nearly all the jonin of Konoha, yet I have never heard of you, he remarked, adjusting his sunglasses with an air of arrogance. Oh, is the tutor of Konohamaru truly formidable? Jiraiya responded with a playful tone, seemingly unfazed. You appear to be quite oblivious. Konohamaru is the heir to the future Hokage. Hibisho proclaimed boastfully, his sense of superiority entirely derived from Konohamaru's potential. Is the Hokage about to be replaced? Jiraiya mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. TCH. Jiraiya's reaction irked Hibisho, who considered it unnecessary for an esteemed tutor to flaunt credentials or students. However, in light of your ignorance, let me enlighten you. Konohamaru is the grandson of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Upon finishing his statement, Hibisho felt as if he were soaring, eagerly anticipating Jiraiya's praise. Since you are so exceptional, you should be able to dispel this boy's 5-element sealing technique. With a flick of his wrist, Jiraiya summoned Naruto Uzumaki closer. Hey, if you're going to argue, could you at least let me go first? Naruto exclaimed in annoyance, yet the fishing line remained unyielding despite his struggles. Are you truly so ungrateful? Hibisho snapped back to reality, realizing that this intruding man had neither apologized nor acknowledged him while seizing his student. What 5-element sealing technique? I've never even heard of it. Don't force my hand, Hibisho asserted as he approached, vowing that if this fellow dared to act rashly, he would face dire consequences. Boom. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the pool behind Jiraiya. A colossal creature burst forth from the water, its overwhelming presence sweeping through the air and sending Hibisho flying out of sight. Ah, what a massive toad! Naruto stood in astonishment, having never witnessed such a spectacle. A single entrance that sent a jonin reeling. You rude little brat. The toad, Fukusaku, grumbled, a cigarette dangling from its mouth. Jiraiya, are you sure you Haven-T made a mistake? This kid appears to be utterly weak. No mistake at all. Jiraiya released the fishing rod, causing the line binding Naruto to loosen. Kid, want to learn a few techniques? Is that possible? Naruto, undeterred, wondered about the toad's profound connection to Jiraiya and the extent of its abilities. Before we begin, the seal must be undone. Jiraiya placed his hand on Naruto's abdomen, and with a surge of chakra, the 5-element sealing technique was swiftly dispelled. Naruto felt his chakra flow more freely, and he knelt in a formal greeting. Teacher, I am your disciple, Naruto Uzumaki. Stop. Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively. I never said I would take you on as a student. Whether you earn my acknowledgement is another matter. Go play in the water with Fukusaku. With that, Jiraiya strolled to a nearby cabin and began snacking on peanuts. Naruto glared at Fukusaku. Let us do this. How shall we play? Meanwhile, on a solitary peak in a ravine outside Konoha, Kakashi Hitaki stood atop a rocky outcropping. At his feet, the beleaguered Sasuke Uchiha was struggling to climb the peak under the blazing sun. How many times has it been? Kakashi's gaze remained fixated on the distant horizon. The 22nd time. Sasuke replied tersely. Crack. Suddenly, Kakashi stamped his foot down. The rock Sasuke clung to shattered, sending him tumbling down once more. Again. Ever since leaving the Konoha hospital the previous night, Kakashi had brought Sasuke here solely to climb the mountain, kicking him down each time he neared the top. Kakashi offered no explanation, and Sasuke did not inquire. They simply spent the night in this manner. After a while, Sasuke once again reached that position, 23. He stated the number, preparing to let go and descend, but Kakashi caught him just in time. Do you understand why I make you climb only to kick you down? Kakashi queried. Huff, huff, I don't know, Sasuke panted, catching his breath. Because I enjoy it, Kakashi replied, his tone infuriatingly playful. Even Sasuke, with his strong will, felt a twinge of frustration. Ah, that is precisely the feeling. Kakashi suddenly clapped his hands together. Hatred is the driving force behind the growth of strength. You carry the blood feud of the Uchiha clan too deeply within you. If you do not release it, how can you grow stronger? What do you mean, Kakashi-sensei? Sasuke was reluctant to discuss this topic. Kakashi remained silent for a moment before landing a punch to Sasuke's abdomen, causing him to collapse. Sasuke, this is the drawback of burying your hatred. If you wish to become stronger, you must unleash your resentment. Chapter 47, Sign-In Rewards. The Sun Wheel Blade. 2-4, to release one's hatred? Uchiha Sasuke rose from the ground, meticulously reflecting on Kakashi's words. For so long, he bore the hopes of the entire Uchiha clan. And in his relentless pursuit of that individual, he had taken his life. Uchiha Sasuke lived in a manner almost suppressing his hatred. Only in this way could he compel himself to grow stronger. Indeed, Kakashi Hatake spoke. Only with sufficient hatred can one unleash their potential, allowing you to become more formidable. Uchiha Sasuke's gaze was somewhat bewildered. It was the first time he encountered such a teaching method from Kakashi. Instead of guiding him along traditional paths of training, he was being taught about hatred. Kakashi-sensei, I have a question, Uchiha Sasuke said slowly. What is it? Where did you acquire your other eye? I recall that the Sharingan is a dojutsu unique to my Uchiha clan. Kakashi Hatake's expression shifted momentarily. He lowered his mask slightly to reveal the left eye he had kept concealed, which appeared far more piercing than his languid right eye, marked by a long scar. Your assumption is correct. It indeed originates from your Uchiha clan, Kakashi stated, his tone growing grave. It is a gift from an old friend. A keepsake he left me before his passing. I have survived to this day wearing this eye. To possess the Sharingan of the Uchiha, and to wear it continuously, this implied a profound bond Kakashi had with that individual. Uchiha Sasuke suddenly understood. Kakashi's relentless encouragement for him to climb and subsequently kick him down was also meant to convey this message, wasn't he it? Kakashi, wearing the Sharingan, was acutely aware of its vitality every time he used it, even sensing the bonds it represented. All of this was driven by hatred. I understand. Uchiha Sasuke bowed deeply to Kakashi. Please, Kakashi-sensei, teach me the true techniques of the Sharingan. Not quite, Kakashi replied, shaking his head. The techniques of the Sharingan are among the few that can only be comprehended but not articulated. You must discover your own limits. Today, I will teach you a technique of my own creation, originally named Chidori. As Naruto and Sasuke embarked on their respective training journeys, Tianming of the Ayakawa family abruptly awakened from his slumber. Ding! A new sign-in task has been activated. The host must reach the summit of the mountains outside of Konoha within the time limit to complete the sign-in and receive task rewards. Here it comes. After mastering lightning release for several days, a new task had arrived. Tianming sprang up with vigor and exchanged casual words with Uzumaki Karen before dashing out into the rain. He traversed through the downpour, exiting the village and ascending the mountain. Unfortunately, the weather worsened, with the rain intensifying and violent winds howling amidst the lightning strikes. Standing atop the mountain, Tianming gazed at the swirling silver dragons of lightning amidst the thick, dark clouds above, feeling a weight in his heart. The host has arrived at the sign-in location. Sign-in is in progress. The sign-in duration is 10 seconds. Moving during the process will result in task failure. At the moment the system's electronic voice echoed, the lightning in the clouds began to intertwine and converge, illuminating Tianming's face. Crackle! Lightning erupted from the clouds, striking down towards Tianming's position. Damn! What kind of ridiculous task is this, making me get struck by lightning? Tianming's face turned pale. Cursing aside, Tianming remained steadfast as a rock. He had a gamble to take. Every sign-in task had been straightforward thus far. The last task had been during the Land of Waves, where Tianming acquired the Tremor-Tremor Fruit. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. It's just lightning. I'm curious to see what it entails. In the blink of an eye, the lightning reached Tianming, transforming into a long, solid object amid the torrential storm. Sign-in successful. Sign-in reward. Thunderclap Sun Wheel Blade. Thunder Breathing Technique. As 10 seconds elapsed, the object formed from the lightning before Tianming lost its brilliance, revealing a pitch-black katana. The sword felt warm to the touch, slightly yielding under pressure, yet surprisingly well-suited for Tianming. Is this really it? The Sun Wheel Blade hails from the realm of Demon Slayer. Coupled with its exclusive breathing technique, it is a formidable weapon against demons. And this one in Tianming's hands is a Thunder Attribute Sun Wheel Blade. With a swift motion, Tianming grasped the hilt and drew the blade, which instantly became enveloped in arcs of lightning. The blade was engraved with vibrant yellow lightning patterns, remarkably striking and stylish. With a crack of thunder and a flash of lightning, he slashed through the air. Tianming wielded the sun wheel blade, practicing a few strokes and finding it increasingly comfortable in his grip. He anticipated that the sign-in reward would be complimentary. The previous one was mastery of lightning release. This one is the thunder-based sun wheel blade. I might as well comprehend the breathing technique as well. Tianming sheathed the sun wheel blade and sat cross-legged in meditation. The breathing technique, as its name implies, involves perceiving the surrounding forces through breath. Understanding the principle, Tianming immediately released a measured amount of thunder attribute chakra, then took a deep breath. The thunder attribute chakra coursed through his nostrils, spreading throughout his body. Suddenly, the sound of thunder resonated within him. In a flash, Tianming drew his sword and slashed. A straight arc of blade light cleaved the small hill before him in two. Chapter 48, the third round. The outset of civil war. 3-4 in all. Tianming gaped at the small hillock he had just cleaved with a single stroke. The synergy between the lightning release ninjutsu and the lightning-style sun wheel blade produced an astonishing effect that Tianming had never dared to imagine. Surely, this strike could surpass even that of some elite jonin. He promptly concluded that this would become his ultimate technique. After all, at present, he was merely relying on a substantial chakra reserve and some physical techniques, while the consumption of the tremor fruit was excessively taxing. Using it once would leave him depleted, and twice would be a complete waste. The fruit's power was his trump card. He vowed never to employ it unless absolutely necessary. During this period, Naruto Uzumaki was learning summoning techniques, while Sasuke Uchiha was gradually activating the power of his cursed seal and the Sharingan. If he fell behind, it would spell trouble. Thankfully, Tianming grasped the sun wheel blade and commenced training diligently on the flat terrain atop the mountain. He had no teacher, nor did he need one. With the rewards from the system and his relentless dedication, reaching the pinnacle of the ninja world was merely a matter of time. While others who traversed worlds often found themselves oppressed by the protagonist group, vying for resources or playing the role of subordinates to the prince, Tianming was different. He sought to master his own destiny. He yearned for a fair competition with Naruto and Sasuke, aspiring to claim the title of the best. The rain continued to fall. Yet Tianming persevered, practicing with his blade stroke by stroke. Time elapsed, and eventually, the rain subsided, the dark clouds above began to disperse, and sunlight once again graced the earth. With a decisive motion, Tianming sheathed the sun wheel blade, assessed the sky, and turned to return to the village. Unlike him, Naruto and Sasuke were not so fortunate. Naruto had wagered with Gamabunta that if he could remain atop the toad for 24 hours, he would gain recognition. However, by the 20th hour, Naruto had already succumbed to unconsciousness atop Gamabunta's head. Meanwhile, Sasuke was enduring harsh trials under Kakashi Hataki's guidance, releasing and restraining his hatred, gathering immense voltage, and leaping from cliffs repeatedly. Only by risking everything to unleash his most potent attack could he grasp the essence of the lightning release Chidori. A month swiftly passed, and the day of the third round of examinations had arrived. This round was to be held in the restored Central Tower area. The only difference was that the once desolate venue was now bustling with life. The third round was to be observed by the third Hokage and several high-ranking officials from Konoha, alongside the Kazekage and Sand Village dignitaries. Additionally, the spectator stands were filled with ninjas and the families of civilians, a testament to the event's significance. As the genin from the second round made their entrance, they were taken aback by the overwhelming crowd. Tianming maintained an expression as calm as water, demonstrating the third Hokage's adeptness at maintaining order even under pressure. The sheer number of people was staggering. It was Naruto's first experience of such attention, and he felt a surge of excitement. Sasuke, synonymous with prestige, had transformed after a month of rigorous training, donning a black short-sleeved shirt that exuded a formidable aura. The third round of the Chunin exams would select 10 individuals to attain the rank of Chunin, and it was time to assess the fruits of their month-long training. "Are you prepared?" Kakashi inquired, having replaced the deceased Moonlight Breeze as the examiner for this round. "Ready." The crowd replied in unison. Kakashi produced some bamboo sticks from his pocket, explaining that each stick bore the name and number of the contestants, with matching colors determining the opponents and the numbers dictating the order of appearance. He tossed the bamboo sticks into the air, prompting everyone to leap and catch them. "Wow! Red!" Naruto exclaimed, waving his stick. Who has read? Sasuke silently raised his hand. So it was to be an internal battle within Team 7. Tianming had not anticipated this outcome. The first genuine confrontation between Naruto and Sasuke had occurred at the Valley of the End, just before Sasuke's defection from Konoha. Who would have imagined it would come to pass so soon? Green, Orochimaru stated casually. His words elicited a similar response from Temari, who was also green. Ugh. Shikamaru sighed. Kakashi-sensei, can you adjust the opponents? I have no habit of striking women. Are you afraid of losing to a woman? Temari retorted sharply. Don't underestimate me. I can send you flying with a single fan. You may forfeit, Kakashi replied. Fine. Shikamaru resigned. Although he was typically laid back and avoided trouble, outright surrendering was not an option. White. Hyuga Neji stated calmly. Rock Lee slowly raised his hand. Huh. Team 3's internal battle. Lee exclaimed. Neji turned to Lee, saying, let us have a fair match. After the second round concluded, Neji had finally come to terms with his past through the teachings of Hayashi Hyuga, allowing him to let go of his obsessions and embrace a new self. Lee, with a gleaming smile, eagerly anticipated their clash. Chapter 49, The Crisis Approaches. 4-4, I am pink. Haruno Sakura also brandished her bamboo stick, and this time it was Yamanaka Shino's turn to face a female opponent. What about me, Kakashi-sensei? Quietly inquired Akimichi Choji, who, despite his considerable strength, lacked the speed of his peers and thus failed to seize a bamboo stick. Choji, there's no need for you to compete any longer. I hereby declare you a Chunin, stated Kakashi Hatake with an air of nonchalance. What? Choji's mouth fell open, revealing a chip that tumbled out. Not only he, but the others were equally astonished. You're telling me he's a Chunin before the third round has even begun? The sheer number of participants who had not anticipated passing was staggering, and with some withdrawing before the preliminary matches, there were indeed buys. The bamboo sticks for the third round were indeed fewer than expected. According to the rules, those who cannot seize a bamboo stick will automatically be granted Chunin status. Kakashi explained with a measured tone. Choji was left utterly dumbfounded. Was he truly the biggest winner without lifting a finger? Asuma-sensei, congratulations on mentoring a Chunin. Mike Guy exclaimed from the audience, giving a thumbs up. Should I say thank you? Asuma Sarutobi replied without reserve. However, it is indeed better than your class's internal strife. No worries. Didn't the 7th class have their own internal battles? Mike Guy remained ever optimistic. Now, there remains the announcement for the black sticks, Kakashi began. The gazes of the others instinctively turned toward him, and the answer was evident. It was none other than the two most anticipated names. Akiyama Taiming versus Gaara. For this opponent, Taiming could only express satisfaction. The others were all from Konoha, where he could neither hold back nor afford to lose, thus making the battles less exhilarating. However, Gaara was different. At this moment, he was still an adversary of Konoha. Moreover, he was the Jinchuriki of the One Tail, renowned for his resilience. Should anyone know Taiming's thoughts, they would surely label him insane. After all, Gaara had a reputation for slaying jonin. His notoriety was immense. Gaara is tough. Such a thought was indeed audacious. The two individuals holding the number 1 sticks remained, while the others stepped aside. Kakashi led the way, leaving only Yamanaka Shino and Haruno Sakura in the arena. Shino, please don't hold back against a girl like Shikamaru does, Sakura teased lightly. I won tea. Shino replied coolly. The Yamanaka clan had always prioritized their insects. The third round of the Chunin exams begins. With Kakashi's command, Sakura charged forward, exhibiting her tenacity. Meanwhile, the spectators on the sidelines eagerly watched the duel unfold. Taiming, however, found his mind wandering. Occasionally glancing at the Sand siblings in the distance, or looking up at the high-ranking officials protected by Umbu ninjas. Orochimaru's plan must be underway. Simultaneously, a large contingent of Sound Ninja joined forces with Sand Ninja, appearing in the dense woods surrounding the Death Forest and Konoha. A black crow landed on the arm of a Sound Ninja, removing a note from the crow's foot and casting a casual glance at it. The leading Sound Ninja gestured toward another direction. The operation commenced. At the signal, several Sound Ninja uniformly bit their thumbs and began inscribing summoning techniques on the ground. In the blink of an eye, numerous colossal serpents erupted with a thunderous roar. In another direction, a Sand Jonin stood atop a tree. Suddenly, he formed hand seals, and as Chakra surged forth, countless fine grains of sand began to descend. Ninjutsu. Sand waterfall. Boom. The earthy sand cascaded like a torrent, crashing down and overwhelming the Death Forest. Simultaneously, this scene unfolded in various locations throughout Konoha. Returning to the central tower, the clash between Sakura and Shino had reached its conclusion, as Sakura's fist sent Shino flying to initiate a second assault. Her calf was swiftly enveloped by a swarm of parasitic insects. With a mere command from Shino, in an instant, Sakura's leg would be completely devoured. I concede. Sakura raised her hand. Consequently, Yamanaka Shino became the second individual to pass the Chunin exams. Following closely was the eagerly anticipated internal battle segment. Rock Lee and Hyuga Neji stood at the center of the arena. Go, Lee. You can do it, brother. Cheered Hinata Hyuga from the audience. Although Neji did not respond, a faint smile graced his lips as he declared, Lee, fight with all your might. Leave no regrets. Fight with all my might. Lee's determination ignited instantly, and with a swift glide, he approached Neji, launching a powerful kick. 8 trigrams, 128 palms. Neji, foregoing gentle fist techniques, unleashed his signature move right from the start. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of sonic booms echoed as the two clashed fiercely, just as they engaged in a heated battle. Timing appeared in the audience, plopping down beside Hinata. Timing, you're here? Hinata exclaimed with surprise. Yes, Timing replied, rummaging through his bag and producing an exquisite pouch. This is a gift I bought for you. It contains various herbs that help calm the mind. Congratulations on your discharge from the hospital. Chapter 50. The early bird catches the worm. Is this a gift for me? Hinata Hyuga's face instantly flushed, unsure of where to place her hands. Do you not like it? Shall I take it back? Tianming feigned emotion to reclaim the pouch. I like it. This is a gift from you. And it is the first gift I have ever received. Hinata quickly grasped Tianming's hand, declaring, Ahem, what are you two doing? Kiba Inuzuka interjected, disrupting the atmosphere. Ah. Hinata realized she was holding Tianming's hand and swiftly withdrew. If you like it, then keep it. Tianming placed the pouch in the palm of Hinata's hand and rose to leave. Tianming-kun, please do your best later. Hinata cheered for him, her small fist raised. I will win for you. In the arena, the battle between Rock Lee and Neji Hyuga had reached a fever pitch. The two exchanged blows with fervor, neither yielding an inch. After his match against Kiba a month prior, Rock Lee had not donned his weights again. According to Mike Guy, Lee had grown accustomed to the burden. However, merely bearing weights held no purpose. He should aim for the realm of lightness. Light, Rock Lee softly uttered, transforming into a blur as he launched another assault. Neji's Byakugan proved ineffective, for Lee approached head-on without tactics. In that moment, Neji's eyes flickered, catching a subtle difference. He had actually seen Lee tapping into his chakra. It was not that Lee was incapable of ninjutsu. Rather, he had taken the path of taijutsu at a slower pace. Had that individual, who solely focused on weight training, awakened? Neji's passion ignited instantly. Go, boys. The time to ignite our youth has arrived. Mike Guy's voice boomed from the audience. Suddenly, he ceased, his expression shifting from ecstasy to astonishment. It appeared that Lee was not employing the taijutsu he had taught him. He recalled Lee's words a month ago after the second round. Guy-sensei, I wish to train alone this month. Wow, Lee. Is this how you showcase your youth? Well done. As Mike Guy's ecstatic shouts filled the air, Rock Lee finally closed the distance to Neji. Neji, this is a special move prepared just for you. With that declaration, Rock Lee lunged forward, executing a powerful upward kick aimed at Neji's chin. Lee, do not underestimate me. Neji retorted, balancing on his toes and crossing his hands to guard his jaw. Boom. Rock Lee's kick struck Neji's arm, propelling them both into the air. A flurry of attacks and defenses ensued like a tempest. Rock Lee unleashed a series of rising kicks, all countered by Neji's gentle palms. At long last, they reached a critical juncture. Let me show you the 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Neji, undeterred, spread his hands, unleashing chakra that formed an impenetrable defense. Guy, are all your students this monstrous? Asuma Sarutobi in the audience could no longer find humor in the display. One Lee creating his own taijutsu? One Neji executing the heavenly spin? As a jonin of Konoha, Asuma had previously dealt with the Hyuga clan during missions. He knew that the heavenly spin was a secret technique of the Hyuga family. At the moment of impact, chakra surged from their chakra points to forge an absolute defense. Yet the difficulty of this technique was such that even a few jonin from the Hyuga clan could scarcely master it. Had the youngsters already surpassed expectations? In the sky, Neji, who had released the heavenly spin first, noticed that the bandages on Rock Lee's arm were retracting. Huh. Is it not the 8 trigrams? Niji, this technique is called Foolish Bird. Please be gentle with me. As Rock Lee's voice echoed, the long-prepared kick collided with the heavenly spin. The torrential force of the kick rebounded off the defense. Yet Niji sensed an ominous premonition. The true Foolish Bird from Rock Lee had yet to come. Whoosh! Amidst the almost ethereal shadow of his leg, a sound akin to a newborn bird's chirp resonated. It had arrived. Rock Lee's kick, infused with all his chakra, struck forth, swiftly followed by a second. As Niji withstood the first blow, his expression shifted dramatically. The second kick from Lee arrived with lightning speed, pausing just before the heavenly spin for an eerie second. In the next instant, Niji's absolute defense shattered, sending him plummeting like a bullet. The red bandage on Rock Lee's arm fell to the ground, forming a nest-like shape. Boom! The earth cracked instantaneously. As the unconscious Rock Lee descended to the ground, Niji, still in the nest, coughed up blood, suddenly catching a whiff of a strong metallic scent. It was not his blood. The source was the bandage beneath him. Chapter 51, Wind and Shadow. The third round of battle left the spectators in a state of shock. Whether it be the exceptionally gifted Hyuga Niji or the extraordinarily skilled Rock Lee, both have redefined the limits of everyone's perception. As Kakashi Hitaki stepped into the arena to announce the results while gazing at the unconscious Rock Lee, Niji raised his hand. Kakashi-sensei, I concede. Rock Lee has lost consciousness. According to the rules, you have indeed won, Kakashi replied calmly. Niji shook his head, clutching the red bandage. Little Lee's strike completely pierced through my katen. At the last moment, it was Little Lee who caught me with his bandage. Had his bandage been used to catch himself, it would have been I who lay on the ground. I must say, when did this bandage turn red? This is clearly the blood he shed after practicing his foolish bird technique. I, Hyuga Niji, accept my defeat with sincerity. Kakashi, let us respect Niji's choice, stated Might Guy as he approached. Niji, alongside Tenten, was assisted back to his feet. Meanwhile, Guy carried Rock Lee toward the medical ninjas rushing to the scene. Thus concluded the second match of the third round. The victor, Rock Lee, ascends to the rank of Chunin. From this moment, the village of Konoha has gained another diligent genius. Following the conclusion of the match, the young ninjas of Konoha were ablaze with enthusiasm, a sentiment that even permeated through to Tianming. As a traveler well-versed in the narrative of Naruto, he found himself deeply engrossed in the unfolding events. Contemplating this, Tianming glanced up at the elevated position of Sarutobi Hiruzen. One phrase echoed in his mind. Where the leaves dance, the fire burns eternally. Is this the essence of it? As Tianming observed the unconscious Rock Lee being taken away, he turned his gaze to the young ninjas of Konoha and realized they had diverged from the original tale of the Hokage. Each individual's growth and transformation leads to a unique path. This world of ninjas, filled with endless possibilities, is what Tianming cherishes most. The Konoha team appears quite commendable. Meanwhile, from the Sand Village trio, the typically taciturn Gaara suddenly spoke. Gaara, you cannot possibly be intrigued by such individuals. Our objective is not the Chunin exams, Kankuro remarked. No, Gaara slightly turned his gaze, curiosity evident in his eyes. I am fascinated by Qingchuan Tianming, a fellow who, like me, has emerged from the second round. How does he possess so many friends? As Gaara's gaze traversed the arena, Tianming also met his eyes. In the observation area, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, expressed his exhilaration. This Chunin exam has indeed been thrilling. Do not rush. Greater spectacles await, the Kazekage replied meaningfully. Indeed, I have heard that your son, Gaara, possesses remarkable strength at such a young age. Let us observe further. As the third match commenced, Temari, wielding a green fan, gracefully re-entered the arena. Pineapple Head. Allow me to demonstrate the prowess of a woman. Pineapple Head. Nara Shikamaru's expression turned peculiar. Whom do you refer to as Pineapple Head? Do not presume that I will show mercy simply because you are a woman. Shikamaru, you stand so far away. How can she hear you? Naruto Uzumaki chuckled mischievously before delivering a swift kick to Shikamaru's rear, propelling him into the arena. Naruto Uzumaki, you ambushed me. Shikamaru would later express profound gratitude for that kick. Having entered the arena in an ungraceful manner, Shikamaru had no choice but to engage earnestly in battle. What a nuisance. Having to fight a woman, he muttered in exasperation. Temari seized her fan and brought it down with tremendous force. Boom. The ground shook, creating a massive crater. and as the dust settled, Shikamaru was seen pressed against the wall, narrowly evading the strike. Not bad in speed. Let us see you evade this. Temari scoffed coldly as she swept her fan, unleashing a torrent of wind. Instantaneously, the arena was swept by a tempest. The razor-sharp wind blades bombarded the walls, while Shikamaru, reacting swiftly, darted behind a tree for cover. Shadow imitation technique. Shikamaru formed hand signs, and his shadow surged forth like a rope towards Temari. Suddenly, Temari sensed something amiss and instinctively glanced back, noticing the shadow emerging from behind the tree. In that fleeting moment, Temari instinctively retreated, and as she neared the wall, she drove her fan into the ground, opting to use it as a barrier against the shadow. However, Shikamaru's shadow halted just short of the fan. Ugh, a step too late, he lamented, retracting his shadow. What a bother. As Temari observed through the gap, witnessing the shadow retreat, she couldn't help but feel relieved at her quick reflexes while also reassessing Shikamaru. This guy may have a sharp tongue, but his combat awareness is commendable. Combat awareness and combat prowess differ. The former pertains to one's ability to assess the dynamics of a battle, while the latter is the individual's strength. Temari could discern this due to her own analytical skills. In that instant, utilizing the wind technique while entering the blind spot to launch an attack was a clever strategy. Chapter 52. I won, I surrender. What happened? In the observation area, Uzumaki Naruto rubbed his eyes. He had not seen clearly at all. Shikamaru employed the shadow imitation technique. Tianming remarked nonchalantly. Tianming, can you see it clearly? Several of the others nearby, equally bewildered, queried. Like Uzumaki Naruto, they had failed to discern the movements of the two combatants. Tianming nodded and explained. Though Shikamaru does not utilize powerful offensive ninjutsu, his speed should not be underestimated. Just now, Temari unleashed a wind release technique, and Shikamaru evaded it before it could strike, simultaneously activating his shadow imitation technique. How do you understand Shikamaru better than we do? Akimichi Choji, who had set aside his chips, inquired. To be honest, every time I battle Shikamaru, he never engages directly. Yet I inexplicably find myself under his control every time. That's because Shikamaru is not a combat-oriented ninja. He relies on strategy, Tianming continued. And almost all the others gathered around him. Every ninja has a limited amount of chakra, and recovering chakra requires time. Theoretically, ninja combat is merely about the differential use of chakra. Shikamaru merely distributes his chakra according to his will. The crowd inhaled sharply. Although they did not fully grasp Tianming's words, they understood his intent. Red, have you heard of Qingchuan Tianming from Team 7? Sarutobi Asuma approached Yuhi Kurenai with a smile. Is it really acceptable for you to stroll around while on security duty? Yuhi Kurenai had a poor impression of the boy. What is the issue with that? Sarutobi Asuma shrugged. However, this boy is quite unique. He does not belong to a prominent clan and did not even attend a ninja academy. He directly entered Team 7. Initially thought to be inconspicuous, he now seems to shine the brightest. After the second round, where Qingchuan Tianming and Gaara both achieved S rank, information about Tianming was no longer a secret. Among the elite shinobi of Konoha, he was well known. He was unanimously recognized as the foremost youth. While several teams showcased impressive performances during the current examination, they were simply incomparable to Qingchuan Tianming. Could a child personally assigned to Team 7 by the Third Hokage be anything less than exceptional? Yuhi Kurenai remarked. Though I may not favor him, I cannot deny his strength. Asuma, do you not recall? Every era has its extraordinary individuals. Haha, your assessment of him is quite favorable. Sarutobi Asuma chuckled awkwardly. Let us proceed with our tasks. With that, Yuhi Kurenai moved toward another area. At that moment, a new group of Umbu emerged around the venue, seamlessly replacing the original Umbu. Lord Orochimaru, the time is approaching. When will you make your move? Muttered Kabuto behind his fox mask. Returning to the arena, the battle between Temari and Nara Shikamaru continued. This is where it ends for you. Temari taunted, drawing a line in the ground. I am well aware of the range of your shadows. That tree has also been severed. Do you have anything else? Temari, a ninja of considerable strength and insight, had quickly calculated the range of Nara Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique during their brief encounter. TCH, Nara Shikamaru sighed, clearly exasperated. Women and trouble. A self-righteous woman is the greatest trouble. Bastard. Then go to hell. Temari retorted, unable to tolerate Shikamaru's air of superiority, as he continued to make excuses despite being outmatched. Wind release. Kamaitachi. Temari unleashed her wind scythe, carving a deep trench into the ground. The powerful, sharp wind blades surged toward Nara Shikamaru. As the fierce wind blew, Nara Shikamaru was not blown away, but sustained considerable injury. Parachute. Shadow imitation technique. Nara Shikamaru rose from the ground, hurling a kunai bound with his forehead protector, while simultaneously launching his shadow imitation technique. Is it effective? Temari nimbly leapt back, prepared to counter, having already discerned Shikamaru's tactics. However, just as Temari landed, her legs instantaneously lost sensation. I forgot to mention, my shadow imitation technique not only controls direction and range with Chakra, but can also alter under shadow conditions. As Nara Shikamaru spoke, he advanced. Temari's body was uncontrollably drawn forward. She forced herself to glance back, realizing the shadow emerged from the pit behind her. Suddenly, everything became clear. At the very beginning, he had set up the shadow imitation technique while evading into the pit, and every instance where his technique appeared ineffective had been a ruse. The goal was to coax her into lowering her guard and approaching the pit. The two stood face to face. It seems you finally understand. How does it feel? I concede. Nara Shikamaru raised his hand, and Temari was compelled to lift her own. Yet, after he raised his hand, his next words left everyone in shock. I surrender. Chapter 53. The First Battle of Sasuke and Naruto. With a simple declaration of surrender, Nara Shikamaru left Temari utterly bewildered. It was not just Temari who was taken aback. The entire audience shared her astonishment. Sarutobi Asuma nearly tumbled from his perch, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting, Shikamaru? Take it back. This is madness. Who surrenders after winning a match?" "I'm sorry, Asuma-sensei," Nara Shikamaru replied, scratching the back of his head. "I'm not adept at combat. In a life-or-death scenario, I would have likely lost long ago, so I concede." With that, Nara Shikamaru gracefully exited the arena, leaving Temari in a state of shock as she gazed at his retreating figure, her heart thrown into disarray. With Nara Shikamaru's withdrawal, victory naturally fell to Temari. "Are you all right?" Kankuro quietly inquired upon their return to Sunagakure. "We didn't come here just for the Chunin exams. And isn't it fortuitous that you achieved Chunin status despite the circumstances?" "Understood. No need for your guidance." Temari swiftly resumed her aloof demeanor. Back in Konoha, Nara Shikamaru's return was met with a chorus of incredulous remarks from his peers. "Shikamaru, have you lost your mind? Why would you concede?" Uzumaki Naruto expressed his frustration. "Becoming a Chunin means more significant missions, greater rewards, and the admiration of girls. Why would you turn that down?" Naruto, who aspired to be Hokage, found it incomprehensible. "I have no interest in the title of Chunin, and while my family may not be a large one, we are not lacking in resources. The attention of girls is not something I have considered," Shikamaru retorted, defending his choice. "But that does not justify your preaching, nor does it excuse your earlier ambush." Nara Shikamaru. At that moment, Sarutobi Asuma appeared at the sidelines, visibly frustrated and ready to reprimand him. "Asuma," Hatake Kakashi interjected, "let us respect his decision." "Easy for you to say, Kakashi. Your Team 7 hasn't even finished yet," Asuma replied, exasperated. "Your team has one competent member, and the rest are yet to compete. Meanwhile, for my Team 10, Yamanaka Ino has been eliminated, and Akimichi Choji advanced by default. And now, Shikamaru, who finally had a chance, throws it away? You are mistaken. Asuma, regardless of whether Team 7 finishes or not, I will not interfere with their choices. Even if they remain genin for life, I shall not voice my discontent," Kakashi stated calmly. However, Kakashi never anticipated that he would become the 6th Hokage with 3 of his 4 disciples remaining as genin. With a sigh, Asuma decided to let it go, casting a glance at Nara Shikamaru in the crowd. "I'll let you off this time, but do handle the consequences with your parents." Asuma refrained from reprimanding Shikamaru, understanding that the Nara family was particularly strict. Following this interlude, the third round continued with 2 battles remaining, capturing the attention of all. "Sasuke, it's your turn," Naruto exclaimed confidently, bumping fists with his comrades before striding into the arena. Uchiha Sasuke approached his opponent silently. "Go Sasuke! Go Sasuke!" cheered Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino, their voices echoing in a competitive spirit. Even without cheers, I'm used to being overlooked," Naruto thought to himself. Undeterred by the lack of support, "Naruto, do your best," shouted Tenten from the sidelines. Naruto turned, flashing a bright smile. "I will give it my all." The battle between Naruto and Sasuke was of utmost importance to Tenten, more so than even the earlier confrontations between Rock Lee and Hyuga. Little did anyone know, this fight was the first clash of the reincarnated Ashura and Indra. In this moment, Naruto and Sasuke, beyond being mere teammates of Team 7, had taken on the mantle of rivals in Tenten's eyes. Each bore their own obsessions. Naruto aspired to become Hokage, while Sasuke harbored a deep-seated desire for vengeance rooted in his clan's tragic history. As for Tenten, her ambition was to claim the title of the true strongest ninja in the world. In the arena, Naruto and Sasuke stood poised, eyeing each other with determination. Sasuke, do you know how much I despised you when I first laid eyes on you? You arrogant fool? I still find you insufferable, Naruto declared, pointing a finger at Sasuke. But mark my words, I will defeat you today. Enough with the chatter. Sasuke, growing impatient, hurled a shuriken at Naruto. In response, Naruto swiftly stepped back and formed hand seals, shadow clone technique. Instantly, 4 or 5 clones of Naruto surged forward, shuriken in hand, charging at Sasuke without hesitation. The culmination of a month's rigorous training had finally arrived. The two collided in the center of the arena, engaging in close combat. Naruto, having honed his chakra control and agility under Fukasaku's guidance, demonstrated significant progress. Sasuke, too, having trained under Kakashi, showcased his formidable skills, employing techniques that were nearly flawless. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Multiple shadow clones. Chapter 54, The Final Battle. Qingchuan Tianming vs. Gaara. A fierce flame erupted from Uchiha Sasuke's mouth, instantly engulfing Naruto's numerous shadow clones. Meanwhile, Naruto Vortex skillfully utilized his clones to withstand the mighty fireball, propelling his true self forward with a powerful punch aimed directly at Sasuke. Sasuke, shifting his weight to his lower body, crouched and executed a sweeping kick that sent Naruto flying. As Naruto lost his balance, Sasuke seized the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. Naruto quickly crossed his arms in defense, and the two combatants momentarily parted ways. The spectators watched with bated breath, astonished that even the once underdog Naruto had grown to such formidable heights. Sasuke, this is the version of you that I know. Come again. Unperturbed by his initial disadvantage, Naruto launched another offensive. Try this. Naruto formed hand seals, summoning a multitude of shadow clones that unleashed a barrage of shurikens. The air filled with a storm of projectiles as Sasuke adeptly evaded the onslaught, countering with his own kunai to dispatch any that slipped through. Now is my chance. Wind release. Wind shuriken. Naruto altered his hand seals, causing a swirling vortex of chakra to gather in the air. Meanwhile, he retrieved a colossal wind shuriken, significantly larger than the ordinary ones. Go. With a sweeping motion, Naruto hurled the massive shuriken, which pierced through the wind chakra created by his clones, redirecting its path toward Sasuke with astonishing speed. The crowd gasped in awe at this display of skill. Even the normally composed Tianming was momentarily stunned before swiftly regaining his composure. The wind shuriken, previously a collaborative jutsu between Naruto and Sasuke during their mission in the Land of Waves, now appeared to be a technique Naruto had independently mastered. In the current context of the ninja world, deviations from the norm were not unheard of. Naruto had spent a month training under Jiraiya and might have learned more than just summoning techniques. Boom. The wind shuriken embedded itself into the ground, creating a stunning fissure that extended toward the wall, half of the shuriken lodged within it. However, there was an unsettling silence from Sasuke. Naruto glanced upward, only to witness a flash of lightning illuminating the sky, heralding Sasuke's descent. Chidori. The sound of birds accompanied the crackling lightning as it struck the ground, engulfing Naruto in its ferocious energy. Moments later, a figure emerged from the smoke. It was Naruto himself. As the haze dissipated, Sasuke, weakened, knelt on the ground, blood seeping from his left shoulder, a testament to the toll of their fierce exchange. Sasuke slowly approached Naruto, who lay on the ground, having endured the full force of Chidori. Sasuke, given the circumstances, there's no need to go all out. Naruto expressed concern, fearing that Sasuke might seek retribution for his injuries. Fool, Sasuke declared, extending his right hand toward Naruto. The victor is Uchiha Sasuke. Kakashi Hitaki promptly announced the outcome, as medical ninjas rushed to assist the two exhausted fighters. While the crowd marveled at the intense battle, Tianming remained composed, reflecting on the dramatic unfolding of the first confrontation between Sasuke and Naruto. an anticipated outcome. At this stage, Naruto lacked proficiency in summoning techniques, could not perform the Rasengan, and had yet to master the advanced skills that would come later. Sasuke and Appo's overall strength surpassed his own. After the two stepped off the stage, dust swirled in the arena, settling to reveal a solitary figure. Gaara nonchalantly slung his gourd over his shoulder, his expression devoid of emotion. Tianming, upon seeing Gaara enter, shifted slightly, realizing it was finally his turn to take the stage after observing the events unfold. Qingchuan Tianming, if you find yourself unable to contend with that individual, simply concede, Kakashi advised before Tianming's entrance. That child has a record of defeating Jonin and is the son of the Kazekage. Losing to him would not be shameful. Tianming smiled faintly. Kakashi-sensei, those factors are irrelevant. Whether he is the Kazekage's son or the Kazekage himself, I shall not retreat without a fight. Besides, I have taken down Jonin myself. Kakashi was taken aback for a moment before responding with an encouraging smile. Do your best. As Qingchuan Tianming stepped into the arena, the highly anticipated final battle of the Chunin Exams commenced. I possess a technique that allows me to envelop my opponent in sand, draining their very lifeblood, much like the unfortunate souls in the forest. Yet, you surprisingly stand shoulder to shoulder with me in terms of kills during the second round. Your methods intrigue and excite me. Gaara remarked with a peculiar smile, a rare acknowledgement of strength. Stop pretending to be a wolf. What resides within you cannot protect you. Tianming retorted coolly, exuding an air of authority. Chapter 55. Gaara's Existential Crisis. Everyone has their burdens. Why do you pretend to be a big bad wolf? Gaara's pupils constricted. The one-tailed Shikaku within him was his deepest secret, known only to a select few in the Land of Wind. How did he come to know? Yet, Gaara quickly regained his composure. You are indeed different from others. I hope you prove resilient. As he spoke, Gaara removed the wooden stopper from the gourd on his back, and fine yellow sand began to flow out. Tianming raised his hand, and a shuriken shot forth. Clang! The shuriken was deflected by a layer of yellow sand that erupted from Gaara, revealing a sand clone that embodied his essence. True to the original narrative, the sand within Gaara's gourd was indeed the protective mechanism formed by his mother to guard him. The sand clone bore 80% of Gaara's physical traits, and after deflecting the shuriken, it swiftly retaliated with a sand spear that pierced through the air. Tianming, undeterred, waved his hand. A dense chakra enveloped his palm, and with a powerful slap, he shattered the sand spear. You have truly mastered the art of manifesting chakra, Gaara couldn't help but commend. But his expression soon twisted into one of rage. Explode. With that utterance, the sand clone unleashed a barrage of sand blades that shot forth. Yet Tianming merely flickered, transforming into an afterimage, and then appeared behind Gaara, delivering a punch. Boom. A layer of sand attempted to block Tianming and Appo's strike, but the force penetrated through, grazing Gaara's face as he turned. The first clash between the two shattered the previous astonishment of all onlookers. Whether it was the self-activating defensive sand from Gaara's gourd or Tianming's bizarre speed that pierced through the sand, both were beyond comprehension. Explode! Tianming exclaimed, creating distance. Gaara, standing still, could hardly react before Tianming's lightning release detonated, leaving him with a shattered visage akin to an eggshell. The initial encounter had obliterated both Gaara's sand clone and his sand armor. Onlookers Shikamaru and Kankuro felt a chilling dread. They were aware of Gaara's strength. Yet this Tianming appeared excessively formidable. Kankuro trembled, recalling how, upon arriving in Konoha, Tianming's cryptic words had hinted at his true power. It was not mere bravado. It was real. Tianming, go. Defeat this raccoon-eyed menace. Naruto, known for his sharp tongue and loud voice, began to rally support in response to Tianming's earlier encouragement. In the arena, Gaara remained motionless, resembling a withdrawn soul, while Tianming exuded anticipation. Indeed, facing this lethal machine capable of slaying Jonin, Tianming felt no fear. Rather, he was excited. Will you harness the power of Shikaku? Tianming's words pierced through Gaara's calm demeanor. How does he know everything? Straight to the point. You deserve my full power, Gaara conceded. With his hands crossed, the yellow sand from the gourd erupted around him, forming a sphere. Though Gaara was a killing machine and a solitary Jinchuriki, he was still a child at heart. There was no need for comparison with Tianming, who had traversed 2 lifetimes and absorbed the entirety of Naruto's narrative. Thus, Gaara set aside his wind techniques and directly invoked the power of the tailed beast. This was precisely what Tianming desired. Gaara, Temari cried out in astonishment. Their plan had not accounted for this development. Gaara, who had previously been the calm representative urging restraint, was now directly utilizing Shikaka's power? It's futile. Once he begins that, Gaara's mind will be partially overtaken. Kankuro spoke slowly. We should wait for the sound ninja's move. If necessary, we'll take Gaara away. In the arena, the yellow sand swiftly enveloped Gaara into a chocolate-like sphere. Tianming, in perfect synchronization, formed a seal and cast a small lightning technique. A lightning orb struck the exterior, yielding no effect, and in the next moment, Tianming thrust a kunai into the same spot. Crack! The sound of shattering echoed as the sphere began to writhe, with spikes erupting outward towards Tianming. Prepared, he swiftly deployed several explosive tags. Boom! The sphere shattered, revealing a disheveled Gaara, half embedded in his tailed beast form. You did this on purpose? Gaara hissed coldly. This technique couldn't harm him? Had Tianming truly seen through his defenses, rendering even Shikaku's power ineffective? Did that mean he was utterly powerless? The belief he had built throughout his life began to crumble, and Gaara was on the brink of a violent eruption. Chapter 56. Orochimaru emerges, pursuing Gaara. Gaara's expression gradually contorted. Unlike Naruto Uzumaki, who also bore the burden of a tailed beast, Gaara had been acutely aware of Shikaka's presence since childhood. From the moment of his birth, his father, Raza, had trained him to harness the power of Shikaku. The traumatic event of slaying his uncle, Yashimaru, had transpired years ago. Now, Gaara wielded an immense control over the One-Tail's power. With his faith shattered, Gaara abandoned rational thought and prepared to unleash his fury. At that moment, a smoke bomb was hurled into the arena. Amidst the rising fog, Temari and Kankuro swiftly evacuated the scene before Gaara could fully erupt. In his unstable emotional state, Gaara was not a viable combatant, recklessly transforming into the One-Tail before the eyes of Konoha could spell disaster. Standing still, Tintin did not glance at the direction from which the trio had fled, but instead raised her gaze toward the heights. Orochimaru was about to make his move. Before anyone could process the dramatic departure of the three, the umbus stationed around the audience began to form seals in unison. The entire arena was enveloped in a mass hypnosis technique. Under the leadership of Kabuto, a vast area was shrouded in a powerful illusion, causing the majority of the audience to succumb to slumber. In an instant, the elite shinobi present sprang into action, readying themselves for battle. On the platform, at the very moment the hypnosis took effect, the Kazekage had already materialized, pressing a kunai against Sarutobi Hiruzen's throat. Kazekage, are you about to commit folly? Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed, a hint of panic in his voice. The Kazekage remained silent, seizing Sarutobi Hiruzen and breaking through the ceiling. The four umbu guarding him rushed forward but were swiftly cut down by a slicing wind blade. The fallen umbu scattered, devoid of bloodshed, as smoke billowed forth, revealing four unfamiliar faces. Standing at the corners were Orochimaru's four subordinates, the Sound Four. Kadamaru, Taiya, Sakan, and Jirobo took their positions and began to synchronize their hand seals. As their intricate seals reached completion, the four struck the ground in unison. A purple barrier, the Four Purple Flames formation, erupted, sealing off the outside world. The umbu from Konoha, attempting to break through, were incinerated into ashes by the formation. You lowly pests shall not disturb Lord Orochimaru, Kadamaru proclaimed, expelling spider silk to delineate a boundary. Cross this line, and you shall perish. Recalling the horrific scene of his comrades being reduced to cinders, the remaining umbu hesitated. Paralyzed by fear, within the Four Purple Flames formation, the Kazekage dropped the kunai and, before Sarutobi Hiruzen, tore off his human skin mask. It's been a long time, sensei. Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen understood Orochimaru's intent to assault Konoha, yet the sight of him stirred a tumult of emotions within. What is your purpose in Konoha? Orochimaru licked his lips, responding, you once claimed that a ninja could not master all ninjutsu, so I vowed to defeat you, the ninjutsu professor, to prove myself. It seems your obsession remains as deep as ever, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied with a bitter smile. And after killing me? To destroy Konoha. Orochimaru declared without hesitation. Very well, then I shall meet you in battle. Sarutobi Hiruzen proclaimed, tearing apart his robe. A cataclysmic clash was imminent within the Four Purple Flames formation, while chaos erupted outside. As the audience succumbed to the hypnosis, the ambushing sound and sand ninjas leaped into action, alongside Konoha's umbu revealing themselves. Simultaneously, The defensive lines throughout Konoha descended into battlegrounds teeming with ninjas from the three villages. The arena was in utter disarray, leaving the younger generation bewildered. In this dire situation, the Chunin exams were suspended. Kakashi Hatake swiftly approached the group of young ninjas, issuing commands. Tenten, Naruto, Sasuke, Shino. I need you four to urgently capture Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro. Sakura, Ino, attempt to dispel the illusion and tend to the injured. Shikamaru, Choji, Kiba, Rock Lee, Niji, you are tasked with protecting them. Understood. The group sprang into action, displaying remarkable coordination. The members of Team 7, upon receiving their orders, soared into the air, leaping over the gates and vaulting the high walls. Once outside, they beheld the once lush and terrifying death forest now transformed into a desolate expanse of yellow sand. There's no time to admire the scenery. We must pursue, Tintin declared, dashing toward the scant pockets of woodland that remained, with Naruto, Shino, and Sasuke trailing behind. The yellow sand blanketed most of the forest, rendering it impossible for the trio to traverse atop it. After a short pursuit, Tintin indeed noticed traces on the trees ahead. There were unmistakable grains of sand, identifiable as belonging to Gaara's gourd. Press on. Given Gaara's current state, Temari and Kankuro cannot be moving swiftly. Meanwhile, the sand trio had also sensed that they were being pursued. Put me down, Gaara said flatly. You're in no condition to, Kankuro began. But Gaara had already leapt off his back. Chapter 57. Mortal Flesh, standing shoulder to shoulder with a tail. Kankuro was filled with fury. In his attempt to shield Gaara from exposure and evade the pursuit of Konoha, Gaara remained reluctant. The pursuers were not elite shinobi from Konoha, Gaara stated calmly. Even if they were elite, it matters not. He leaned against a tree, adjusting his massive tailed beast arm. Kankuro understood the urgency and exchanged a knowing glance with Temari, who then signaled him to retreat. Gaara's gaze shifted, puzzled by Kankuro's intent. Gaara, I recognize your competitive spirit. Yet your body has yet to fully master the power of the tailed beast. While your transformation grants you formidable strength, its instability is a vulnerability. Furthermore, the scarcity of sand in the vicinity of Konoha hinders your combat effectiveness. Kankuro is buying you time. We must advance to a more suitable battlefield for Sunagakure. With that, Temari pulled Gaara to his feet, and the two continued onward. Ninja are not solely reliant on terrain. However, a conducive environment can amplify the potency of their jutsu. For instance, a ninja skilled in water techniques would naturally excel in battles near bodies of water. The ideal setting for Gaara would be a vast, arid space filled with wind and sand. Meanwhile, the four-man team led by Timing steadily approached the location where the trio had recently landed. Suddenly, a flurry of shurikens sliced through the air, prompting the four to evade swiftly. A shadow surged from behind Shino, as a swarm of insects formed a protective barrier just in time to intercept the attack. Timing caught sight of the puppet crow that had vanished moments earlier. Is ambushing what it means to be a man? Why not confront me directly? Naruto could no longer contain his sarcasm. Timing shook his head. This is not the time for banter. We must pursue Gaara. What about the one who attacked from behind? Naruto inquired. I will catch up shortly. This is our agreement. Shino adjusted his sunglasses, leaving his back exposed to his comrades. Let us proceed. Timing trusted in Shino's abilities, knowing that the insect manipulation technique was not to be underestimated. Catch up quickly. Who gave you such audacity? Suddenly, the puppet crow, wielding sharp blades, charged from beneath the trees, effortlessly reducing an entire tree to splinters. Shino, utilizing his insects, maneuvered to another tree. Ugh! Shino felt a sharp pain in his left arm as blood dripped down his sleeve. The Chunin exam had merely been a warm-up. Now it was time to witness true puppet mastery. Another volley of shuriken hurtled toward him, while the puppet crow re-emerged behind Shino, its eerie visage reminiscent of Kankuro. On the other side, Team 7 finally emerged from the forest, only to be met with a barren landscape that sent chills down their spines. The once dense woods had vanished, leaving behind uniformly severed stumps. Have we fallen victim to an illusion? Naruto questioned in disbelief. No, Timing replied with a smile, turning to reveal Temari standing behind him with her 3-star fan. Wow, isn't that the woman who bested Shikamaru? Naruto exclaimed, his expression akin to discovering a new world. The prince's habitual forgetfulness went unnoticed. In contrast to Naruto's bewilderment, Sasuke appeared tense. Timing announced, Gaara awaits ahead. Understanding, Timing nodded and strode forward confidently. Sasuke and Naruto attempted to follow, but Temari's shuriken had already reached them. Your opponent is me. Finding Gaara was not a challenge. Timing advanced a few steps and soon spotted Gaara's silhouette, the gourd on his back now unsealed. Here, Timing inquired, and without delay, he formed a series of hand seals, summoning the Nichiren blade into his grasp. As a significant reward from the system, Timing typically kept the Nichiren blade hidden within his system's inventory. Holding the blade in one hand, the crackling thunder of lightning erupted even before it was drawn. Wind release, fire release, lightning release. Gaara slowly turned, his eyes ablaze with the fervor of battle. Are you also a Jinchuriki? Gaara asked. Timing shook his head. He understood that Gaara was inquiring whether he possessed the power of a tailed beast. Gaara nodded slightly. To be pushed to this extent without the power of a tailed beast. Mother will finally allow you to drink from her exquisite blood. At Gaara's words, two towering walls of sand surged upward like a tsunami towards Timing. Without hesitation, Gaara unleashed an attack that far surpassed conventional tactics. Timing gazed upward at the descending walls of sand, feeling their immense weight, yet refusing to evade. The chakra within him surged forth, enveloping him in a protective chakra shield. You dare to withstand my technique? In response to Gaara, a bolt of lightning from the Nichiren blade sliced through the sand, cleaving towards him. Gaara quickly summoned his sand armor, yet even his most proud creation crumbled before the onslaught in less than a second. Chapter 58. The complete form of Shikaku Boom. The lightning blade pierced through two jutsu, weakening them, yet it still struck behind Gaara, sending him flying from the residual force. Tianming emerged, wielding his sword. The intricately patterned electric light of the Nichiren blade dazzling in its brilliance. Despite the impact, Tianming had merely torn his clothing. Gaara, trembling, struggled to rise, revealing a gruesome wound on his chest from which sand began to flow slowly. Alas, Gaara's mental state shattered completely, prompting him to engage in forced self-hypnosis. His left side began to writhe, transforming into the facial features of Shikaku. In a swift motion, Shikaku's claws pierced through, carving a deep trench in the ground. Tianming leaped high to evade an attack, while the yellow sand below erupted, sending sand spikes hurtling toward him. Lightning release, mountain thunder seal. In midair, Tianming formed hand seals, manipulating the lightning to coalesce into a small mountain that descended, colliding with the multitude of sand spikes. With a thunderous explosion, chakra dispersed in all directions. Tianming descended, aiming to stab Shikaku's arm with his Nichiren blade. Suddenly, a robust arm lunged at him, and Tianming instinctively brought his sword up defensively. The impact of Shikaku's strike sent him hurtling far away. Despite this, Tianming's composure remained largely unchanged. Tailed beasts are rare and formidable forces within the ninja world. Any faction possessing one essentially holds the reins of war. Thus, how could a tailed beast like Shikaku be easily subdued by Tianming? Meanwhile, Gaara's face began to twist into a semblance of Shikaku, a look of distaste flashing across his features. Yet, he could not resist the incessant flow of power coursing through him. With renewed determination, Gaara launched an attack, the surrounding yellow sand moving in sync with his actions. Clang! Clang! Tianming charged forward with his blade, engaging Gaara in a fierce clash. The shockwaves reverberated between them. To Gaara, the sword in Tianming's hand was utterly peculiar. He had never witnessed ninja tools affect a tailed beast before. Conversely, Tianming marveled at the strength of Shikaku. What appeared to be an ordinary arm felt as unyielding as iron. Gaara, your opponent is rather formidable. Do you wish to lend me a bit more of your body? A voice echoed within, dripping with temptation. Silence. Gaara's expression shifted as he shouted. This entity had destroyed his life, and due to the instability of the sealing technique, he could not even sleep. Ha ha ha. You wish to utilize my power to vanquish your foes while denying me full control of your body? Let me tell you, even in this state, you are destined to lose. Shikaku chuckled, retreating into silence. Unbeknownst to Gaara, the internal struggle he faced was invisible to the outside world, and Tianming was equally oblivious. In an instant, he conjured numerous shadow clones that surged toward Gaara. With a sweeping motion, Gaara obliterated the clones before a massive fireball technique surged toward him. Gaara was once again sent flying, this time engulfed in flames. Tianming approached slowly. So this is the Jinchuriki of One Tail? Honestly, he had anticipated surprises from Gaara, yet none materialized. Gaara was merely a vessel for Shikaku, lacking the ability to control its power. In the original narrative, his prowess was largely exaggerated due to the relative weakness of Naruto and Sasuke at that time. Back then, Naruto could not harness the Nine Tails, nor could Sasuke utilize his Sharingan or Susanoo, were it not for Naruto summoning Gamabunta to engage in battle with Shikaku. Tianming understood that he was indeed stronger than his contemporaries, even surpassing Gaara, leading to a confrontation that felt like striking a sandbag. Gaara sensed disappointment emanating from Tianming's countenance. Disappointment? Did he believe himself weak? In that moment, Gaara recalled a past filled with memories. In his village, only two individuals perceived him as weak, his heartless father and his uncle, whose death had driven Gaara into madness. Regardless of how much control he had over Shikaku, in their eyes, he remained feeble. Now, in the presence of the Leaf Village ninja, he felt that same sensation. Tianming, standing opposite Gaara, sensed a shift in his aura. A veil of yellow sand enveloped the area, and suddenly, the ground beneath them began to collapse, an invisible pressure radiating from the sand. As the yellow sand dispersed, the towering form of Shikaku emerged, its body covered in sealing symbols, skilled in wind and magnet release techniques. Shikaku's enormous eyes locked onto Tianming, lowering its stance before opening its massive jaws. A torrent of wind chakra coalesced into a sphere at Shikaku's mouth, distorting the very air around it, unleashing a ferocious force that threatened to tear the ground asunder. Boom! The wind sphere, akin to a mountain, barreled toward Tianming. In a time of war, he would have met his demise. The abilities of a tailed beast are not something an ordinary ninja can withstand. Yet, facing Shikaku's wind release, vacuum sphere, Tianming gripped his Nichiren blade tightly, channeling chakra into the blade, preparing for the clash. Lightning release, linear. The storm brewed, ready to meet the challenge. Chapter 59, A Flash of Thunder. The Dread of Shikaku. The technique known as lightning release. One-character Thunder Flash was a skill that Qingchuan Tianming had meticulously honed through the synergy of chakra and breathing techniques. He spent an entire month refining this move, practicing his swordplay atop the mountain during the relentless rainstorms and thunderclaps. The emergence of this technique signified the fusion of two distinct realms of cultivation. The total concentration breathing technique from the Demon Slayer realm primarily enhances pulmonary function, enabling the blood to absorb vast amounts of oxygen, thus significantly elevating physical capabilities in an instant. Additionally, there exists the total concentration, constant technique, which allows one to maintain unwavering focus on breathing even in a state of slumber. From the progenitor breath of the sun, 5 fundamental styles emerged: water, thunder, flame, rock, and wind. Chakra, on the other hand, is an energy that arises from the perfect amalgamation of various forms of energy within the human body. It serves as the source for performing ninjutsu, genjutsu, taijutsu, or crafting chakra-based bindings to ensnare or sever foes. The constituents of this energy include 1. The bodily energy derived from the 130 trillion cells within the human body. 2. The spiritual energy cultivated through extensive training and accumulated experience. 3. The natural energy acquired through the practice of sage techniques. Both systems share a commonality: their attributes are relative. Qingchuan Tianming unleashed this energy through his Nichiren blade, summoning forth a brilliant flash of lightning. The formidable Shikaku, who had launched a fierce assault, was pierced directly by the radiant bolt, with crackling sounds echoing. A portion of Tianming's chakra converged in his legs, producing the sound of thunder with each movement. In the blink of an eye, he leapt high into the air, the lightning crackling as Shikaku's claws swiped at him, only to find nothing amidst the brilliance. In that moment, Qingchuan Tianming had already positioned himself behind Shikaku. With a swift motion, he executed a draw slash, and Shikaku's colossal head was severed, revealing the slumbering Gaara within. To lure Shikaku out, Gaara had resorted to a false sleep technique. "You shall not send me back." Shikaku roared, his massive claws aimed menacingly at Tianming. However, the loss of its head diminished Shikaku's power and speed. Even at full strength, it could not capture Tianming. Attempting to do so now was merely ludicrous. "You must return," Qingchuan Tianming stated calmly. "If you were to occupy Gaara's body, other villages would not spare you, and it would not merely be a matter of sealing." Tianming's reasoning was straightforward. Neglecting Gaara while allowing Shikaku to wreak havoc would directly incite a new struggle for the tailed beasts, jeopardizing Gaara's survival as a Jinchuriki. Despite the desire to confront Gaara, he did not wish for his demise. You possess quite the understanding for a mere child. Yet what do you have to negotiate with? Shikaku's head regenerated, donning a skeptical expression. That last strike was your utmost limit, was it not? If I were to attack again, could you withstand it? Unfazed by Shikaku's threats, Tianming nonchalantly sheathed his Nichiren blade. You are correct. I cannot wield my sword a second time, but I do not believe you can kill me. I suspect the wounds from our previous battle have not fully healed, and you were sealed by the Fourth Hokage and his wife. The transformation of Gaara into a tailed beast and your complete form came with a tremendous cost. Regaining your freedom will not be so simple. How do you know all this? Shikaku bellowed in anger, for the words of this ninja rang true. It could not comprehend how a once weak ninja, who had perished countless times in the face of a tailed beast ball, had grown so formidable. Shikaku, I merely wish to convey that you lack the standing to negotiate or threaten me. You now face two choices. Tianming gestured with his finger. 1. You continue your assault. Although I cannot wield my blade, let us see whether it is your demise or mine. 2. I shall show you a clear path. Did Shikaku dare to gamble? Naturally, he did not. The tailed beasts, having been sealed for so long, were gripped by fear of the endless solitude that was more terrifying than death. As for Qingchuan Tianming, he remained composed, entrusting Gaara's fate to Shikaku's decision. Should Shikaku force an attack, he would only be met with the repercussions of his actions. Speak of the second option, Shikaku seemed to relent. Tianming smiled and said, First, you shall return to Gaara's body. Secondly, you will assist him by fully sharing your tailed beast abilities with him. He is the fifth Hokage. Once he assumes office, Gaara will erect a totem in your honor, granting you prestige. In due time, he may even regard you as a protector of the village, earning you respect and the chance to reclaim your freedom. Does this not sound appealing? Should you forcefully detach from Gaara now, I assure you, it will not be long before you are captured, and your fate will be fusion. No, that is impossible, Shikaku exclaimed in agitation. The thought of enduring sealing was unbearable. If he were to be fused into the Ten Tails once more, his consciousness would cease to exist, which was utterly unacceptable. Child, tell me, who possesses the power to merge us? Chapter 60. The fifth Hokage. It seems you have forgotten the current circumstances. Tianming is not foolish. He would never reveal what is to come. Shoha pondered for a moment. Its enormous claws tapping its own head. Rather than being captured and fused back, why not coexist with this boy? Soon, Shoha made its choice, deciding to trust Qingchuan Tianming's words. After all, they had once been separated and sealed away. If they were to return to a void where consciousness does not exist, it would be better to remain within Gaara's body. Shoha relinquished control over Gaara's body and returned to its seal. At that moment, Gaara revealed his true form. As soon as he regained control, he cast a disdainful glance at Tianming and said, Didn't you claim you could kill me and Shoha? Why hold back? Because it is unnecessary. My intent is not to kill you, Tianming replied nonchalantly. Not to kill me? Gaara was momentarily taken aback. I merely wish to witness Shoha's power. Tianming maintained his calm demeanor. Gaara found himself at a loss for words, filled with complex emotions, even in his fully transformed tailed beast state. He was no match for this individual. Who are you? How do you know so much? And why have you uncovered the plan to destroy Konoha? As a ninja of Konoha, why haven't you captured me? Gaara bombarded him with questions. You asked too many questions. Tianming shook his head. A new era has arrived. Allow me to share a piece of wisdom. Open your eyes to the world. My companion fighting with Temari over there is also a Jinchuriki. What? Gaara's gaze shifted to the struggling Naruto Uzumaki not far away, unable to fathom it. In Gaara's understanding, weren't all Jinchuriki like himself, mere weapons of destruction? But this foolish boy hardly resembled a weapon of war. Because Naruto is not a weapon of war in Konoha, Tianming seemed to see through Gaara's thoughts. Although he too had been labeled a monster and bullied as a child, he was surrounded by friends, mentors, and companions. Gaara's eyes flickered, revealing a tumult of feelings. I have no friends. I do not need friends. Are not your brother and sister your friends? Tianming inquired gently. And your father, the fourth Hokage, Raza, was killed long ago by Orochimaru. The plan to destroy Konoha, including the third phase of the Chunin Exams, was all orchestrated by Orochimaru. He is dead? Gaara felt the foundations of his understanding crumble. This Qingchuan Tianming was unfathomable. I do not wish to delve into your inner struggles, but I will say that all of that is in the past. It is up to you to decide whether to bear those burdens and survive or to embark on a new life. With that, Tianming turned to leave. Not far away, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha's battle with Temari was drawing to a close. At present, the two were being thoroughly bested, and just as another of Temari's attacks was launched, Qingchuan Tianming arrived in time, raising a chakra barrier to block the assault. Temari, seeing Gaara descend behind her, exclaimed, "No need to continue fighting, Gaara." Temari looked at him in surprise. "Let us end this. We must find our brother," Gaara declared before leading the way back into the forest. Temari stood frozen in place, astonished to have heard Gaara call for his brother. "Qingchuan Tianming, what have you done to Gaara? You might want to ask him that." "You are welcome to visit Konoha in the future," he replied before heading off with Naruto and Sasuke to find Shino Aburame. "Tianming, what was the outcome?" Naruto incessantly questioned on their return. "The outcome is that I won," Tianming repeated his words. "How boring. If you want to share, then don't," Naruto grumbled, disappointed at not receiving the details of the battle. Meanwhile, Sasuke wore a complex expression, feeling quite uneasy. Before long, the three discovered Shino Aburame, injured amidst the underbrush. They all aligned their stories, claiming that Gaara and his group had escaped beyond the borders of the Land of Fire and could not be pursued. Meanwhile, Gaara and Temari had found the gravely injured Kankuro. "What are you doing back? Isn't Konoha pursuing you?" Kankuro inquired upon recognizing them. "Let us return to the village." "Brother," Gaara extended his hand towards Kankuro. Kankuro stared wide-eyed at Temari, seeking an explanation. "What? Is your brother's invitation not to your liking?" Temari smiled mysteriously. "Uh-huh. I'm willing. Shall we head back to the village?" Kankuro struggled to rise. "Damn it. One day I will return to Konoha." "Brother, I no longer intend to attack Konoha," Gaara stated. Gaara then laid bare the truth of the plan to destroy Konoha, leaving the three siblings shocked and helpless at the revelation of Raza's death. Raza was not a good father. He was unworthy of the role, yet he had indeed given them life. "What do you wish to do, Gaara?" Kankuro asked earnestly. "I aspire to become the fifth Kazekage. I wish to protect our existence and elevate Sunagakure to unprecedented heights." Gaara articulated his grand vision. Chapter 61. The Courageous Hinata. Meanwhile, the war in Konoha concluded in a harrowing fashion. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, perished in battle. Numerous ninjas from Konoha suffered casualties, and even the outskirts experienced significant damage. Orochimaru and his cohorts fled the village in disgrace, as Hiruzen Sarutobi valiantly used the dead demon-consuming seal to take the souls of Orochimaru's arms. Additionally, Konoha's ninjas mounted a fierce counterattack, forcing the Sound and Sand Alliance to retreat. However, Konoha did not pursue the Sand Shinobi to the bitter end, a consensus shared among the higher-ups. The death of the Hokage cast a pall over the entire village. On the day of mourning, the sky wept, shrouding Konoha in a curtain of rain. All the ninjas of the village donned black attire, paying their respects to the third Hokage amidst the downpour. The relentless rain seemed to mourn alongside them, and under such somber circumstances, the third Hokage was laid to rest, while artisans began to carve his statue on the Hokage rock. The destroyed houses and streets of Konoha commenced their restoration. Regardless of the loss, life must continue for those who remain. Following the mourning, Timing returned directly to the Ayakawa residence. Upon entering, he was greeted by the enticing aroma wafting from the kitchen. "Timing, you're back?" The perceptive Uzumaki Kirin appeared at the doorway, smiling. "Are you ready for dinner?" During the days leading up to the third round of the exams, while managing the aftermath of Orochimaru's destructive plans and pursuing Gaara, Kirin had been diligently honing her culinary skills at home. Since following Timing, becoming a Konoha ninja had become nearly impossible for her. Whenever she found time, she immersed herself in books, learning that as a woman, managing household affairs was her responsibility. Currently, unable to contribute to battles, she focused on taking care of the Ayakawa household. After a refreshing bath and changing into clean clothes, Timing joined her at the dining table. Kirin had prepared several exquisite dishes. "Wow, these look delicious," Timing exclaimed, his appetite piqued. "Give it a try." Kirin served him a bowl of rice. "Then I shall dig in." Timing clasped his hands in prayer before starting his meal. He was ravenous, devouring the dishes alongside the steaming rice. "Delicious. Why aren't you eating?" he asked. "I'm not hungry," Kirin replied with a smile, watching him eat intently. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. "Is there a visitor?" Kirin inquired. "It's rare for someone to come by. It's probably the uncle who brings my allowance each month," Timing reflected. "You eat. I'll go answer the door," Kirin said, rising from the tatami mat. As she opened the wooden door, she found herself face to face with Hinata Hyuga. "What are you doing here?" The two women were momentarily taken aback, then spoke in unison. Karine was puzzled by Hinata's presence at the Ayakuwa residence, while Hinata wondered why this woman was here. "What is the matter?" Taiming, holding his bowl, stepped out of the room and almost dropped it. Was this the legendary battlefield of emotions? Who could have imagined that someone as formidable as Taiming would find himself in such a passive position? In the Ayakuwa living room, Karine and Hinata shared an almost competitive air. "Taiming, even if you and Karine are friends, there is no need to have her stay at your home." Hinata's voice was gentle, but her words dripped with discontent. "That is not your concern. I am destined to follow Ayakuwa Taiming for life," Karine declared with conviction. "No, I disagree," Hinata exclaimed, clearly agitated. "Your agreement is unnecessary," Karine retorted, unwavering. Caught in the middle, Taiming felt torn and could only helplessly suggest, "Should I say something?" "Karine is my dear friend. We are both orphans of war, and she has nowhere else to go," Taiming asserted, speaking the truth. He was aware of Hinata's feelings for him, and perhaps Karine harbored similar sentiments. Yet, he could not make any definitive claims. What if things changed in the future? As for Taiming's own feelings, it would be disingenuous to say he had no affection for either of them. However, how could he navigate his emotions? Should he resort to schemes or deception? No, Taiming could accomplish that, but he chose not to. He was a person of sentiments. He preferred a gradual approach, akin to simmering a frog in warm water. Upon hearing Taiming's words, Hinata was momentarily at a loss for words, realizing she had no grounds to demand that he dismiss anyone. Seeing Hinata fall silent, Taiming sought to comfort her, but she quickly regained her composure. "Taiming, I have a great idea. Since Karine is your good friend, it wouldn't be right to send her away. How about this? You have a spare room, right? Let me stay over occasionally." Taiming was left dumbfounded. "Hinata, you've changed. Why would you choose to stay with me instead of the Grand Hyuga estate?" Inwardly resigned, he felt a flicker of delight. Chapter 62. Apprenticing with Jiraiya? What? Is that not permissible? The usually courageous Hinata Hyuga found herself utterly flustered in the presence of Tianming Qingchuan, nervously fidgeting with her fingers. "Hinata, how could you utter such embarrassing words? It is utterly inappropriate to suggest residing among boys." Yet, as her feelings for Qingchuan Tianming deepened, a sudden sense of urgency arose upon encountering the Vortex Kenpatsu. Weakness cannot safeguard love. One must possess courage. "Well, it's not entirely out of the question," Tianming scratched his head and replied, "I have no issues. But it would be difficult to explain to the Hyuga clan. If the esteemed Hyuga family discovered that their beloved heiress had been taken, chaos would surely ensue." Hinata hesitated, grappling with the reality she had overlooked. At merely 13 years of age, romance and marriage were forbidden, and her clan would never turn a blind eye to such matters. Contemplating this, she felt despondent. "Hinata, although it may be somewhat troublesome for you to stay at my house, you are always welcome to visit frequently," Tianming said, unable to bear seeing the angelic Hinata in distress. "Yes," Hinata nodded earnestly. "I will certainly come often." Meanwhile, on the road outside Konoha village, two men in black cloaks appeared, their heads adorned with conical hats. One of them, a towering figure, bore a massive sword secured to his back. "Is this Konoha?" The burly man mused, raising his gaze to reveal an unusual visage beneath the hat. "Itachi-san, are you here for your brother?" The companion, also halting, revealed a pair of crimson Sharingan eyes beneath his own hat. For the tailed beasts, Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki, members of the Akatsuki Organization, set forth in pairs following the departure of their former member Orochimaru. Among the members, Itachi and Kisame shared a notably close rapport, with Kisame often deferring to Itachi, addressing him with respect. About that plan, Kisame began, having grasped the context. Their camaraderie granted him insight into Itachi's past, including his brother. Thus, when Itachi suggested a visit to Konoha, Kisame readily joined. This endeavor was one of the Akatsuki's most critical missions. Simultaneously executing a task while visiting your brother? Truly commendable. Itachi-san. The duo swiftly vanished from the road. On the heights of a certain building in Konoha, a rather unsavory figure lurked in a concealed corner, peering through binoculars and occasionally chuckling lecherously. Within his line of sight was an indoor hot spring, perfectly aligned with the women's bathing area, where several young ladies had already entered the water. At that moment, two figures approached from behind. "Do you require assistance?" Jiraiya lowered his binoculars and turned to find two unexpected visitors. The advisors Mito Gate, In, and T-Rune Koa. Konoha needs a new Hokage. By unanimous decision from the higher-ups, you, Jiraiya, are to assume the role of the fifth Hokage, Mito stated bluntly. I refuse, Jiraiya shook his head. I am utterly unqualified for such a position. Jiraiya, you are no longer a child. Why must you be so impulsive? The situation in Konoha is too complex. We need you to step up, T-Rune urged. I simply wish to avoid entanglement in these disputes. Is the joy of life not found in the pleasures of the flesh? Jiraiya mused, observing their stern expressions. While I cannot assume the role of Hokage, I know who would be the best candidate, and I can bring them to you. Returning to the Qingchuan residence, after spending an afternoon together, Hinata prepared to head home, while Tianming escorted her out of the estate. Upon turning around, he spotted the unmistakable figure of Naruto Uzumaki waiting at the street corner. Naruto, what brings you here? Tianming inquired. Ha ha ha, I'm here to treat you to a bowl of ramen. The exuberant young ninja, now a genin, spoke with admirable bravado. It's the best at Ichiraku. As they awaited their noodles, the two engaged in conversation, with Tianming sensing Naruto had something to share. Naruto, if you have something to say, just say it, Tianming urged casually. Never mind. I'm just here to deliver a message. Naruto declared candidly. My master wishes to meet you, and wants to know if you're willing. Your master? Tianming instantly understood that he referred to Jiraiya but feigned ignorance. Yes, the perverted sage, Naruto retorted. Little brat, you take my money to eat ramen and curse me behind my back? At that moment, the curtain was drawn, revealing Jiraiya, who playfully ruffled Naruto's hair. Wah, perverted sage, what are you doing here? Naruto exclaimed in confusion. Can I come to enjoy some ramen? Jiraiya replied, ordering a bowl from Uncle Ichiraku before sitting beside Tianming. Nice to meet you. I am Jiraiya. The flamboyant sage greeted with a flourish. Qingchuan Tianming, he introduced himself, having never imagined he would be associated with Jiraiya. Oh ho, the kid is quite aloof, Jiraiya chuckled, patting Tianming on the shoulder. Congratulations, you've won a prize. Would you like to be my disciple? Tianming shook his head, pondering the absurdity of becoming Jiraiya's apprentice. Am I to learn how to make dumplings or master sage mode? He had never contemplated apprenticing under the legendary Sannin. Even if given a choice, following Tsunade would be far more appealing. Unfazed by the rejection, Jiraiya maintained his cheerful demeanor. Just like Naruto, but I like this feisty attitude. I know the third Hokage holds you in high regard. You are a rather special child. I merely wish to guide you. Jiraiya's tone turned unexpectedly serious. Ding. A new task activated. Proceed to Shortbook Street to complete a check-in task for rewards. As Tianming prepared to decline yet again, the system notification chimed. Wait. This location and scenario are precisely connected to finding Tsunade to return to the village as the fifth Hokage. If he didn't agree to Jiraiya's proposal, he wouldn't be able to locate Tsunade for the check-in. Following one of the legendary Sannin? Absurd. Ultimately, in pursuit of the check-in task, Tianming shamelessly extended a cup of hot tea towards Jiraiya, declaring, Master, I present this tea to you. Ha! Jiraiya was delighted by Tianming and Appo's sudden change of heart. He accepted the tea and drank it down, bursting into hearty laughter. Excellent. Tomorrow, you and Naruto should prepare. We are setting off for a journey. Chapter 63, A Life-Changing Decision. Naruto Uzumaki, standing nearby, was utterly bewildered and exclaimed, Pervy sage. I don't recall you ever mentioning that you would take Akiyama Taiming as your disciple. Are you feeling jealous, little Naruto? Afraid I might share what I teach you with others? Jiraiya chuckled mischievously. The things you seek to learn are unique to you. No one else can grasp them. Moreover, what I impart to each of you is distinct. Nodding half-heartedly, Naruto attempted to comprehend the situation. Meanwhile, Taiming finished his bowl of ramen and stood up to take his leave, pondering why Jiraiya had chosen him as a pupil. Jiraiya's decision to take Naruto under his wing stemmed from Naruto being the son of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and the host of the Nine Tails, which made the choice both reasonable and heartfelt. But what about Akiyama Taiming? His family could hardly be called a clan. They were mere footnotes in the history of Konoha, insignificant during Jiraiya's era, likely only known by face. Thus, Taiming had never considered following any of the legendary Sannin for training. However, for the sake of completing his task in the Shortbook Street, he found himself compelled to accept the mentorship. The night passed without incident, and the next morning, Taiming arrived at the designated meeting point, where he spotted Jiraiya waiting. Ah, young Taiming, you're here. Jiraiya greeted him, surprisingly sober and punctual. clearly invested in his mission to find Tsunade. "Good morning, Jiraiya-sensei," Taiming replied. "Do you understand why I have taken you as my disciple?" Jiraiya shifted the conversation. Faced with such a direct inquiry, Taiming did not feign ignorance. "To serve as a sparring partner for Naruto?" Jiraiya shook his head with a smile. "Not quite. You are extraordinary in ways that defy comprehension. In truth, I am here to keep an eye on you. I am indifferent to your intentions. But should you ever betray Konoha or act against its interests, I will not hesitate to act." Jiraiya was always straightforward, never resorting to subterfuge. Taiming realized he had inadvertently revealed his awareness, and after careful consideration, he identified a potential breakthrough point: his battle with Gaara. The one-tailed Shikaku was an enigma to many. Yet for high-ranking figures like Jiraiya, it was commonplace. When pursuing Gaara, Jiraiya had not remained in Konoha. Instead, he had witnessed Taiming's confrontation with Gaara at the borders, gathering intelligence firsthand. "Besides that, you were personally assigned to Team 7 by me," Jiraiya continued. "I have faith in Sarutobi-sensei's judgment. He is your guiding light. Now that the lantern has dimmed, I am willing to be the new light." After reflecting on Jiraiya's words, Taiming considered the man before him. Despite his lecherous nature and unrefined demeanor, Jiraiya possessed an immense love for the village. He had once left behind children from the Rain Village during missions, and when his dear friend Orochimaru defected from Konoha, Jiraiya had tirelessly sought to bring him back. Even after the children he had once taken in from the Rain Village became members of Akatsuki, he dedicated himself to gathering pertinent information. Now, Akiyama Taiming had been recognized by Sarutobi Hiruzen and placed into Team 7, despite the air of mystery surrounding him, capable of overpowering the one-tailed Shikaku. From Konoha's perspective, Jiraiya could have easily subdued Taiming and dealt with him accordingly. Yet he chose instead to mentor him, simply because he was Jiraiya. "Pervy Sage," came Naruto's voice from around the corner, as he approached with a large bundle slung over his back. "Are you moving house, little Naruto?" Jiraiya quipped. "This is my first time traveling far," Naruto replied. "By the way, Taiming, aren't you bringing anything with you?" "Well, we've already been to the Land of Waves. This is only our second journey. As long as we have money, we'll find places to eat and stay along the way. We're not going camping," Taiming explained. "Ah, that makes sense. Just wait for me. I need to drop off my things," Naruto declared before turning on his heel. Jiraiya cast a curious glance at Taiming, pondering how Naruto, who was often so contrary, accepted Taiming's words so readily. Had he unwittingly made a correct judgment? "Is something the matter, Jiraiya-sensei?" Taiming inquired. "You seem quite handsome, reminiscent of my younger self," Jiraiya laughed. Upon hearing Taiming address him as sensei for the second time, he felt a deeper understanding dawn upon him. After this brief interlude, when Naruto returned, the trio set forth on their journey to find Tsunade. From the moment Jiraiya accepted Akiyama Taiming as his disciple, the dynamics of the entire ninja world began to shift, a change that would inevitably alter the course of Jiraiya's life. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Kakashi Hatake and Sasuke Uchiha strolled down the street. Today marked the anniversary of the Uchiha clan's tragedy, prompting Kakashi to invite Sasuke to pay tribute. While Sasuke was sent to procure flowers, Kakashi unexpectedly encountered Asuma Sarutobi and Kurenai Yuhi. The two, upon spotting Kakashi, instinctively attempted to evade him. Hey, are you two on a date?" Chapter 64, The Clash of the Sharingan. "No, it is a date." The two, filled with nervousness, couldn't even align their words. Sarutobi Asuma manfully admitted that he was indeed dating Yugao, but as a woman, Yugao was rather shy, unexpectedly encountering Kakashi. "You two are quite fast," Hatake Kakashi remarked, somewhat flustered. Despite his age, the long night only had the warmth of companionship to offer. "By the way, Kakashi, what brings you here?" Sarutobi Asuma inquired. "I'm just wandering around," Kakashi replied, casting a knowing glance, and the trio's attention shifted to a nearby tea shop. Through the beige half-curtains, they could see two steaming cups of green tea resting on the table, with money placed underneath. "It seems trouble has come to the village. I must report this." "Asuma, Yugao, please pursue them for now," Kakashi declared before vanishing into the ring. Asuma and Yugao wasted no time, hastening in a specific direction. Kakashi had sensed an unusual presence that prompted him to divert Uchiha Sasuke, while Asuma and Yugao had come to this street for the same reason. Upon meeting, a mere exchange of glances conveyed volumes of information, a testament to the unspoken understanding among Konoha's elite shinobi. Meanwhile, Asuma and Yugao had already pursued their quarry outside the village. where they spotted two figures amidst the ring. Asuma swiftly launched a series of shuriken, striking the ground ahead of them, prompting the figures to halt and turn. "Who are you? What business do you have in Konoha?" Asuma demanded coldly, preparing for a confrontation. One of the men removed his hat, revealing calm, crimson eyes. "Asuma, it has been a while," he remarked. "You are Uchiha Itachi," Asuma exclaimed in shock, recognizing the familiar face. "I am Kisame Hoshigaki." The larger man introduced himself, but his introduction went largely unnoticed. Asuma forcibly suppressed his astonishment. "Itachi, you have defected from Konoha. Why return?" "Enough of your prattle," Itachi replied. And before he could react further, Kisame drew his sword, Semihata, sweeping it through the air. Yugao nimbly evaded, while Asuma unsheathed his own weapon in defense. A tremendous force struck. The stone beneath Asuma shattered upon impact. In their initial clash, Asuma found himself at a disadvantage. Adhering to the principle of relentless assault, Kisame swung his sword again, and as it was blocked, the bandages wrapping Samihata tore away, revealing its vicious spines. Samihata was not a sharp weapon. It operated more like a saw. With a powerful thrust, Kisame carved a gash into Asuma's left shoulder, blood gushing forth. Yugao quickly formed hand seals, attempting to ensnare them with her jinjutsu, her form gradually fading from sight. To Itachi, this scene was as tranquil as still water. Under his Tsukuyami, the other's illusions appeared as mere jests. In the next instant, Kisame found his legs ensnared by an illusionary quicksand, while a massive tree emerged behind Itachi, its countless vines binding him. Meanwhile, Yugao reappeared atop the tree, drawing a kunai to strike downwards. Just as her kunai was about to reach Itachi, Yugao suddenly snapped back to reality, realizing she was bound. Itachi, however, toyed with the kunai, then surged forward with a swift slash. In the final moment, Yugao broke free from her restraints, ducking just in time as the kunai glimmered menacingly, severing her hair. Yet, narrowly avoiding one attack, she could not evade Itachi's second strike, which sent her crashing into the riverbank. In the next moment, Itachi appeared behind the disheveled Yugao, ready to deliver the final blow. But a kunai was already poised at his waist. "Hatake Kakashi," Itachi stated calmly, his voice emanating from behind. It turned out that the attempt on Yugao's life was merely a shadow clone. Meanwhile, Asuma was not to be underestimated. He infused his chakra into his weapon, slicing through Kisame's face with his razor-sharp blade. "Kisame, do not waste time," Itachi instructed calmly from the riverbank. Kisame swiftly leaped aside, forming hand seals. Water release, water shark bomb technique. A torrent of water surged upward, creating a formidable wave. Kakashi lowered his mask, revealing his crimson Sharingan, his pupils flickering slightly. Water release, water shark bomb technique. A similar assault erupted to shield Asuma. In the next instant, both combatants began to clash at blinding speeds along the river. Before long, they found themselves positioned on either side of the riverbank. "Impressive. You have developed the Uchiha clan's Sharingan to such an extent," Itachi praised. "Shall I show you the true techniques of the Sharingan?" "Asuma, Yugao, close your eyes," Kakashi shouted. At that moment, Itachi's Tomo Sharingan transformed into the mesmerizing Manjiki Sharingan. Tsukuyami. Chapter 65. Jiraiya's Astonishment. The Sharingan possesses various forms, each with distinct abilities, and the Manjiki Sharingan transcends the ordinary Sharingan, granting access to exclusive ocular techniques. The Jinjutsu, Tsukuyami, struck Kakashi Hatake with a swift impact. Within the realm of Tsukuyami, Kakashi found himself ensnared in an ethereal void. Suddenly, a black board materialized before him, and an invisible force confined him against it. No amount of struggle could free him. In an instant, a blade hurtled towards him, piercing his heart, followed by a deluge of knives suspended ominously in the air. The echoes of shrieks reverberated throughout the space, staining the black board crimson with blood. This torment persisted for 3 days. In the real world, Kakashi's Sharingan was awash in blood-red hues, and suddenly, his body weakened, causing him to kneel upon the water's surface. The 3 days within the Tsukuyami world translated to mere seconds in reality, yet the agony felt all too genuine. "What is your purpose in Konoha?" Kakashi inquired weakly. "To claim the legacy of the Fourth Hokage," Itachi Uchiha replied coolly. "Without Uchiha blood, you should take pride in what you've accomplished." Kakashi's voice dwindled. "Your aim is indeed Naruto Uzumaki, and your organization is Akatsuki, correct?" Days prior, Jiraiya had approached Kakashi with a request to personally mentor Naruto, during which he had gleaned information about Akatsuki from Jiraiya. Itachi's pupils glinted with a peculiar light. Take Kakashi away. Eliminate the other two. As his words fell, Kisame Hoshigaki surged forward, tearing through the water's surface with his sword, Samahata. Boom. At that moment, a figure descended from above, crashing into the water with a powerful kick that sent the raging waves aside, swiftly closing in on Kisame with a strike of his own. Kisame was sent flying, landing at Itachi's feet. As the water settled, the figure revealed itself, an iconic watermelon head, gleaming white teeth, and a green jumpsuit. The proud azure beast of Konoha, Might Guy, had arrived. Is Kakashi all right? Guy questioned, glancing at the unconscious Kakashi, prompting him to abandon any further aggression. Kisame, rising with fury, sought revenge for his earlier humiliation, only to be halted by Itachi's outstretched hand. We have wasted enough time. Let us proceed with the mission. With that, the two vanished from the water's surface, while Guy hoisted the unconscious Kakashi and departed the scene. Meanwhile, in a neighboring hot spring town, Jiraiya and his disciples nearly forgot their own names. Jiraiya, oblivious to the presence of Qingchuan Tianming and Naruto, dashed ahead, his eyes scanning for young maidens, fully embodying his reputation as a lecherous sage. Tianming, Naruto, find a lodging and wait for me, he instructed before darting into an establishment where a young lady stood at the entrance. Old pervert, Naruto spat. Then he and Tianming casually selected a nearby inn. Inside their room, Naruto began to meditate and familiarize himself with Chakra, only to find Tianming idly doing nothing. Aren't you going to train? Naruto queried. Tianming paused, realizing Naruto referred to Jiraiya's instructions on Chakra control, which indicated that the Rasengan had been arranged for him. However, Tianming had no intention of learning the Rasengan. With this thought, Tianming's abundant chakra surged forth, leaving Naruto awestruck. I'm going out for a bit, Tianming announced before exiting the inn. He soon found Jiraiya at a nearby izakaya and entered a private booth, pouring himself a drink without hesitation. Jiraiya, noticing, had no choice but to dismiss the accompanying waitress before scolding. What are you doing drinking, you little brat? Tianming raised his cup and drank it down, the spicy liquid coursing down his throat, a long-lost sensation. Looks like you can hold your liquor. Usually, kids only complain about the spiciness, but you seem like a natural, Jiraiya remarked. Why did you come down to find me? Jiraiya inquired after a few drinks. You had Naruto conjure Chakra in the room, while I didn't need to, Tianming replied, releasing a hint of Chakra from his cup, creating a miniature vortex without shattering the glass. Jiraiya, startled, dropped his own cup, shattering it to pieces. An improbable thought surfaced. Tianming, can you perform the Rasengan? Tianming did not answer directly. Instead, he gathered a sphere of Chakra in his palm. Unlike the wind-release Rasengan, this was a manifestation of lightning. The crackling sphere buzzed, causing Jiraiya to ponder deeply. It seems Sarutobi-sensei had a keen eye. Your Chakra reserves rival even that of Naruto. Forget it. I shouldn't dwell on it too much. It's a cause for celebration that one of my disciples has developed into a formidable ninja, Jiraiya declared, pouring Tianming another drink. At that moment, Jiraiya seemed to realize that he need not instruct Qingchuan Tianming in ninjutsu, and perhaps a long-buried plan could see the light of day once more. Chapter 66, Sasuke vs. Itachi. On the rooftop of a house in Konoha, Uchiha Sasuke lay on his back, his head resting on his arms as he gazed up at the azure sky. The weather was quite pleasant today, following a light morning rain. The sky was now clear and bright. However, the pristine expanse above could not lift Sasuke's spirits. Ever since the mission to pursue Gaara and attending the Third Hokage's funeral, he had been in a state of turmoil. His mind incessantly replayed the events of that fateful day. He and Naruto had been thwarted by Temari of Sunagakure, initially intending to break through swiftly, yet the outcome was painfully ironic. Under the assault of Wind Release, Gale Palm, he and Naruto together were insufficient to contend with her. No matter how they attacked with shurikens or fire style, fireball jutsu, they could not land a hit. This was all, while Temari merely delayed them without resorting to lethal force. If that incident left Sasuke feeling a sense of irony, what he witnessed in the battle against Gaara was a complete shattering of his understanding. Gaara was unexpectedly formidable, harboring such a terrifying beast within him. Faced with Gaara, he would likely lack even the courage to flee. Frustrated, Sasuke pounded the ground, feeling the sting of inadequacy. He had always believed that through sheer effort he could catch up, Yet what he faced were monsters. "Sasuke, are you here?" At that moment, Haruno Sakura appeared behind him, offering comfort. "Is something wrong?" Sasuke quickly composed himself. "I noticed you seemed off, so I came to check on you." Sakura approached, saying, "Although our plan to capture Gaara failed, you shouldn't blame yourself." The mention of Gaara only deepened Sasuke's unease. His thoughts were consumed by the battle between Aoi and Gaara. The level of that fight was beyond his reach. "Sasuke." He rose from the ground, his gaze regaining its composure. "I have matters to attend to. Do not follow me." With that, he vanished from the rooftop, leaving Sakura in quiet distress. After departing the rooftop, Sasuke moved with purpose. He sought out Kakashi Hatake to learn stronger ninjutsu. Although Chidori was powerful, it was insufficient. He was a Jonin of Konoha, endowed with the Sharingan, and had performed the rites of the Uchiha clan. Surely, Kakashi-sensei would impart even more formidable techniques, ones that could surpass Aoi. Sasuke hurried to the apartment of Kakashi Hatake and pushed the door open. "Kakashi-sensei, I want." Before him stood Might Guy, Asuma Sarutobi, and Kurenai Yuhi, 3 Jonin. Kakashi lay asleep in bed, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, appearing to be in great pain. "What has happened to Kakashi-sensei?" The 3 exchanged glances, a sense of unease settling over them. "This is bad." At that moment, Aoba Yamashiro, wearing sunglasses, burst through the door. "Itachi Uchiha has returned to Konoha. He is searching for the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki." These words struck Sasuke like a thunderbolt. "Itachi." His form trembled, his pupils narrowing and turning crimson. "Itachi." He turned and dashed out of Kakashi's house, while the Jonin exchanged worried glances. "Where is Naruto?" Asuma asked calmly. "There's no need for concern. He and Aoi are on a mission with Jiraiya." "With Jiraiya there, everything will be fine," Aoba replied. "We cannot afford to be complacent," Asuma remarked, glancing at Kakashi's unconscious form. "Guy, take care of Kakashi. I will quickly inform the Umbu of Itachi's return so they can mount a counterattack." "Leave Kakashi to me," Guy assured. Instantly, the atmosphere grew tense. Itachi and Kisame had not taken long to arrive at a neighboring town. Meanwhile, Sasuke searched through taverns for Naruto's whereabouts. If he could find Naruto, he could locate that man. If he found him, he could exact his revenge. Returning to a modest street, Naruto was diligently cultivating chakra in his room. Knock, knock. A sound echoed at the door. "Aoi, don't you have the key?" Though he said this, Naruto, carefree, leapt from his bed and went to open the door. When he opened it, instead of Aoi or the perverted sage Jiraiya, he was met with the sight of Itachi, clad in a red cloud cloak. "Itachi!" At that moment, an enraged voice called out, as Sasuke rushed to the second floor, panting as he beheld the familiar, yet terrifying figure. "Mr. Itachi, he possesses the Sharingan just like you. Could it be?" Kisame inquired. Itachi, facing away from Sasuke, replied coolly, "Ah, my foolish little brother. Itachi, I will kill you." Enraged, Sasuke formed hand seals, and as he clasped his wrists, a crackling sound echoed as lightning began to gather. Chidori, blinded by hatred, Sasuke charged forward, while Itachi merely turned and raised his hand. Boom. The wall was pierced effortlessly as Itachi restrained Sasuke's wrist, nullifying the Chidori with ease. "My foolish little brother, it seems you have made no progress over the years." Chapter 67, In Search of Tsunade. The impotent fury of Uchiha Sasuke erupted in a series of anguished roars. After his Chidori was thwarted, he immediately swung his fist to strike again. Uchiha Itachi effortlessly parried the assault, and, with a forceful motion, the sound of a fracture echoed. With another kick, Uchiha Sasuke was sent sprawling to the end of the corridor. Uchiha Itachi approached, his crimson eyes gazing down at him. "Sasuke, I once compelled you to harbor hatred for me, forcing you to live an ugly existence. Yet, it seems your hatred is still insufficient," Itachi said, lifting Sasuke's chin with a finger before unleashing the Tsukuyami. The scene Sasuke had long wished to forget resurfaced. In his childhood, he had idolized this brother, renowned for his genius, often pestering him to teach him ninjutsu, despite Itachi's busy schedule. Sasuke relied heavily on Itachi, aspiring to become a ninja as exceptional as his brother. However, everything changed that fateful day. Returning home from the Ninja Academy, Sasuke found the Uchiha compound eerily silent. Upon opening the door, he was met with a scene of devastation. Shurikens littered the floor, and signs of a struggle marred the walls. To his horror, he discovered his parents lying lifeless in a pool of blood, and the perpetrator stood before him, Itachi, shrouded in the moonlight like a harbinger of death. If you wish to kill me, then live on in your ugliness. Within the Tsukuyomi realm, Uchiha Sasuke was condemned to relive the tragic events of his family's massacre over and over. In the real world, Sasuke collapsed to his knees, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Sasuke! Naruto Uzumaki shouted, unleashing his chakra in an attempt to assist. Swish! Kisame Hoshigaki swiftly drew his Samahata, effortlessly absorbing Naruto's chakra. He then prepared to strike at Naruto. Swish! At that moment, a shuriken flew from the shadows, aimed at Kisame's back. The latter paused, deflecting the shuriken and turning slowly. The newcomer was none other than Jiraiya, accompanied by Aoyama Tenmei and a toad from Mount Myaboku. Ninjutsu, toad mouth binding technique. Without further ado, Jiraiya swiftly formed hand seals to activate the jutsu. In an instant, the corridor of the inn transformed into a gruesome spectacle of crimson flesh, with an unknown liquid dripping ominously. Sasuke, pinned against the wall by Uchiha Itachi, was consumed, while Itachi himself found his limbs ensnared. Jiraiya quickly pulled Naruto behind him, as the walls of flesh rose to confine them both. This is Jiraiya of the legendary three, unexpectedly formidable, Kisame observed, unperturbed even as his legs were engulfed by the flesh. Mission failed, we must retreat. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi blinked, his pupils swirling. The second ocular technique of the Manjiki Sharingan, Amaterasu. A strand of black flame erupted from his eyes, instantly piercing through the flesh wall before them. In the next moment, both men vanished from the scene. The toad mouth binding technique was broken, and with Akatsuki's members retreating, Jiraiya chose not to pursue. Sasuke! Naruto exclaimed, attempting to lift the fallen Uchiha. Do not move him, Aoyama Tenmei interjected. Sasuke is gravely injured. We must wait for medical ninjas. Thus, after Jiraiya sent a message, Konoha's medical ninjas, escorted by Might Guy, arrived to retrieve the severely wounded Sasuke. I shall avenge Sasuke. Naruto lamented his helplessness. If you seek revenge, we shall proceed to the next phase of training. Jiraiya replied with a smile. I will master any ninjutsu. Simultaneously, in a room within a certain inn, a server delivered food to a guest. After placing the meal, they did not venture far before a serpent emerged from the shadows, devouring them whole. It hurts. It hurts. Sarutobi, you won't let me rest, even in death. On a hospital bed, a long-haired man cursed in a peculiar tone. This was Orochimaru, trapped by the dead demon consuming seal. Orochimaru's cold gaze fixated on his numb hands, his heart filled with hatred for Sarutobi Hiruzen. As a scientist, how can I function without hands? At that moment, the door creaked open, and Kabuto Yakushi entered, his nose twitching. Lord Orochimaru, have you killed again? The scent of blood will attract trouble. What of Aoyama Tenmei? What of Uchiha Sasuke? Or any of them? Kabuto shook his head. Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hoshigaki have appeared in Konoha. The retrieval plan must be halted. Additionally, Aoyama Tenmei seems to be following Jiraiya. Jiraiya? He has appeared as well? Orochimaru seethed, agony coursing through his arm. That old man's dead demon-consuming seal is too malevolent. A normal body cannot withstand it. Since the retrieval plan is unfeasible, find Tsunade for me. I require her assistance to heal me. Chapter 68. The three endurers. After departing from the inn, Jiraiya and his two disciples made their way towards the mountainous region, halting only upon discovering a secluded area. Perverted sage, is this truly a place for training? What makes it special? Uzumaki Naruto surveyed the surroundings, finding nothing noteworthy. No, I'm simply weary from walking. This will suffice, Jiraiya replied, leaving Naruto incredulous. Next, I shall impart to you a remarkable technique, one that was conceived by the Fourth Hokage, Jiraiya said with a smile. Wow, a technique from the Fourth Hokage? Naruto exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Jiraiya extended a hand, palm facing upward, as threads of wind-based chakra began to converge from the surroundings, coalescing into a swirling vortex in his palm, which then transformed into a sphere. Various forms of chakra began to intertwine, compressing into a high-quality sphere through a spiral motion. When released, this technique would unleash tremendous destructive power. It was known as the Rasengan. Naruto gazed in awe, his eyes wide with wonder. The Rasengan, huh? While the two mentors discussed the intricacies of the Rasengan, Aoshi Tianming quietly took his leave. Though Jiraiya had deduced from the previous night's performance that Aoshi understood the principles behind the Rasengan, he did not deter him from Naruto's instruction. However, Aoshi chose to depart. The significance of the Rasengan transcended mere destructive capability. It was an unfinished jutsu of the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, passed down to his son for completion. In the future, Naruto would harness the power of the Nine Tails and Master Sage mode, equipping himself with myriad techniques. Yet, he remained focused on perfecting the Rasengan, leading many to question why he exclusively practiced this technique. Few considered that upon discovering his lineage, Naruto's use of the Rasengan was a way to connect with Minato. In battle after battle, employing the Rasengan felt akin to having his father by his side. It was a testament to perseverance and legacy. Finding an open space, Aoshi Tianming seated himself upon the ground, prepared to commence his own training. With a thought, the thunder-style Nichiren blade materialized in his hand from the system's inventory. Grasping the hilt gently, he began to practice his forms, having no meaningful mentor. All rewards accrued from his sign-ins were absorbed solely by him. After several rounds of practice, a spark of inspiration struck Aoshi. He then closed his eyes, envisioning an adversary for a sparring match. Not far behind a tree, Jiraiya withdrew his gaze, silently reflecting. This child is truly astonishing. Is there such a thing as a genuine prodigy? Even those with extraordinary talent toiled diligently behind the scenes. Jiraiya glanced over at Naruto, who struggled to even rotate a balloon. It was indeed a source of frustration. Yet, Naruto's indomitable spirit shone through. Failure was inconsequential to him. He was ready to start anew. Thus, they practiced until the sun dipped below the horizon, and Naruto lay exhausted on the ground. At that moment, he spotted an ice cream treat. With a sudden burst of energy, Naruto sprang to his feet, only to find Jiraiya and Aoshi Tianming behind him. Aoshi savored a luxurious chocolate ice cream, while Jiraiya indulged in a double scoop, offering Naruto one with a grin. Why the days? Aren't you going to eat? Enjoy. In a certain gambling den on Shortbook Street, a crowd gathered around a gaming table, drawn not by the size of the bets, but by the stature of the gamblers. On one side stood the undefeated champion of the casino, the One-Eyed Dragon. Capturing the attention of all, not only was he imposing in stature, but his face radiated a cold elegance that mesmerized onlookers. Lost again, Tsunade sighed, setting down her cards, her forehead resting against her hand. It seemed her curse of perpetual loss at gambling persisted. Lady Tsunade, we can't continue like this. If we lose any more, we'll be sleeping on the streets, Shizen cautioned softly. Beautiful lady, care for another round? Today, I shall risk my life for you, boasted the One-Eyed Dragon, reveling in his winnings, especially now that he had won money from a lady. Let us head to the restroom and come back for another round, Shizen declared, guiding Tsunade away from the gaming table. By all means, said the One-Eyed Dragon, not pressing further. The two women entered the restroom, locking the door behind them. Tsunade, previously despondent, regained her composure. Shizen, you truly have impeccable timing. Lady Tsunade, I had no intention of staying here any longer, Shizen replied. Tsunade began forming hand seals, employing a transformation technique to alter their appearances, allowing them to blend in as they exited the casino. Once outside, they made their way towards Shortbook Street. Upon reaching a narrow alley, they sensed a formidable presence ahead. Have we been detected? Tsunade pondered, surprised to find not the One-Eyed Dragon emerging from the shadows, but a bespectacled man. Lady Tsunade, Lord Orochimaru requests an audience with you, Kabuto intoned flatly. Chapter 69, An Endless Pursuit of Death. Orochimaru. Upon hearing this name, Tsunade could not help but exert force beneath her feet, creating a deep crater in the ground. The traitor of the village stands before me, unafraid of my wrath. Kabuto, unfazed, calmly remarked, Lord Orochimaru, this is Tsunade's attitude. At that moment, a chilling presence enveloped the air, and a shadow emerged from behind the courtyard wall. Its voice hoarse yet familiar. Tsunade, it has been a long time. Orochimaru, have you come to challenge me? Without further ado, Tsunade rolled up her sleeves. No, I seek to propose a transaction. Orochimaru stepped into the light, his arms hanging limply by his sides. If you can heal my hand, I will offer you terms that will satisfy you. Tsunade's indifferent gaze flickered with surprise. Your hand is the corpse demon seal. Indeed, it has been dealt with. Orochimaru replied, licking his lips. In an instant, Tsunade appeared behind Orochimaru, her iron fist descending with tremendous force. Yet Kabuto swiftly formed seals, employing a substitution technique. Boom. The ground shattered beneath them, collapsing under Tsunade's overwhelming strength, leaving behind only 2 mangled serpents. Tsunade, I give you a week to consider my offer. As a gesture of goodwill, I will employ that technique to resurrect your beloved and your brother. Orochimaru's voice echoed as he faded into the distance. Kneeling on the ground, Tsunade let tears stream down her cheeks. Lady Tsunade, Shizun hurriedly rushed over. Tsunade forcibly suppressed her sorrow, saying, "Let us indulge in a drink today." Meanwhile, as night fell, the streets of Short Book were starkly different from Konoha. They lacked prosperity, with only the izakayas and casinos remaining open, while other shops had long since closed. The 3 who had spent the day on the mountain were now famished. To satiate their hunger, Naruto Uzumaki stepped into the izakaya for the first time. "Tenmatsu, aren't we not allowed to drink?" Naruto stared in bewilderment at Tenmatsu and Jiraiya as they clinked their drinks. "Do not be bound by rules. Be a little carefree," Jiraiya said. Having enjoyed a drink with Tenmatsu, and he was no longer as stern with Naruto. "Would you like a drink, Naruto? I'll give it a try." Naruto poured himself a glass of sake and downed it in one gulp. "Uft. Ah, that is spicy. This is dreadful." Within a second, Naruto spat the drink onto the neighboring table in complaint. "I sincerely apologize. This lad is drinking for the first time." Jiraiya quickly stood to apologize, but upon looking up, he found none other than Tsunade, drenched in sake, glaring back at him. Has my tolerance for alcohol diminished so much? Why do I keep seeing this old pervert?" Tsunade remarked, her cheeks flushed and reeking of alcohol. "Lady Tsunade, it truly is Jiraiya." Inside the izakaya's private room, Jiraiya and Tsunade shared drinks, while Tenmatsu sat beside Tsunade. Overwhelmed by her sorrow, Tsunade, now tipsy, paid little attention to the fact that she clinked glasses with Jiraiya 3 times, resulting in Tenmatsu consuming both drinks. "Just a heartless drinking machine, aren't you? Jiraiya, why are you here instead of wandering the world?" Tsunade mused. "I came specifically for you, to propose that you take the position of Hokage in Konoha." Upon hearing the mention of Hokage, Naruto perked up. "The Hokage position? Whoever takes that up must be a fool. I refuse," Tsunade declared, her tone leaving no room for negotiation. The thought of the name Hokage, which she so revered, being tarnished was unbearable for Naruto, who was ready to retort, but Tenmatsu spoke up first. "Lady Tsunade, your words are misguided. If the Hokage position is for fools, does that not make your grandfather, the first Hokage, and your teacher, the third Hokage, fools as well? Your companion?" Tsunade inquired, her tone composed. "He is my disciple." Jiraiya scratched his head. "It seems you've taught him well," Tsunade said, her gaze settling on Tenmatsu with an unsettling calm. "Young man, were you attempting to lecture me just now? If you wish to interpret it that way, I wouldn't object," Tenmatsu boldly replied. "After all, the ancestors of Konoha sacrificed everything for the title of Hokage, and you are merely a failure drowning in sorrow." Boom. Tsunade suddenly slammed her palm onto the table, shattering it. "Jiraiya, I take back what I said. Your disciple has a sharper tongue than you. Am I permitted to strike him?" "Tsunade, he is just a child. Why stoop to his level?" Jiraiya hurriedly interjected. "Teacher Jiraiya, I must decline." Tenmatsu stood up, asserting, "I believe that a drunken fool who escapes reality cannot inherit the name of Hokage. It would be better for you to take it." "No more." Tsunade swiftly grabbed Tenmatsu by his collar and stormed out of the izakaya into the alley. "Kid, hit me. Give me a reason to teach you a lesson." "Tsunade, Lady Tsunade." Jiraiya and Shizun rushed after her, particularly Jiraiya, whose eyes were filled with helplessness. Why provoke Tsunade after she has been drinking? Is that not courting death? "Fighting is quite simple. Let us make a wager," Tenmatsu calmly suggested. Chapter 70. Tsunade's Earth Clone? One strike suffices. Upon hearing the word bet, Tsunade furrowed her brows in confusion. She could not fathom how this small child brought by Jiraiya remained so composed. Logically, when she was enraged, even Jiraiya would not dare to confront her. What kind of gamble was this? Ultimately, Tsunade refrained from directly confronting Akatsuki Tenmei, adhering to her principle of not striking children. "I shall duel you. If I win, you will return to Konoha as Hokage," Akatsuki Tenmei declared astonishingly. "Tenmei, what nonsense are you spouting? I am the one destined to become Hokage. Can this drunkard even aspire to that?" Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed loudly. "Are you 3 out of your minds?" Jiraiya's hair extended as he yanked Akatsuki Tenmei back behind him. "Do you realize that very few in the 5 great nations would dare to utter such words against Tsunade in a one-on-one duel?" Tsunade, rather than exploding in anger as usual, coldly regarded Jiraiya and said, I never imagined that after years apart, the old lecher would resort to such schemes. You think I won't take a child seriously, hence this pathetic tactic? Jiraiya responded with an incredulous expression. Then, an even more distressing event unfolded for Jiraiya. Fearing that Ayakawa Tenmei would steal his thunder again, Uzumaki Naruto hastily interjected, I am the one destined to become Hokage. Let strength speak for itself. As soon as the words left his mouth, Naruto formed hand signs and summoned 3 clones to charge at Tsunade. Jiraiya suddenly regretted bringing the boy along. Shizune, he called. But Shizune, concerned for Naruto's safety, was about to intervene when Tsunade called her back. In an instant, Naruto's 3 clones attacked from various angles. Standing her ground, Tsunade lightly stomped the ground, causing stones to fly up and accurately pierce through Naruto's clones, while Naruto's real body was sent sprawling by a flick from Tsunade. Wow! Naruto tumbled backward, landing at Ayakawa Tenmei's feet. Interesting, I accept your wager. Tsunade shot Ayakawa Tenmei a sidelong glance. But do not claim I am bullying the young. If you two can defeat my clones, I shall seriously consider that proposal. With that, Tsunade clenched her fist and slammed it into the ground, causing the earth to erupt and coalesce into an earth clone of herself. What do we do, Tenmei? She's incredibly strong. Naruto, having tasted defeat, felt a tinge of apprehension. Ding. Side quest activated. Sign in at Short Book Street. Please remain still. Sign in duration, 10 seconds. Moving midway results in failure. A glimmer of determination shone in Ayakawa Tenmei's eyes. Naruto, hold her off for 10 seconds. I will ensure your victory. Absolutely. Naruto agreed without hesitation, for they were comrades of Team 7 and shared a bond of trust. Especially under Jiraiya's tutelage. Hold her off for 10 seconds? What audacity! Tsunade chuckled as she formed another hand seal. The earth clone seemed to come alive. Without a moment's delay, Naruto charged forward, drawing shurikens from his pouch and sending them whistling through the air. Ding! The shurikens struck the earth clone head-on, as if colliding with iron. Boom! Tsunade's earth clone clenched its fist and slammed it into the ground, sending shockwaves that tore through the earth toward Naruto. Naruto quickly leapt into the air, but the ground tremors morphed again, causing spikes of earth to rise from the fissures. Shadow clone technique. The multitude of Naruto clones caused the spikes to lose their target, gradually descending as Naruto's true body had already charged up his Rasengan. That technique. Did you teach him? Tsunade inquired of Jiraiya, who nodded in acknowledgement. Rasengan. The real Naruto descended, executing a flying kick as he thrust the Rasengan into the earth clone. With an explosion, Naruto was sent reeling, while the earth clone remained standing, albeit with half its form intact. Naruto's Rasengan was merely a half-finished product, its power limited. As he crashed to the ground, his body felt as though it had fallen apart. At that moment, the long-awaited 10 seconds finally elapsed. Sign in successful. Sign in reward, summoning egg. Without pondering the nature of the summoning egg, Ayakawa Tenmei faced the half-formed earth clone. Ayakawa Tenmei charged forward, his assault akin to a tempest, effortlessly penetrating the earth clone. Zzz. As the clone was severed, electrical currents sparked from its waist, culminating in a thunderous crash as the earth clone disintegrated. Ayakawa Tenmei sheathed his sword with a leisurely grace. Such swordsmanship and the application of lightning. Jiraiya, you did not intentionally bring an elite ninja to set me up, did you? Tsunade narrowed her eyes. I am wronged. Jiraiya lamented. They are indeed my disciples, but this plan was not of my design. Forget it, Tsunade said dismissively, casting a meaningful glance at Ayakawa Tenmei before shifting her gaze back to Jiraiya. Have you dispatched the brats? We need to have a private conversation. The outcome was evident. Jiraiya and Tsunade once again retreated to the tavern. Meanwhile, Ayakawa Tenmei, Uzumaki Naruto, and Shizune returned to the inn ahead of them. In the inn's room, Ayakawa Tenmei sat cross-legged, suddenly recalling the reward he had just received. System, what is the summoning egg? Chapter 71, The Spirit Beast, Dragon Brother. In the world of Naruto, spirit beasts represent formidable combat power, classified into combat types and support types. For instance, Jiraiya can summon the combat type Toad, Fumita, while Orochimaru summons the serpent, Manda, Tsunade. On the other hand, utilizes the slug, Katsu, as her support type. Summoning a spirit beast requires a summoning scroll along with a drop of blood. However, the summoning egg in Tianming Qingchuan's possession is unprecedented. In the Naruto universe, spirit beasts do not originate from eggs. System, How does one utilize this summoning egg? Tianming Qingchuan could only seek guidance from the system. The summoning egg is a product of the system, akin to those in the Naruto world, yet distinguished by the fact that it does not require a summoning scroll as a medium. The host merely needs to drop blood to forge a contract. Note: the spirit beast within the summoning egg is filled with randomness. This was relatively straightforward. It simply involves a drop of blood. Placing the summoning egg on the bed, Tianming Qingchuan decisively bit his fingertip, allowing crimson droplets of blood to cascade onto the surface of the egg. The droplets quickly absorbed, and the egg trembled, revealing intricate and obscure patterns. Crack! Soon after, fissures appeared on the surface of the summoning egg, and something began to emerge. As the summoning egg finally shattered, Tianming Qingchuan glimpsed the true form of the spirit beast, leaving him at a loss for expression. This creature bore a resemblance to a snake, yet unlike a snake. It possessed 4 limbs. Could it possibly be a lizard or a chameleon? Tianming Qingchuan mused. You're the lizard. Your entire family are lizards. To his surprise, the creature spoke human words, hurling insults and even tossing fragments of the eggshell at Tianming Qingchuan's face. What a fiery temperament! A spirit beast from the land of Zuan? I beg your pardon. This is my first summoning, so I couldn't discern your true nature. Tianming Qingchuan hastily apologized, recognizing the spirit beast as a significant combat force, not to be offended. I am a dragon. Make no mistake, a dragon that dominates all species. However, I am currently in my juvenile phase. Once I fully mature, I shall help you crush the entire ninja world. The spirit beast declared with grandiosity. Juvenile phase? Growth potential? Suddenly, Tianming Qingchuan realized that the spirit beast and its contract holder complemented each other, possessing the potential for growth. Very well, I shall name you. How about calling you Little Dragon? Tianming Qingchuan inquired tentatively. Humph. The spirit beast scoffed disdainfully, leaping onto Tianming Qingchuan's head. It's better to call me Dragon Brother. In the future, should you encounter insurmountable foes, Dragon Brother will take you to new heights. Tianming Qingchuan. Ultimately, he acquiesced. Dragon Brother it is. The system's products are surely of the highest quality. Yet, in the near future, Tianming Qingchuan would find calling Dragon Brother truly delightful. After successfully forging the contract, Tianming Qingchuan learned that his summoning egg merely required nurturing with Chakra, a remarkable boon indeed. Within a tavern, Jiraiya and Tsunade shared drinks. I encountered Orochimaru today. He requested my assistance in treating the hand sealed by the corpse demon technique. In exchange for resurrecting them, Tsunade stated as she sipped her drink. Tsunade, you must know they have been gone for quite some time. Reviving them through forbidden techniques would be an intrusion, Jiraiya replied, fully aware of whom Tsunade spoke of. As one was a rival and the other a close companion. I understand, but I miss them dearly. Tsunade lamented, tears streaming down her face. For all these years, I have drowned myself in alcohol and lost every bet, merely to numb my pain. Jiraiya remained silent. Following that fateful mission, her lover and brother had perished. And as a medical ninja, she was powerless to save them. Their departure had stripped Tsunade of her faith as a ninja. Have you made your decision? Will you seek out Orochimaru? Jiraiya asked calmly. Probably, Tsunade replied. Very well. Jiraiya finished his drink, rising to his feet. In 7 days, I shall return to share another drink with you. If you have not changed your mind by then, I will take your life, along with Orochimaru's. With that, Jiraiya placed money on the table and exited the tavern. A night passed in silence, and the following morning, Tianming Qingchuan and Jiraiya arrived at the doorstep of Naruto Uzumaki. After gently opening the door, Jiraiya mischievously yanked away the bedding. A sudden chill enveloped the room, abruptly awakening Naruto, who was instantly roused from his slumber. Gazing at the 2 fully dressed figures before him, grumpily retorting, perverted sage, what are you doing? The sun hasn't even risen yet. Enough chatter. We are not here for a vacation. You have 3 minutes to freshen up, Jiraiya declared authoritatively. Reluctantly, Naruto had no choice but to rise. Back in the familiar training grounds, Tianming Qingchuan sought out a spot to practice, while Jiraiya prepared a new training regimen. You've managed to pop a balloon. Last night's incomplete Rasengan was commendable, but it is still far from sufficient, Jiraiya proclaimed, tossing a white rubber ball towards Naruto. Next, break this. Naruto caught the rubber ball with both hands and began his attempts, but progress was anything but smooth. Chapter 72. The Swift Mastery of the Spiraling Sphere. To speak of Jiraiya's teaching methods, they are truly uncomplicated. After demonstrating once more for Naruto Uzumaki, He sought out a shaded spot to take a nap. As for Ayakawa Taiming, he required no instruction whatsoever. Arriving at a secluded area, Ayakawa Taiming performed a series of hand seals and pressed down onto the ground. As the smoke dissipated, Long Gu appeared before him. Having grown from the size of a fingertip at hatching to that of an arm in thickness after a night of Ayakawa Taiming's chakra nourishment. Good on you for letting me out for a bit of fresh air, Long Gu complimented. Although a product of the system, he was indeed a summoning beast. In terms of causality, without Ayakawa Taiming's ability to summon, he would not have materialized. Long Gu, as my summoning beast, do you possess any skills or abilities? Ayakawa Taiming inquired, rubbing his hands in anticipation. Much like Fukasaku's Toad Ninjutsu, the healing techniques of the slug, or the serpentine jutsu endowed to Orochimaru by the myriad snakes, or even the crow that Uchiha Itachi utilized to cast illusions, all were formidable powers. And yet, his own summoning beast was a dragon. Long Gu glanced at Ayakawa Taiming and said nonchalantly, "Do not look at me with such naive eyes. Though my current strength is lacking, in the future, I shall elevate you to heights unimaginable within the ninja world." Ayakawa Taiming was taken aback. Was this truly the most audacious proclamation delivered with the most flamboyant demeanor? Aside from consuming my chakra, can you acquire abilities in other ways? He asked. Long Gu shook his head. This left Ayakawa Taiming feeling somewhat disheartened, as it stood. He could not utilize Long Ji's abilities yet still needed to provide a continuous supply of chakra. In other words, Long Gu was currently of little use. The dragon, hearing this, grew displeased, nearly leaping up to deliver a reprimanding slap. What are you in such a rush for? I've only been around for a day. How formidable could I possibly be? If I could obliterate everything upon my arrival, what need would I have for you? Perhaps I should unify the ninja world instead? You, my friend, still have training to undertake. Ayakawa Taiming was left speechless, unable to muster a retort against a dragon's scolding. Considering you are my subordinate, I cannot let you leave without showcasing my abilities, Long Gu said, shifting his tone. Extend your hand. Ayakawa Taiming complied, and Long Gu leaped onto his arm, transforming into a black pattern. Give it a punch and see what happens. Without hesitation, Ayakawa Taiming turned and struck a nearby tree that was encircled by several individuals. Upon impact, he felt a second surge of power erupting forth, piercing through the tree, and the intense heat carved a gash within the forest. The trees surrounding the chasm were melted by the searing temperature. At that moment, Long Gu detached from Ayakawa Taiming's arm and returned to the ground, boasting, "Do you understand now?" Ayakawa Taiming nodded, realizing the sheer destruction that could be wrought. When Long Gu was affixed to him, not only did it amplify his destructive capability, but it also allowed fire-style chakra to manifest as an offensive force, thereby introducing an additional form of attack beyond ninjutsu. Long Gu, Ayakawa Taiming gulped, willingly acknowledging the dragon as his brother. The result of a day's chakra nourishment was astounding. What might the future hold? After a brief moment of exhilaration, Ayakawa Taiming did not succumb to arrogance and instead returned to his training with the day-wheel blade. Meanwhile, Naruto Uzumaki had plopped down on the ground, staring at the immovable rubber ball, questioning his existence. This defies logic. I've rubbed my hands raw all day, yet this rubber ball remains unmoved. The second round of training was proving far more challenging than the first. After all, the rubber ball was solid and resilient, and Naruto needed to manipulate two streams of chakra, one positive and one negative, converging in his palm. If he weakened it, it would yield no results. If he overexerted himself, he would be sent flying. Before long, the sun began to set. Ayakawa Taiming concluded his training and appeared behind Naruto, who was still diligently practicing, despite being in a disheveled state. Bang! The rubber ball quivered once more, sending Naruto flying. However, this time, he was caught by Ayakawa Taiming before he could hit the ground. Taiming, have you finished your training? Naruto asked, completely unaware that Jiraiya had not imparted any ninjutsu to Ayakawa Taiming. Sort of, Ayakawa Taiming replied nonchalantly. Have you encountered any difficulties? Indeed, I could seek your counsel. Naruto exclaimed with a sudden realization. Taiming, you are more intelligent than I, and your control over chakra is remarkable. Perhaps you could guide me on the spiraling sphere. Ayakawa Taiming sighed. He had distanced himself to allow Naruto to master the technique independently, yet after all this time, it seemed he had inadvertently become the one sought for assistance. It appeared that Naruto truly had a knack for attracting others with his straightforwardness. Naru, why not try the shadow clone technique? Akatsuki Tianming suggested, conjuring two clones that simultaneously released opposing wind-style chakra to form a sphere in the palm of the original. Chapter 73, The Appointment with Orochimaru. Shadow Clone. A spark of realization flashed through Naruto Uzumaki's mind. Of course, why hadn't I thought of that? I can't accomplish this alone. So why not summon others? Tianming, you are simply brilliant. I, Naruto, am a master of the shadow clone technique. Sure enough, Naruto summoned two shadow clones, one on each side, who began to channel chakra into the palm of his hand. As the two streams of chakra converged perfectly into the rubber ball, it began to distort. Bang! Ultimately, the ball exploded, sending Naruto flying, but it was all worth it. For days passed, and finally, Jiraiya came to assess the results. How has your practice been, Naruto? During these days, Jiraiya had only occasionally appeared on the mountain, often found in taverns or peeking from rooftops, making it quite rare to see him. I managed to burst the rubber ball, Naruto declared confidently. Oh, don't get too cocky. Keep in mind that the Fourth Hokage took nearly 3 years to master this technique, Jiraiya said, tossing a rubber ball to Naruto. I will surpass the Fourth Hokage. Naruto caught the ball and immediately performed the shadow clone technique. Jiraiya was utterly astonished by what he saw. Rasengan, Naruto shouted, and the two shadow clones swiftly converged, directing their hands towards the rubber ball in Naruto's palm. Soon, two streams of wind attribute chakra, one positive and one negative, coalesced around the ball. Bang! The rubber ball exploded. But Naruto was only pushed back a few meters. During Jiraiya's absence, Naruto had purchased numerous rubber balls to practice, and now his control over the Rasengan had ascended to a new level. Jiraiya was momentarily speechless, taken aback by this remarkable feat. Is there truly a way to employ shadow clones in such a manner? His astonishment stemmed from knowing that when the Fourth Hokage created the Rasengan, he did so through sheer hard work. Even Kakashi, renowned for his genius, and Jiraiya, known as one of the legendary Sannin, had to labor extensively to grasp it. Who would have thought that Naruto would learn it in less than a week through such an unconventional method? Cough, cough, not bad, Jiraiya finally said, clearing his throat. Now, let us commence the third round of training. The first round was to break the balloon to feel the wind attribute chakra. The second to use the rubber ball to sense opposing forces, and the third will be the integration of the previous lessons. Upon finishing his words, Jiraiya formed the Rasengan with one hand and smashed it against a tree. The Rasengan penetrated the bark like a drill, creating a spiral-shaped deep indentation without shattering the entire trunk. Give it a try, he urged. Naruto immediately began to form the Rasengan, but without a balloon or rubber ball. Shaping it became more challenging. The Rasengan he finally produced was notably smaller than before. Naruto pressed the Rasengan against the tree, but it merely shook some leaves loose, failing to even damage the bark. You have managed to form it. Quite impressive, Jiraiya praised before vanishing from sight. I have matters to attend to. You may continue your training. After Jiraiya's departure, Naruto felt little inclination to pursue the tree-smashing practice. Meanwhile, standing nearby, Tianming understood that a pivotal plot point was approaching, the convergence of the three legendary ninjas. Naruto, Tianming interjected, halting Naruto's actions. Jiraiya-sensei has gone to meet Tsunade, and tomorrow she will seek out Orochimaru. We must conserve our strength to see if we can assist. Naruto, bewildered, asked, Tianming, how do you know so much? Tianming offered no further explanation, while Naruto, uninterested in delving deeper, pondered, what kind of drunkard would choose to reject the title of Hokage to aid a villain? I cannot stand idly by. Though there was a slight misunderstanding, it was of little consequence. Inside the inn, Tsunade retrieved a specially concocted drug and placed it in her pocket, glancing at the unconscious Shizun on the floor with a heavy heart. I'm sorry, Shizun, but I must bring this to an end. Exiting the inn, Tsunade headed directly to the tavern, where Jiraiya had been waiting for some time. Have you made your decision? Jiraiya inquired, pouring a drink for Tsunade. This wine is dreadful, Tsunade declared, spilling the contents of her cup onto the floor before producing a bottle from her pocket. Care to try mine? Certainly. Jiraiya poured out his drink. This wine is excellent. The moment he opened the bottle, Jiraiya was enchanted by its unique aroma. Cheers. The two clinked their cups and drank heartily, then engaged in conversation. Ultimately, Jiraiya failed to extract Tsunade's decision, as he had succumbed to the effects of the drug. As dawn broke, Tsunade rose from her seat and departed the tavern. Upon arriving at the agreed-upon location, Kabuto and Orochimaru had been waiting for quite some time. You have indeed come, Tsunade. Chapter 74. Tsunade's Decline. The arrival of Aoki Timing. Enough with the pleasantries. Every second I look at you makes me feel nauseous. Tsunade remarked with a shiver. Rather than reacting with anger to her insult, Orochimaru gestured for Kabuto to demonstrate their sincerity. Kabuto formed hand seals, and suddenly, two wooden coffins rose dramatically from behind him, enveloped in a puff of smoke. Tsunade was momentarily taken aback, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. As your former comrade, Lord Orochimaru placed immense trust in you. After that day, we immediately set about utilizing forbidden techniques, Kabuto explained slowly. If you heal Lord Orochimaru's arm, he will be able to meet you. 2 arms for 2 individuals. We are truly sincere. Tsunade's expression grew complex as she advanced towards Orochimaru. The next time we meet, I will personally kill you. Orochimaru stepped forward, his bandages falling away to reveal his darkened arm. If this continued, the arm would further deteriorate. Medical intervention would become impossible. Even body switching would leave him utterly incapacitated. Tsunade, after all these years, your temper remains as fiery as ever, Orochimaru remarked. Do not speak to me, she retorted. Her disdain palpable. It seemed that only the current Tsunade could afford such disrespect towards Orochimaru. Upon reaching him, Tsunade executed a unique hand seal. A soft green chakra flowing from her palm to Orochimaru's arm. With Kabuto standing guard, the treatment was assuredly safe, just as everyone anticipated a successful procedure. Tsunade's healing ninjutsu abruptly halted, and she delivered a powerful punch that sent Orochimaru flying. I truly wish to kill you, she declared. Caught off guard, Orochimaru lost his balance due to his incapacitated arm and skidded across the ground, his composure shattered. Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto reacted swiftly, drawing a kunai to engage Tsunade. However, as one of the legendary 3, Tsunade's foot slammed down, summoning a stone tablet from the earth, and she leapt towards Kabuto, her iron fist poised to strike. With a thunderous crash, Kabuto, overwhelmed by her might, dropped an explosive tag and retreated to Orochimaru's side. Kabuto, take me away. Despite Orochimaru's arrogance, he had no choice but to swallow his pride. Kabuto performed a summoning technique, swiftly aiding Orochimaru as they vanished from sight, summoned without knowledge of the situation. A giant snake lunged towards Tsunade with its gaping maw. Yet, with a single punch, Tsunade dispatched the creature, causing it to crash into the coffins, which were empty. Orochimaru. At that moment, any semblance of sorrow vanished from Tsunade's eyes, replaced entirely by a thirst for vengeance. Before long, Aoki Timing and Naruto Uzumaki arrived at the scene. This is bad. We're too late. Aoki Timing frowned at the chaos and the sight of Orochimaru's remains. Naruto, go back to the tavern and wake Jiraiya-sensei immediately. Then follow the markers I left. The urgency of the situation prompted Naruto to abandon his usual antics, promising, leave it to me, before retracing his steps. Aoki Timing wasted no time and pursued onward, aware that he had entered the midst of a confrontation between the legendary 3. Though he recognized he was not a match for Orochimaru, he recalled that in the original narrative, Tsunade had struggled after Kabuto had taken his medicine. Despite Naruto's swift mastery of the Rasengan under Aoki's guidance, its lethality was limited. Now, he could only rely on himself. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the scenario unfolded as anticipated. Tsunade was not gaining the upper hand. Fully aware of the strength of the legendary 3, Kabuto had taken his medicine prior to the battle, unleashing his full potential without concern for espionage. His power exceeded that of an average jonin, and with the enhancement from the medicine, he surpassed even that. Additionally, Orochimaru provided support from the sidelines. Although he could not perform seals, his extensive research over the years had equipped him with numerous techniques. Orochimaru perched atop the head of a massive snake, occasionally sending smaller snakes to disrupt Tsunade's focus. With a barrage of relentless attacks, Tsunade found herself at a disadvantage. And Kabuto seized the opportunity to strike, delivering a palm thrust that sent her hurtling away. As she flew, her left leg lost all sensation. Now, Tsunade's limbs were rendered immobile. Lady Tsunade, you didn't expect me to be a medical ninja as well, did you? Kabuto sneered coldly. The force of Tsunade's earlier strike had left him dazed, but with Orochimaru's assistance, Kabuto used a chakra scalpel to sever the tendons in Tsunade's limbs. She was now like a lamb awaiting slaughter. Tsunade, Orochimaru called as he approached, riding atop the giant snake. I had no intention of attacking you if you had simply healed my arm, but you made the wrong choice. I fear that Hiruzen's greatest regret in life was taking you on as a student. Had I not been in such poor condition after last night's indulgence, I would have ensured your demise. With a chilling laugh, he added, you can discuss this with him yourself. With malice glimmering in his eyes, Orochimaru summoned another colossal serpent from the earth, ready to devour Tsunade. In a moment of dire urgency, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, and a great sword fell, embedding itself into the ground just before the serpent reached Tsunade. Slowly, she opened her eyes, surprised by the identity of her unexpected savior. Chapter 75, Jiraiya vs. Orochimaru. Qingchuan Tianming? No one could have anticipated that the tides of battle would be turned by a mere young genin. Qingchuan Tianming withdrew the Nichiren blade from Orochimaru's skull, wiping the blood from its blade. Lady Tsunade, how could one engage in a fight alone? You shouldn't be here. Tsunade exclaimed, astonished. She had incapacitated Shizune with a tranquilizer, intending to handle this matter alone. Qingchuan Tianming. Qingchuan Tianming. Orochimaru's voice was filled with excitement. What did he desire most at that moment? Undoubtedly, it was to restore his hands, and the fastest, most effective method was to transfer bodies. And Qingchuan Tianming was the vessel he valued the most. Qingchuan Tianming cast a glance at Orochimaru, greeting him with a casual, long time no see. Come to me, Qingchuan Tianming, and I shall bestow upon you immense power. Orochimaru urged eagerly. I must decline, Qingchuan Tianming replied, shaking his head as he turned to examine Kabuto Yakushi. You have indeed surpassed the level of AJ Nin. Do you intend to oppose us? Kabuto pushed up his glasses, equally astonished by Qingchuan Tianming's sudden appearance. With a swift motion, Qingchuan Tianming unleashed a flurry of shuriken, which Kabuto effortlessly deflected with his chakra surgical knife, advancing towards him. Kabuto, subdue Qingchuan Tianming. Orochimaru commanded directly. Child, you are no match for him. Tsunade wished to assist, but found her body unresponsive. In the center of the confrontation, Qingchuan Tianming faced Kabuto head-on, fully aware that the chakra's surgical knife could sever chakra channels upon contact, so he refrained from close-quarters combat. Have you sensed it? Kabuto smiled faintly before suddenly opening his mouth, launching a flying needle at Qingchuan Tianming. The distance was too close to evade. Qingchuan Tianming skillfully channeled chakra to deflect the needle and stepped forward, swinging the Nichiren blade. However, Kabuto, being an adept fighter, retreated swiftly, the strike merely tearing the fabric of his abdomen. Shadow clone technique. Qingchuan Tianming quickly formed hand seals, and amidst the rising smoke, several clones surged forward as his real body modified the hand signs once more. Lightning release, mountain thunder seal. Boom. Dark clouds rapidly gathered in the sky, and thick bolts of lightning descended. Qingchuan Tianming could manipulate the form of the mountain thunder seal at will, and in the open ground, the thunderstorm was most advantageous. Thus, Kabuto was compelled to utilize evasive maneuvers to dodge the lightning strikes raining down behind him. Tsunade observed the battle, feeling a sense of disbelief. Was this truly a mere genin? Such chakra reserves, seal formation speed, and combat awareness. He was undoubtedly at the J-Nin level. Boom, boom, boom. As the thunder continued to roar, the clouds in the sky began to dissipate. With the power of the mountain thunder seal waning, Kabuto seized the opportunity to counterattack. Wind release, gale palm. Kabuto flicked his fingers, inhaling and exhaling sharply, releasing a powerful gust that blew away the incoming lightning strikes and scattered the clouds above. Wind counters lightning. Qingchuan Tianming frowned, realizing Kabuto's profound strength. His combat prowess surpassed that of Zabuza, and it seemed that challenging AJ Nin was still somewhat beyond his capabilities. At that moment, Qingchuan Tianming found himself in a quandary. To eliminate Kabuto, he could use Thunderbolt Flash or the abilities of the Guragura no Mi. However, employing such techniques would leave him incapacitated for a time. Even if he were to defeat Kabuto, he would still have to contend with Orochimaru. While Qingchuan Tianming was lost in thought, Orochimaru, observing from the sidelines, narrowed his eyes and activated the summoning technique, 10,000 snakes. Boom. As his words fell, the ground trembled, and a massive purple serpent nearly 100 meters long erupted from the earth. Unlike ordinary serpents, each summoning of the 10,000 snakes required 100 living sacrifices and boasted greater power. Orochimaru, I demand 100 lives. The 10,000 snakes declared its conditions upon emerging. Capture Qingchuan Tianming, and I shall provide you with 1,000. Orochimaru roared. Following the command, the 10,000 snakes opened its enormous mouth, targeting Qingchuan Tianming in the sky. Realizing the imminent threat, Qingchuan Tianming prepared to evade when, unexpectedly, a pink tongue shot forth, snatching him back before the 10,000 snakes could strike. The newcomer was none other than the summoning beast Gamabunta, accompanied by Jiraiya and Naruto Uzumaki atop its head. Tsunade, what kind of drug did you administer? Jiraiya complained, bemused by the potency of Tsunade's medication. Tsunade, recognizing her fault, remained silent but felt a weight lift from her heart. Jiraiya. Orochimaru's face contorted with rage as he stood atop the 10,000 snakes, realizing he had nearly captured Qingchuan Tianming. Orochimaru, I seek you as well. Jiraiya's gaze turned cold. You killed Master Sarutobi and sought to harm Tsunade. This time, I will not let you escape. That is precisely what I wished to convey, Orochimaru replied, his expression menacing. 10,000 snakes, eliminate them. Gamabunta, let us strike together. Jiraiya joined hands, entering battle mode. Chapter 76, The Power of the Hokage. Jiraiya and Orochimaru engage in a fierce battle. Beneath them, the summoned beasts unleash their full might. With Jiraiya's toad, Fukasaku, drawing forth his blade for a swift strike. The colossal creature leaps into the air, thrusting its short sword forward. Dead toad. Do you think you can match me? The serpent, Manda, contorts mid-air, its tail slicing through the space like lightning. The clash of the serpent and Appo's tail against the blade rings out, producing a resounding metallic sound, as Fukasaku is momentarily halted, retreating several steps, while Manda skids along the ground. Dead toad, are you feeling frustrated? After years, your swordsmanship remains as abysmal as ever. As equal-tier summoned beasts, Fukasaku and Manda are evenly matched. Their engagement, however, quickly devolves into a war of words. Fukasaku, puffing on his pipe, exhales a cloud of smoke into Manda's face, before renewing his offensive with the short sword. Manda writes, what can a being without hands say about swordsmanship? Watch as I rend your toad skin. Stung by the remark, Manda's massive tail sweeps toward Fukasaku, who raises his hand to defend. Just in time, I could use a toad skin wallet. As the two summoned beasts clash, Jiraiya and Orochimaru are equally occupied. You always appear at the most inconvenient times. Orochimaru loosens the bandages on his arm, revealing numerous wounds. Kabuto, summon the beast using my blood. At Orochimaru's command, Kabuto extracts blood from his mutilated arm and performs the summoning seals. Instantly, two serpents emerge from the smoke, smaller than Manda, targeting not Jiraiya, but the individuals behind him. Earth-style, Yellow Spring Swamp. Jiraiya hastily forms seals, and the two serpents are suddenly ensnared by a vast swamp that appears beneath them. I lack sufficient chakra. This technique can only restrain them. You must slay them. Jiraiya exclaims, beads of sweat cascading down his cheeks. Katsuyu's medicine is incredibly potent. Even now, my body feels weak. Gritting his teeth, Jiraiya struggles to maintain the Yellow Spring Swamp technique. Worry about yourself. Orochimaru sneers, suddenly unleashing a sword from his mouth, attacking Jiraiya by extending his neck and biting down on the hilt. Ninjutsu, Needle Kazashi. Jiraiya's long hair stiffens, enveloping his body completely. Orochimaru thrusts the sword into Jiraiya's hardened white hair, but in an instant, he abandons the sword and elongates his neck, slipping through a gap in Jiraiya's defense. The serpent's head swiftly darts into Jiraiya's view, sinking its fangs into his neck. Jiraiya, how about a deal? Orochimaru whispers conspiratorially. My hands are sealed by the impure world reincarnation, rendering me powerless, while you remain under the influence of the medicine, unable to fight back. How about this? Hand over Tsunade, and I shall spare you. You must be dreaming, Jiraiya retorts, adamant. That boy is my disciple. I could never betray him. You should realize. You lack the privilege to refuse. Orochimaru coldly asserts. Are you suggesting that your bite would leave a curse mark on me? No, Orochimaru clarifies, having trained in Mount Myaboku. The curse mark's power would have no effect on you. I mean, those outside cannot withstand Kabuto's onslaught. While Jiraiya and Orochimaru engage in a battle of wits, Kabuto leaps from Manda and approaches the ensnared serpents in the Yellow Spring Swamp. Meanwhile, on Tsunade's side, Naruto Uzumaki gazes at Kabuto, astonished. The very same Kabuto who aided Team 7 during the Chunin exams is actually a villain? Naruto, can you handle those two serpents? A calm timing Ayakawa inquires. Don't worry. I have a battle plan. Ayakawa assures. Kid, let go? Tsunade stands with Shizun's support, declaring, I don't need you shielding me. Ayakawa, however, responds with a knowing smile. Lady Tsunade, the strength of the Hokage transcends mere combat prowess. The title of Hokage cannot rest on a single individual's shoulders. You are the Hokage of Konoha. And how could we allow the Hokage to be in jeopardy? Ayakawa's words strike Tsunade's heart like a hammer. It dawns on her that she has been avoiding this truth for years, yet a child sees through it. Just as Ayakawa and Naruto exchange glances to take action, they feel a powerful grasp pulling at them. Suddenly, Tsunade lifts them both effortlessly. You speak true. I am the Hokage of Konoha. The Hokage cannot allow mere genin to charge into battle. You shall simply observe. With that proclamation, Tsunade becomes a blur, rapidly closing in on Kabuto, delivering a punch that seems to shatter the very air. The speed. Kabuto's mind registers the danger, yet his body cannot react in time. Boom. Kabuto is sent crashing to the ground, while Tsunade's face gradually reveals intricate, ominous patterns. Chapter 77. Return to Konoha. With a single punch, Kabuto was sent flying, skidding along the ground until he smashed into a massive boulder, illustrating the sheer force of that blow. Instantly, Kabuto's gaze shifted to Tsunade, whose face was adorned with intricate patterns, radiating an astonishing aura that soared into the heavens. SSSSS. The serpent trapped in the underworld marsh turned its head, preparing to strike at Tsunade. Unfazed, she elevated her leg and executed a devastating kick, obliterating the serpent's enormous head. Is he truly that powerful? Naruto Uzumaki, witnessing from behind, was left in awe. Lady Tsunade has employed a technique that costs her lifespan, Shizune remarked, her expression complex. Costs her lifespan, Naruto replied, bewildered. Tsunade, being the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, possessed the extraordinary strength of the Senju clan, and this technique was indeed a forbidden art, the 100 Healings technique. Upon activation, the seal spreads throughout her body, allowing for rapid, automatic regeneration upon sustaining harm, all while maintaining the rhythm of her attacks. The drawback is that the healing is automatic and uncontrollable, consuming chakra far beyond that of ordinary medical ninjutsu. Even the slightest injury will regenerate. Though such minor wounds could be treated with standard medical techniques or left unaddressed temporarily. Moreover, utilizing this technique in the manner of regeneration similarly reduces one's lifespan. Listening to Shizune's explanation, Naruto felt as though he had unlocked the door to a new world. However, with his limited understanding, he grasped the concept of life consumption. How can one fight without regard for their life? I must assist. As Naruto prepared to use the shadow clone technique, Ayakawa timing interjected, you cannot interfere in this battle. For Lady Tsunade has already become Hokage, and this fight is her gamble of everything. We must merely observe. With a single punch, Tsunade shattered the summoned serpent. Kabuto slowly rose from the ground, retrieving another vial and swallowing a pill that replenished his chakra. Chakra scalpel. Kabuto audaciously chose to confront Tsunade head-on. His palm transformed into a chakra scalpel that struck her arm with astonishing speed. Tsunade remained unfazed, freeing one hand to deliver a powerful blow to Kabuto's face, sending him crashing to the ground, causing the earth to fracture beneath him. Wow. Kabuto coughed up blood, realizing he stood no chance against the legendary Tsunade. The battle startled the two atop the summoned beast as well. Did Tsunade actually use that technique? Orochimaru exclaimed in astonishment, fully aware that the 100 Healings technique was life-consuming. This technique was also familiar to him. A significant reason for his research on Hashirama Senju's cells was to acquire the 100 Healings technique, yet he had repeatedly failed, ultimately producing only a flawed version, the curse mark. Tsunade. Jiraiya was momentarily lost in thought. Boom. Meanwhile, the giant snake clamped its jaws tightly around Gamabunta's sword, its tail swiftly striking, sending the massive toad flying, causing its blade to crash to the ground. Separated, neither Jiraiya nor Orochimaru had the will to continue their fight. SSSSS. Just as Tsunade prepared to finish Kabuto, a second serpent trapped in the underworld marsh launched a deadly attack, its head hurtling toward her like a projectile. Tsunade swiftly stomped her foot, summoning an earthen wall that blocked the serpent's assault. At that moment, the giant snake's tongue ensnared Kabuto, dragging him underground. Tsunade's gaze flickered, but she paid it no mind. After dispelling the 100 Healings technique, she collapsed to the ground, appearing several years older. Tsunade. Jiraiya leapt from atop Gamabunta, rushing to her side to cradle her. Fool. If you dare to take advantage of the 5th Hokage, you will face dire consequences, Tsunade declared fiercely before succumbing to unconsciousness. Lady Tsunade. Shizune rushed over. Let us return to Konoha, Jiraiya said calmly. Though they all bore varying degrees of injury, the outcome was ultimately favorable. Thus, the mission to find Tsunade was deemed complete. On their way back to Konoha, Naruto expressed his discontent over Tsunade's ascension to the role of Fifth Hokage, prompting a stern reprimand from Jiraiya. Upon their return, Tsunade was taken to the Konoha hospital, while Ayakawa Taiming and Naruto parted ways, each heading home. Taiming. Naruto called out on their way home. When we said goodbye, Shizen gave me a necklace, saying it was a gift from Aunt Tsunade. Ayakawa Taiming glanced at the necklace around Naruto's neck, which belonged to the Senju clan, and remarked, "This is significant. It symbolizes the Hokage's legacy. One day, you too shall become Hokage." Wow, do you really think I can become Hokage? Your vision is remarkable. Naruto beamed, easily satisfied by simple pleasures, such as a bowl of ramen or the thought of being Hokage. Upon arriving at the Ayakawa residence, Taiming spotted Kaguya waiting at the door. "What brings you here?" "I've been waiting for you. You always return around this time after your missions," Kaguya replied in a tone reminiscent of a longtime couple. Chapter 78, The Inner Persona of Phosphor. Why do you wait for me every day? Qingchuan Tianming inquired subtly. Phosphor, with a gentle smile, replied, "I have never lived a life like this before, so I cherish it all the more. Dinner is ready, come and eat." Oh, Qingchuan Tianming was somewhat taken aback. He had not intended to dine upon his sudden return. Entering the inner hall, he found that Phosphor had already laid out the meal. Through several days of diligent practice, her culinary skills had reached new heights. Qingchuan Tianming relished his food, while Phosphor gazed intently at him. "Shall I prepare water for your bath?" she offered. "Thank you." He mumbled with his mouth full. After spending time living and dining together, the initial discomfort had dissipated. Qingchuan Tianming found the presence of someone awaiting him at home to be quite a peculiar feeling. In the Hidden Leaf Village, meals were typically consumed swiftly, and Qingchuan Tianming was no exception. Just as Phosphor set the hot water, he finished his meal. Placing the dishes aside, he sought a clean shirt and entered the bathroom. Without hesitation, he discarded his soiled clothes, revealing his well-defined physique. Although merely 12 years old, his rigorous training in martial arts had cultivated a robust body. As he reclined in the warm water, the fatigue of recent days washed away. Outside the bathroom, a figure appeared before the laundry basket. Having tidied the dishes, Phosphor paused, captivated by Qingchuan Tianming's soiled garments. "No, Tianming will think I am strange," she thought, as if transformed. This was her unique quirk. Once she relied on someone, she would embrace everything about them. To her, his dirty clothes held an irresistible allure. "These are Tianming and Appo's clothes. I long to touch them, to possess them." At this thought, Phosphor's cheeks flushed. After a moment of inner struggle, she successfully suppressed her desires. Meanwhile, Qingchuan Tianming in the bathroom gasped for breath. Phosphor was perceptive. He sensed her wanting to touch his soiled garments, causing his heart to race. I didn't expect it to happen so soon. In the original Naruto, Phosphor was not only a vessel of blood, but also an extreme Yandra. Qingchuan Tianming had assumed that the younger version of her would behave differently, yet he was mistaken. This realization filled him with a mix of shame and trepidation, akin to walking on the edge of a blade. Before long, he emerged from the bathroom to find Phosphor seated outside the door, beside a cushion. "What are you looking at?" he asked, sitting beside her. "I was admiring the moon." Phosphor smiled. "There are so many stars in the sky, yet only one moon, which seems quite lonely. But let's not dwell on that. Your recent mission was perilous, wasn't it?" "Not too bad," he replied. "I can sense that your body is more fatigued than ever," she observed, rolling up her sleeves. "If you ever get hurt, feel free to bite me. My blood is the best remedy." Her words felt particularly poignant to Qingchuan Tianming. He understood. But the fact that Phosphor had brought it up herself was another matter entirely. "Well, if you find my arms covered in bite marks, there are other places," he stammered, quickly regaining his composure with a nervous laugh. "I don't mean to imply any disdain. I simply do not regard you as a mere source of medical supplies. You know, Phosphor, how about I teach you some ninjutsu?" Admittedly, his attempt to shift the topic was rather clumsy, yet it worked. "I am eager to learn," Phosphor exclaimed with enthusiasm. "No matter how difficult the ninjutsu, I can master it. In the future, whether it's doing laundry, cooking, or accompanying you on missions, I am willing." Her words carried a hint of intimacy, prompting her to clarify, "What I mean is, we are family." Feeling a bit flustered by her implication, Qingchuan Tianming suggested, "Let's start with the basics." He led her to the courtyard, where a red target adorned the left wall. This sturdy target had been drawn by him during his childhood practice with shuriken. To be fair, Qingchuan Tianming's shuriken skills were exceptional. My teaching may differ from others, but it will be easy for you to learn, he stated, retrieving a kunai and hurling it towards the wall. As he threw the kunai, 10 shuriken followed in swift succession. The sound of impact echoed as the kunai struck the red target, and the shuriken spread around it. How impressive! Phosphor marveled, witnessing such a display of precision. What should I do? She asked, picking up the kunai but hesitating to throw it. In the art of throwing weapons, accuracy is paramount. First, you must release your chakra, concentrating it at the target's center, then infuse the kunai with chakra. This will significantly enhance both its power and accuracy. Chapter 79, Sasuke Awakens. This was a strategy meticulously devised by Akatsuki Tianming. The Uzumaki clan possesses an immense reservoir of chakra, beyond its application in medical ninjutsu. One must also learn to utilize it creatively. Karui, not being a combat-type ninja, could only seek unconventional methods to achieve results in a short time. I'll give it a try. Uzumaki Karui was notably astute and quickly grasped the concept. With a blink of her enchanting eyes, a dense aura of chakra enveloped the entire courtyard. Ultimately, she concentrated the chakra at the target point while channeling another stream into her kunai. With a swift motion, the kunai sliced through the air, piercing the courtyard wall and leaving a sizable hole, albeit still falling short of the target. Missed. Watch me try again. Karui, hold on. Although Karui could attempt many more times, the integrity of the Akatsuki estate's walls was not to be trifled with. I merely wanted to demonstrate. Tomorrow we shall practice in the outskirts, Akatsuki Tianming murmured. In addition to kunai, I will teach you other techniques. Understood. Uzumaki Karui appeared eager to begin. After a night of silence, the following morning, the two departed the Akatsuki residence and made their way to the outskirts of Konoha. Apart from Team 7's specialized training, Akatsuki Tianming had intentionally sought a secret location for private instruction. With Kakashi Hatake and Sasuke Uchiha currently resting in the hospital, Team 7's training had been temporarily halted. Meanwhile, Jiraiya was assisting Tsunade in solidifying her position as Hokage, leaving a window of opportunity for their endeavors. Upon reaching a clearing in the woods, Akatsuki Tianming paused and declared, Karui, my teaching methods may be somewhat harsh. You need not be gentle with me. I prefer brutality. Uzumaki Karui retorted with fierce words. Akatsuki Tianming smiled faintly before preparing for the session. Despite his mastery over kunai, he still practiced occasionally. Unlike others who used stationary targets, Akatsuki Tianming preferred dynamic targets. Let me demonstrate, he stated, swiftly forming hand seals. A cloud of white smoke erupted, revealing 100 shadow clones standing before them. The last time he had summoned this many clones was during his competition with Kakashi. Now, they transformed into moving targets. With a thought, the 100 shadow clones began to move in all directions. Meanwhile, Akatsuki Tianming leaped into the air, casually manipulating his kunai. What began as one projectile multiplied into 10. The kunai spun gracefully, piercing through the air in various directions. Each time a kunai struck a clone, Akatsuki Tianming adjusted his hand seals, utilizing magnetic chakra to guide the projectiles. Ultimately, all 100 clones were dispatched. Exhaling a breath of relief, Akatsuki Tianming gestured, and the 10 kunai returned to him from the forest. Uzumaki Karui, utterly mesmerized, had never witnessed such mastery of kunai before. The kunai whirl is a technique I developed. I do not expect you to master it. Your goal is simply to strike each clone with your kunai, understood? Akatsuki Tianming placed a kunai in Karui's palm. Understood. I'll give it a shot. Akatsuki Tianming summoned another 100 shadow clones, which scattered chaotically once more. He then found a spot to practice his sword techniques. The morning passed swiftly in their training. Emerging from the woods, Akatsuki Tianming observed Uzumaki Karui panting as she focused intently on 20 shadow clones before her. Give me a little more time. I can do this. Uzumaki Karui exclaimed. You have done exceptionally well. Take your time, Akatsuki Tianming encouraged, ruffling her crimson hair. Achieving the elimination of 80 shadow clones in her first attempt was indeed an impressive feat. Akatsuki Tianming's ease stemmed from his vast chakra reserves, complemented by his proficiency in magnetic chakra, which transformed kunai into homing projectiles. Nevertheless, he had practiced diligently for a long duration. Upon returning home, Uzumaki Karui was nearly exhausted. Akatsuki Tianming, being considerate, allowed her to rest from training, and their afternoon was subsequently devoted to visiting the hospital in Konoha. Timing. En route to the hospital, Ayakawa Taiming encountered Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura. Haruno Sakura, adorned in her vibrant attire, asked, "Taiming, do I look pretty today?" "Not bad," Ayakawa Taiming replied dismissively. "Humph. Just like Naruto, you lack appreciation," Sakura pouted, signaling her disinterest in conversing with a straightforward man. Ayakawa Taiming offered a smile, content in his response. Upon arriving at Konoha Hospital, they effortlessly located Sasuke's room. Upon entering, they noticed a fresh bouquet adorning the bedside table. "Ino is always a step ahead," Sakura declared, unwilling to be outdone, as she placed her own flowers in the vase. She then began peeling fruits with remarkable skill, suggesting she had been visiting for several days. Just as Ayakawa Taiming and Uzumaki Naruto prepared to visit Kakashi Hatake, Sasuke Uchiha stirred awake from his slumber, saying, "Wait a moment." Chapter 80, Opposing Forces. "Sasuke, you're awake." Sakura Haruno, having set down her fruit knife, extended a freshly sliced apple towards him. Uchiha Sasuke, however, ignored her completely. His gaze fixed intently on Ayakawa Taiming. "Ayakawa Taiming, I wish to challenge you to a duel." "Sasuke, that is not possible. You're still injured." "It's inappropriate for you to fight," Sakura urged. "Indeed, Sasuke, we've all been waiting for your recovery. Once you're better, Team 7 can resume our training." Naruto, Uzumaki added. Ayakawa Taiming. Uchiha Sasuke attempted to rise from his hospital bed. "Fight me, Sasuke." Sakura was about to say more. "Get away." Uchiha Sasuke shoved Sakura's hand aside, causing the apple to tumble to the floor. He stepped down from the bed and crushed the apple underfoot. His Sharingan activated as he approached. "Sasuke, you're being unreasonable," Naruto exclaimed, bewildered. "Everyone has come to see you, and you're acting like this? Sakura has been taking care of you. What are you trying to accomplish?" "Shut up, you loser." Uchiha Sasuke, transformed into a volatile powder keg, snapped back. "A loser? Even if I am a loser, I am far stronger than you, who hides away. I came to see you after a mission and Haven Tea even had time to rest. What are you doing lying in bed and acting crazy?" Naruto replied, equally irate. "A mission? Ayakawa Taiming, I believe." Uchiha Sasuke scoffed, his expression dripping with derision. "You jerk." Naruto exploded in anger. "Let us take this to the rooftop," Ayakawa Taiming interjected, attempting to quell the rising tempers. "Don't disturb the hospital. Let us fight. Watch how I teach you a lesson," Naruto declared fiercely. "Since you wish to be humiliated, I shall oblige." Uchiha Sasuke slowly exited the hospital room, with Naruto closely in tow. "Sasuke." Sakura felt a pang of despair and was about to chase after him. "Sakura," Ayakawa Taiming called out to stop her. "I need to tell you something. If you truly care for Sasuke and are determined to be with him for life, then no matter how difficult it may be, don't ever give up. Also, Naruto cares for you as well. It would be wise to clarify your feelings with him sooner rather than later." His tone was calm. "Remember to inform Kakashi-sensei. I won't allow them to act recklessly." With that, Ayakawa Taiming departed the room. In the original narrative, Sakura Haruno is often viewed unfavorably, lacking strength and merely engaging in idle chatter, her most grievous flaw being her inability to clarify her feelings despite her affection for Sasuke, relishing instead in the attention she receives. One can only hope that today, as counsel proves effective. Meanwhile, in another hospital room, Kakashi Hatake had emerged from danger and consciousness. Although there were no flowers at his bedside, the latest issue of Ica Paradise lay there. Without a doubt, it was a gift from Guy. "Ah, Guy, you've been a tremendous help," Kakashi remarked, holding the latest publication as if it were a shot of adrenaline. "Kakashi, you'd best not read that just yet," Mike Guy cautioned. "Why not?" Kakashi had already flipped open the cover. Before Guy could explain, the door swung open, revealing his student, Sakura Haruno. "Kakashi-sensei, Naruto and Sasuke have started fighting. You need to go check it out." Kakashi's heart sank, and Guy's mouth fell agape. What are those two thinking? Kakashi tucked away the Ica Paradise and prepared to rise from his bed. "Kakashi," Guy, now standing confidently, declared, "leave the discipline of your students to me. Sakura will take care of you, Kakashi-sensei." With that, Guy vanished from the room. The scene shifted to the rooftop of the Konoha Hospital. Naruto Uzumaki and Uchiha Sasuke locked eyes. Sasuke had initially intended to challenge Ayakawa Taiming, but with Naruto's incessant chatter, he figured he might as well deal with him first. As for Ayakawa Taiming, he would serve as the spectator. The reason for Sasuke's drastic change in temperament was perhaps only clear to Ayakawa Taiming. After enduring the crushing defeat from Itachi Uchiha and the moon reading technique, Sasuke's mental state had shattered. He no longer intended to grant himself the time to grow. A loser, is it? Is that really how you wish to engage me? Uchiha Sasuke taunted. The Sasuke, I know isn't like this. If you refuse to see reason, then I shall force you to awaken. Naruto replied, filled with frustration. Put on your headband. And what if I refuse? Uchiha Sasuke had no intention of truly clashing with Naruto. His only opponent was Akatsuki Tianming. The headband is a symbol of a ninja. Wear it as a Leaf Village shinobi. Naruto insisted once more. Tch. Uchiha Sasuke impatiently retrieved his headband from his pocket and tossed it to the ground. Only the weak concern themselves with such trivialities. As soon as the words left his mouth, Uchiha Sasuke surged forward, closing the distance to Naruto and launching a powerful punch. The weeks of training had not been in vain, and Naruto, reacting in time, retaliated with a punch of his own. The two exchanged blows, evenly matched in their combat prowess. Chapter 81. Undercurrents. After the two exchanged blows, they commenced their second wave of assaults. Naruto Uzumaki launched ahead but directly at Sasuke Uchiha, a brazen attack that momentarily stunned Sasuke. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto advanced with an uppercut, intent on rousing Sasuke from his daze. However, Sasuke was not to be underestimated. He crossed his arms to guard his jaw and executed a series of knee strikes that landed solidly against Naruto's chest. Both had made significant progress and were no longer the inexperienced youths they once were. Naruto staggered back and began forming hand seals, instantly summoning numerous shadow clones that surged towards Sasuke from various angles. Sasuke, feeling the pressure, reached into his pocket for a kunai, spinning it deftly in his palm. Faced with Naruto's clones, he opted to confront them head-on, for in terms of taijutsu, he still held the upper hand. The rooftop was soon crowded with Naruto's clones, all launching attacks at Sasuke. Yet, Sasuke showcased his prowess by executing a one-handed handstand, delivering a powerful kick that sent several clones flying. At that moment, Naruto executed a slide tackle, catching Sasuke off guard and sending him airborne while he himself propelled upwards. This initial move signaled Naruto's rapid-fire assault. Mid-air, Sasuke endured 2 consecutive kicks, and his Sharingan narrowed as he realized Naruto's true form loomed above him. Swiftly pivoting, Sasuke countered with an elbow strike, and the two forces clashed with a resounding impact. Upon landing, Sasuke unleashed a fire release, great fireball technique to clear the field. After several rounds of combat, tempers flared. Especially for Sasuke. He had initially intended to teach Naruto a lesson before engaging in a duel with Akatsuki Tianming. Yet, witnessing Naruto's unexpected progress during his recuperation in the hospital was disheartening. How could this underachiever have improved so much? As he returned to the ground, the cursed seal on Sasuke's neck began to flare up, accompanied by a surge of chakra. It was time to settle this once and for all. Sasuke formed hand seals, gripping one wrist with the other hand, as a violent lightning aura coalesced in his palm. In the sky, Naruto split into 2 clones, preparing for the impending showdown. Chidori. Rasengan. Just as Akatsuki Tianming was about to intervene, a figure stepped in between the 2 combatants. Boys, remember to keep your sparring within limits. Might Guy, undaunted by the Chidori and Rasengan, reached out and gently twisted their wrists, altering the trajectory of their jutsu. Boom. Both attacks, originally aimed at their adversaries, inadvertently struck the nearby water towers. Naruto's impact left a deep crater in one, causing a trickle of water to emerge, while Sasuke's assault twisted another into a spiral, requiring considerable effort to withdraw his hand, which then erupted with a jet of water. Humph. Sasuke let out a satisfied snort. How could Naruto's strength possibly rival his own? Boy, I need to speak with him, Guy said, crossing his arms slowly. I refuse, Sasuke retorted, leaping off the rooftop. Upon landing, he felt a calm gaze scrutinizing him. Looking up, he was stunned to see Akatsuki Tianming standing atop the water tower that had just been struck by Naruto's Rasengan, wearing a faint smile. Sasuke's heart sank as he witnessed the aftermath of the Rasengan. A massive hole had been blasted through the back of the water tower, leaving half of it obliterated. Could it be that he was inferior even to Naruto? This was an unbearable reality for Sasuke. Naruto stood on the rooftop, watching Sasuke's retreating figure with a forlorn expression. Don't blame yourself, Naruto, Akatsuki Tianming reassured, patting his shoulder. Everyone must tread their own path. Sasuke's journey is his to choose. Akatsuki understood that the narrative of Sasuke's defection was about to unfold. Upon returning from the mission to find Tsunade, Sasuke, having been thwarted by Itachi, was desperate to prove himself to Akatsuki. However, Fate had led him to engage in a conflict with Naruto, the outcome of which had taken him by surprise. Ding. Sign-in task activated. Please proceed to the Valley of the End to sign in. With Team 7 parting on an unhappy note, the tides of fate began to shift. A new sign-in task had emerged. Meanwhile, the Sound Four had silently infiltrated Konoha, maintaining a low profile as their aim was not to incite chaos. We located Sasuke. Qingchuan reported as they gathered. From the shadows, Jirobo descended gracefully to join his companions. But he stands beside Kakashi Hatake, so we must wait. Hatake Kakashi, Tayuya exclaimed. Startled. Isn't he the formidable jonin from Konoha? Indeed. Before our arrival, Lord Orochimaru instructed us to conduct this operation discreetly and avoid confrontations with Konoha's jonin. Chapter 82, The Alternate Vessel. The battle on Shao Street proved to be a grievous defeat for Orochimaru. His hands, sealed by the corpse demon, remained untreated. And he lost Qingchuan Tianming right before his eyes. Now that Qingchuan Tianming was training under Jiraiya, the prospect of transforming him into a vessel was nearly impossible. Thus, Orochimaru shifted his focus to his second candidate, Uchiha Sasuke. The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan had always been one of Orochimaru's most coveted desires. Long before, during his time with the Akatsuki, he had shown great interest in Itachi Uchiha Sharingan. Now, after all the twists and turns, his gaze returned to Sasuke. Compared to the uncertain fate of Qingchuan Tianming, Uchiha Sasuke was undoubtedly more manageable, burdened by the tragic legacy of his clan's annihilation. Sasuke's ordinary ninjutsu training seemed laughable in the face of his desire for revenge against Itachi. For that revenge, Sasuke was compelled to make choices. The Sound Four, having gained significant power since the Chunin Exams, each bore Orochimaru's curse mark and were formidable allies within the Serpent's Lair. Upon receiving orders to infiltrate Konoha, they quickly located Uchiha Sasuke's whereabouts. Meanwhile, high atop a grand tree, Uchiha Sasuke leaned against the trunk, his gaze vacant as he stared into the sky. The recent battle with Naruto Uzumaki lingered vividly in his mind. Had he truly been surpassed by this underachiever? For the first time, Sasuke felt a sense of helplessness. Before long, a figure appeared before him, Kakashi Hatake, who had just been discharged from the hospital. So you were here, Kakashi remarked as he approached. Stop, Sasuke replied coolly. Do not stand so close. Understanding the cue, Kakashi halted and straightforwardly stated, at 13, Itachi Uchiha was already a captain in Konoha Zumbu. Sasuke's eyes darkened. His gaze fierce. Why bring him up in front of me? Is Itachi off limits? Are you unable to even face his name? Kakashi shrugged. What I mean to say is, Itachi Uchiha is not an insurmountable mountain for you. He is merely a genius of his time. I was not far behind him in my youth. Kakashi had no qualms about sharing his own shortcomings. Though he was renowned for his talent, he acknowledged the distinct superiority of the Uchiha clan's genius, particularly in their Sharingan. One of the most formidable bloodline limits. Are you here to lecture me? Sasuke's tone remained icy. Yes and no, Kakashi replied. You fought Naruto. And I have heard about the encounter. Frankly, you should not have done that. No matter what, you cannot strike at a comrade. Comrade? Sasuke scoffed. Who would consider that underachiever a comrade? Only Qingchuan Tianming deserves the title. So that is how you see it, Kakashi nodded. In your eyes, comradeship is tied to strength. By your logic, do your abilities truly measure up to those of Qingchuan Tianming? What are you implying? Sasuke was on the brink of losing control. What I mean is, even if Itachi is a rogue ninja, you are still far from his level, Kakashi expressed with a hint of disappointment. Enough. Sasuke leapt up, his face flushed with anger. Do not speak to me about bonds or comrades. What do you know? You understand nothing of my struggles. If you truly experienced my pain, I would eliminate everyone around you so you'd comprehend. Sasuke shouted the latter part with fervor. Surprisingly, Kakashi did not retaliate. Instead, he smiled and said, I have long since lost everyone. At that moment, Sasuke was unable to hear anything further. Aware that too many words could lead to missteps, Kakashi turned to leave. Sasuke sank back down, contemplating Kakashi's words. This reflection consumed him until nightfall. Just as he intended to depart, an ominous presence suddenly emerged. Sasuke jerked his head up to see the Sound Four under the moonlight. Who are you? Sasuke swiftly hurled four shuriken. We are here to bring you with us. In the next instant, four figures appeared behind him. The uncanny power sent a chill down Sasuke's spine. Great fireball technique. Sasuke rapidly formed hand seals, unleashing flames. The massive Jirubu showed no intention of dodging, charging directly through the fireball and grasping Sasuke's neck with a colossal hand. Bank smoke billowed forth, revealing a wooden block. Using the body replacement technique, Sasuke reappeared behind Jirabu, ready to strike again. Whoosh! Kidomaru's powerful thread struck first, pinning Sasuke against the wall. Is this the vessel that Lord Orochimaru specifically requested? The Sound Four approached the trapped Sasuke, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Chapter 83. A heartfelt blow when the task was assigned. The Sound Four felt a twinge of curiosity about the individual destined to become the vessel. Someone capable of replacing their leader, Kimimaro. Those marked by Orochimaru, who were not only vessels but also subordinates, harbored a perverse adoration for him, viewing the role of his vessel as the ultimate honor. Within the Serpent's Lair, Kimimaro had always been the primary candidate, but now he was supplanted. The Sound Four attempted to gain insight into Uchiha Sasuke, yet they found themselves perplexed by him. Was he truly so weak? Under the control of Gitomaru, Sasuke's inner turmoil raged like a volcano. He had never felt so defeated before. At the Ninja Academy in Konohagakure, he had always been among the elite. However, after being thoroughly bested by Itachi Uchiha, he realized he was incapable of overcoming anyone. Oh, trying to resist? Gitomaru remarked, arms crossed in surprise. Beneath the web, Sasuke's figure hunched over as the cursed seal on his neck flared to life, its unique script spreading across his body. Suddenly, Sasuke burst through the web with astonishing speed, only to find that the four before him were even swifter. Once again, it was Jirabu who stepped forward, his cursed seal power radiating throughout his being. He extended his arm, effortlessly blocking Sasuke's punch. In the next moment, the cursed seal-enhanced figures of Zikin and Wiken appeared behind Sasuke, immobilizing his limbs. Meanwhile, Gitomaru descended from above, his 6 arms forming fists that unleashed a torrent of attacks. As for MY, it seemed her intervention was unnecessary. Even in his cursed state, Sasuke found himself at a disadvantage and was forced to kneel under the onslaught of the 3. Kid, you're not the only one with a cursed seal. If you weren't the vessel Orochimaru desires, I would have killed you 1,000 times over, Gitomaru taunted, gripping Sasuke's chin from a position of superiority. In that moment, despair enveloped Sasuke entirely. Look at that helpless gaze of yours. It reminds me of our past selves. Z-Kin and Y-Kin chimed in unison. Sasuke, with your current strength, don't even think about revenge. You can't even decide your own fate. Once the physical torment concluded, the psychological warfare commenced. This was the advice offered by Kabuto before his departure. You're not going to kill me? Sasuke looked up at Gitomaru, questioning. The latter shook his head. This is Orochimaru's intention. By following us, you will gain strength. Orochimaru. The name was familiar to Sasuke. To be precise, after the 3rd Hokage fell, Orochimaru had become a household name in all of Konoha. Once, he had been part of an organization known as Akatsuki, where he encountered Itachi Uchiha. Gitomaru smiled. That's enough talk for now. You have one day to contemplate. We shall meet tomorrow evening outside the village. With that, a gentle breeze swept through as the Sound Four vanished from sight. Sasuke sat despondently on the ground, his mind replaying the scenes of his humiliation. He realized how naive he had been. He was oblivious to the existence of greater mountains and more formidable individuals. If he continued training in a conventional manner, he would never be able to avenge himself against Itachi. After the arrival of Itachi in Konoha and the subsequent assault by the Sound Four, Sasuke gained a newfound understanding of his circumstances. It was far from sufficient. To achieve revenge, he must forsake everything. Touching the cursed seal on his neck, Sasuke pondered for a moment. The light in his eyes finally extinguished. A night passed in silence. The next day, at the designated meeting point for Team 7, Sasuke was absent, and the others assumed he was merely sulking. Yet only Ayakawa Tenmei perceived that Sasuke had made a choice. Something feels off today, Kakashi Hatake observed, looking at the 3 individuals before him. Is it about Sasuke? Tenmei's lips twitched. Was that not obvious? Sasuke's sudden transformation proved too much for Haruno Sakura. The previous day, she had taken Tenmei's advice and clearly explained things to Uzumaki Naruto. Thus, Naruto's fervent yet unrequited affection came to an abrupt end. Consequently, 2 of the 3 members of Team 7 were lost in their thoughts. Kakashi sighed, disinterested in elaborating further. Train freely. That will be all for today. After receiving the dismissal, Sakura left the scene in silence. Only Tenmei and Naruto remained by the riverbank. Tenmei, what do you think I lack compared to that deadpan Sasuke? Naruto's expression was one of utter desolation. There are countless flowers in the world. Why fixate on a single bloom? Tenmei consoled him, patting his shoulder. Well, at least your presence brings me some comfort. Seeing you single makes me feel somewhat better, Naruto admitted. Unbeknownst to them, fate had a jest in store. Tenmei, Tenmei. Two voices, in perfect harmony, called out. Hinata Hyuga and Ino Yamanaka appeared, holding bento boxes. Naruto felt as if he had been struck in the knee by an arrow. Is this how the heavens choose to treat me? Chapter 84, Defection. At the Uchiha clan's residence, the graves of the clan members are situated just beyond the compound, marked not by ornate tombstones, but by simple wooden plaques. Following the tragedy that befell his clan, Sasuke Uchiha stood as the sole survivor in the village. After spending 3 days in the company of his family's remains, he had stifled his tears and concealed his smile. The young boy buried his parents and then proceeded to lay to rest the other clan members. However, not all of the Uchiha clan's bodies were accounted for. A total of 328 lay behind the compound, a number that Sasuke would never forget. Kneeling before his parents' wooden plaques, Sasuke bowed his head 3 times, his gaze drifting to the other markers, which bore no names, as at that time, he had been unable to recognize each member of his clan. The purpose of my life from this moment forth is revenge. I must slay Itachi Uchiha. Sasuke's eyes hardened with resolve. On that fateful day, that man had upended his entire existence. My foolish brother, hate me. Live on in your wretchedness. Sasuke clenched his fists tightly, his nails piercing his palms, leaving trails of blood. After a moment's pause, he shouldered his backpack and departed the Uchiha compound, resolutely heading towards the outskirts of Konoha. As he walked along the desolate, wide path, the setting sun elongated a shadow. Soon, darkness enveloped the land. Streetlights flickered to life along the sides of the road, yet the path remained devoid of life. Just as Sasuke exited the confines of the compound, a figure awaited him beneath the streetlight at the village's entrance. Sakura Haruno? A jolt ran through Sasuke's heart. He had taken a route unknown to ordinary people, one leading from the Uchiha residence to the village outskirts. Though a tumult of emotions stirred within him, his expression remained impassive. Ignoring Sakura's complex emotions, he brushed past her without a word. Sakura's voice trembled, tinged with tears. Are you really leaving? If you go, you will become a rogue ninja. Unlike Naruto Uzumaki, whose carefree nature often overshadowed his thoughts, Sakura, as a girl, was invariably more perceptive. Go back. Sasuke replied coolly. From now on, our paths diverge. Sakura erupted into tears. I like you, I would do anything for you. Can you take me with you? Despite his young heart being as resolute as iron, such a powerful confession left him momentarily unsettled. Sasuke's lips twitched slightly. This is merely a romantic folly. You should seek someone else. Sasuke, don't go. Sakura sobbed, reaching out to embrace him. In a swift motion, Sasuke evaded her grasp, appearing behind her and delivering a precise strike that brought her down. I'm sorry. He laid Sakura gently upon a nearby bench and departed the village without looking back. Outside Konoha, the sound foreknoticed Sasuke's delayed arrival. A wise choice. Staying in Konoha pales in comparison to following Lord Orochimaru. The power you will obtain will surpass that of others. I have defected from the village. You should leave now. Sasuke showed little interest in idle chatter with the group. Naturally, they replied with a chuckle, disappearing from sight. The following morning, Sakura awoke on the bench, tears streaming down her face. She had failed to keep Sasuke from leaving. He was gone. The news of Sasuke's defection spread like wildfire to the Hokage's office in Konoha. Tsunade, seated at the head of the table, had just assumed the role of Hokage and was already overwhelmed with the task of addressing various pressing matters when this new development arose. Tsunade-sama, we have received word from the Anbu that 4 mysterious ninjas appeared in Konoha last night. Upon investigation, they were identified as subordinates of Orochimaru, who was responsible for the battle during the 3rd Hokage's demise, Shizun reported. Tsunade furrowed her brow, glancing at the still sobbing Sakura nearby. This situation was neither trivial nor insignificant. Tsunade-sama, Sasuke is merely confused. He has been misled, Sakura insisted, desperately defending him. Child, do you think I cannot see through this? Shizun, summon a few jonin, Tsunade instructed, her tone firm. Tsunade-sama, you already dispatched all the jonin on S-rank missions last night, and even most of the chunin are away. Shizun replied awkwardly. Tsunade rubbed her forehead in frustration. With her recent ascension, many high-ranking officials in Konoha were displeased and had made their dissatisfaction known. particularly regarding the village's financial shortfall, which compelled Tsunade to send people to earn funds. Bring Aoyama Tenmei, Naruto Uzumaki, and Nara Shikamaru from Team 10 to me. Before long, the three were summoned to the Hokage's office. Is there a mission? Naruto exclaimed, confused, noticing Sakura's presence. Aoyama remained silent, while Shikamaru preferred to keep his thoughts to himself. I have called you here for an urgent mission, Tsunade began slowly. Last night, Sasuke Uchiha defected. Chapter 85. The operation of bringing back the sister. Did Sasuke defect? When the news slipped from Tsunade's lips, Naruto Uzumaki's smile faltered. And Tsunade? Surely you must be mistaken? Though Sasuke's demeanor is rather arrogant, how could he ever betray the village? There must be some misunderstanding, Naruto insisted repeatedly. The topic of rogue ninjas is indeed a grave matter. Rogue ninjas are openly shunned by the 5 great nations, even amidst the tensions and conflicts between countries. Their policy towards rogue ninjas is merciless. Naruto, you mustn't be disrespectful to Lady Tsunade, Shizen admonished softly. But it's absurd. Just yesterday morning, I sparred with him on the rooftop. He wouldn't simply defect because of that. Naruto still struggled to accept the reality. Naruto, rouse your slumbering intellect. Would Lady Tsunade jest about such matters? Shikamaru Nara shook his head, turning to Tsunade. So, the mission is to retrieve Sasuke? During their brief time in the short book street, Shikamaru had already passed the second examination and was now a newly appointed Chunin. Dressed in his Chunin vest, he spoke with newfound confidence. Tsunade, resting her chin on her crossed hands, pondered for a moment. Sasuke has been cursed by Orochimaru, so he must have been lured to seek him out. Orochimaru's lair is located at the intersection of the 3 countries. You must find him at the border of the Land of Fire. Otherwise, once he crosses the border, Sasuke Uchiha will be deemed a rogue ninja by Konoha. With a heavy sigh, Tsunade declared, this mission to bring back Sasuke will be led by Shikamaru Nara and Akatsuki Tianming. The participants will be determined by Shikamaru. Lady Tsunade, do I have the authority to choose the participants? Shikamaru asked. In that case, I'll first exclude Naruto Uzumaki. Why? On what grounds? I want to go too. Naruto exploded in indignation. Because your strength is insufficient and your intellect lacks depth. The enemies we face could cost us our lives if we are careless, Shikamaru stated bluntly. Moreover, you are still a genin. So what? I'm strong, Naruto retorted, defending himself. At that moment, Akatsuki Tianming intervened diplomatically. Shikamaru, Naruto possesses the capability to participate in this mission. Upon hearing this, Shikamaru cast a glance at Akatsuki. They had not interacted deeply before. But Shikamaru recalled that Akatsuki had achieved an S rating in the first Chunin Exam, surpassing everyone else. Suit yourself. Just so you know, I won't be saving him, Shikamaru said, leaving the Hokage's office first. Akatsuki followed suit, departing as well. On the way back to the Akatsuki residence, Akatsuki's mind was consumed by the original anime storyline. The pivotal moment of Sasuke's defection occurred at the Valley of the End, coinciding with his designated location. Therefore, a visit to the Valley of the End had become imperative. As he entered his home, Uzumaki Karin paused in her gardening. Are you going on a mission? How could you sense that? Akatsuki was taken aback. Just a guess, Karin smiled. Take me with you. Take you? Akatsuki was puzzled by Karin's desire to accompany him. My instincts tell me this matter is not simple. If you get hurt, wouldn't you just blame me? Karin patted her chest confidently. Akatsuki felt troubled, unsure how to explain that he did not have the authority to designate participants. Tianming, before I met you, I lived a life of turmoil. You don't need to protect me so much, Karin shifted her approach. Besides, I get quite bored at home. When I'm bored, I might. Akatsuki's unease escalated. Sister, just speak plainly. Why the ambiguous tone? And what with the odd pauses? Enough. We're going together. As preparation time flew by, when they reached the entrance of Konoha village, Shikamaru's team was already assembled. In a slight divergence from the original story, besides Akimichi Choji, Hyuga Niji, and the Nara clan remaining unchanged, Inuzuka Kiba's position had indeed been taken by Rock Lee. Now that everyone is gathered, we shall depart, Shikamaru commanded without hesitation. Thus, the small team tasked with retrieving Sasuke Uchiha set off. Once the main group moved on, footsteps echoed from the nearby woods, revealing the red-haired Uzumaki Karin. Can we leave now? If we don't hurry, we'll be left behind. Don't worry, little sister. With Longa here, we won't lose our way. Meanwhile, Longa slipped out from Karin's sleeve. As Karin was not a Konoha ninja, Akatsuki could not take her along on this mission. Therefore, The only compromise was to utilize Long Go. As Ayakawa's summoning beast, they shared a soul contract, making it effortless for them to find each other. On the other side, as the main group infiltrated the forest, the observant Shikamaru quickly spotted a strand of white spider silk. This must be left by those who took Sasuke. This way. Chapter 86. Feigned Death. Among the 5 great nations, the Land of Fire possesses the most diverse and intricate terrain. As the foremost nation in the ninja world, the Land of Fire is abundant in resources, featuring mountains, rivers, and deserts aplenty. In the pursuit of enemies, the dense forests present the greatest challenge. These forests stretch for hundreds of miles, so thick in places that sunlight struggles to penetrate. This provides a natural refuge for many nefarious individuals, as finding someone is invariably more arduous than being found. After accepting Uchiha Sasuke, the Sound Ninja Quartet had been rushing for an entire night. They would soon emerge from the thicket and reach the borders of the Land of Fire. Once they crossed the border, they would enter the realm of the Snake's lair. In a clearing amidst the woods, the group, weary from their travels, decided to take a respite. Uchiha Sasuke stood aloof, silent and detached. The Sound Ninja Quartet paid him little heed. Suddenly, the cursed seal on Kidamaru's neck subtly shifted. He leapt gracefully onto a towering tree, his hand gliding across the bark, drawing forth strands of azure chakra. This spectacle left Uchiha Sasuke in a state of astonishment, for it was his first encounter with such a remarkable ability. It was evident that this was Kidamaru's unique power. Jirobo casually remarked, Kidamaru's first state ability allows him to absorb the latent chakra from plants to replenish his own. First state? Uchiha Sasuke inquired, puzzled. Jirobo paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. Indeed, although you bear Lord Orochimaru's cursed seal, you seem unaware of how to wield it. Given our shared allegiance to Lord Orochimaru, I shall demonstrate. With that, Jirobo activated his first state. The triangular seal from his cursed mark emanated outward, and his aura deepened. Earth release, earth surface rotation. Jirobo formed hand seals and plunged his hands into the ground, lifting upward. Instantly, a large portion of earth rose beneath him, flipping over and crashing down with great force. My first state allows me to gather chakra within a designated area, hardening the diluted soil for combat. After completing his jutsu, the seal gradually receded. Uchiha Sasuke revealed a look of astonishment. The power of the cursed seal was indeed extraordinary. The individual, named Kidamaru, could absorb chakra from flora, while Jirobo wielded formidable earth release techniques. The other two had yet to display their abilities. At that moment, the last shred of unease regarding his defection from Konoha dissipated. Such powers or jutsu could never be found within Konoha. To surpass the formidable Uchiha Itachi, one must possess such strength. Now, it was time to address the matter at hand. Just then, the two-headed Zaku stood up and declared, "You now comprehend Lord Orochimaru's abilities. Following him grants one such powers, albeit at a cost." Zaku produced a small vial containing dark pills. Before achieving all this, one must die once. These specially crafted pills temporarily sever your life force, preventing Konoha's pursuers from tracking your location, while also enhancing your physique. Zaku tossed a pill over to Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke caught the pill and opened the cap, pouring one into his palm and swallowing it without hesitation. The pill dissolved upon contact, and he felt a searing heat surge from his throat throughout his body, before darkness enveloped him, causing him to faint. "Time to work," Zaku called out, retrieving a scroll. Unrolling it, he bit his fingertip, allowing blood to drip onto the parchment. In an instant, a large sealing pot, tall enough to contain Sasuke, materialized amidst a puff of smoke. Jirobo, akin to a caretaker with a chick, grasped Uchiha Sasuke and prepared to toss him into the pot. Wait, Kidamaru, perched on the tree, jumped down with a smile. "Konoha will undoubtedly send someone to pursue us. Let us anticipate the arrival of those Konoha ninjas." At this statement, the Sound Ninja Quartet trembled in excitement, for they were all battle-hungry. "What do you propose?" the usually taciturn Dosu asked. "I have a plan," Kidamaru replied with a chilling smile, tearing Sasuke's clothing to shreds. The tattered fabric was whisked away into 4 small pieces, which were then distributed. "We can split into 4 groups, with me taking this brat. When the Konoha ninjas arrive here, they will be divided into 4 paths, and then you know what happens next." "Excellent. I haven't killed anyone in ages," Jirobo nodded eagerly, unable to contain his anticipation. The others, though less vocal, shared a glimmer of excitement in their eyes. Thus, Uchiha Sasuke was confined within the sealing pot. as the Sound Ninja Quartet initiated the jutsu for Black Mist formation. Meanwhile, the pursuit team from Konoha pressed on relentlessly. In the woods, Shikamaru, responsible for surveying the terrain, halted, his expression grave. Bad news. The trail has gone cold. Chapter 87. The pursuit splits. The prolonged battle in the dense forest. The dispersal of scents indicated that the enemy had become aware of Konoha's pursuit and had taken countermeasures. Shikamaru crouched on a branch, his brow furrowed. This troublesome mission was one he would have preferred to avoid if not for the lack of suitable personnel. The difficulty was considerable. Their foes had previously invaded Konoha alongside Orochimaru. In the pursuit team, aside from himself and Akimichi Choji, the others were still genin. Encountering a problem? Ayakawa Timing gazed at this tactical genius of the Hokage. The adversary was not to be underestimated. They had chosen to split up. Though I am curious as to why they separated into 4 directions instead of 5, thought Shikamaru, troubled by the situation. Have we lost track of them? Uzumaki Naruto scratched his head in confusion. Naruto, stop causing a ruckus and let Shikamaru think, Hinata Niji interjected. It was evident that Shikamaru's strategies were well acknowledged among the 12 Little Strong. Initially, when assembling the team, he had considered Inuzuka Kiba. His keen sense of smell, paired with Akamaru, would surely pinpoint the correct route, yet he had ultimately decided against it. Shikamaru's gaze swept across the gathered individuals. Once we catch up to the enemy, we must engage in battle. To compensate for my relatively weak combat prowess, I have brought along Lee, he murmured. The current dilemma lies in the 4 distinct scents. This implies that Sasuke has likely ventured in 4 separate directions. Should we choose incorrectly, we might end up going astray. Then let us employ your method, Ayakawa Timing proposed. The odds of error in choosing 1 out of 4 are significantly high. If we make a mistake and Sasuke crosses the borders of the Land of Fire, his status as a rogue ninja will be solidified. Shikamaru was somewhat surprised by Ayakawa Timing's insight into his thoughts, but could only concede, for the sake of the mission, we must split up. Next, let's decide. Choji and I will team up, the reason being we are in the same class, and my shadow imitation technique can complement his expansion technique. Shikamaru articulated his thoughts. I will pair with Lee, Hinata Niji said slowly. Then I must team up with Timing. Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed with a grin. In truth, it mattered not whom they partnered with, as they were all from the same class. However, Ayakawa Timing shattered Naruto's expectations. Naruto, we cannot be together. Why not? Naruto's eyes brimmed with confusion. Ayakawa Timing's lips twitched. How was he to explain that he had brought along a younger sister? Because, prior to our departure, Lady Tsunade assigned me a secret mission to execute independently, he quickly stated, lying without the slightest hesitation. This answer, though far-fetched, surprisingly raised no suspicions. After all, among those present, Ayakawa Timing's combat strength was indeed unparalleled. Given that, let us have Naruto accompany us. Time is of the essence, and the task is urgent. Let us hurry. Shikamaru, as the leader, had no choice but to accept the unreliable factor that was Uzumaki Naruto. Once the groups and routes were determined, the small team split into 3 paths, with the 4th scent conveniently overlapping with the 3rd and thus handled directly by Shikamaru. Left alone in the original spot, Ayakawa Timing soon noticed a figure emerging from the thicket behind him. It was the later arriving Uzumaki Kirui. Little sister, see? Brother Long said he wouldn't get lost. And indeed he has tea. Upon arriving, Brother Long leapt from Kirui's collar to Ayakawa Timing's shoulder as if he were returning home. Ayakawa Timing felt a wave of nausea and inwardly lamented, Brother Long, where exactly did you crawl into Kirui? Brother Long instantly understood Ayakawa Timing's thoughts. Hey, don't use filthy ideas when thinking of me. Brother Long only likes female dragons. Timing, what is our next course of action? Uzumaki Kirui inquired. Her excitement palpable as it was her first mission alongside Ayakawa Timing, filled with both the thrill of adventure and the uncertainty of danger. The pursuit mission. Ayakawa Timing had already formulated a plan in his mind. He instructed Uzumaki Kirui to sense the river, and the two soon found themselves at the riverbank cutting through the forest. Upon arrival, Ayakawa Timing sniffed the air, confirming his suspicions. In the original narrative, there was a battle near the river involving Inuzuka Kiba, and currently, there were traces of Sasuke nearby. It was evident that they had divided into 4 routes using Sasuke's belongings. Furthermore, the Valley of the End featured a waterfall at the center. Following the river would lead them to their destination, while also providing an opportunity to eliminate an adversary. truly a twofold game. Simultaneously, in the complex and entwined borderlands of the five great nations, nestled within the mountains, lay a modest underground cavern. Following the passage downward unveiled man-made excavations. Both rooms and corridors were plentiful. "Ah, Sasuke! Where is Sasuke? I want Sasuke!" A piercing scream echoed from the depths. "Do, where is Sasuke?" In a room, the bedridden Orochimaru inquired of the pharmacist Do, who had just entered with medicine. "Lord Orochimaru, the mission of the Sound Four has been executed exceedingly well. Although there are Konoha ninja in pursuit, it bears no significant consequence." Chapter 88. Battle with the Nearby Ones. Within the Serpentine Lair, the most favored individual beside Orochimaru was none other than Kabuto Yakushi. This was evident from Orochimaru's unwavering support during the skirmish at Short Book Street. Kabuto approached the bedside and began unwrapping the bandages from Orochimaru's arm, allowing the dark, foul-smelling blood to flow forth. After utilizing healing palm technique to staunch the bleeding, Kabuto replaced the bandages with fresh, medicated white gauze. "Kabuto, we cannot afford to fail this time. We must return with Sasuke without any mishap," Orochimaru insisted urgently. "Rest assured, Lord Orochimaru," Kabuto replied calmly. Although they found themselves at a loss against the likes of Aoyama Tenmei, who accompanied Jiraiya, they held a firm grasp over Uchiha Sasuke. Upon exiting Orochimaru's chamber, Kabuto entered a room filled with an array of medical apparatus. The space was stocked with various medical devices, alongside copious amounts of nutrient fluids. Tubes extended from storage canisters in the corners to a bed where a gaunt figure lay. Were it not for the faint rise and fall of the abdomen, one might mistake the individual for a corpse. "Lord Kabuto, is the plan not proceeding smoothly?" A raspy voice emanated from the bed as Kabuto was about to depart. "It is not so much a matter of it being unsuccessful. Rather, there are pursuing ninjas from Konoha, which will require some time," Kabuto stated nonchalantly. Unconvinced that Konoha and Appos' dispatched ninjas posed any threat to the Sound Four. "That is indeed a sign of trouble." The bedridden individual sat up, causing the attached tubes to fall away. His face, devoid of color, belonged to Kagaya Kimimaro, who now bore an envious expression. "Were it not for my frail condition, I would have already merged with Lord Orochimaru. The situation is dire. Lord Orochimaru urgently requires a body replacement, and since mine is unfit, that individual is of utmost importance. I must go lend my aid." "Kimimaro, your condition is not promising," Kabuto admonished, shaking his head. With a gentle smile, Kimimaro replied, "As long as we can bring him back, my life is of no concern. I am willing to sacrifice everything for Lord Orochimaru's ambitions." Ultimately, Kabuto could not dissuade Kimimaro. In truth, the Sound Four comprised 5 members, with the most formidable not being Kidamaru, but rather the ailing Kimimaro, who had not engaged in battle for quite some time due to his deteriorating health. Simultaneously, in a dense forest near the borders of the Land of Fire, beside a river, Aoyama Tenmei and Uzumaki Karen maintained a rapid pace. The summoning beast, Longu, circled around Tenmei, now boasting a robust stature of nearly 2 meters, exuding an intimidating presence. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Karen occasionally leaned against Tenmei, blushing. "Young one, there is unusual activity ahead," Longu remarked, having ceased his usual chatter and now perched upon Tenmei's arm. At this, Tenmei halted, following the river to a concealed underground river, where the water coursed through the mountain's interior. After a brief survey of the terrain, Tenmei noted the oddly shaped stalactites hanging from the ceiling, with menacing spikes jutting out from either side of the river. "Come out." Karen suddenly targeted a point to her right, channeling Chakra into her shuriken, which soared through the air. With a thunderous explosion, the spikes shattered into fragments, and amidst the falling debris, a bloodthirsty voice emerged. "Ah, astonishing perception." From the smoke emerged the 2-headed menace, Zoken Yojin, both heads gazing at Tenmei with surprise. "I specifically chose the water route to await someone, originally without hope. Yet you have fortuitously arrived. How delightful. I deliberately selected this route to seek someone, and truth be told, it is you who is out of luck." Tenmei retorted with a cold scoff. Zoken Yojin, known for his fiery temperament, could not let such provocation slide. He charged towards Tenmei, intent on a direct confrontation. Multi-fist, the second head of Zoken awakened, triggering a cellular response that resulted in a flurry of attacks, akin to a tempest. Tenmei was unfazed as he drew his Nichiren blade, preparing for battle, though he did not unsheath it. Clang, clang, clang. The rapid exchanges of blows between the multi-fist and the Nichiren blade resonated through the air, with both combatants matching each other's speed. While Zoken Yojin's astonishment was evident, Tianming maintained an impassive demeanor. He had often trained alone, but now he finally had a worthy sparring partner. Indeed, the fearsome Zoken Yojin had become, in Tianming's eyes, a mere tool for honing his swordsmanship. Multi-leg. Observing that the multi-fist could not inflict damage, Zoken unleashed a barrage of legs. Tianming remained composed, and with a battle cry from Long Go, he engaged in combat with Zoken's four limbs. Zoken's pupils dilated in realization. Do you also possess a summoning serpent? Chapter 89, Close Encounters? One sword strike. You are the serpent. Your entire family is serpents. Upon hearing this, Long Go was instantly enraged. He opened his mouth and unleashed a searing breath, which shot forth like a laser towards Zhuijin and Eugene, who quickly dodged. The fiery breath carved a bottomless chasm along the riverbank, resembling an abyss. Cold sweat poured down Zhuijin's face. The destructive power was simply astonishing. You two-headed monster, I shall grant you one more chance. What am I? Long Go had yet to evolve, lacking horns and dragon claws, which indeed made him appear serpentine. However, this was not a justification for casual remarks. In the world of spirit beasts, dragons were virtually unheard of. Stunned by Long Ji's question, Zhuijin hesitated. Are you not a serpent? Huh. I unilaterally declare you dead. Long Ge sprang back to the right arm of Qingchuan Tianming, instantly entering a battle stance. This time, however, it was not the usual markings. His arm was now covered in black scales. Feeling the surge of power that washed over him like a tidal wave, Qingchuan Tianming understood. Long Ge was furious, and the consequences would be dire. Do you wish to kill us? Zhuijin no longer pondered Long Ji's true identity. Instead, he became intrigued by Qingchuan Tianming's strength. Who would have thought that the pursuing ninjas of Konoha possessed such a formidable expert? I was beginning to think they were weaklings. Killing them would bring me no pleasure. Zhuijin laughed cruelly as his limbs began to writhe. This unique technique, dual demon arts, it allowed the limbs to shift their positions at will, utilizing the body as a vessel to achieve an element of surprise. Suddenly, Zhuijin stomped his foot, propelling himself like an arrow toward Qingchuan Tianming, simultaneously entering his second state, with irregular inscriptions manifesting on his body, amplifying his power. Qingchuan Tianming stood firm, gesturing for Vortex Xianglin to retreat, then moved forward willingly. As he did so, the Sunwell sword at his waist was unsheathed. Wind release. Wind killing formation. Qingchuan Tianming did not need to form hand seals. He merely exhaled. Wind chakra surged into the Sunwheel sword, and two chakra clones appeared beside him. With a swift motion, he struck. The chakra clones executed a slashing motion. Instantly, the wind-imbued sword strike from Qingchuan Tianming and the two chakra-infused strikes howled through the air. The wind-killing formation was a technique of Qingchuan Tianming's own creation. Although his chakra reserves and comprehension abilities made learning Konoha's techniques relatively easy, he chose to forge his own path. With a vast reservoir of chakra and the divine Sunwell sword, his method of empowerment would not be through the mundane practice of Konoha's ninjutsu, but rather by innovating techniques that combine chakra with weaponry. This move represented Qingchuan Tianming's first step, an art known only to him. The three sword strikes, closing in, possessed an aura of severance. Zhuijin had no intention of taking them head-on. Instead, he activated his second state, causing his skin to turn crimson while horns sprouted from his temples. Brother, use that technique, his companion urged from behind. Zhuijin hastily bit his finger and inscribed a summoning array on the ground. Summoning technique. Rashomon. As the summoning array was completed, an oddly shaped gate erupted from the earth, shielding Zhuijin and Eugene. Boom. The wind-infused sword strike collided with the front of Rashomon, producing a resounding crash, barely managing to withstand Qingchuan Tianming's assault. Ha ha ha, commendable ninjutsu. Yet you shall never breach the mightiest defense. Rashomon. Zhuijin stepped out from behind the gate, laughing heartily. Are you certain you have withstood it? A smirk curled at the corner of Qingchuan Tianming's lips. Could it be that you still have? Zhuijin's words were cut short as two chakra spikes erupted from the ground beneath him, piercing through his feet. When did this happen? Zhuijin was struck with shock. Their bodies immobilized, their chakra flow stagnated. Qingchuan Tianming sheathed the Sunwell sword and spoke slowly. My wind-killing formation consists of three sword strikes. The central one is a wind attack, while the other two are composed of condensed chakra. You only managed to block one. Damn it. Zhuijin's heart raced with fear. What terrified them was the realization that they had assumed Rashomon had blocked all 3 sword strikes. To their astonishment, outside of their summoning Rashomon, the 2 chakra sword formations had burrowed into the ground as spikes. The manifestation and transformation of chakra. Such a phenomenon was unprecedented. Are you a Jonin of Konoha? Zuijin boldly speculated. Qingchuan Tianming shook his head. I am merely the one who will kill you. As his words fell, the dragon scales on Qingchuan Tianming's arm stood erect like bullets, riddling Zuijin's body with holes. With an overwhelmingly decisive strike, Qingchuan Tianming showed no significant emotion. The external release and shaping of chakra were feats only achievable by Vortex Naruto in his Nine Tails transformation. Yet Qingchuan Tianming had accomplished it first, overwhelming Zuijin's chakra when the spikes pierced his feet, rendering him incapable of utilizing his powers. This was the key to Qingchuan Tianming's success in eliminating him. Tianming, you are so handsome, Vortex Xianglin, utterly enamored, exclaimed, solidifying her admiration. Chapter 90. Shikamaru's Intellect. The prowess of Sakan and Yukon is not to be underestimated among the Sound Four, yet they encountered the formidable Ayakawa Tenmei. After swiftly dealing with Sakan and Yukon, Ayakawa Tenmei pressed on without pause, continuing along the river. However, not everyone experienced such ease. Within the dense forest, Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Chuji, and Uzumaki Naruto had not ventured far when they came across one of the Sound Four, Jirubu. Not so much an encounter as a bold appearance. Jirubu had no intention of ambushing. He chose to confront them head-on. Naruto, astonished by the mountainous figure of Jirubu, exclaimed, "Are you the strongest among the pursuing ninjas?" Jirubu replied confidently, "Don't misunderstand. We are not a combat unit, merely here for negotiations." The cautious Shikamaru refrained from escalating the situation. However, Jirubu offered no chance for subtlety, pulling a cloth ball from his pocket and declaring, "We use Sasuke's clothes to create a diversion, aiming to separate and defeat you one by one. Regardless of who you are from Konoha, if you wish to proceed, you must step over my body." With a clash of fists and feet, a dull sound echoed. Jirubu was a robust individual, and Naruto, not one to hesitate, initiated the battle with shadow clones, launching an assault. Jirubu clenched his fists, striking the ground and sending debris flying, each piece shattering a clone. Just as Jirubu prepared to counterattack, he found himself suddenly immobilized. Glancing down, he noticed a dark shadow enveloping his feet. Interesting, he mused with a smile. Shadow multiplication technique. Chuji, the agile heavyweight, enlarged his right arm and delivered a powerful punch from above. Naruto's clones drew fire while Shikamaru discreetly restrained Jirubu with shadow techniques, culminating in Chuji's decisive strike. The ground trembled as smoke cleared, revealing Jirubu flattened into the earth, leaving only his head visible. "Quite impressive," Jirubu remarked. "You are far better than mere fodder." Enough with the chatter, Shikamaru scoffed, launching explosive tags that detonated around Jirubu, creating a crater. "Have we eliminated him?" Chuji asked, gazing at the vanished form of Jirubu. "Not so easily. Do you underestimate me?" A teasing voice emerged from behind, revealing Jirubu had reappeared. "How did you get there?" Naruto exclaimed in shock. Jirubu, with a whimsical grin, revealed that the leaf had insufficient intelligence on the Sound Four, unaware of Jirubu's mastery of earth techniques, allowing him to traverse the ground effortlessly. "Immovable," Shikamaru muttered, noticing mud-like substance ensnaring his feet. This technique resembled shadow manipulation, but lacked control over movement. Crack. The earth around Jirubu fractured, lifting him upward. "Your skills astonish me, yet they leave me wanting more." Jirubu laughed heartily, forming hand seals. Earth style, Earth prison. As the jutsu activated, the ground rose, forming a half-circle earthen prison around the 3 immobilized ninjas. Within this earthen cell, their restraints were lifted. What a challenge. I didn't expect him to be so formidable, Shikamaru thought, furrowing his brow at Jirubu's heightened battle awareness. "Do you think you can trap us within your turtle shell?" "Not a chance," Naruto declared, summoning shadow clones to assault the earthen walls. Oddly, as Naruto left imprints, they visibly restored at an astonishing rate. Absorption? But what is it absorbing? "Chuji, strike the wall with your jutsu. I have a theory," Shikamaru proposed, his voice steady. Chuji set aside his snacks and approached the wall, channeling chakra. With a mighty push, he unleashed a powerful force, creating a massive crater. Yet, the pit quickly mended. "Wait, stop!" Shikamaru interrupted as they were about to press their attack. "What is it?" With a shushing gesture, Shikamaru began to draw in the dirt. This earth prison absorbs chakra. All techniques unleashed upon it are siphoned. Yet, every absorption technique has its limits. It appears he is not the one absorbing chakra, but rather is positioned outside the prison. Shikamaru's analysis left his companions astounded. While they were shocked by Jirubu's abilities, they simultaneously gained newfound respect for Shikamaru's deductive prowess. Chapter 91. The Agreement. In the earthen prison of Jirubu, the three were caught off guard. The hot-headed Naruto Uzumaki immediately took action, while Nara Shikamaru observed a different aspect. Generally speaking, Earth-style ninjutsu is predominantly defensive in nature. The strength of such defenses may be questionable, yet any clash between other ninjutsu and earth techniques yields a response. However, absorption is entirely out of the question. Thus, Nara Shikamaru utilized a Kimichi Chuji to validate his hypothesis. If absorption was indeed occurring, it indicated that this was no ordinary earth-style ninjutsu. After contemplating, Nara Shikamaru continued to write, "He must be siphoning chakra from outside. We need to create a diversion." His plan was penned with utmost seriousness, and the other two nodded in agreement. The reason for writing was simply to avoid detection by Jirubu. Did Jirubu possess the ability to analyze information from Shikamaru's writing? Certainly not. With clarity of purpose, Naruto, without a moment and Appo's hesitation, created several shadow clones and commenced a chaotic brawl amongst them. "Damn it, watch me shatter this shell." The clones exchanged blows, creating a cacophony of sound, while amidst the turmoil, Naruto's original self was quietly recuperating and Chuji was munching on chips. Outside the earthen prison, Jirubu pressed his hands against the earthen wall, continuously drawing in chakra, as Nara Shikamaru had surmised. The earth-style earthen prison was designed to confine enemies, while simultaneously converting all their attacks into chakra for his own use. Listening to the incessant sounds of battle from within, Jirubu was elated. Fight on. Fight even harder. Moments later, Jirubu sensed the diminishing chakra absorption and chuckled to himself. That should be enough. He lowered his arms, convinced that the three within were utterly exhausted. Without chakra, they might as well be doomed. Earth-style, earthen spear. Jirubu raised one hand, gathering earth chakra into a pointed spear within his palm, intending to pierce through the prison in a single strike. Inside the prison, Shikamaru's eyes sparkled with determination. Now was the time to act. Upon his command, Chuji stood up and began forming hand seals, his body inflating like a balloon. Human bullet tank. The spherical Chuji charged forward, breaking through the weakened earthen prison as if it were mere paper. Boom. What? Jirubu exclaimed in shock. Didn't they have no chakra left? Just as he pondered, Chuji's human bullet tank surged out and soared into the air, leveraging gravity to crash down upon Jirubu. Meanwhile, Naruto activated his shadow clones, gathering wind chakra. Rasengan. The battle took a sudden turn. Yet, after a moment of astonishment, Jirubu erupted into laughter. Clever little tricks. But do you think this will defeat me? State 2. Jirubu roared, his body morphing into a crimson hue and expanding in size. Earth-style, return to the land. With a thunderous clap against the ground, a stone slab erupted from the earth, shielding Jirubu and intercepting Naruto's Rasengan. The Rasengan's tremendous destructive force nearly shattered the stone. Yet it proved insufficient against Jirubu's second state. Shadow imitation technique. Nara Shikamaru initiated his restraining technique, but Jirubu, with one hand plunged into the ground, formed a large earthen sphere and hurled it toward Shikamaru. The shadow imitation technique was abruptly interrupted just a few meters from Jirubu, forcing Shikamaru to evade. At that moment, Chuji's human bullet tank descended upon Jirubu's head, crashing him into the ground. Boom. Boom. The sheer force of the impact rippled outward, sending Naruto staggering backward. As the dust settled, only the spherical form of Chuji remained visible. Yet, before Naruto could rejoice, Chuji was launched away, reverting from his tank form and crashing heavily onto the ground. Almost. So close. Jirubu, battered but laughing maniacally, emerged from the earth. His clothing tattered and his face bearing minor scratches, merely superficial wounds. For the first time, Nara Shikamaru sensed the formidable strength of their adversary and the daunting nature of their task. If one individual could continually hinder them, the situation would turn dire. Chuji was nearing his limits, and Naruto's jutsu were insufficient, leaving them without potent means of attack. This was undeniably a losing scenario. Shikamaru, Chuji, lying on the ground, spoke up, "You two go after Sasuke. I'll hold him off." With that, Chuji struggled to his feet, bearing the brunt of the injuries. Shikamaru calmly regarded Chuji and gently patted Naruto. "We'll wait for you ahead. Don't worry, I'll catch up soon." Chuji grinned, his determination unwavering. Chapter 92, A Greater Crisis. Has he abandoned his companions to walk alone? The departure of the two did not elicit any objection from Jirubu, for in his eyes. Among the trio, only Akimichi Chuji possessed commendable combat prowess. Engaging with the strong was his true interest. It is not abandonment, but an agreement. Akimichi Chuji wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "This is a pact with my comrades. We will regroup after I defeat you." What audacity! Jirubu's expression turned icy. "Then I shall simply kill you." Among the Sound Ninja Quartet, Jirubu was the weakest, which rendered him devoid of authority in most situations. Although they were ostensibly all vessels for Orochimaru, the hierarchy within the Snake Cave was dictated by strength. Thus, Jirubu harbored no belief in the concept of companionship. Every ally was measured by their power. Weakness meant certain death. This is a truth I have articulated. Akimichi Chuji retrieved a small box, within which lay 3 pills. These were the secret medicines of the Akimichi clan. They would eliminate all obstacles to battle. The pills came in 3 colors, each representing different powers and side effects. The first was a green spinach pill, the second a yellow curry pill, and the third a red chili pill. The advantages of the first pill: it could unleash a human's physical potential by 30 for a brief period, increasing strength beyond its natural limits by 3-fold. However, such explosive potential came with a painful price. The second pill's benefits included enhanced vitality, replenishing energy, and warming the body, though it often resulted in overall weakness post-consumption. The third pill could amplify strength by a staggering 100-fold, forming chakra in the shape of a butterfly during use. Yet it risked overwhelming the body and leading to death as one's power surged. Akimichi Chuji opened the box, extracted the green spinach pill, and swallowed it whole. He then took out a bundle of kunai tied together with string, wrapping them around his body. The meatball needle car. With a surge, Akimichi Chuji's form expanded once more, the kunai standing erect like a porcupine. There were no flashy trials. A true man would engage directly. Bolstered by the multiplication technique, the meatball needle car charged recklessly ahead. "Can the same move be used against me twice?" Jirubu scoffed, executing a technique of earth release. Earth-style wall, positioning himself once more in defense. Boom. Yet this time, the meatball needle car surpassed Jirubu's expectations. The spinning kunai, with its razor-like edges, shattered the barrier and surged toward him directly. Jirubu was taken aback, his earth chakra enveloping his palms in a desperate attempt to resist. With a piercing sound, his palm was instantly penetrated, and he was thrust backward, crashing against a boulder. The meatball needle car finally came to a halt. Wounded and bleeding profusely, Jirubu lay sprawled upon the ground, every part of him marred. Before Jirubu could catch his breath, Akimichi Chuji, having ceased his transformation, struggled to maintain his footing. The spinach pill had dramatically enhanced his abilities, but the toll was equally severe. Coughing up blood, Jirubu declared, "It seems you have reached your limit. The victor is I." Dragging his battered body, Jirubu picked up a kunai from the ground, intent on ending Akimichi Chuji's life. "At your limit? The victor is you?" Akimichi Chuji slowly raised his head, his eyes brimming with resolute killing intent. "I have trusted companions. How could I possibly lose? How could I betray Shikamaru's faith in me? Therefore, the victor must be me." With a roar, Akimichi Chuji shoved the yellow curry pill into his mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, its soothing power alleviating his pain and replenishing his chakra. Super multiplication technique. In the fleeting window of the pill's potency, he unleashed the forbidden technique of his clan. The ground around him trembled and collapsed. Akimichi Chuji's form soared to dozens of meters, towering over Jirubu like an ant. Jirubu was utterly dismayed. How was he to combat this? The kunai fell to the ground, and Jirubu turned to flee, but escape was futile. Akimichi Chuji unleashed a mighty punch. The surrounding forest erupted into a tremendous chasm. That immense force engulfed Jirubu entirely. No, under such overwhelming power, Jirubu's body was reduced to nothingness. Thus, 2 members of the Sound Ninja Quartet had met their demise, and a far greater crisis had begun to emerge from the Snake Cave. After completing this ordeal, Akimichi Chuji collapsed onto his back, the super multiplication state dissipating, leaving him powerless on the ground. His body was racked with excruciating pain. The yellow curry pill had momentarily dulled the agony and filled him with chakra. But the cost was exorbitant. Akimichi Chuji and Appos, S eyelids grew heavy, yet a smile graced his lips. Shikamaru. I did it. Meanwhile, Nara Shikamaru and Uzumaki Naruto pressed forward with unwavering determination, striving tirelessly to make up for the time lost due to Jirubu's interference. Shikamaru, is Chuji going to be all right? Uzumaki Naruto inquired anxiously. He will be fine. I have faith in Chuji. He is exceptionally strong. Chapter 93, The Tricky Jintoki. As the pursuit mission progressed, the team drew ever closer to the borders of the Land of Fire, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Among the 4 divisions, the fastest was undoubtedly the duo of Rock Lee and Niji Hyuga. With Mike Guy's exceptional taijutsu prowess, even Niji, who did not require refined physical training, found himself compelled to train alongside his comrades. Thus, the physical strength of Team 3 was unparalleled. Lee and Niji relentlessly followed the scent of Sasuke. Wait, Lee. Niji suddenly halted in the lead. Niji, did you discover something? Lee inquired, well aware that Niji's Byakugan granted him superior perception. The scent has intensified, Niji replied, activating his Byakugan as he perched atop a tree branch. The world before him became remarkably clear, yet he failed to detect any suspicious traces. What is this? Lee pointed to the fragmented spider silk on the ground. Niji furrowed his brow. We must leave this tree now? As he spoke, a barrage of hardened yellow spikes erupted from the ground, shattering the tree beneath them. The two narrowly evaded the falling tree, and from its top, a figure leaped down. It was Jintoki, bearing a large sealed barrel on his back, who regarded the duo with a mocking grin. Impressive reactions. Upon seeing the sealed barrel, Lee was ready to strike, but before he could take a step, a massive net burst forth from the ground, ensnaring him. Lee, Niji shouted, only to realize that they were surrounded by a dense web of silk. With a swift motion, Niji found himself hoisted into the air. Surely, this cannot be the end. Jintoki placed the sealed barrel on the ground. You should thank me for granting you this opportunity. If I hadn't stopped, you would have reached the borders of the Land of Fire by now. Jintoki, disinterested, added, so, don't disappoint me. Within the web, Lee struggled, but his strength was insufficient to tear through the silk. Lee, raw power alone won't break the web, Niji cautioned. In the world revealed by his Byakugan, he noticed the intricate web pulsating with chakra. Soon, Niji devised a plan. He produced a smoke bomb and hurled it. The smoke obscured their vision but proved ineffective otherwise. Emerging from the haze, Jintoki's pupils narrowed slightly. Interesting. Before him, 2 intact webs hung suspended, both devoid of anything within. Suddenly, from above, Niji descended with a whip kick. With a thunderous impact, Jintoki raised his hand to block, but Niji abruptly altered his descent, throwing an explosive tag simultaneously. Boom. The explosive sound reverberated, smoke billowing. As the smoke cleared, Jintoki was cocooned within layers of silk. At that moment, Lee had also reached the sealed barrel. Their plan had unfolded flawlessly. Upon sensing the chakra within the webs, Niji had thrown the smoke bomb to obscure Jintoki's vision, allowing him to escape the web alongside Lee without damage. Then came Niji's fierce assault, while Lee carried Sasuke away. Snap! The web's defenses shattered. Realizing he had been outmaneuvered, Jintoki seethed with fury and prepared to pursue Lee. However, the traps he had set became a significant hindrance. The hidden webs beneath were laden with explosive tags, rendering escape impossible. Jintoki slowly turned, glaring at Niji. You think you can delay me like this? As his words fell, the cursed seal on the back of his neck activated, transforming him dramatically. He stepped forward, triggering a cluster of explosive tags. Niji swiftly dodged, but was still propelled backward by the force of the blast. Following a series of deafening explosions, thick smoke rose, and flames surged. Jintoki emerged, now resembling a humanoid spider. Secret technique, spider spit. Secret technique, spider adhesive gold. Summoning technique, giant spider. He initiated his attack with 3 secret techniques. Jintoki first spat out a white projectile, which exploded mid-air, unleashing an overwhelming web that enveloped Niji. Simultaneously, golden liquid oozed from his mouth, transforming into golden needles that restricted movement. Finally, he bit his finger to summon a large black spider, which descended from the massive web, writhing as countless tiny spiders cascaded down like rain. Niji felt a chill run down his spine. He had undoubtedly encountered the mightiest Jintoki. With the intent to eliminate Niji, Jintoki poised himself atop the web, preparing his final strike. Spider battle bow lament. A longbow crafted from adhesive gold erupted from his mouth. Chapter 94. A battle of distinct styles. The confrontation with Kiyotaka was the most perilous encounter for Hyuga Neji. The prowess and ninjutsu of his opponent transcended his comprehension, instilling a profound sense of fear within him. To put it simply, the prodigious talent of Konoha, Hyuga Neji, was gripped by trepidation. Whether it was the ominous black spider or the tenacious web, a moment's negligence could spell his doom. However, while fear may have gripped Neji, surrender was not an option. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Kaiten. Neji summoned his family's secret technique, chakra emanating from his being and converging between his palms to form a protective barrier. As the myriad tiny spiders descended upon the Kaiten, they were instantly repelled, their bodies crushed by the overwhelming force. With each rotation of the Kaiten, the chakra surged forth, slicing through the webbing. Kiyotaka, perched atop the colossal spider, narrowed his eyes. Was this an absolute defense? Indeed, Kaiten represented an impenetrable shield, and Neji was confident in his ability to withstand all assaults. He had already suffered a defeat at the hands of Lee once. The initial wave of chakra-devouring spiders was swiftly eradicated. Neji prepared to engage Kiyotaka, but the black spiders were far from passive adversaries. Suddenly, a sharpened thread shot forth, halting Neji in his tracks, followed by a writhing mass of smaller spiders cascading down from the abdomen of the giant spider. A glance behind him revealed the web glimmering with a spectral sheen, a testament to its formidable strength. Neji's brow furrowed. This was a grave predicament. Should he attempt to break through the vast spider web, it would leave his back exposed to the enemy. The giant spider and Kiyotaka's arrows would swiftly penetrate his defenses. Was this truly a deadlock? Meanwhile, in the distance, Rock Lee sprinted through the forest, carrying a sealed barrel, utterly oblivious to the need for assistance. His sole aim was to retrieve Sasuke. Lee had unwavering faith that Neji would not falter. Where am I? Lee pondered as he dashed through the dense woods, seemingly breaking through to an open area. He found himself atop a tree, gazing upon an endless expanse of grassland. A gentle breeze swept through, making the grass sway like rippling waves of grain. The cool wind caressed Lee's face, snapping him back to reality. The route back to Konoha. Lee smacked his forehead in realization. Oh no, I'm directionally challenged. Just as he lamented, a figure appeared on the horizon. The figure advanced slowly, but in the blink of an eye, it had closed the distance. Sensing an ominous presence, Lee recognized that he had been detected. Have I failed? Kagaya-Kamaru murmured, extending a finger toward Lee. Are you the strongest ninja of Konoha? Have you defeated the others? Though Lee did not grasp the full meaning of others, he inferred that this individual was an enemy. Why do you wish to take Sasuke? Lee adopted a fighting stance, ready to engage. I am the chosen vessel of Lord Orochimaru. He requires my body to attain even greater power, Kagaya-Kamaru replied astonishingly. Lee was momentarily stunned, but his anger quickly surged. Sasuke is my comrade, and I will not allow you to harm him. Let us settle this through strength. Very well, Kagaya-Kamaru acquiesced, a bone spike erupting from his palm. With the bone sword in hand, Kagaya-Kamaru swung, unleashing a wave of sword energy as he appeared behind Lee, poised to strike. Lee swiftly turned, palms pressed together, intercepting the blow with an empty-handed defense, simultaneously executing a sweeping kick that sent Kagaya-Kamaru airborne. Following this, he launched himself upward, delivering 2 knee strikes. As Kagaya-Kamaru was struck by the sweeping kick, he crossed his bone swords in defense, absorbing Lee's knee strikes without sustaining significant damage. The two distanced themselves, Kagaya-Kamaru landing gracefully. Your taijutsu is formidable. Yours isn't too shabby either, Lee replied, rubbing his sore knees. While his taijutsu was certainly proficient, he had not managed to breach the defenses of the bone swords. This is my bone sword, a gift of my bloodline limit, the Shikatsumiyaku. I can freely manipulate bone germ cells and osteoclasts, even controlling calcium density to form bones. The hardness of my bones surpasses steel, granting me a defense that renders conventional physical attacks ineffective. Kagaya-Kamaru unexpectedly elucidated his abilities, revealing his trump card without reservation. Such a revelation was likely unforeseen in battle. Lee and Kagaya-Kamaru, though adversaries, shared an oddly harmonious rapport. There were no taunts or reckless destruction. Instead, their exchanges felt like a well-rehearsed performance, complete with explanations of each move. Now, I shall demonstrate my first technique. Shikatsumiyaku, Dance of the Willows. As Kagaya-Kamaru's explanation unfolded, sharp bone spikes sprouted from his shoulders, elbows, and knees. Chapter 95, drunken fist, literally. The bone spikes emanated in endless sharpness, while Kagaya-kun-Maru's aura grew increasingly fierce. Then, in a sudden burst, Kagaya-kun-Maru lunged forward, akin to a rampaging beast. Lee Rock shifted to a defensive stance, utterly bewildered and unsure of how to strike back. He found himself unable to retaliate. Seizing upon Lee Rock's hesitance to approach, Kagaya-kun-Maru executed a series of close-range attacks. Boom, boom, boom. Lee Rock focused intently, striving to evade the piercing bone spikes. He needed to discern the intricacies of Kagaya-kun-Maru's every move in order to formulate a counterattack. With each clash, he felt the extraordinary hardness of the bone spikes, and the fierce gusts from their strikes stung his face. The exchanges between the two intensified, their movements blurring into a swift dance of fists and feet. With a sudden leap, Kagaya-kun-Maru unleashed a palm strike, sending the bone spike whirling forth. Lee Rock bent at the waist, plummeting to the ground, but managed to support himself on one hand and delivered a whip kick directly to Kagaya-kun-Maru's crown. However, a line of blood was drawn across Lee Rock's cheek. The two fighters once again created distance between them, wiping the blood from his face. Lee Rock fixed his gaze upon his opponent. Kagaya-kun-Maru, rarely showing emotion, rubbed his head, acknowledging Lee Rock's exceptional martial arts prowess. In their numerous exchanges, Lee Rock not only dodged the bone spike assaults, but also returned fire effectively. "You are formidable. Thus, I shall employ my second ninjutsu," declared Kagaya-kun-Maru. Corpse Bone Path, Dance of the Camellia. He unfastened his outer garment, revealing a robust torso, and retracted the bone spike from his palm. With a swift motion, he drew forth a slightly elongated bone sword from his left shoulder. Lee Rock and Appo's expression turned grave. It was his first encounter with an adversary wielding such peculiar methods of attack. Without a moment's hesitation, Kagaya-kun-Maru initiated the Dance of the Camellia, propelling himself to a new echelon of martial prowess. He charged forward, the bone sword slicing upward with tremendous force, while a row of bone spikes erupted from the earth, converging upon Lee Rock. In a flash, Lee Rock leapt into the air, yet Kagaya-kun-Maru swiftly positioned himself behind him, poised to strike with the sword. In a moment of desperation, Lee Rock resorted to the second stage of the Hidden Lotus technique, utilizing the white bandages on his arm to ensnare the bone sword aimed at him. With a thunderous crash, the two collided with the ground. Kagaya-kun-Maru loomed above, yet the bone sword remained immobilized, entangled by the bandages. Despite Lee Rock coughing up blood, he successfully halted the onslaught. Kagaya-kun-Maru, expressionless, raised his left hand, summoning another bone spike, ready to extinguish Lee Rock's life at any moment. However, at that instant, the sealing barrel nearby began to tremble violently. The seals peeled away, releasing billows of black smoke. Boom! The sealing barrel shattered, and Uchiha Sasuke emerged, appearing somewhat altered from his former self. His physique had grown sturdier, his skin now a shade of ashen gray, and most notably, he radiated an extraordinarily powerful aura. Kagaya-kun-Maru momentarily lost focus. Is this the vessel that Lord Orochimaru has chosen? Truly remarkable. Seizing the opportunity of Kagaya-kun-Maru's distraction, Lee Rock released the bandages and, with a powerful punch, sent him hurtling away. "Sasuke, come back to Konoha with me," Lee Rock called out. Kagaya-kun-Maru was a formidable opponent, and retreat seemed prudent. If necessary, he could ally with Sasuke. Yet, Uchiha Sasuke paid no heed to Lee Rock, offering only an enigmatic smile before striding ahead. "Sasuke," Lee Rock attempted to pursue. But Kagaya-kun-Maru advanced once more, the bone sword casting shadows that confined Lee Rock's movements. "Wait!" Lee Rock shouted. Kagaya-kun-Maru halted his assault, puzzled as he regarded him. Lee Rock stood frozen for several moments, seemingly making a profound decision. He then retrieved a porcelain bottle from his bag, emblazoned with the character for wine. He recalled the day he had returned home after training, invited by his father for a drink. Unbeknownst to him, that single sip had unleashed a frenzy of punches, rendering him unrecognizable to all, only to be saved by Might Guy's timely arrival. Thus, for Lee Rock, alcohol was both forbidden and a means to an end. Lee Rock uncorked the bottle, a sharp scent of liquor wafting towards him. Gulp! He downed the contents in one go. Tossing the bottle aside and quickly entering a state of intoxication, his complexion flushed, his steps wavering. Kagaya-kun-Maru stood bewildered. Was he truly witnessing Lee Rock drink alcohol? What ninjutsu could possibly be paired with alcohol? That answer remained elusive, as Lee Rock suddenly collapsed to the ground, succumbing to slumber. Kagaya-kun-Maru approached. The bone sword poised for a strike, but Lee Rock, who had been lying down, sprang up with astonishing speed, delivering a kick to Orochimaru's chest. Gah! Lee Rock staggered, continuing to unleash a flurry of drunken punches. Chapter 96, The Valley of End. As the inebriated fist of drunkenness, Lee began to engage with Kagaya's Kankuro on equal footing. Uchiha Sasuke had already arrived at the borders of the Land of Fire. There, at the precipice, a faint sound of trickling water could be heard. Uchiha Sasuke stood atop the height, his indifferent gaze scanning the distance. Where the terrain diverged significantly from this side, crossing over would firmly establish him as a rogue ninja from Konoha. Are you waiting for Naruto? A voice resonated from behind. Sasuke turned to find Ayakawa Tenmei and Uzumaki Karen. He is waiting for you. And of course, you are his priority, Sasuke replied coolly. I never expected you two would pursue me. Your weakness led you to seek refuge with Orochimaru, but the others are on a mission to bring you back. Ayakawa spoke bluntly, fully aware of Sasuke's reasoning for aligning with Orochimaru. Yet, no matter how many reasons Sasuke harbored, it should not compel others to shoulder the risks on his behalf. How could someone like you understand? Sasuke scoffed. Unless you have borne the pain of your clan's annihilation, you cannot comprehend. Ayakawa raised an eyebrow. My parents perished during the Nine-Tails rampage. Do you believe I can seek vengeance against the Nine-Tails? Do you think I am capable of that? Sasuke fell silent. He was not adept at banter and understood Ayakawa's meaning. The tailed beast represented the pinnacle of power in the world of Naruto. When the Nine-Tails appeared in Konoha, half of the village was devastated, countless ninjas perished. And even the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, fell in his attempt to seal the beast. You are here to stop me, aren't you? I will not return, Sasuke declared, drawing a kunai to express his stance. You two have been marked by Orochimaru. You should understand the power of that curse. If I am to avenge myself, I can only rely on this. Thus we are destined to be adversaries. Sasuke's theatrics of rebellion were unmistakable. Perhaps his involvement in this world had twisted his perceptions. Beyond his singular desire for vengeance, he harbored an additional yearning for validation of his choices. I must kill Itachi Uchiha. I cannot grow stronger in Konoha. Hence I must become a rogue ninja. My actions are justified, and you all must recognize that. There was a sense of moral coercion in his words. The greatest instigator of the Uchiha clan's downfall was Shimura Danzo, yet Sasuke had positioned the entirety of Konoha, all its inhabitants, as his adversaries. Do you believe me when I say I merely passed by? Ayakawa chuckled. I have but one thing to say. It was not the entirety of Konoha that destroyed the Uchiha clan. Nor is it Konoha that stands in the way of your vengeance. I hope you reconsider your attitude towards revenge. His words held profound significance. A sentiment Ayakawa wished to convey. People, in differing times and circumstances, possess varied thoughts. When seeking to alter something, one must heed their true heart. Yet, such wisdom eludes the current Sasuke. Cease your preaching. Sasuke coldly huffed, hurling his kunai with force. Ayakawa remained unmoved, while Karen instinctively retrieved 10 shuriken. Shuriken Great Whirlwind. The 10 shuriken shot forth to intercept Sasuke's kunai, while the remaining 9, undeterred, surged towards Sasuke like a cohesive force. Alarmed, he hastily retreated and leaped off the cliff. Karen, do not pursue. Just as Karen prepared to follow, Ayakawa stopped her. This is a unique battle. I will handle it. With that, Ayakawa's figure vanished from the edge of the cliff. Beneath the precipice, through the thin mist, a lake came into view. As he descended, the sound of rushing water grew louder. After approximately 30 seconds, the full expanse of the lake revealed itself. Ayakawa landed atop a stone statue, with the water from the dense foliage of Konoha cascading between two statues, forming a waterfall. This was indeed the Valley of End. Ayakawa stood atop the statue of Hashirama Senju, gazing at Uchiha Sasuke across the way. I wish to witness your full power. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, swiftly forming seals to charge a Chidori, accompanied by the thunderous sound of crackling electricity. Sasuke's Chidori pierced through Ayakawa, yet before he could revel in his success, Ayakawa transformed into a wooden figure. Substitution Jutsu. Sasuke's pupil shifted, and he spotted Ayakawa standing on the water surface below. Can you still utilize the substitution technique before my Sharingan? Boom. Sasuke leaped down from the statue, crashing onto the water and Appo's surface, unleashing a torrent of splashes. As the droplets fell, the curse mark on Sasuke began to spread. Fire style, Fireball Jutsu. Chakra gathered in his throat and was expelled forcefully. Under the influence of the curse mark, The fireball ignited the water's surface like a raging inferno. Water style, water dragon jutsu. Ayakawa finally formed the necessary seals, and two pillars of water instantly rose from the surface, transforming into the shape of dragons. Chapter 97. Sign-in reward. Blood Dragon Eye. The water dragon, formed from a column of water, surged forth, breaking the surface as it unleashed a torrent towards the blazing fireball technique. As the adage goes, water and fire are irreconcilable. Water is the nemesis of fire. Yet, in the cursed seal state, Uchiha Sasuke's fireball technique had evidently reached a new pinnacle of power. The water style, water dragon bullet was gradually consumed and vaporized by the fireball. In the next instant, Uchiha Sasuke had penetrated the roiling mist, standing before Aoki Amano, his kunai aiming for various vital points. Amano, somewhat irked, seemed to suggest that their customary battle was far from over. Lightning cutter, Aoki Amano exclaimed, deftly grasping the lethal kunai with his fingers. The lightning chakra transitioned from his palm to Uchiha Sasuke, followed by a knee strike that collided with Sasuke's chest. Instinctively, Sasuke was sent hurtling backward but was swiftly yanked back by Amano, who delivered a series of punishing blows. Consequently, Sasuke skidded across the water surface, sending up a spray of droplets. Uchiha Sasuke executed a nimble flip and surged forward once more, his unstoppable momentum cleaving the water into two. His speed had reached an astonishing zenith. It seems the cursed seal has bestowed upon you considerable confidence, Aoki Amano remarked as he leapt into the air, initiating a fierce exchange. The two combatants were evenly matched in their taijutsu. Uchiha Sasuke exhibited a well-rounded combat style, employing elbow strikes, knee lifts, and kunai thrusts. Yet Amano adeptly countered each maneuver. Have you had enough? Suddenly, Aoki Amano broke through Sasuke's onslaught, pulling him down into the water's depths. Boom. The entire lake was set into turmoil, with splashes of water cascading down like gentle rain. Sasuke, now in a disheveled state, emerged, coughing and spluttering on the surface. Aoki Amano observed him calmly, moving closer as a voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Sign-in task activated. Please remain stationary. Moving mid-task will be considered a forfeit. Aoki Amano's lips twitched. Why was it that the system always activated tasks during a battle? Despite the inconvenience, he had no choice but to comply. Uchiha Sasuke rose from the water, glancing at the motionless Aoki Amano, a flicker of fear crossing his features. This guy is a monster. It's utterly absurd. Even with the power of the cursed seal, why am I still being overwhelmed by Amano? Indeed, it was a blatant domination. Had this been a life or death struggle, he would have been utterly defeated. Why are you so powerful? Uchiha Sasuke posed a poignant question. I consider my talent commendable, and I have worked diligently. During my time at the Ninja Academy, few could rival me in combat, yet you consistently maintain a superior edge. Why? His expression was a tapestry of complexity. Having sworn never to feel powerless again after experiencing despair, he now faced a harsh reality. Uchiha Itachi had forced him to confront the ugly side of existence. While Aoki Amano loomed as an insurmountable mountain, that feeling of helplessness was intolerable for Uchiha Sasuke. There are always stronger individuals. There are mountains beyond mountains, Amano mused, unable to articulate anything more profound. Uchiha Sasuke erupted into exaggerated laughter, his eyes igniting with ferocity. Tendrils of dark mist emanated from his being, and his hair and skin began to transform once more. If there are stronger beings, I shall surpass them. If there are mountains beyond mountains, I will scale them. For the sake of absolute power, I am willing to sacrifice everything. Uchiha Sasuke roared, his Sharingan now swirling with a grayish hue. This was his second state. Ding. Sign-in successful. Boom. No sooner had the announcement faded than Uchiha Sasuke vanished from sight, reappearing behind Amano and delivering a crushing punch. Caught off guard, Aoki Amano was slammed against the mountainside, his body colliding with the wall. He felt as though he had been crushed to pieces, blood spewing from his mouth. Though powerful, he was not impervious. Taking the full brunt of Sasuke's second state punch left him reeling. This is my new strength, Uchiha Sasuke declared triumphantly. As he approached for another strike, a voice interrupted. Where did such a rat come from to strike so heavily? Dragon, emerging from Amano's sleeve, initially had no intention of intervening, but Sasuke's actions were too extreme. Amano. Vortex Sakurin cried out, rushing to Amano's side to help him up before turning to Sasuke. Have you lost your mind? Amano has no desire to fight you with full force. Why would you resort to such brutality? Is there a distinction in battle? Uchiha Sasuke retorted dismissively, I certainly did not hold back. Sasuke had a point. Aoki Amano slowly raised his head, his voice laced with a sardonic tone. Battles do not require distinctions. I was merely naive. Despite his grievous injuries, a smile adorned his face as a gust of wind tousled his hair, revealing a pair of extraordinary eyes. Indeed, the reward for this mission. The Blood Dragon Eye. Chapter 98. Then let us fight to near death. The Blood Dragon Eye originates from the Bloodpool clan in the Naruto world, a clan that was tragically exiled by the Uchiha clan. Despite their unfortunate fate, the Bloodpool clan possesses ocular techniques that rival the Sharingan. This technique is known as the Blood Dragon Eye. It shares similar illusionary powers, however, unlike the Sharingan. The Blood Dragon Eye lacks the concept of Tomo. The strength of its ocular power is linked to the crimson hue of the pupil. As Uchiha Sasuke gazed upon Akatsuki Tianming's Blood Dragon Eye, he felt a chill run down his spine. He sensed that this ocular technique was comparable to the Sharingan. Tianming. Vortex K-Rin directly extended her arm, saying, "Bite me to restore your body." Tianming did not refuse. He opened his mouth and bit down. His teeth pierced K-Rin's snow-white skin, and the sweet blood instantaneously healed his internal injuries. K-Rin let out a pained sound. Yet watching Tianming drink her blood filled her with a sense of happiness. "All right," Tianming said, softening his gaze at the bite mark on her arm. "I swear this is the first and last time I will drink your blood." K-Rin's face flushed slightly. "If it's you, then it's all right. Now, I must attend to serious matters." Tianming indicated for K-Rin to step back. The pupils of the Blood Dragon Eye slightly contracted, sensing the presence of the Sharingan. "Ha ha ha." Tianming erupted into exaggerated laughter, inwardly chastising himself for his foolishness. In the Naruto world, his belief was to alter none of the characters' destinies, allowing events to unfold naturally. However, he overlooked the fact that his intervention had already changed certain events and characters. The philosophy of passive engagement was no longer viable. Thus, he resolved, to hell with respecting the plot, to hell with not interfering with others. From this moment forth, anyone who dares to obstruct me shall pay the price. Tianming laughed at his own naivety, simultaneously relieved that the timing was not too late. Henceforth, in this world of survival of the fittest, let actions speak louder than words. "Have you unleashed your full strength?" Uchiha Sasuke remarked calmly, as a pair of flesh wings sprouted from his back, possessing the heavenly curse mark. Sasuke had the ability to fly. With a swift movement of his wings, he transformed into a blur, launching an attack with the speed of lightning. In the realm of the Blood Dragon Eye, Sasuke's trajectory was already mapped out. Akatsuki Tianming nimbly tapped his toes, simultaneously summoning the Sunwheel blade from his system backpack. With a swift swoosh, the blade was unsheathed, gleaming brightly. Tianming thrust the Sunwheel blade fiercely to the left, and in the next moment, Sasuke's figure appeared. His face contorted in agony, for Tianming had pierced his flesh wings. Boom! With a slight exertion, Tianming pinned Sasuke against the cliff with the Sunwheel blade. "Sasuke, let me show you what a true monster feels like." As if whispering from a demon, as his words fell, the lightning release, lightning-style mountain thunder seal struck Sasuke with immense force. The overwhelming power of electricity ravaged Sasuke's body. As the Sunwheel blade returned to Tianming's grasp, Sasuke plummeted downward, and high above, Tianming once again formed hand seals. Lightning release, Chidori sharp spear. A bolt of lightning shot straight out, piercing through Uchiha Sasuke's body. By the time he reached the ground, he had succumbed to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Vortex K-Rin approached with a kunai, intent on sending Sasuke to the afterlife, for in her eyes, the Uchiha heir was inconsequential. "Wait, don't kill Sasuke." Tianming landed and blocked her kunai. His fury was genuine, and while he relished in punishing Sasuke, there was no need to deliver a lethal blow. Tianming delivered the Chidori sharp spear to Sasuke, a gesture that served both to vent his anger and to spare him, achieving two objectives with one act. Tianming personally carried Sasuke to a hidden location on the other side of the lake before vanishing from the Valley of the End. Just after he departed, a figure appeared beside the unconscious Sasuke. Has that guy become this powerful? The tide of battle on the front lines had taken an unusual turn. Nara Shikamaru and Vortex Naruto navigated through the dense forest, discovering the unconscious Rock Lee. And there were three unexpected individuals. Little Lee, Naruto rushed forward, furious and ready to challenge Gaara. "Naruto, they are not our enemies," Shikamaru gently interjected. Surrounding them were remnants of battle, with enough sand to indicate that Sunagakure had come to their aid. "We were on a mission nearby and rushed over upon hearing the sounds of fighting." He was ambushed by a figure covered in bone spikes and a flutist, falling into peril. We intervened, but could not apprehend them, Temari explained from the sidelines. At that moment, everyone instinctively turned to look behind them, where Akatsuki Tianming and Vortex K-Rin were slowly approaching. Upon seeing Tianming, Shikamaru stepped forward, inquiring, Tianming, how is the situation on your end? I killed one person and fought Sasuke, but could not detain him. Chapter 99. Mastering the Art of Evasion. Tianming. Iai Luo extended his hand to greet Qingchuan Tianming. Since their last battle, Iai Luo had not only reformed his ways but had also become an ardent admirer of Qingchuan Tianming. Iai Luo, what brings you here? Although aware of the circumstances, Qingchuan Tianming still inquired. We are on a mission nearby and came to offer assistance, came the reply. Qingchuan Tianming nodded, then turned his gaze to the unconscious Shaoli and the surrounding scene. He quickly deduced that Junmarlu was still alive. Everyone, stop dawdling. We must pursue Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto urged. Naruto. Nara Shikamaru shook his head, saying, since even Qingchuan Tianming could not stop him, it seems he has someone backing him up. Recklessly charging in is beyond our capacity, and furthermore, Sasuke has crossed the borders of the Land of Fire. His status as a rogue ninja is now firmly established. Damn it! Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed in frustration, feeling powerless despite his reluctance. Naruto, Sasuke is not in any life-threatening danger, Qingchuan Tianming stated calmly. We must do our utmost, and leave the rest to fate. Uzumaki Naruto fell silent, recalling his prior agreement with Haruno Sakura. Naruto. Qingchuan Tianming placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Do not burden yourself with unnecessary guilt. You owe nothing to anyone, understand? Got it, Naruto replied. Well, since the pursuit mission has failed, we must return to report. Nara Shikamaru spoke. Currently, Shaoli is severely injured, and Ding Xiai and Ning Xi's fates remain uncertain. With that, everyone had no choice but to gather their emotions and begin their return journey. After expressing gratitude to the Sand siblings, the pursuit team made their way home. In the dense forest, they found the unconscious Akimichi Ding Xiai and Hyuga Ning Xiai. 3 days later, the pursuit team returned to Konoha, all of whom were admitted to Konoha Hospital. Shortly after, Tsunade appeared accompanied by Shizune. Upon seeing her, Nara Shikamaru, Uzumaki Naruto, and Qingchuan Tianming rose to their feet. How are the three of them? Tsunade inquired. This is my fault. I failed to assess the enemy's strength accurately and did not formulate a battle plan. Placing my comrades in peril, Nara Shikamaru expressed with remorse. You need not shoulder all the blame. Qingchuan Tianming has already presented the mission report to me. And you all performed admirably, Tsunade replied slowly. However, from this point forward, Uchiha Sasuke has officially become a rogue ninja of Konoha. The weight of this topic hung heavily in the air, and even Haruno Sakura, who had approached, could only wipe her tears in the corner. Let us disband for now, Tsunade commanded before entering the hospital room. What is Aunt Tsunade doing in there? Uzumaki Naruto observed the doctors in the room, gazing at Tsunade with awe. Lady Tsunade is the most exceptional medical ninja. Also, you should show some respect. You ought not to call her aunt, Shizune responded protectively. Uzumaki Naruto merely pouted in silence. With Tsunade's order to disband, the 3 uninjured members returned to their respective homes. As they walked through the streets of Konoha, Qingchuan Tianming deliberately turned into a small alley before coming to a halt. After following for so long, are you tired, Sakura? No sooner had he spoken than Haruno Sakura, looking conflicted, appeared behind him. Qingchuan Tianming, I have a question for you. Speak. In the final battle of the pursuit mission, you fought Sasuke, didn't you? Why didn't you bring him back? Tears streamed down Haruno Sakura's face as she spoke. Qingchuan Tianming's expression turned peculiar. So you blame me and the pursuit team for not bringing Sasuke back? Naruto, I can understand. But you are clearly so strong. You could have brought him back. Why didn't you? Haruno Sakura insisted. Sakura, do you believe that everyone in the world adores Sasuke? Qingchuan Tianming's voice turned cold. Do you have any idea how powerful our enemy was? Shaoli, Ning Xiai, and Ding Xiai are all unconscious because they pursued Sasuke. And you come here to lay blame on me? Qingchuan Tianming felt naive for even entertaining the thought. How could Haruno Sakura's stubbornness be so easily swayed? Do you want to know the truth? Qingchuan Tianming smirked, a hint of mischief in his demeanor. Let me reveal the truth to you. I fought him, nearly to the death, and cast him beyond the borders of the Land of Fire, rendering him a rogue ninja. Haruno Sakura felt as though struck by lightning. Why would you do that? Why? We are all comrades of Team 7. Silence. Qingchuan Tianming did not grant her a chance to lash out. From all your actions, it is evident that you hold no regard for Team 7 or your comrades, only for Sasuke. Anyone can criticize me, but you, who have done nothing, have no right to do so. If you desire something, if you wish to obtain something, do not cry out. Instead, earn it through your own strength, your comrades, Sasuke. All of it. With that, Qingchuan Tianming departed with flair. He did not concern himself with the rift that his words might create within Team 7. Yet he felt a desire to impart a lesson to Haruno Sakura. As for what the future held, who cared? Chapter 100, A Warm Meal. Qingchuan Tianming's eloquent defense of justice left Haruno Sakura in a state of emotional turmoil, unable to process the situation, leading her to weep in a secluded alley. Meanwhile, in a corner, Uzumaki Naruto watched the scene with great concern, yearning to console Sakura. Yet, as Qingchuan Tianming had articulated, Naruto owed nothing to anyone and bore no unnecessary burdens. Frustrated, he decided to turn away and leave. On the other hand, upon returning to the Qingchuan residence, Qingchuan Tianming discovered Uzumaki Karen lost in thought in the corridor, smiling foolishly at the fresh bite marks on her arm. Suddenly, she turned with delight, exclaiming, "Tianming, you're back." A peculiar feeling washed over him. Spending time with Karen was rather enjoyable. Previously, while watching the anime, he found her contrasting charm appealing, but now, their interactions offered a more profound experience. After 12 years of solitude in the world of Naruto, returning home to find someone waiting and cooking for him was indeed a comforting existence. Are they all right? He pondered, recalling that they had fallen into a coma, yet Tsunade had taken charge, so there was no cause for alarm. Slipping off his shoes, he noticed an extra pair at the entrance and inquired, "Is someone here?" "It's me," Hinata Hyuga replied, emerging from a room with a spatula in hand. "What are you doing?" Qingchuan Tianming seemed to remember his earlier suggestion that Hinata could come over any time. "I'm learning to cook from Karen." Hinata grinned, sticking out her tongue. "Last time I brought you food, I ended up eating my own cooking, which was simply inedible. So, I'm determined to make delicious meals for you, Tianming." "Is that so?" Qingchuan Tianming recalled that day when he had consoled Naruto, advising him to let go of Sakura, just as Hinata and Karen had arrived with food. He felt it inappropriate to reject the goodwill of the two young women. However, as he opened Hinata's box, a flash of realization struck him. This seemingly harmless yet dark culinary endeavor was to be his most challenging experience yet. Knock, knock. A rapping sound at the door interrupted his thoughts. "I'll get it." Karen approached the door and opened it. "Tianming, let's go eat at Ichiraku." Naruto, standing at the threshold, was momentarily stunned by the scene before him. What is this? Why are there women in the Qingchuan household? Not one, but two. Suddenly, Naruto felt a pang of bitterness. He understood now. He was unworthy. Seeking out Qingchuan Tianming in his discontent was akin to inviting suffering upon himself. While I, the prince, have been wounded in my pursuit of Sakura, you, Qingchuan Tianming, are being served lunch and now have two lovely ladies at your side. I get it. Naru. Qingchuan Tianming called out to the boy who was about to leave. It was remarkable how perfectly timed Naruto's arrival was. "Tonight, I will cook. Stay and join us for dinner. Is that all right?" Naruto hesitantly replied, acknowledging his desire for companionship. Since becoming a ninja, his life had improved considerably, with the remuneration for missions allowing him to indulge in meals at Ichiraku. Yet, the reason he continued eating ramen was that he often found himself alone. Eating instant noodles by oneself at home was a rather disheartening experience. "Excuse me," Naruto said as he stepped into the Qingchuan home, immediately taken aback by its immaculate state. "Having a girl around makes a difference. Please, make yourselves comfortable." Qingchuan Tianming smiled before retreating to the kitchen. In the living room, only Naruto, Karen, and Hinata remained. After a brief moment of awkwardness, it was Naruto who broke the silence. "So, how did you two end up here?" "Because I actually live here," Karen answered. Naruto, holding his cup of tea, felt his hands tremble. "No way. Are you two living together? This is terrifying." Truly, Qingchuan Tianming can achieve what others cannot. "What about Hinata?" Naruto inquired, taking a sip of his tea. I also live here," Hinata replied, her cheeks flushed. "Uft. Cough, cough." Naruto sputtered, nearly choking on his tea, tears streaming down his face. "Heaven and earth. Have I destroyed Konoha? Is this how you repay me?" His mindset crumbled. Naruto silently vowed, "If I ever seek out Qingchuan Tianming alone again, I will consider myself a fool." The brief interlude in the living room soon passed, and before long, the inviting aroma wafting from the kitchen captivated the trio's attention. In the kitchen, Qingchuan Tianming expertly sought at ingredients, placing a plate of mapo tofu onto the table. The flavors of his homeland, long yearned for, were now brought to life. Although he had consumed Japanese cuisine for 12 years, the taste of his roots remained indelible. This was also the first time he put into practice what he had secretly practiced before. The result was evident as the three in the living room salivated and made their way to the kitchen. Tianming, what have you made? It smells incredible. I've prepared a dish that is unparalleled in the ninja world. Qingchuan Tianming proudly presented his culinary creations: mapo tofu, tomato scrambled eggs, stir-fried pickled vegetables with meat, and a vegetable tofu soup with dipping sauce. Each dish emitted a unique and enticing aroma. As the meal was served, the trio abandoned all table manners in their eagerness to feast. Chapter 101. Long-held aspirations. Half a month after the incident of Sasuke's defection, the three individuals at the hospital had all been discharged under Tsunade's care. Meanwhile, it seemed that the good days for Naruto and his companions had come to an end. In a tavern located somewhere along the streets of Konoha, Jiraiya and Kakashi Hatake, two close friends, were sharing drinks. Lord Jiraiya, at this rate, the seventh squad will become a mere formality, Kakashi remarked, a pained expression crossing his face. As the saying goes, one does not bite the hand that feeds. Had I known, I would have declined your invitation to drink. Come now, Kakashi. I've watched you grow up. By all accounts, I could be considered your grand teacher. Do you think I don't understand you? In truth, you should be overjoyed, free from the pressures of teaching. You can take it easy every day, Jiraiya replied, maintaining a composed demeanor. Kakashi felt a tinge of embarrassment. Lord Jiraiya, am I really that unreliable? No, Jiraiya shook his head. On the contrary, you remain a pillar of Konoha, the one who shoulders the burden during times of crisis. Kakashi smiled, though he had no valid reason to refuse Jiraiya's insights. Naruto is the son of my teacher. Having you mentor him is indeed a shortcut to enhancing his abilities. However, I fail to comprehend why you are bringing along a Kinari Akikawa. Is it possible that the three of us, Jiraiya, Kakashi Hatake, and Naruto Uzumaki, could be connected through the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze? As the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, it is essential to solidify the sealing technique and guide Naruto to grow stronger. Following Jiraiya is only natural, yet a Kinari Akikawa. She is extraordinary. Jiraiya, rarely setting down his drink, stated, the uniqueness of this child far surpasses that of anyone else. Whether it be Naruto or the Uchiha clan, we know them well. Yet this orphan of the Akikawa clan remains enigmatic. This was the evaluation bestowed by the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya. Kakashi, too, fell silent, understanding Jiraiya and Appo's words. The third Hokage had assigned a Kinari to the seventh squad from the beginning, and the child and Appo's potential was unparalleled. Historically, there had been only one who resembled her, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, a genius who stood out in the ninja world. Recognized as Konoha's Yellow Flash. I see, Kakashi finally spoke. Then I shall entrust them to you, Lord Jiraiya. I will continue teaching. You need not worry on that front. That girl possesses a natural talent for medical ninjutsu, and Tsunade has already agreed to take her on as a disciple, Jiraiya chuckled. However, Kakashi's expression soured. Well, that settles it. The seventh squad truly no longer exists. One morning, at the entrance of Konoha village, Jiraiya arrived punctually, reminiscent of his first visit to the short book street. After waiting a short while, a Kinari Akikawa and Naruto Uzumaki appeared. Jiraiya, momentarily bewildered, exclaimed, a Kinari, who is this girl? Lord Jiraiya, may I have a word? A Kinari approached Jiraiya and explained, this is the girl I rescued in the Forest of Death during the Chunin Exams. She is one of the few remaining heirs of the Uzumaki clan. Jiraiya's pupils contracted. The Uzumaki clan. It seemed to confirm his suspicions. A Kinari continued. Her bloodline is even purer than Naruto's. Jiraiya gasped in astonishment. The Uzumaki clan had deep ties to Konoha, after being vanquished in the land of whirlpools. The remaining Uzumaki descendants had largely faded into obscurity. Many even believed the clan had become extinct. It was unfathomable that a pure-blood descendant of the Uzumaki still existed. Taking a moment to contemplate Akinari's crimson hair and unique aura, Jiraiya finally decided, in that case, let us proceed together. Shortly thereafter, Naruto emerged from around the corner. But upon seeing a Kinari, a dull ache settled in his heart. What happened to our trio training? Why are there now 4 of us? Moreover, They appeared to be so harmonious together. Quit daydreaming. We've been waiting for you. Jiraiya playfully smacked Naruto on the back of the head before leading the way. Thus, the 3-year training period began to unfold. Meanwhile, in the chaotic borderlands of the 5 great nations, within Orochimaru's lair, a natural cavern emanated heat. Inside the cave, a blood-red pool of water emanated a faint metallic scent. In the center of the pool, Sasuke Uchiha was meditating with his eyes closed. Standing at the edge of the pool were 2 figures, Kagaya Kimimaro and Kabuto Yakushi. I eagerly await his awakening. Kagaya Kimimaro's raspy voice broke the silence. Orochimaru-sama, you must prepare yourself, Kabuto cautioned. Indeed, Orochimaru replied with a faint smile, observing his own frail body. Kimimaro is a fine specimen, yet he is not quite perfect. The Valley of the End battle had left Sasuke gravely injured, and though his body was not suited for a transfer, Orochimaru's original vessel had reached its limits. At that moment, Kimimaro stepped forward, offering his body to Orochimaru. Ultimately, with no viable options left, Orochimaru acquiesced to Kimimaro's wishes. This body should last a while longer, soon. I shall savor Sasuke. Orochimaru licked his lips before turning to leave, followed closely by Kabuto. After their departure, Sasuke Uchiha opened his eyes within the blood pool. Chapter 102. Are these pirates? Outside the village of Konoha, Naruto Uzumaki glanced back at the receding village, a pang of bittersweet emotion tugging at his heart. From Jiraiya, he had learned that this training was expected to last around 3 years, during which he would not be returning. Despite his mischievous nature, Naruto was not devoid of sentiment. He felt a profound reluctance to part from Konoha. Hey, little Naruto, are you feeling a bit sentimental? Jiraiya teased from beside him. Who would feel that way? Naruto retorted defiantly. But, pervy sage, where are we headed this time? Are we going to do the same thing as last time? With you indulging in drink while I train alone? Coughing awkwardly, Jiraiya smacked Naruto on the head, admonishing him, what nonsense are you spouting? 3 years of training is 1,000 times more challenging than mastering the Rasengan. Prepare yourself. Meanwhile, Akatsuki Organization listened intently. In the original Naruto narrative, Naruto's 3-year training was not elaborated upon, leaving a gap of curiosity regarding Jiraiya's chosen training location and methods. Young Taiming, if I am not mistaken, you are proficient in all nature transformations, correct? Jiraiya inquired. Perhaps, Akatsuki Taiming replied ambiguously. He possessed ultimate chakra capacity, theoretically capable of mastering any elemental technique. However, he had yet to put them into practice. Jiraiya furrowed his brow. Although I am a disciple of my master, I feel I have sullied his reputation. My ninjutsu skills are not particularly remarkable. Would you like me to introduce you to an old friend? Let's head there. In truth, Akatsuki Taiming wished to assure Jiraiya that he need not worry about him, yet the seriousness of Jiraiya's demeanor rendered him speechless. Thus, the 4 of them set off towards the border. After 3 days of travel, they arrived at a familiar port, the site of Naruto's battle against Zabuza Momochi. Following that mission, the shadows cast by Zabuza and Kato over the Land of Waves dissipated, and the local forces had been purged. The Land of Waves had, indeed, been reborn. Are we going to the Land of Waves? Naruto exclaimed, astonished by the revitalized port and its vessels. Indeed, Jiraiya explained. I have a residence there and a few friends I met during my travels. This trip serves both as a visit and training, 2 birds with 1 stone. He then began purchasing tickets for the ship. The restored Land of Waves had established diplomatic relations with other nations, and the vessel was already filled with its merchants, who were bustling about with local seafood for trade among the 5 great nations. Once aboard, the local passengers occasionally scrutinized the group, unfazed by their curious gazes. Jiraiya greeted them before heading into the ship's cabin. Akatsuki Taiming and Karen, on the other hand, stood on the deck, gazing at the magnificent horizon where the sea met the sky. Naruto, ever the curious child, examined his surroundings but soon revealed a critical flaw. He suffered from seasickness. I'm going below deck, he declared, seeking refuge from the impending spectacle of a human fountain. Standing at the railing, Akatsuki Taiming watched the undulating waves. Feeling his mood lighten, Karen remained by his side in silence. The sight of the 2 young individuals together created a picturesque scene. It would take at least 3 more days to reach the Land of Waves. After a brief respite on deck, Akatsuki Taiming led Karen into the cabin. Surprisingly, the usually frugal Jiraiya had splurged on 4 private tickets. He shared a cabin with Naruto, while he placed himself and Karen in the adjacent room. Taiming, doesn't this feel like a date? Karen blushed, her cheeks tinged with color. What? Ayakawa Timing feigned surprise. Nothing. You misheard. Karen quickly turned away, falling silent. In truth, Ayakawa Timing had heard her, but did not know how to respond. At merely 12 years of age, it seemed inappropriate to indulge in such thoughts. Moreover, this was the perilous world of Naruto. It would not do to engage in frivolous pursuits. As if sensing Ayakawa Timing's internal musings, Longu emerged from his robes, whispering, "Kid, there is a murderous intent approaching." Murderous intent? Ayakawa Timing scanned the cabin, but found nothing amiss. Can Longu deceive you? Longu retorted from the sea. Turning his gaze to the porthole, Ayakawa Timing spotted several small black dots on the rolling waves. Fortunately, it appeared to be a minor concern. He shut his eyes momentarily and opened them, his pupils transforming into the blood dragon eyes, granting him clarity of vision. Those small black dots were ships, armed with ominous cannons and flying a black skull flag that was universally recognized across dimensions. Ayakawa Timing was momentarily speechless. Are these pirates? Am I in a pirate tale? Before he could finish his lament, a flash from the pirate ship's cannons erupted, sending a barrage of cannonballs hurtling toward them. Without warning, the deck erupted in an explosion, and the ship trembled violently. The passengers from the land of waves screamed in terror. What is going on? Jiraiya yawned. Jiraiya-sensei, we have encountered pirates. Chapter 103, Lord Kashao. Pirates? Jiraiya thought he had misheard. Indeed, the land of waves is the most water-rich region in the world of Hokage. Other places do not harbor the seas that breed pirates, yet pirates are exceedingly rare. However, before anyone could comprehend the situation, a barrage of cannonballs rained down, rocking the large ship perilously. Let's head to the deck, Jiraiya exclaimed, charging forward. The ship was filled with civilians, who were ill-equipped to withstand such a bombardment. Upon reaching the deck, Qingchuan Tianming noted that the vessel was tilting dangerously, likely due to the lower compartments being breached, allowing seawater to flood in. Not far off the port side, several pirate ships were closing in. Utilizing his blood dragon eyes, Qingchuan Tianming scrutinized the foremost pirate ship, where a figure stood at the bow. The man, eyes closed and sword cradled in his arms, appeared to be in deep contemplation. Lord Kashao, that ship is already in our grasp, a burly one-eyed pirate reported deferentially. The man referred to as Kashao slowly opened his eyes, a glint of determination flashing within. Their despair is insufficient. My brother's death was far more agonizing. Understood. The one-eyed pirate immediately turned to the crew below. Continue the bombardment. The cannons aboard the 4 pirate ships once again trained their sights on a single target, and then flames erupted. More? Jiraiya cursed under his breath at the sight of the ominous cannonballs. If they fired again, the ship would surely sink. In the middle of the ocean, a sinking ship leaves no chance of survival for ordinary folk. Tianming, Naruto, you are responsible for protecting the people on board. With that, Jiraiya leaped onto the water's surface. Water release, water flow wall. Jiraiya formed hand seals, employing a distinct technique as chakra coalesced in his throat and was forcefully expelled. A fierce wind swept across the ocean, creating a miniature tsunami that dragged 5 ominous cannonballs straight down to the depths. This maneuver left Kashao and the pirates astounded. He caught all the cannonballs with a single move? What power does he possess? While Kashao was not surprised by the presence of a ninja, he had never witnessed anyone so effortlessly manipulate 5 cannonballs. Lord Kashao, this man is rather unusual, the one-eyed pirate gasped. Could it be that old man is deceiving us? He never mentioned there were ninjas aboard. Kashao's eyes narrowed slightly. That is no longer important. As he spoke, Jiraiya approached the 4 pirate ships, addressing them directly. You pirates are truly excessive, seeking wealth and taking lives, how outrageous. Hey, Kashao, looking down from the ship's bow, sneered. You are a ninja? Indeed, I am Jiraiya, a proud ninja of Konoha, he declared with confidence. However, upon hearing the name of Konoha, Kashao's murderous intent surged forth. You are a Konoha ninja, then this is fortuitous. I am Kashao, the 4th captain of the Sakima pirate crew. I have long sought you Konoha ninjas. Jiraiya scratched his head in confusion. We are indeed Konoha ninjas, but why come to the sea to attack ships instead of seeking us in the village for a mission? Kashao glared at Jiraiya, his voice rising in fury. Mission? What nonsense! I intend to kill you Konoha ninjas, all of you. Why must you kill us? Kashao nearly lost his grip on his great sword, his rage reaching its zenith. Haven't you heard of me? Surely you've heard of Cardo. Yes. I am Cardo's brother, Kashao, and I have come for revenge against Konoha. Jiraiya merely shook his head. In truth, he was unaware. During the mission in the Land of Waves, he had not been in Konoha, and it was Team 3 that dealt with Cardo's faction. Die? With no more patience. Ka Xiao shouted, and several shadows leaped from the ship, landing on the water and Appo's surface. Water release, water mist formation. Those encircling Jiraiya began forming seals simultaneously. The water beneath them began to boil, rising in steam to create a unique area of effect. Ka Xiao gazed at Jiraiya and muttered, "You Konoha ninjas killed my brother. So today, you shall die. No, all of you must perish. Fire, you fools." At Ka Xiao's command, the one-eyed pirate ordered the cannons to fire, and a barrage of cannonballs erupted from the 4 pirate ships. On the deck, Qingchuan Tianming furrowed his brow. "Naruto, take the injured on the deck to safety with Karui." As he spoke, Qingchuan Tianming began to sense a long-forgotten power within him. Fruit ability, shock. Pointing a finger, Qingchuan Tianming unleashed a mysterious shockwave that formed a protective barrier around the ship. The cannonballs, propelled by the shockwave, momentarily stalled in midair before the first detonated, causing a chain reaction. Then, something miraculous occurred. The cannonballs exploded, unleashing tremendous energy and light, yet all their force seemed nullified. There was no sound, no impact. In the blink of an eye, they dissipated into nothingness. Chapter 104, Breaching the Pirate Ship. The Tremor-Tremor Fruit is Qingchuan Tianming and Appo's most formidable weapon, one he typically refrains from using. However, abstaining from its application does not equate to neglecting its practice. Presently, the ability rating of the Tremor-Tremor Fruit remains at a modest green level, and only through diligent training can its potency be enhanced. In private sessions, Qingchuan Tianming focused less on air tremors and tremor blades, opting instead for more localized vibrations. This meticulous approach culminated in the astonishing scene of him compressing all cannonballs with a mere finger. The spectacle left the one-eyed pirate, a rotund figure, utterly dumbfounded. What kind of ninjutsu is this? I've never seen anything like it. Some pirates also ascended to the deck. The pirates in the world of ninjas are, in truth, not very professional. They are merely marauders sailing the waters of the Land of Waves, where the vast ocean becomes a breeding ground for villainy. Ninja Lord. At that moment, the captain rushed out from the helm and fell to his knees. "Please, Ninja Lord, save my family." "Your family?" Qingchuan Tianming inquired, somewhat perplexed. "It was the Sakima pirate crew that did this. They have proclaimed themselves kings on an unnamed island, plundering merchant vessels passing through the Land of Waves. Since the Land of Waves lacks ninja capabilities, the country is powerless against the Sakima pirate crew. My family has also been abducted by them. If I do not cooperate, I may never see them again." Qingchuan Tianming felt a sense of understanding, though he harbored doubts. The timing and location of the pirate ship's appearance coincided too conveniently with theirs, and the long-range attacks were alarmingly precise. "Please, Ninja Lord, save us." The civilians aboard the ship also fell to their knees in desperation. "Tianming, your mind is sharp. What do you suggest we do?" Uzumaki Naruto could not bear to witness others being bullied. Qingchuan Tianming glanced at Jiraiya, who was besieged by the pirates. He felt no concern for Jiraiya. Rather, he silently prayed for the pirates, knowing well the consequences of provoking a legendary Sannin. Meanwhile, the pirate ship prepared for a second wave of assault. There was no notion of passively enduring the attack. "Naruto, let us confront them head-on," Qingchuan Tianming declared. "All right." Naruto immediately understood, leaping from the ship and charging towards the pirate vessel. "That kid is a ninja. Quickly, use shurikens to attack him." The one-eyed pirate did not intend to bombard him with cannonballs. He believed it better to sink the ship than to waste ammunition. The cacophony of despair from the crowd exhilarated him. On the deck of the pirate ship, several figures resembling ninjas emerged, though they were far from competent. They were the very essence of mediocrity. Whoosh! Countless shurikens and kunai were hurled towards Naruto as he sprinted forward, but he confidently evaded them. For his training in walking on water had not been in vain. "Fire the cannons." With a command from the one-eyed pirate, for pirate ships raised their robust cannon barrels. Boom! A new wave of cannonballs, even more powerful than the previous ones, soared through the air, trailing long flames behind them. "Xianglin, keep an eye on the civilians aboard," Qingchuan Tianming instructed before launching himself into the air to meet the 4 enormous cannonballs. His daylight blade was drawn, and with a powerful surge of chakra, he unleashed a wind release technique. Wind release, wind kill array slash. Channeling chakra into his daylight blade, Qingchuan Tianming slashed downward. sending a gust of wind slicing through the air. Simultaneously, 2 Chakra clones mimicked his movements. 3 blades of wind simultaneously cleaved the massive cannonballs in half, while the fourth one approached Qingchuan Tianming directly. Boom, 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 the deafening explosions echoed, and black smoke billowed across the sea. Just as the one-eyed pirate believed Qingchuan Tianming had been vanquished, he turned around to find a figure standing behind him, with blood-red eyes staring back. Without uttering a word, Qingchuan Tianming delivered a decisive kick, sending the pirate tumbling into the sea, while his daylight blade unleashed another wave of energy that severed the cannon on the deck. In the blink of an eye, he had taken down a pirate ship, showcasing his formidable prowess. Meanwhile, on the surface of the sea, Naruto refused to be outdone. Multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu. Instantly, 300 copies of Naruto appeared on the water, charging towards the remaining 3 pirate ships. On those ships, shurikens and kunai rained down like a tempest. Yet, Naruto's original form stood resolute, unleashing a spiraling sphere with unyielding determination. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 remaining pirate ships were struck down in succession, leaving only the ship beneath Qingchuan Tianming intact. The skirmish on the water concluded as the assailants surrounding Jiraiya were swiftly devoured by the giant toad, Fukusaku. As the mist dissipated, the pirate captain, Kasha, found himself utterly terrified. Well done, Jiraiya remarked, glancing at Qingchuan Tianming, who stood poised with his blade, while Naruto's shadow clones filled the other 3 ships. Little Jiraiya. There's no need to call me for small fry, Fukusaku quipped lightly. Isn't this just to intimidate them? Jiraiya replied sheepishly. Ultimately, Kasha was bound and kneeling on the deck, while Jiraiya took the captain's seat, flanked by Qingchuan Tianming and Naruto as protectors. Now, shall we discuss your so-called Sakima pirate crew? Chapter 105, Landing on the Island. Ka Xiao's gaze was vacant, completely devoid of the earlier arrogance. Amidst the mist, they launched a fierce assault on Jiraiya. Ninjutsu and assassination techniques were employed in succession, yet Jiraiya managed to deceive all their attacks with a mere water clone. Just as he was about to unleash a forbidden technique, this man summoned a monstrous toad, which, with a single move of toad water absorption, devoured several powerful ninjas. The horror was overwhelming. Do you wish for Wentai to speak with you? Jiraiya jested. And no, I don't. Ka Xiao shook his head vigorously. He had no desire to experience the toad's tongue. I am the captain of the 4th squad of the Sakima pirate crew. These men are my subordinates, Ka Xiao declared, lowering his gaze. I originally roamed the land of lightning, but upon learning that my brother was annihilated by the Konoha ninjas, I returned to the land of waves. Consumed by vengeance, I encountered Sakima and became one of them. Sakima? Jiraiya turned to Akatsuki Tianming and inquired, Did you not undertake a mission in the land of waves? Akatsuki Tianming replied helplessly, Jiraiya-sensei. At that time, Kato met his demise at the dock. We did not even board a ship. An awkward silence enveloped the air. I know of Sakima, the captain interjected, raising his hand. In the land of waves, there is a saying, on land, Kato, at sea, Sakima. Although both are scoundrels, Sakima is different. He swiftly organized a group of rogue samurai in the land of waves to establish the Sakima pirate crew, thus dominating the waters of that region. Is that so? Jiraiya stroked his chin thoughtfully. In that case, let us pay this Sakima a visit. Lord Ninja, you absolutely must not. The captain urged. The island where the Sakima pirate crew hides is easily defensible, yet difficult to attack. It is a natural fortress. You few cannot conquer it. The captain continued. Previously, the land of waves hired numerous ninjas from various villages to exterminate them, but none returned. Uncle Captain, do not worry. The lecherous sage is exceptionally powerful. Uzumaki Naruto laughed heartily. Besides, there is me, Uzumaki Naruto. No villain can escape their fate. Lord Ninja. The captain wished to dissuade them further. But Akatsuki Tianming interrupted. Uncle, do you have one yuan? Yes, the captain replied, puzzled by the question, yet he handed over a yuan. Excellent. Akatsuki Tianming pocketed the money and calmly stated, We accept your commission. My current task is to meet the Sakima pirate crew. I ask that you respect my ninja way. His words silenced all attempts at persuasion. Jiraiya gave Akatsuki Tianming a thumbs up, saying, Tianming, seeing your cleverness, why not inquire for some useful information? Jiraiya was formidable, yet not skilled in interrogation, and Akatsuki Tianming was quick-witted, making him an ideal candidate for the task. Not a problem. Akatsuki Tianming approached Ka Xiao and said, We Konoha ninjas do not favor total annihilation. You and your brethren may either depart on a ship to reform or feed the fish. The choice lies with you. Before Ka Xiao could respond, Akatsuki Tianming continued. What is the exact direction of the island? What is the strength of the forces there? How powerful are the other three captains and the leader of the Sakima pirate crew? Ka Xiao swallowed hard. But the images flashing in his mind compelled him to remain silent. I don't know. Akatsuki Tianming seized Ka Xiao by the collar and dunked his head into the seawater. The briny liquid surged through his mouth and nostrils, creating a sharp sensation. I will not ask twice. If you remain ignorant, I shall carve wounds upon you and cast you into the sea. Wah. Ka Xiao began to cough violently, and the latter part of Akatsuki Tianming's statement sent chills down his spine. I'll tell you everything. Thus, Ka Xiao confessed everything. Upon learning the truth, even Jiraiya's expression grew exceedingly grave. It was astonishing that such a small pirate crew harbored such darkness. During our travels, it is my creed to eradicate the world's evils. I must take this journey, Jiraiya declared solemnly. Tianming, Naruto, our training begins now. Just what I desired, Akatsuki Tianming replied with a sly smile. The thrill of the unknown was exhilarating. Through their inquiries, the group acquired the precise location of the island, and Ka Xiao spared his life, agreeing to guide them onto the island. Given the gravity of the mission, Akatsuki Tianming did not allow Kagaya to accompany them, and she expressed her understanding. After the pirates repaired the passenger ship, Kagaya departed ahead with the civilians of the Land of Waves, while Jiraiya and the others boarded the pirate ship. The Sakima pirate crew, led by Ka Xiao, navigated as usual. Finally, as the sun dipped below the horizon, a dark island emerged on the distant sea. The three masters and disciples stood on the deck, exchanging amused glances at each other's pirate attire. Meanwhile, Ka Xiao had no choice but to play the role of the younger brother. A small toad had been placed in his belly by Jiraiya. Should he disobey, the toad could make a nest within him. At that moment, Ka Xiao was exceedingly obedient. Chapter 106. The Island of Shikima, the town on the island. Does this island have a name? As the island drew nearer, Qingchuan Tianming inquired. It had none before, but it is now called Shikima Island, replied Captain Ka. Before long, the pirate ship docked, and someone approached the shore to assess the situation. State your name. A scar-faced man, clutching a bottle of liquor, guarded the dock. Have you lost your mind? Captain Ka leapt from the deck and struck the man several times without warning. Captain Ka, the scar-faced man, upon recognizing him, dared not breathe a word. Clean my ship tonight, or you'll be feeding the sharks, Ka threatened fiercely. Understood. At this, Ka's crew of pirates began disembarking, swaggering onto the island, while Qingchuan Tianming, Jiraiya, and Naruto Uzumaki blended into the throng. As Qingchuan Tianming walked, he observed the island, finally comprehending why it was so easily defensible. The terrain of the island sloped overall, with steep cliffs surrounding three sides beyond the dock. In other words, aside from the dock, no other areas could be accessed. Furthermore, the island was strewn with peculiar rocks, and some small hills had been excavated for defensive purposes. Overall, it was a fortress. Lord Ninja, I have brought you to the island. Is it? Ka chuckled nearby. Qingchuan Tianming shot him a glance. Let you go? Not a chance. What if you turned around and sold us out? I, Ka, swear, I would never betray the three of you. Spare me. Your words are akin to flatulence. No one believes you. Qingchuan Tianming retorted coldly. Ka felt deeply wounded. The Shikima pirate group, led by Captain Shikima, was divided among 4 squad leaders, each commanding their own crew based on strength and the loyalty of their subordinates. Captain Ka, with 4 ships and around 400 men, was unfortunately at the bottom of the hierarchy. Upon returning to Ka's territory, the 3 men swiftly vanished into the crowd. Lord Ka, should we contact Lord Suako? A one-eyed, rotund man growled within Ka's camp. He harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Qingchuan Tianming after nearly drowning due to a kick from him. Do you wish to see me dead? Ka glared at the one-eyed man. What you do is your business, but if you act in my name, I will kill you first. Understood. The scolded one-eyed man, however, flashed a glimmer of cunning in his eye. Meanwhile, at the highest point of Ka's camp, the 3 could view most of the island's landscape. Perverted sage, this must be a town, right? Naruto Uzumaki gazed at the vibrant scene below, feeling a disconcerting sense of unreality. Wasn't this the pirates' territory? Naruto, don't be deceived by such appearances, Jiraiya chuckled. They dominate the island, and the Land of Waves is powerless against them. Over the years, they have certainly established a certain order, so be patient and look for vulnerabilities. Tianming, do you have any thoughts? Qingchuan Tianming furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before speaking. The prosperity of this pirate town seems suspicious. Not designed for convenience, but rather for entrapment. Logically, for pirates to dominate an island, personnel and weaponry are paramount. Therefore, aside from the distribution of pirate goods, there should be an abundance of weapons, ships, and provisions. Such a town should not exist. Unless Shikima is deranged, there is no reason for him to establish a town on the island. Qingchuan Tianming's incisive assessment caused Jiraiya to ponder seriously. It was indeed unfathomable for a pirate stronghold to establish a town. Teacher Jiraiya, I have an idea, Qingchuan Tianming began. Let us hear it. We will split into 2 groups to investigate. You will gather information on the other 3 squad leaders from Ka, and then proceed to their camps for inquiry, while I will investigate this town. Excellent. Jiraiya immediately praised him. His strength could traverse the entire island without issue, and with him guiding Naruto, it would foster his growth. Qingchuan Tianming, quick-witted, was perfectly suited to operate alone. With their plans aligned, the 3 parted ways. Shortly after their departure, the figure of the one-eyed man emerged from behind the rocks, his face contorted with anger and surprise. Splitting up to act. Just what I desired. After leaving Ka's camp, Qingchuan Tianming headed straight for the town's center, where the town seemed seamlessly integrated into the island, appearing remarkably prosperous. Yet, the more he observed this prosperity, the more it seemed eerie. Walking along the streets of the town, he was surrounded by a vibrant nightlife. However, all the traders and wanderers were pirates. Strolling down the main street, Qingchuan Tianming soon stumbled upon a bustling venue. The Shikima Casino. The casino could be described as resplendent, and upon entering, one was instantly enveloped by its atmosphere. Yet, the chips on each gambling table were not money, but various treasures. Quite hardcore indeed. Chapter 107, Kichijiro and Appo's Gambit. Inside the casino, the arrival of Akatsuki Tianming drew numerous gazes. After all, the boy's physique resembled that of a mere child, delicate and tender, far from the ruggedness of a pirate. Oh, judging by the insignia on your attire, you must be a card sharp? A voice, rather out of place, chimed in. Turning his head, Akatsuki Tianming beheld a burly man at a nearby gambling table, leisurely puffing on a cigar. Looks like we have a newcomer here. The man lounged casually, occupying the expansive gambling table all by himself, while others lingered a respectful distance behind him. He appeared to be a subordinate of some standing. Akatsuki Tianming smirked slightly and approached the gambling table, taking a seat directly across from the man. This audacious act left those nearby utterly astonished. A true novice. Does he not comprehend the significance of his position? Akatsuki Tianming noticed the peculiar glances directed at him. Wasn't the purpose of visiting a casino to indulge in amusement? Was this seat off limits? Indeed, one can certainly enjoy themselves at a casino. The man opposite him chuckled, clapping his hands, then exhaling a plume of smoke. However, this particular seat has been vacant for half a month. Oh, allow me to introduce myself. I am Kichijiro. Half a month? Is the wager too steep? Akatsuki Tianming nodded in acknowledgement. Upon hearing this, the onlookers gasped in disbelief. Is this fellow truly fearless? Those who dare to gamble against Kichijiro on this island are likely yet to be born. Not only does he occupy a seat considered taboo, but he also disregards Kichijiro entirely. Yes, he is ignoring him. Kichijiro introduced himself, yet Akatsuki Tianming bypassed this formality, the meaning unmistakable. Kichijiro's smile widened, his eyes twitching slightly. It appears we have a remarkable individual among us today. Momotaro, please enlighten this guest about the rules. Yes, Lord Kichijiro. A man with a sharp visage stepped forward. Speaking slowly, esteemed guest, while the casino is indeed a place of enjoyment, it adheres to distinct regulations. You see, the seat you occupy is Kichijiro's gambling table. Observe the tables around us, adorned with treasures galore. Yet ours is utterly bare, because at Kichijiro's table, we wager with our lives. Akatsuki Tianming raised an eyebrow, his demeanor indifferent. Intriguing. What are the stakes? With a smile, Kichijiro snapped his fingers. The pirates behind him promptly drew back a crimson curtain, revealing an array of various organs displayed behind it. The shocking sight caught Akatsuki Tianming off guard. The stakes here are rather straightforward. Limbs or life, Kichijiro declared, his expression frenzied. I have faced all manner of opponents, yet none have brought me such amusement right from the start. You are the first. Well, I appreciate the flattery. Akatsuki Tianming replied nonchalantly. But if you lose, does that mean you must also surrender your limbs? Such audacity. Do you even comprehend who Lord Kichijiro is? Momotaro's face darkened. Kichijiro is the second captain under Lord Sakima. Engaging with someone of such stature is a privilege. Do you truly believe you can demand Kichijiro's limbs? Do you want me to? Suddenly, a cold flash of steel sliced through the air, severing Momotaro's head from his body. Too noisy, Akatsuki Tianming sheathed his blade, dispatching the man as easily as one would a mere chick. Instantly, the raucous atmosphere of the casino fell silent. Following the execution of Momotaro, a shiver ran through the onlookers. Was this man not a madman? The ambience within the casino grew heavy. An oppressive aura of menace bore down on Akatsuki Tianming. All eyes awaited Kichijiro's command. What are you all doing? The floor is dirty? Do you not know how to clean up? Kichijiro remarked nonchalantly. Though his companions were perplexed by Kichijiro's tone, they quickly set about clearing the body and bloodstains with great haste. Kichijiro rose leisurely, surveying the surroundings. The place remains insufficiently clean. As he spoke, the others hastily exited the casino. This action boded ill. Clearing the premises signified Kichijiro's displeasure. Soon, the vast casino was left with only Akatsuki Tianming and Kichijiro. I surmise you are a ninja from some foreign land? Kichijiro stated directly. Never mind, it matters not. Soon, you shall become one of my prized possessions. Having had his identity unveiled, Akatsuki Tianming felt no surprise. After all, Kichijiro was one of the 4 captains under Lord Sakima, a figure not to be trifled with. This is fortuitous. I am not adept at gathering intelligence. Akatsuki Tianming rose slowly. But I have a question regarding Sakima's intelligence. Oh. Kichijiro's laughter grew more manic. Do collectibles have the privilege to inquire? Akatsuki Tianming shook his head, his expression vacant. You misunderstand. I do not require an answer now. Rather, when you find yourself begging for mercy later, that shall be your bargaining chip. Chapter 108. Unveiling the truth among all the individuals I have encountered. None possess the audacity you do. Kikuzuru sneered, declaring, I hope your prowess matches your bravado. Ninjutsu, Sea of Despair. Kikuzuru began to weave hand seals. And as his techniques took form, Chakra surged forth from within him, conjuring a torrential wave that engulfed everything in sight at the casino. Qingchuan Tianming raised an eyebrow, observing how his surroundings transformed into an expansive ocean. However, the water was not crystal clear. Rather, it bore an unsettling murkiness. Bubbles erupted as the sea began to churn, and Kikuzuru's figure vanished from the surface. Meanwhile, from the depths emerged floating corpses, each meeting a grotesque end, sufficient to instigate great shock. Illusion techniques. As the captain under Shikima, Kikuzuru wielded formidable skills, yet it is the illusions that instill dread in the hearts of many during combat. Other ninjutsu merely rely on the chakra's capacity and the technique's potency. Only illusions target the mind directly. Qingchuan Tianming stood atop the water, unperturbed in his search for Kikuzuru's form. Instead, he closed his eyes. Mind's eye. He uttered softly, activating the first ocular technique of his blood dragon eye. The mind and Oppo's SI lacks offensive capability, yet its resistance to illusions is formidable. On the murky surface, Kikuzuru and Oppo's silhouette silently appeared behind Qingchuan Tianming. With a swift illusion technique, he had dispatched numerous powerful adversaries before, and this time would be no exception. A flash of cold, lethal light sparked as Kikuzuru drew his twin blades, lunging forward. Clang! Just as the blades were poised to cleave Qingchuan Tianming, the latter's sun blade emerged at an uncanny angle to intercept the strike. You evaded the illusion? Kikuzuru gasped in shock. This ultimate tactic failed to take effect? Qingchuan Tianming slowly opened his eyes, revealing blood-red pupils, and within those depths, Kikuzuru seemed to glimpse the essence of true despair. Under my gaze, even the Sharingan's illusions pose no challenge, let alone yours. Qingchuan Tianming scoffed, recognizing that for a mere pirate, the concept of a bloodline limit was far beyond comprehension. Water release, water flow spears. Kikuzuru hastily retreated to form hand seals, causing the water beneath him to roil, unleashing sharp water spears that shot forth with a piercing howl. Summoning technique, Dragon Brother. Qingchuan Tianming immediately called forth his dragon companion, returning the dragon to the sea. Though Dragon Brother currently measured over 3 meters in length, lacking claws or horns, he exuded a subtle aura of draconic majesty. Dragon absorbs water. Dragon Brother, displaying his willingness, opened his maw wide and consumed all the sharp water spears. Kid, do you really need me to intervene against a mere shrimp? Dragon Brother remarked disdainfully, clearly unimpressed with Kikuzuru's prowess. Isn't this merely a warm-up for you? Qingchuan Tianming chuckled. In the distance, Kikuzuru watched in disbelief as the pair conversed, his composure shattering. This was not the script he anticipated. How could someone be so formidable in his domain? Amidst his most cherished illusions, Kikuzuru had never encountered anyone capable of dispelling his illusions in an instant, save for Captain Shikima. Yet today, he had witnessed such a phenomenon. It must be said, a pirate is merely a pirate. They are incomparable to genuine ninjas. Possessing a modicum of illusion and combat skill is the zenith of Kikuzuru's abilities. Unfortunately, he faced Qingchuan Tianming, a being capable of vanquishing Jonin even in his early days as a genin. Flee, or I shall be eliminated. Kikuzuru resolutely sought to break free from the illusion and escape. Yet curiously, the illusion remained unbreakable. Oh, you intend to leave? Qingchuan Tianming approached Kikuzuru from behind, remarking, "What happened to your fierce demeanor?" "My lord." Kikuzuru's legs weakened as he surrendered. "I am willing to pay any price for my life. I have already offered you valuable information regarding Shikima." Kikuzuru's expression grew somber as he continued, "I rank third in the Shikima pirate crew, under the second Captain Sakong and the first Captain Gakura. My knowledge of Captain Shikima is limited. Among the 4 captains, only Gakura is a trusted confidant. We seldom see him except during the collection of gold, silver, and jewels, or at the captain's meetings." "What of this town?" Qingchuan Tianming inquired further. "With Jiraiya's strength, others combined do not measure up, thus that information holds little significance. My curiosity lies with the town." Kikuzuru's expression grew animated. "The town existed when I arrived on the island, so I cannot ascertain what it represents. What is the ratio of what you steal during your raids? Gold, silver, or jewels?" Qingchuan Tianming posed another question. "People," Kikuzuru replied. "Captain Shikima never ventures to sea. His regular task is looting, and capturing individuals is more crucial than acquiring wealth. Some of the common folk become slaves on the island, while others are taken in by Captain Shikima, though I am uncertain of their fate once received." Qingchuan Tianming narrowed his eyes, a sudden realization striking him. "I understand now." Chapter 109, Surpassing Orochimaru. The towns on the island always evoked a sense of captivity in Qingchuan Tianming. Indeed, this was a form of confinement. Shikima commanded the 4 captains to set sail for plunder, with the demand for manpower astonishingly surpassing that for gold and silver. This raised many questions. Do pirates not require currency? Are they engaging in philanthropy? Constructing a city to abduct commoners for sustenance? What else do you know? Qingchuan Tianming inquired. "My lord, that is all I truly know," Kikujiro replied despondently. "Understood." Qingchuan Tianming nodded, and his figure vanished into the realm of illusions. Kikujiro was momentarily stunned. Before unleashing a piercing howl, "My lord, do release me. I merely requested that you convey the information before meeting your demise. I never promised to spare you." Qingchuan Tianming chuckled mischievously, striding toward the entrance of the casino. It is said that evil begets evil, while Qingchuan Tianming did not consider himself malevolent. Did one require integrity when dealing with the wicked? As the grand doors of the casino slowly swung open, the sight of Qingchuan Tianming left the pirates outside in utter bewilderment. They understood well that once Lord Kikujiro closed the doors, it meant he would not open them until he was thoroughly entertained. Yet, now Qingchuan Tianming had emerged. Could it be that Lord Kikujiro had undergone a transformation? Had he ceased his murderous ways? Ignoring the dazed pirates, Qingchuan Tianming stepped out of the crowd, and none dared to obstruct him. Lord Kikujiro, the pirates, finally realizing the gravity of the situation, rushed into the casino only to find Kikujiro seated in his place. He had perished within the illusionary realm. Boom. The news of Kikujiro's death reverberated throughout the island, stirring various factions into action. Kikujiro is dead? In the main hall of the Kasha camp, Kasha was rendered restless upon receiving this information. Though Kikujiro was merely the 3rd captain, his strength was beyond compare. Furthermore, Kikujiro's penchant for torturing others for pleasure was no secret. The notion that such a ruthless individual had died in his own casino was preposterous. Where's the fat one? Kasha suddenly recalled the 3 individuals who had entered the island earlier that day. Kikujiro's demise was sufficient evidence that they possessed the power and intent to overthrow the island. For now, self-preservation was paramount. Their fate against Shikima was yet to be determined. Reporting to Lord Kasha, the fat one has just led a group towards Lord Sawakong's camp. Damn. Kasha and Appo's face paled immediately. He was acutely aware of the intentions of the one-eyed fat one, and this knowledge filled him with dread. He promptly dispatched someone to summon the fat one back. Forget it, I'll handle this myself. Kasha rose, rallying his men as he stormed out of the camp. The final frenzy of the night was about to unfold. Meanwhile, within the colossal castle at the highest point of the island, the news of Kikujiro's death had also reached. In the grand hall, an androgynous man with flowing hair obscuring his visage sat in a position of authority, emanating an extraordinary aura. What is the matter? The man inquired, his voice sharp and piercing. Reporting to Lord Shikima, the third Captain Kikujiro has just been killed, replied a robust man with a slicked-back hairstyle. Oh, Shikima raised an eyebrow. My research has just concluded, and now flies have come knocking? It is said that the one who killed Kikujiro remains within the town, wearing the insignia of the fourth captain, Kasha. Suakong bowed his head, feeling compelled to eliminate any threats to the one before him. Should Lord Shikima give the order, I can strike at any moment. No need, Shikima shook his head. Kasha and Kikujiro are mere trifles. What is important is my new research. It is about time for Agira. Shikima pressed a hidden latch on his chair, causing a long passage to extend from the wall behind him. Suakong, follow me. I bestow upon you powers unknown. With that, Shikima slithered into the passage, with Suakong closely trailing behind. Once they had departed, the passage reverted to its original state. Simultaneously, concealed within the vast ceiling of the hall, two figures appeared, Jiraiya and Naruto Uzumaki, who had stealthily infiltrated the area. Perverted sage, is that fellow a snake? Naruto whispered. By the name of snakes, he falls far short. Jiraiya replied nonchalantly. He discerned the underlying issues. The Shikima pirate crew was merely masquerading as pirates while conducting human experimentation in secret. There was a precedent for such actions, Orochimaru. Shikima must be an ardent disciple of Orochimaru, or perhaps he was once a failed experiment of Orochimaru himself. Everything from his appearance to the modifications he had made to himself, even the construction of a town to capture individuals for experimentation, pointed towards a singular goal, the ambition to emulate Orochimaru, to surpass Orochimaru. Naruto, wait here while I enter that passage, Jiraiya instructed. Perverted sage, I can fight too. Naruto protested. Enough. You are not yet equipped to handle such a battle, and you have a task to perform outside. If pirates emerge, they will be your responsibility. Chapter 110, The Tool. Jiraiya gracefully leapt down from the beam and approached the main seat, pressing a switch that caused the passage behind him to extend once more. Without a hint of hesitation, he stepped forward. As he entered the corridor, the doors on the walls slowly closed behind him, as if they had never existed. Inside the passage, Jiraiya walked lightly, wary of triggering any traps. Yet, his caution proved unnecessary, for there were no mechanisms within the corridor. Soon, a glimmer of light appeared ahead, revealing a vast underground chamber. The castle was embedded within the mountains, and all of Tsukima's research achievements had been accomplished here. Taking cover in a concealed position, Jiraiya gazed intently at the scene below. The hollowed-out mountain was filled with numerous experimental vessels, each containing a nutrient solution in which bizarrely shaped individuals were submerged. Only those deemed valuable for transformation were placed within these vessels. Typically, only individuals with exceptional physical capabilities could endure the inhumane torment. At that moment, Tsukima and Soku appeared, and the surrounding personnel converged around them. How is Jagura? Tsukima inquired. Jagura's metrics are exceptionally perfect. One of the staff members replied, drawing back a curtain to reveal a larger vessel behind it, containing a man whose face was obscured. The sight of him was astonishing. Numerous tentacles sprouted from his neck, thrashing wildly as they absorbed the nutrient solution. Success! Tsukima exclaimed, a look of astonishment on his face. At last, after all this effort, I have finally succeeded. I have deciphered the power of the cursed seal. Trembling with excitement, he was one of Orochimaru's experimental subjects, but he had survived the initial development of the cursed seal due to his weakness. Cast aside, Tsukima had not perished. Instead, he clung to life with remarkable tenacity. He was not crushed by the life of servitude under Orochimaru, nor did he harbor hatred towards him, only gratitude. It seemed as though Tsukima had unlocked the door to a new world. Henceforth, he established a pirate crew, becoming a hidden marauder, robbing merchant ships from the land of waves to further his research. The town on the island was his own creation, intended for captivity. He placed individuals in the town to study their diverse lives, waiting until they dropped their guard before forcibly abducting them for experimentation to experience varied emotions. He reveled in the thrill of destruction. Those who could be successfully transformed would become Tsukima's subordinates, while those who failed would be disposed of. In the vast vessel, the nutrient solution was rapidly consumed, and within, Jagura opened his piercing eyes filled with murderous intent. With a gentle flick of the tentacles at his neck, the enormous vessel shattered. Lord Sakima. Jagura emerged, bowing towards him. Jagura, how do you feel? Thanks to Lord Sakima for granting me extraordinary power. I have always been your sharpest blade. Jagura, a loyal confidant of Sakima, made his allegiance clear with a mere sentence. And Soku? How do you feel? Sakima asked with a smile. You have the opportunity to experience unparalleled power. Are you willing to try? Thank you, Lord Sakima. Soku replied gruffly, knowing that refusing would be folly. Among the 4 captains, Jagura was the strongest, yet Soku had previously felt that he could hold his own against him. Now, however, facing Jagura, he felt utterly outmatched. Experiments may sometimes fail, of course, depending on your own strength and chakra reserves, but there is still a chance. If you transform into something else upon failure, I shall still make use of you, Sakima stated. Soku understood and willingly pledged his service to Lord Sakima. Without hesitation, he stepped into another vessel prepared specifically for him. As Soka settled in, the nutrient solution began to rise from beneath, enveloping him, while fine tubes gradually penetrated his body. Sakima and Jagura watched intently as Soku underwent transformation. Jagura suddenly asked, Lord Sakima, what is the direction of Soku's transformation? Sakima's research was not particularly complex. It involved human experimentation to create a serum that balanced the opposing attributes of humans and creatures. After years of effort, he finally succeeded and applied it to Jagura. This was a subpar form of the cursed seal, merging the traits of a deep-sea squid with Jagura. However, Sakima shook his head. I do not intend to transform him. Jagura raised an eyebrow, puzzled. The human heart is the most difficult to control. Once a person gains strength, their thoughts diverge. Sakima smiled. The purpose of this pirate crew is to elevate both you and me to new heights. While they conversed, Jiraiya above listened intently. To use innocent people for inhumane experiments was a sin that warranted countless deaths. Yet, before he could act, Sakima sensed his presence. Shouldn't our guest reveal himself after observing for so long? After all, my experiment deserves an audience. Chapter 111. The battle commences. Jiraiya appeared above the passage, his gaze indifferent as he looked down at Sakima. For your selfish desires, you drag innocent souls into this conflict. You are deserving of death. Sakima, however, merely chuckled dismissively. Survival of the fittest. I am merely facilitating their realization of life's potential. Survival of the fittest? Jiraiya laughed. Then allow me to bring your life to an end. You shall not offend Lord Sakima. At that moment, the fierce Kagura surged forth, drawing a shinobi blade from his waist and aimed it at Jiraiya. Ninjutsu. Needle Earth. Jiraiya's long hair instantly hardened, enveloping him to block the strike. With the blade thwarted, Kagura abandoned his weapon and began weaving hand signs. Wind release. Wind pressure cannon. Kagura pressed his hands together, unleashing a torrent of violent wind from the aperture created. This level of strength is insufficient to confront me, Jiraiya declared, standing his ground as he effortlessly dispelled the Needle Earth technique. With a swift motion of one hand, he summoned the Rasengan. Grasping the swirling sphere, Jiraiya darted forward. The opposing forces of the Rasengan clashed against the wind pressure cannon, producing a resounding explosion. Boom! The Rasengan crashed against Kagura's abdomen, sending him flying back with the force of the recoil. Jiraiya's effortless defeat of Kagura astonished Sakima below, as Kagura had once gained fame by slaying 3 Jonin during the attack on the Land of Waves. Meanwhile, the sound of an explosion echoed from the underground laboratory, reverberating throughout the castle. The pirate guards, startled, rushed into the fortress. In the hall, Naruto Uzumaki, crouched upon a beam, sensed the disturbance. Has the perverted sage made his move? Just then, the grand doors were forcefully flung open, and a tide of pirates surged in. Wait! Naruto leapt down from the beam, positioning himself in front of the advancing pirates. You shall not pass. Invaders? Kill, kill, kill. The bloodthirsty pirates brandished their swords, ready to charge. The perverted sage instructed me to hold you off, and I shall not betray his expectations. Naruto scoffed, quickly forming hand signs. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Instantly, a multitude of clones materialized, overwhelming the hall with an unquantifiable number. Kill. A small-scale war erupted within the castle, with Naruto single-handedly confronting the throng of pirates. Simultaneously, in the town, Aoki Tenmei, tasked with the investigation, beheld the fiery spectacle above and instantly understood that Jiraiya and Naruto were launching a fierce assault on the stronghold. As he prepared to provide support, Aoki sensed a powerful aura of malice. On the street where he stood, the pedestrians bore ominous expressions. "I've been searching for you, brat." The crowd parted, revealing the one-eyed pirate, the fatty, stepping forward. "The next time you kick me into the water, I swear I will dismember you." Aoki's demeanor remained calm. "How many men have you brought?" "Humph, you stand no chance. Everywhere you look, you will find those who wish to kill you." "Understood." Aoki nodded. "Since there are no innocents here, let them all perish." "Such arrogance. Today, I shall see who kills whom." "Brothers, charge with me," the fatty bellowed, rallying his men who began to draw their weapons and encircle Aoki. Aoki sighed. He detested killing, yet some were intent on courting death. Lightning cutter. Aoki initiated his attack. A flash of lightning erupting from his palm, obliterating a group of pirates in a single strike. Yet that was not all. While releasing the lightning cutter with one hand, he began to form hand signs with the other. Lightning release. Thousand birds, sharp spear. The chakra surged, amplifying the power of the lightning cutter, blooming at its terminus like a flower. "Chakra is finite. Do not fear. Continue onward." The fatty continued to incite his followers. Aoki found it amusing. Exhausting his chakra with sheer numbers was a futile dream. Drawing his Nichiren blade, the blade's lightning aura cleaved through the front line, while a swift motion of his wrist unleashed a wind-release blade, striking at an angle. The extreme chakra, combined with the Nichiren blade, rendered Aoki capable of unleashing techniques without hand signs. His thoughts alone could channel chakra through the blade. Slaying these foes felt akin to slicing through vegetables. At that moment, on the other side of the street, Kasa and his band of followers arrived. Upon witnessing Aoki single-handedly cleaving a path through the street, Kasa trembled. "What sort of killing deity have we provoked? Lord Kasa, shall we not assist the fatty?" One of the subordinates inquired. "Stop spouting nonsense. Immediately aid the esteemed ninja and eliminate the ones with empty heads." Chapter 112, Turning the Tide. The one-eyed, rotund bandit never imagined that the one who dared to steal from him was none other than Lord Ka Xiao. As Qingchuan Tianming slaughtered like chopping vegetables, the one-eyed thug began to feel an inkling of retreat, only to find himself surrounded from behind by Ka Xiao himself. "Lord Ka Xiao?" The one-eyed bandit was left aghast. This was not the script he had anticipated. Hadn't it been agreed that they would eliminate this punk? "Don't try to get chummy with me. Opposing the Grand Ninja is tantamount to opposing me, Ka Xiao. Brothers, let us slay these fools together." With an air of grandeur, Ka Xiao unsheathed his katana and advanced to strike. Unfortunately for the hapless henchmen of the one-eyed bandit, they were swiftly dispatched before they could comprehend the situation. After all, Ka Xiao, in his quest for self-preservation, would not hesitate to eliminate his own men. The sudden turn of events did not escape Qingchuan Tianming's notice. He understood Ka Xiao's intentions well. Jiuxi Lang has been slain. With Jiraiya and Naruto assaulting the main stronghold head-on, Ka Xiao had no choice but to align himself with the situation. He was the weakest in the fray. Failing to grasp the circumstances would lead to certain doom. "Grand Ninja, go ahead. I will handle these people." Ka Xiao exchanged a glance with Qingchuan Tianming and proclaimed loudly, "You certainly have a knack for inflicting pain upon my comrades," replied Qingchuan Tianming with a hint of admiration. "Then I shall leave it to you." With that, he vanished from the street. Gazing upon the blazing stronghold above, an idea struck Qingchuan Tianming, and he summoned Long Gu. "Kid, getting beaten up again?" Long Gu emerged, his demeanor replete with arrogance. "Long Gu, I wish to request your assistance," Qingchuan Tianming said, aware of Long Ji's temperament, and chose not to press further. Long Gu surveyed the sky and sighed. "As a dragon, riding is beneath me, but who am I to refuse being your summoned beast? Clamber aboard." "Thank you, Long Gu." The massive form of Long Gu, now accommodating, made it easy for Qingchuan Tianming to mount. Unbeknownst to Long Gu, this initial experience as a steed was merely the beginning. As Qingchuan Tianming soared into the sky atop Long Gu, he directed his course toward the towering castle. Meanwhile, inside the fortress, Naruto's shadow clones had been decimated by the scores, and the pirates attempting a full-on assault were effectively barricaded at the entrance. The real Naruto was nearly exhausted. He was far from capable of taking on a multitude and could only hinder their advance. Even with the Nine Tails chakra coursing through him, Naruto was feeling overwhelmed, and that state was not easily summoned at will. "Brothers, this kid is faltering. If we eliminate these clones, we can take him down." Suddenly, a pirate captain bellowed, his voice piercing the air. As clone after clone was dispatched, Naruto struggled to summon new ones, and their strength diminished significantly. "I will not allow you to disturb the perverted sage," Naruto declared resolutely. "By holding you off, not only will I protect the perverted sage, but Tianming will also find respite." Increasing numbers of pirates were converging from the four squad leaders' camps toward the castle. It seemed an endless tide of foes. Eventually, Naruto's legs grew weak, and just as he was about to exhaust the last remnants of his Nine-Tails chakra to stave off the pirates, Qingchuan Tianming arrived on Long Ge. Lightning release, lightning flash, surveying the throng of pirates like a relentless swarm and witnessing the beleaguered Naruto within the hall. Qingchuan Tianming unsheathed his Nichiren blade. A disdainful lightning-infused slash surged forth, reminiscent of a dragon diving into the sea. The chakra accumulated upon the Nichiren blade reached a critical threshold before erupting forth in a singular, powerful release. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of explosive sounds erupted, ripping through the pirate ranks and leaving a gaping wound, as nearly a third of their number was sent to the afterlife with a single stroke. The electric power seared the earth, leaving behind a pungent aroma that resembled roasted meat. In the next moment, Qingchuan Tianming had already entered the hall, placing himself between Naruto's clones and the pirate horde. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the room. The cacophony of pirate shouts and the clash of blades came to an abrupt halt, as the recent events had shattered their understanding. How could a single individual stand guard over the hall against an entire army? And yet, this newcomer had just felled a third of their forces with one strike. Who would dare to make a move now? "Tianming, you have arrived," Naruto exclaimed, relief evident in his voice. "Naruto," Qingchuan Tianming replied, giving a thumbs up. "You have performed admirably. There is no need to expend any more of your chakra. Leave everything to me." With those words, Qingchuan Tianming stepped forward, causing the pirate leaders to tremble involuntarily and retreat in fear. As he strode, the Nichiren blade dragged against the floor, etching lines into the ground. The pirates found themselves instinctively backing away from the hall. Qingchuan Tianming's gaze held no pity. These pirates had countless lives on their hands, and it was only just that they atoned for their sins with their demise. As Qingchuan Tianming closed his eyes and opened them once more, his pupils had transformed into a crimson hue. In the state of blood dragon eyes, his pupils narrowed slightly. Blood Technique, Annihilation. Chapter 113. A Shift in Perspective. The Blood Dragon Eye's Second Eye Technique, Annihilation. The crimson pupils twisted outward, enveloped in a sudden aura of sanguine energy. After acquiring these eyes in the Valley of the End, Qingchuan Tianming devoted considerable time to their study, subsequently developing two ocular techniques, one for detection, known as the hard eye, and the other aptly named Annihilation. The latter, true to its name, serves as an area of effect attack. The pirates outside were instantly ensnared by the illusion, their vision synchronized, causing them to relinquish their weapons. At that moment, blood began to seep from the corners of Qingchuan Tianming's eyes, flowing with the rotation of his pupils. All present pirates experienced a similar phenomenon, blood oozing from their orifices. Human bombs. As the chaotic chakra surged within each individual, their bodies began to swell, culminating in a series of explosive bursts. There were no screams, no violent detonations. The pirates outside the castle vanished without a trace. Qingchuan Tianming staggered, nearly losing his balance. This exertion had thoroughly drained him. Since the encounter with Julu Kizakura, his chakra had remained in an active state, compounded by the carnage on the streets and the summoning of Long Ge to the castle for a swift strike and the ocular technique. All of this exacted a considerable toll. "Tianming." Uzumaki Naruto rushed over, alarm etched on his face. "Your neck. Do not worry, I am fine," Qingchuan Tianming replied, aware that the cursed seal's power had flared up again. This was a recurring issue whenever he felt physically drained. "Please find me a quiet place." Naruto promptly assisted Qingchuan Tianming to a relatively secluded spot. "You rest here. I will go inside to help." "Tianming." Qingchuan Tianming shook his head. "That battle is beyond your capability to intervene. Moreover, you must trust Jiraiya-sensei. He is one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha." Scratching his head, Naruto conceded. "You have a point. I am indeed too weak. Do not belittle yourself. Simply focus on your training," Qingchuan Tianming reassured him. "Understood. You recover. I will guard the entrance," Naruto said as he stepped out towards the hall. Qingchuan Tianming settled cross-legged, knowing that recovering his chakra simply required meditation. "Young man, your condition is dire." Long Ji's voice echoed within the system space. "I am aware," Qingchuan Tianming nodded, understanding that Long Gu referred to the cursed seal. Its malevolent power showed no signs of abating. Your situation is precarious, Long Gu reiterated, prompting a grimace from Qingchuan Tianming. I do not know how to dispel this cursed seal. In the original narrative, the cursed seal was indeed inextirpable. Only through the enhancement of one's strength and chakra could its influence be minimized. Long Gu can assist you, but there is a condition. Huh? Qingchuan Tianming questioned, uncertain if he had heard correctly. You can resolve the cursed seal? And there is a condition? Wait, aren't you my summoning beast? Allow me to explain. This condition requires your consent. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement. While I am indeed your summoning beast, my increased strength will enhance your own. Pray, elaborate. I wish to absorb a portion of your chakra. Once I grow to 10 meters in height, I shall be able to break free from the restrictions of the summoning technique and reside within your cursed seal to alter it. You would then be able to eliminate the seal's adverse effects, and summoning me for battle would no longer necessitate the use of the summoning technique. Such a possibility exists? Qingchuan Tianming was astounded. In the world of Naruto, summoning beasts were called forth through scroll contracts and blood seals. He had never expected Long Gu could alter such rules. However, Qingchuan Tianming continued, if you further absorb my chakra, my combat efficacy may diminish. That is precisely what you must ponder, Long Gu replied. All ninjutsu relies on chakra for effectiveness. Should your chakra deplete, so too would your combat prowess. Without ninjutsu, physical and illusion techniques would also falter. The former, unless employing the 8 gates, is a unique technique of Might Guy and cannot yield results with mere brief practice. As for the latter, while the Blood Dragon Eye's illusions may fare well against lesser foes, they become nearly ineffective against skilled adversaries. In contemplation, Qingchuan Tianming gazed down at the sun will blade in his hand, clarity dawning upon him. If his chakra were to dwindle, he should focus on mastering swordsmanship. The Sunwheel Blade was reputed to surpass all ninja tools, and wielding it could unlock various sword techniques. With an adequate supply of chakra combined with swordsmanship, he could unleash formidable attacks. Long Gu, proceed with the absorption. Chapter 114. The annihilation of the Shikima pirate crew during the time that Qingchuan Tianming was recovering. The battle within the underground research facility reached its conclusion. The research institute lay in ruins, with countless casualties among the remaining scientists, and various instruments and experimental subjects utterly destroyed. Jiraiya stood amidst the debris, his gaze impassive as he surveyed the wreckage. Suddenly, a powerful force erupted from beneath the rubble, and a massive body shot forth, occupying nearly half of the underground laboratory's space. At the apex of the chamber, 2 fearsome serpent heads could be discerned. The conflict within the subterranean laboratory was nothing short of theatrical. After gaining strength, Chakra launched the first attack against Jiraiya, only to be soundly defeated. Even the clumsy deep-sea squid proved ineffective. With a single technique, the Yellow Spring Swamp, Chakra was pinned to the ground, ultimately ensnared by the frog mouth binding technique. The astonished Shikima personally intervened, his prowess surpassing that of Chakra. However, as the battle progressed, it became apparent that Jiraiya maintained the upper hand. The container holding Soka White transformed into a serpent, which Shikima devoured, evolving into a 2-headed serpent, yet the tide of battle remained unchanged. Who are you? Shikima's serpent head hissed coldly, feeling a sense of helplessness for the first time in many years. I am Jiraiya. Once renowned as one of the legendary 3 shinobi in my youth, Jiraiya replied with nonchalance. The legendary 3? Shikima's eyes widened in realization. Astonished to discover he stood before Jiraiya, one of the revered 3. Although he did not personally know Jiraiya, he was well aware of the legendary status associated with the trio. The title of the legendary 3 was bestowed upon Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade during the Second Great Ninja War, when they faced Hanzo of the Salamander. Though they could not defeat him, their resilience earned them the title. For surviving Hanzo's onslaught was a feat that echoed throughout the ninja world. For Shikima, Jiraiya represented an equal to that formidable man. I was once a vessel for Lord Orochimaru, and after narrowly escaping death, I do not harbor hatred towards him. Instead, I have emulated his methods. All my research today stems from my past experiences. I aspire to follow in Orochimaru's footsteps, to gain strength sufficient to stand against him. However, it appears that opportunity has eluded me today. Yet, it is sufficient to perish at the hands of someone like you, Shikima mused, his colossal 2-headed serpent form beginning to split as it prepared for a final strike. Even a madman like Orochimaru has his admirers. Jiraiya shook his head and said, a true ninja cultivates strength through perseverance and dedication, not by imitating the path of Orochimaru or yourself. Summoning technique. Jiraiya formed hand seals and struck the ground, causing a cloud of smoke to billow forth, revealing the imposing figure of Fukasaku. On the ground, Qingchuan Tianming had mostly recovered and noticed Naruto Uzumaki pacing anxiously at the entrance. Naruto, you need not worry. Those pirates will not breach our defenses, Qingchuan Tianming reassured him. Chakra has chosen a side and will ensure the safety of our forces below. I am concerned about the pervy sage. I wonder what is happening over there. Despite their frequent banter, Naruto was genuinely worried about Jiraiya. Sensei will be fine, Qingchuan Tianming declared. Just as he finished speaking, the enormous castle trembled violently, and a tremendous force emanated from the passage, tearing the castle asunder. The two quickly fled, only to witness the magnificent structure collapse in a resounding crash. Moments later, a massive shadow erupted from the ruins. It was Fukasaku, poised in a forward strike, his massive blades stained with remnants of blood. Perverted sage, Naruto exclaimed with delight. What happened to the enemy? They have been dealt with, Jiraiya responded, sharing a knowing smile with his two disciples. Thus, the trio spent the day on the island, decisively overthrowing the Shikima pirate crew. Shikima, before his demise, never had the opportunity to showcase his research to the world. Now, the Shikima pirate crew existed only in name, with Chakra as the sole remaining formidable presence, while many pirates had been purged. After departing the castle, the master and disciples made their way to the beach, casually seeking a vessel to leave the pirates behind. Sensei, leaving Chakra behind may invite future troubles. Qingchuan Tianming voiced his concerns from the deck. Tianming, your worries are valid, yet we cannot eradicate them entirely. Judging from a position of power is the role of the nation. Ninjas do not survive by exterminating others, Jiraiya smiled. That fellow's power is limited. We shall report to the Land of Waves and allow them to handle the matter. Jiraiya's approach was indeed prudent. Within the borders of the Land of Waves, he did not hold the authority to judge, instead delegating that responsibility to them. Chapter 115, Unexpected Popularity. Shortly after Jiraiya and his companions set sail, events unfolded as anticipated. Kashu, standing out from the rest, swiftly swept through the territories of other captains. In a world where no one holds dominion, the monkey reigns supreme. Little did Kashu realize, however, that his downfall was imminent, but that is a tale for another time. 3 days later, their vessel docked at the port of the Land of Waves. Upon disembarking, Akatsuki Tenmei spotted Komori eagerly waiting on the pier. What brings you here? He inquired. After finding an inn in the Land of Waves, I come here daily to await your arrival, Komori replied. The lecherous sage. How much has Tenmei benefited you to allow him to bring a girl along? Uzumaki Naruto remarked, his tone tinged with jealousy. Jiraiya laughed heartily. Naruto, there are reasons unbeknownst to you. However, if you can persuade a girl to accompany me, I wouldn't mind bringing her along as well. As the group made their way from the dock to the inn, they decided to rejuvenate in a hot spring, washing away the fatigue of their journey. Jiraiya, refraining from the customary peeping, even forewent drinking at the tavern after their soak. Jiraiya-sensei, what is the primary focus of our training in the Land of Waves? Akatsuki Tenmei asked curiously. Let training wait for now. I must first pay a visit to the royal family of the Land of Waves, Jiraiya replied, preparing himself. Moreover, that Kashu will never mend his ways. We must ensure that the royal family takes this matter seriously. It would be splendid if they could initiate a hiring task to the Land of Fire. Akatsuki Tenmei could not help but admire Jiraiya's foresight. Indeed, he was remarkable. With Tsunade newly appointed, whispers circulated regarding her capability as a female Hokage, while Shimura Danzo plotted in the shadows. The royal family of the Land of Waves requesting assistance from Konoha could undoubtedly solidify Tsunade's position. Stay here for a moment. I shall return shortly. With that, Jiraiya vanished from the room. I'm heading back to cultivate my chakra, Uzumaki Naruto waved as he departed. Just as Akatsuki Tenmei was about to return, Komori tugged at his sleeve. Tenmei, may we explore the market together? On the broad streets of the Land of Waves, Akatsuki Tenmei and Komori stood side by side, attracting astonished glances from passers-by. After all, this striking pair was indeed a sight to behold. Akatsuki Tenmei donned a black short-sleeved shirt, his azure hair tied into a ponytail, with slightly tousled bangs framing his sharp, piercing eyes. At 14, he was transitioning from boyish charm to a more mature appearance. Komori, with her alluring fiery red hair, appeared even more stunning without her glasses, and at such a young age, her figure was already quite remarkable. They were indeed a pair of enchanting individuals. Look at this, Komori said, pointing at a stall adorned with beautiful wind chimes made from seashells. Aren't they lovely? The land of waves, being coastal, offered a plethora of marine products, even in the form of such delightful trinkets. Do you like it? Then let us purchase it, Akatsuki Tenmei replied, glancing at the wind chime. The largest shell with a hint of red, quite captivating. Your taste is impeccable, the vendor complimented. Then I shall take this, Akatsuki Tenmei declared, reaching for his wallet. However, the vendor suddenly stared at Akatsuki Tenmei's wrist in disbelief, exclaiming, You are a Konoha ninja? Akatsuki Tenmei was perplexed. Every newly appointed ninja received a Konoha headband. While some wore it on their foreheads, others around their waists or sleeves, he had fashioned his into a bracelet, removing the iron plate and retaining only the whirlpool symbol. He had not noticed the significance of this bracelet until now. Is there a problem? He asked. Indeed. The vendor swiftly pushed the money back, stating, Thanks to the protection of Konoha ninjas like Master Dizuna, and the assistance in eradicating the forces of Kado, we, the people of the Land of Waves, are living better lives. Konoha ninjas are our benefactors. How could I accept money from such esteemed heroes? At this proclamation, the surrounding crowd erupted in excitement. Are they Konoha ninjas? Our saviors. The Konoha ninjas receive the highest regard in the Land of Waves, as decreed by the royal family. They are the ones who drove away Kado. Akatsuki Tenmei never anticipated that their subsequent mission would incite such a commotion. Vendors selling everything from Odin to vegetables to clothing flocked to them, even a matron with a delicate girl in tow. We're truly grateful. But we were merely fulfilling a mission, Akatsuki Tenmei said, taking Komori's hand and hastily shoving the money for the wind chime back to the vendor before making their swift exit. Chapter 116. The Master of Iaido. The citizens of the Land of Waves were fervently enthusiastic. After Qingchuan Tianming took the hand of Xianglin and dashed away, they eagerly pursued him, turning the streets into a spontaneous marathon. However, Qingchuan Tianming's speed was significantly superior, as he maintained a lead while escorting Xianglin. Ultimately, in a bid to completely elude the zealous crowd, he made a beeline for a nearby shrine. Ascending the steps to the shrine, he barely caught his breath when the clamor of the crowd echoed from the foot of the mountain once more. With no other option, he trudged onward. Behind the shrine lay a forested area, and after venturing into the woods, they finally managed to break free from the throng. With a sigh of relief, Qingchuan Tianming expressed his disdain for being surrounded. Meanwhile, Xianglin's cheeks flushed with excitement as she smiled. It felt exhilarating, akin to eloping. Qingchuan Tianming noticed that Xianglin was growing bolder, often uttering flirtatious remarks. Am I wrong? She gazed intently at him. Perhaps not, he conceded, scratching his head. The atmosphere shifted to a more enigmatic tone as Xianglin suddenly drew closer, gazing at him with an almost predatory intent. Xianglin, wait. We are still young. We cannot act like this. Qingchuan Tianming exclaimed hastily. Even someone as formidable as him felt a pang of apprehension. A soft chuckle escaped Xianglin's lips as she covered her mouth, understood. So, does that mean we can when we grow up? Qingchuan Tianming blushed, realizing that they were both being led by their emotions. However, it mattered little. He was no stone, and having spent so much time with Xianglin, how could he have remained unaffected? To put it another way, both of them were single, so engaging in a romantic relationship was hardly an issue. Thus, in a subtle twist of fate, their relationship evolved further. Walking side by side, Xianglin boldly took Qingchuan Tianming's hand. Initially, he felt a twinge of discomfort. But soon he thought, why should I, a grown man, feel timid? As he felt the warmth radiating from his hand, Xianglin's smile transformed into a crescent moon. Holding hands while running away was vastly different from taking the initiative. Before long, they arrived at a tranquil bamboo grove. Xianglin's expression shifted as she remarked, Tianming, this grove feels rather peculiar. Peculiar? Qingchuan Tianming scanned the lush, towering bamboo, finding nothing out of the ordinary. The arrangement of these bamboos is odd, and there is a faint chakra connection surrounding us, Xianglin explained softly. Just then, a gentle breeze swept through the grove, shrouding it in a thin mist. From within the fog emerged several masked ninjas brandishing blades. The presence of these ninjas did not emit a strong chakra. Rather, an overwhelming aura of menace enveloped them. Xianglin, be cautious. This is an illusion. Qingchuan Tianming's pupils transformed into the blood dragon eye as he spoke calmly. If the masked ninjas were mere figments of imagination, the chakra would not be suppressed, and the mist rising in the grove was indeed unsettling. Are you all right, Tianming? Xianglin asked with concern. Although she possessed keen perception, she was not well versed in illusions. It's nothing serious. In this state, the blood dragon eye allows me to see through any illusion, he assured her, sensing her worry. You need not fret. My physique is immune to illusions, Xianglin replied intuitively. That's good to hear. Qingchuan Tianming nodded, drawing his Nichiren blade. At that moment, a bamboo leaf fell, splitting in two as it descended. Simultaneously, several masked ninjas unsheathed their blades and closed in. Swish. The sound of a swift strike echoed as one ninja lunged at Qingchuan Tianming, their technique imbued with a distinct blade intent. Unlike typical ninjas who wield their tools merely as aids for combat, these ninjas displayed impeccable swordsmanship coupled with a chilling blade intent. Clang. Qingchuan Tianming parried the strike with his Nichiren blade, feeling the opponent's intent seep through. Just then, another ninja leaped from behind, ready to attack. Wind release. Wind/formation. After sending the first ninja flying, Qingchuan Tianming countered with ninjutsu. 3 arcs of blade energy surged forth, cleaving the airborne ninja in half. Meanwhile, 2 chakra-infused blade arcs morphed into vine-like tendrils, restraining the remaining masked ninjas. However, an eerie occurrence transpired. The 2 ninjas managed to break free from the chakra's grasp without disrupting its state. They advanced a few steps but ceased their assault, sheathing their blades and dissipating like mist. Impressive swordplay. I foresee great potential in you, young one. A hunched figure materialized atop a bamboo stalk, clad in green ropes. The elder's silhouette resembled a blade, though his features remained obscured. Who are you? Qingchuan Tianming inquired. I am known as Ai, the elder replied slowly. What you just experienced was merely a small test. You have passed, just as Jiraiya foretold. You are indeed remarkable. Chapter 117. The Bamboo Sea Listening to the Waves. Are you acquainted with Master Jiraiya? Qingchuan Tianming pondered. Could it be the old friend Jiraiya had mentioned wanting to visit? Not just acquainted, the elder Kiai replied. I've known Jiraiya for some time. We used to drink and soak in hot springs together, cough cough, but that is not important. Huh. Upon realizing that Kiai was not an adversary, Qingchuan Tianming sheathed his sword, astonished. Although Master Jiraiya is older, he looks younger than you. What do you know, you little brat? Kiai retorted, a bit disgruntled. It's not just women who care about age. I do too. Qingchuan Tianming could only bow apologetically. Then I shall take my leave. Not long after he departed with Xianglin, the bamboo grove vanished without a trace. This was no mere bamboo forest. It was clearly behind the shrine. Upon returning to the inn with Xianglin, Jiraiya had also returned from the palace. Master Jiraiya, how did it go? Qingchuan Tianming inquired. What else could happen? The Land of Waves takes it very seriously. The Lord even expressed his desire to hire leaf ninjas to deal with the pirates. Jiraiya replied confidently, concealing the truth. After entering the palace, Jiraiya, as a ninja from the leaf, received the utmost courtesy. He even requested to take a mixed bath with the ladies, just a bath, mind you. Where did you kids go? Jiraiya noticed the disarray on Qingchuan Tianming. Following that, Qingchuan Tianming recounted how they were pursued by enthusiastic townsfolk after buying wind chimes, leading to an encounter with Kiai in the bamboo grove. Oh, you're quite lucky. Jiraiya laughed heartily. That fellow Kiai has a peculiar temperament. I never expected you to receive his praise. Master Jiraiya, is that Kiai truly formidable? I can sense his strength. But regarding Chakra, Qingchuan Tianming voiced his doubts. Kiai is undeniably powerful. Had he not chosen a life of seclusion with his wife in the mountains, the Land of Waves might have wielded greater influence among the 5 great nations, Jiraiya explained. Qingchuan Tianming was astonished. How could one individual bestow a nation with such influence? Stop speculating. Tomorrow, I will take you to visit him, Jiraiya declared. Isn't his residence at the edge of the bamboo grove? Qingchuan Tianming asked. Jiraiya smirked. Who told you that? Which mountain has a bamboo grove? Boom. This revelation struck like a bolt from the blue. Which mountain lacked a bamboo grove? Was it possible that the moment they arrived at the mountain, they were ensnared in an illusion? How could even the Byakugan fail to discern such a genjutsu? If Kiai were an enemy, Qingchuan Tianming might have already met his demise. Noticing Qingchuan Tianming's contemplative expression, Jiraiya smiled. Save your myriad questions for tomorrow. A night passed in silence, and the following day, the quartet arrived before the shrine. Uzumaki Naruto, like an inquisitive child, surveyed everything with wonder. While Qingchuan Tianming wore a clouded expression, the mystery of the bamboo grove had troubled him throughout the night. Thus, they continued their ascent up the mountain, and by midday, They finally reached a precipice. Below lay a verdant bamboo grove, evoking the sensation of waves in a sea of bamboo. Before long, a small black appeared in the distance, which, upon closer inspection, revealed Ki approaching. Ki, I didn't expect you to still be alive. Ki greeted Jiraiya with a teasing remark. You're still kicking. How could I not? Jiraiya retorted. Their unique camaraderie was apparent, devoid of pleasantries or lamentations. Diving straight into banter about life and death. Are these the children you brought? Ki's gaze shifted to the trio. Mr. Ki, Qingchuan Tianming greeted politely. Is this lecherous sage really as formidable as rumored? He doesn't look the part, Uzumaki Naruto boldly stated. Ki's expression darkened as he replied. Whether I am formidable or not, you may experience for yourselves. With that, Ki flicked his sleeve, and Naruto slipped, tumbling into the bamboo sea below. Little brat. You'll take some time to reach your destination, Ki remarked before waving his sleeve once more. The group felt a shift in space, and they found themselves in front of a bamboo hut. Qingchuan Tianming was rendered speechless. It felt akin to the spatial abilities depicted in fantastical novels. Little brat, do you seem to have a problem? Ki inquired. Mr. Ki, may I ask if this is an illusion? Qingchuan Tianming questioned. Not at all, Ki shook his head. Is your inquiry due to your Byakugan granting you immunity to illusions? With a smile, Ki added. My bamboo sea merely transforms the intent of my blade into this bamboo expanse through a jinjutsu. Extending his hand, a bamboo stalk flew from a distance, transforming into a black blade in his palm. The black blade resonated with a melodic hum. At this juncture, Qingchuan Tianming felt compelled to kneel and pay homage, but was interrupted. A swordsman requires no such formalities, Ki stated, shaking his head. A swordsman wields his blade. One person, one blade. That is the essence of Ki. It is about harmony, and I accepted you as my disciple yesterday. Chapter 118. The Growth of Naruto. The mastery of Aido has thoroughly enlightened Akatsuki Tianming about the technique of the bamboo sword. It elucidated why yesterday's illusion deceived the Byakugan. The bamboo grove was not animated by Chakra alone. Rather, it was imbued with the essence of sword intent. The entire bamboo forest resonated with the sword intent of Aido, making the sound of the bamboo sea akin to the sound of the sword's will. Such a master is indeed capable of elevating the reputation of the Land of Waves. Simultaneously, Akatsuki Tianming marveled silently at Jiraiya's extensive connections. After years of wandering in search of Akatsuki's whereabouts, he had encountered numerous individuals. Oh, it seems you were quite pleased with the young Tianming, Jiraiya chuckled, then leisurely made his way into the courtyard of the bamboo hut. I accept you as my disciple because you possess an excellent sword, Aido began. Using chakra to channel into the blade certainly makes you a formidable ninja. Yet it does not qualify you as a true swordsman. Aido spoke of numerous profound principles, asserting that he had never conformed to conventions. He had studied Aido under another and later renamed it because he claimed to be the strongest in the art. To rename oneself after one's own name is an audacious act indeed. As the strongest in Aido, I do not require you to inherit this art. Therefore, all that pertains to Aido is of no concern to you. Aido was forthright in his words, much like his character, his name, and his path. He no longer needed Akatsuki Tianming to shoulder any unfounded burdens, nor did he care for elaborate formalities. He was simply a master of swordsmanship, nothing more. Thank you for your teachings, Akatsuki Tianming sincerely expressed, gesturing with respect. Now, draw your sword, Aido instructed. Obeying, Akatsuki Tianming unsheathed the Nichiren blade, releasing an overwhelming aura. What a fine sword, Aido praised. Now, unleash your strongest sword technique against me. Strongest? Akatsuki Tianming pondered, wondering if there was truly a strongest for such trials. Do not worry. In the realm of swords, your chakra holds no significance to me, Aido stated calmly. Understanding now, Akatsuki Tianming gripped the Nichiren blade firmly and thrust forward. Wind release, wind kill formation. The blade gleamed with wind chakra, and two chakra clones struck towards Aido's position. Impressive talent in swordsmanship, but still insufficient, Aido remarked, effortlessly disregarding the oncoming wind blade. Suddenly, Aido moved. With a swift motion, he slashed through the wind blade, cleaving it in two, while the chakra blade that had burrowed into the ground disintegrated upon emergence. Aido's action was executed without drawing his own blade. His hands were empty, without even activating chakra. It was pure swordsmanship. Akatsuki Tianming recognized that Aido, empty-handed, was a true swordsman. He paid no heed to the wind kill's power or trajectory. From beginning to end, he delivered a single strike. The first strike was the draw. The essence lay not in the draw itself, but in the cut. You must possess unwavering resolve to win with a single strike. Once you have that resolve, the first strike is assured. After imparting this wisdom, Aido tossed a black blade toward Akatsuki Tianming. The moment it was grasped, it transformed into a bamboo stalk. Looking up, Akatsuki Tianming saw that Aido had already turned and walked into the courtyard. Meanwhile, in the dense bamboo forest, Naruto Uzumaki stumbled forward, covered in various wounds. That old geezer has a worse temper than that perverted sage. Even so, Naruto could not shake his habit of blabbering. Just moments ago, his insolence had earned him a slap from Aido, sending him trudging through the bamboo sea. Not only was the bamboo grove endless, but it also harbored mysterious ninja who attacked without a word. After fending off several waves of attackers, Naruto finally realized it was an illusion, though he was nearing exhaustion. Rustle, rustle. Soon, a shadow appeared ahead. Is this never-ending? Naruto grimaced, knowing worse was yet to come. The shadow revealed itself as none other than Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke? Naruto shook his head. Sasuke can't possibly be here. This cursed illusion. After casting a glance at Naruto, Sasuke raised his hand, unleashing a barrage of shuriken. Naruto could only dodge, seeking an opportunity to retaliate. Is that all you can do? Naruto's temper flared, seizing a kunai and charging forward to engage Sasuke in combat. The shadow of Sasuke exhibited formidable strength comparable to the Sasuke of old. Humph, using such an illusion to test me? After Sasuke's departure, my mission is to bring him back to Konoha. No one can obstruct me, and certainly not an imposter like you. Naruto scoffed, as he lunged with the kunai while simultaneously gathering chakra for a Rasengan. Chapter 119, The Master of the Watergate as Qingchuan Tianming stepped into the bamboo cottage. Jiraiya and Q sat on either side of a modest bamboo table. The tea had arrived. The door of the cottage swung open, and Uzumaki Hanabi emerged, carrying several teacups. Beside her was an elderly lady, her figure slightly hunched, yet exuding a commanding presence despite her age. Dear, Q reached out to take the cups. You know nothing about tea. Just wait to drink, the old lady retorted sharply, leaving Q momentarily speechless. She placed the tea on the table, picked up a kettle, and poured steaming water over the tea set. Jiraiya, it has been quite some time since your last visit, hasn't it? More than 5 years, but that matters little. What truly matters is that you remain as beautiful as ever, Jifeng, Jiraiya complimented. Huh, that's just your style, Jiraiya. You always know how to flatter, Jifeng chuckled. Then gently poured tea into the cups. Young people, please enjoy a cup of hot tea. Thank you, Grandma. Qingchuan Tianming lifted a cup, and even before sipping, he sensed an extraordinary flavor. Good tea. Do you have an appreciation for tea, young lad? Jifeng inquired. I do not understand it well, but I can tell it tastes good, Qingchuan Tianming replied, shaking his head. Good taste is all that matters. Jifeng nodded approvingly at him. Dear, don't be so pleased with a few compliments, Q scoffed. Can tea silence your tongue? Jifeng shot back, her wit undiminished. Even the esteemed swordsmanship master Q displayed a vulnerable side. Ah, truly, this is Jifeng's tea, Jiraiya exclaimed after savoring a sip. The tea miraculous. It simply tastes delightful when shared. Jifeng poured herself a cup and cleared her throat, then added, there should be one more person, right? That brat offended me earlier. I made him come on foot, Q explained. Old fool, do you think you can punish my disciple? Jifeng's expression shifted dramatically. Jifeng, don't be impulsive. Naruto truly needs this training, Jiraiya intervened diplomatically. The child is still here. Perhaps show Q a bit of grace? Show grace? Do you really think I need to show him any? Jifeng looked at Q, who immediately shook his head and laughed. You're right, dear, I will go fetch him. However, just as Q stood up, a rustle echoed from the nearby bamboo grove. They all turned to see the battered form of Uzumaki Naruto collapsed on the ground. In an instant, Jifeng had rushed out of the courtyard, lifting Naruto with a commendatory remark. Well done, young one. You truly traversed the bamboo sea. Dear, let me assist. Q followed Jifeng into the cottage like a devoted follower. Master Jiraiya, Qingchuan Tianming spoke up. I understand you wish to inquire about your situation, Jiraiya remarked. This time, you and Naruto will be taught by them. You will train with Q in swordsmanship, while Naruto learns wind release from Jifeng. Qingchuan Tianming was taken aback. In the original story, Naruto's wind release training occurred 3 years later. It was unexpected for it to happen so prematurely. Who exactly was Jifeng? Q appeared to hold her in high regard. Jifeng, Jiraiya smiled. Q doesn't he fear her? He loves her. In their youth, they were an extraordinary pair, causing envy among many. While Q's swordsmanship is remarkable, Jifeng's strength is equally unfathomable. In her youth, she mastered wind release and could overpower other techniques effortlessly. What? Qingchuan Tianming expressed his astonishment. The nature of ninjutsu is interdependent. Can one truly dominate others with wind release? Indeed, Jiraiya nodded. As long as one possesses sufficient strength. A profound understanding of wind release is essential. Furthermore, I'll share a little secret. Jifeng once trained the Fourth Hokage. At this revelation, Qingchuan Tianming was left speechless. Having Naruto instructed in wind release by Jifeng was undeniably fitting. What astonished him most was that Jiraiya had brought him here to study swordsmanship with Q, indicating he truly regarded him as an important disciple. Inside the bamboo cottage, Jifeng placed Naruto on a bamboo bed and sighed. He is just like Minato. Utterly identical. Q gently patted Jifeng's shoulder, remarking, Jiraiya knew this would sadden you, yet he still brought him here. Jifeng confirmed, shaking her head. It's not so bad, really. Having lived so long, we once sought to compete in our youth, only to realize that absolute strength comes with absolute pain. Otherwise, we wouldn't have chosen to live in seclusion. However, while we may shy away from suffering, some dare to embrace it, and thus, offering assistance to such individuals is a noble endeavor. Jifeng recalled the day Jiraiya had brought Minato to her, a scene eerily reminiscent of today. Chapter 120. The beginning of the Gale transmission. Thus, Qingchuan Tianming and Vortex Naruto became disciples of Iato and Gale, respectively. Although they were a married couple, their modes of instruction differed significantly. The venerable Gale, who taught wind release, led Vortex Naruto away from the bamboo sea. Meanwhile, Qingchuan Tianming set aside his Nichiren blade to learn the 10 forms of Iato with a bamboo sword. Both were under the guidance of their mentors, while Jiraiya found himself with more free time, occasionally venturing out to gather intelligence and making time to visit the bamboo sea to instruct Vortex Naruto in summoning techniques and mastering the chakra of the 9 tails. As time flew by, 3 years had swiftly passed. During this period, the ninja world underwent significant transformations, with an organization named Akatsuki resurfacing in public view. Its members were notorious rogue ninjas from various nations, and their resurgence cast the 5 great nations back into chaos. As time progressed, Akatsuki initiated a plan to capture tailed beasts, further unsettling the already turbulent situation. At the port of the Land of Waves, as ships docked, a man with long white hair disembarked and hastily made his way up the mountain. It was Jiraiya, returning after a 6-month absence, navigating through the bamboo sea with ease. He arrived at the bamboo hut to find Iato and Gale leisurely enjoying tea. Jiraiya, you vanished for half a year, and now you return in such a flurry? Iato remarked coolly. Don't even mention it. Akatsuki has begun their tailed beast capture plan. Jiraiya replied earnestly. There have already been hosts taken captive. This revelation was nothing short of sensational. Gale's hand trembled slightly as she poured tea. Is it that same Akatsuki that once stirred the ninja world? Jiraiya nodded. After 48 years in Konoha, I traveled far and wide to gather information on Akatsuki, and recently, I finally uncovered some leads. But enough of this. Where are Qingchuan Tianming and Vortex Naruto? They are practicing behind the bamboo hut, Gale responded. Not far behind the hut, on a flat expanse of land. 2 tall figures faced each other. Vortex Naruto, brimming with enthusiasm, declared, Tianming, I am determined to defeat you this time. You've uttered that phrase far too many times over the past 3 years, Qingchuan Tianming replied slowly. In these 3 years, both youths had made remarkable progress in their training. Vortex Naruto had mastered wind release to perfection, while Qingchuan Tianming had advanced his Iato to the 9th form. This time, I can do it. Vortex Naruto exclaimed as he rapidly formed hand seals, combining wind release chakra in a unique manner, culminating in a powerful Rasengan gathering in his palm. Rasen Shuriken, he shouted, launching the flattened Rasen Shuriken with fervor. After 3 years of practice, Vortex Naruto had developed the Rasengan to a level not even seen in the original story, capable of long-range attacks. The Rasen Shuriken shot forth, its spiraling force distorting the ground beneath and leaving cracks in its wake. An impressive Rasen Shuriken, Qingchuan Tianming acknowledged, raising an eyebrow. He then swiftly drew his Nichiren blade with an uncanny speed, executing a single slash before sheathing it again. This movement was but a mere afterimage. as the Raisin Shuriken was cleaved cleanly in two, with one half spiraling uncontrollably towards the bamboo forest. Boom, boom, boom. The severed Raisin Shuriken struck the ground, leaving a large crater. Yet the other half did not detonate. Qingchuan Tianming and Vortex Naruto turned to see Jiraiya emerging from the bamboo sea, effortlessly neutralizing the remaining half of the Raisin Shuriken in his palm. Master Jiraiya, perverted sage, it's been half a year. We've missed you dearly. Indeed, you both have grown stronger, Jiraiya said with satisfaction as he looked at his two disciples. However, I bear bad news. It's time for your training to conclude. Why? Vortex Naruto inquired. Because the situation has become unstable, and I have received orders from Tsunade to bring you back to Konoha. Qingchuan Tianming maintained a stoic expression, fully aware that the narrative of the Gale transmission was about to commence. Upon returning to the bamboo hut, Gale had already prepared a meal. Qingchuan Tianming and Vortex Naruto found themselves at a loss for words. Stop dawdling. Finish this meal quickly, Aido said sternly. What a grumpy old man. How can you speak like that? Gale retorted, nearly snatching the bowl from Aido's hands. Tianming, Naruto, do not be misled by the old man's gruff exterior. He truly cares for you both, even if he pretends otherwise, Gale said gently. Do not carry too much burden in your hearts. The ninja world always needs fresh forces like you. Just promise to visit us in the future. Certainly. Qingchuan Tianming and Vortex Naruto affirmed as they lifted their bowls to finish their meal. The atmosphere at the table remained harmonious, reminiscent of the day they first arrived 3 years prior. After lunch, Vortex Hanabi assisted with the cleanup, while Qingchuan Tianming was called aside by Aido. Over the past 3 years, you have honed the 10 forms of Aido to the 9th blade. I have often said you still have much to learn. But today I will speak the truth. You are the most exceptional practitioner of Aido. After 10 years of practice, you have surpassed me in swordsmanship. Qingchuan Tianming smiled, Aido-sensei. I must admit, I am not quite accustomed to such praise from you. Chapter 121. Quite sudden without the lingering bitterness of past grievances, Qingchuan Tianming departed, not even stepping out of the small courtyard. Upon returning to the port of the Land of Waves, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. Over the past 3 years, he had diligently practiced the 10 forms of Aido, while Naruto Uzumaki tirelessly trained in his Rasengan and wind release techniques. Kagaya, on the other hand, occasionally ventured down the mountain to procure daily necessities. The excitement was palpable as Qingchuan Tianming and Naruto set out on this journey. Jiraiya-sensei, how has the situation on the island unfolded? Qingchuan Tianming inquired. Oh, that? Naturally, Casa dominated the remaining pirates. However, the Land of Waves soon sent a request for mercenaries to Konoha, and before Casa could establish himself, he was eradicated. Now, the island has become a tourist destination. Jiraiya explained. Who carried out the mission initially? I heard it was Team 8, led by Yuhi Kurenai, Jiraiya replied, intrigued. Why do you ask? Just curious, Qingchuan Tianming chuckled, though he was somewhat surprised by Team 3's success in reclaiming the island. After all, among Konoha's 12 ninja, Team 8 was the least formidable, with Hinata Hyuga and Shino Aburame serving primarily as support, leaving only Kiba Inuzuka to lead the charge. It seemed that one could no longer view things from the original perspective, as many factors had undoubtedly changed. As they boarded the ship, the journey proceeded smoothly, free from any unexpected mishaps, and they approached the harbor of the Land of Fire without incident. Walking through the outskirts of Konoha and gazing at the village that appeared hazy in the distance, a sense of tranquility enveloped him. After 3 years apart, he found himself yearning for home. Let us disperse at the village entrance. You all should rest at home. Tomorrow, there will be tasks assigned to you. Jiraiya announced as he waved goodbye and headed toward the Hokage's office. Qingchuan Tianming, Naruto, and Kagaya continued toward the area designated for war orphans. Naruto, we can't return home empty-handed after 3 years. Qingchuan Tianming posed a clever question. Naruto quickly caught on. You're right. We haven't been home for 3 years. We can't just walk in. How about we buy some cleaning supplies? Sounds good. The trio made their way through the streets of Konoha to purchase some cleaning tools. Surrounding vendors eyed them curiously, which was quite normal. After 3 years of arduous training, Qingchuan Tianming and Naruto had both undergone noticeable transformations, evolving from mere children into striking young men. However, knowing the nature of Konoha's villagers, Qingchuan Tianming wore a rather neutral expression, merely intent on making his purchases. Before long, their shopping concluded, and they found themselves in front of a tavern. Suddenly, A barrel of sake soared through the air, shattering at Naruto's feet. I'm so sorry. Did I hurt you? A girl with pink hair dashed out from the tavern, bowing apologetically. Sakura? Naruto exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise. Ah. Sakura Haruno looked up, equally astonished. Naruto, Qingchuan Tianming, what are you doing here? When did you come back? We just finished our training and are buying some supplies to clean the house, Naruto replied, his demeanor calm and collected around Sakura. Oh, I see. I'm here to buy some sake for my master. She has been incredibly busy but insists on having a drink, Sakura explained. 3 years later. Sakura had also changed from her original portrayal. Upon seeing Naruto, she displayed no starry-eyed admiration or aggression, but rather a natural happiness at the return of her long-lost friends. Now that you're back, Kakashi-sensei will be so pleased. Sakura offered to help with their burdens, noticing the items in their hands. No need, Sakura. Don't be polite. Sakura effortlessly took a heavy item from Naruto, her strength surprising. Qingchuan Tianming quietly marveled at this development. Could it be that Sakura had mastered the 100 healings technique? In the original narrative, Sakura was often disliked for her perceived shortcomings and reliance on Naruto. Yet, it seemed she had matured significantly. The four of them arrived at the area designated for war orphans and parted ways at a fork in the path. Tianming, how tall do you think the grass is at the Qingchuan residence? Kagaya asked with a smile. I have no idea. Qingchuan Tianming shook his head. Let us hope it hasn't overgrown the courtyard. As they conversed lightly, they arrived at Qingchuan's family home, only to be met with an unexpected sight. Is this really the Qingchuan residence? It looks just like it did when we left. Where are the overgrown weeds and disarray? Kagaya approached the door and examined the lock, her eyes widening in surprise. The lock has been changed. What? Qingchuan Tianming leaned in for a closer look, realizing that perhaps their home hadn't been completely abandoned after all. Just as he contemplated this, the door to the Qingchuan residence swung open, and the occupants within exchanged stunned glances with the two outside. Tianming, Hinata? Qingchuan Tianming questioned, doubting his own eyes. Chapter 122, The Pinnacle of Life. The case has been solved. The Qingchuan residence is immaculate, and the locks have been replaced, all thanks to Hyuga Hinata. It can be said that during the 3 years Qingchuan Tianming was away, whenever she wasn't on a mission, Hinata would come regularly to tidy up the place. The old locks were simply replaced with new ones. Tianming, you're back. Hinata exclaimed in surprise, momentarily at a loss for words. Please, come inside. After setting down the cleaning supplies, Qingchuan Tianming was greeted by the pristine state of his home, and he couldn't help but steal a glance at Hinata. 3 years had passed, and Hinata had blossomed. She had transformed from a timid girl into a remarkable young woman. Her long, lustrous black hair exuded a gentle aura, perfectly mirroring her inherently tender nature, evident in her appearance, her gaze, and her overall presence. Tianming's eyes subtly drifted downward. No need to say anything more. It's obvious. Tianming, why are you staring at me? To his surprise, Hinata's Byakugan allowed her to catch his furtive glance. It's been 3 years since we last met, and you've become even more beautiful, Tianming chuckled awkwardly. Hinata, flattered by the compliment, felt her cheeks flush with warmth, while the spirited Karui discreetly retreated to the kitchen. Soon, only the two of them remained in the courtyard. Suddenly, an awkward atmosphere enveloped them. Tianming faltered, unsure how to break the silence, while Hinata, known for her shyness, was equally at a loss. You go first. They both spoke in unison. Ahem. Tianming finally gathered his thoughts and slowly began. During my 3 years of training away from home, I expected the house to be overgrown with weeds. I truly didn't anticipate your help in maintaining it. I'm at a loss for how to thank you. Hinata shook her head modestly. Oh, it was nothing. I didn't do much. When you left for training, I actually wanted to join you, but after discussing it with Karui, we made an agreement. She would accompany you on your journey, and I would wait for your return. Tianming was left utterly bewildered. I don't quite understand. You wanted to come with me. But then you and Karui made an agreement? What sort of agreement? Girls' secrets are beyond your comprehension, Karui remarked, emerging from the kitchen with her arms crossed. Karui? Tianming observed the two girls' shared understanding, feeling a chill run down his spine. Hinata's cheeks were as red as ripened apples, and she seemed to muster immense courage. I have liked you, Tianming-kun, since our first encounter. I cherished your encouragement during the Chunin exams and the pouch you gifted me, but Karui also holds feelings for you. To spare you any confusion, we made a pact. Karui would accompany you on your journey, and I would wait for your return. At this point, If Tianming failed to recognize it as a confession, he would truly be oblivious. He was well aware of the affection both girls held for him, yet he never anticipated such a situation to arise. The typically reserved Hinata had directly conveyed her feelings. What perplexed him most was that the emotional entanglement involving the three of them had seemingly been resolved 3 years prior. How astonishing! Tianming-kun, you need not feel burdened. The Hyuga clan is prestigious, and it is permissible to take concubines. Both Karui and I are indifferent to this, but if you do not reciprocate my feelings, I like you, Tianming interjected assertively, finally summoning the courage he had sought for years. Hinata was taken aback. Although she yearned for this answer day and night, hearing it directly from Tianming was still a profound shock. Fortunately, he was indeed a man of action. Stepping forward to embrace her, he then beckoned Karui over. At that moment, the long-anticipated dilemma of singlehood was resolved for Tianming, and remarkably, it was resolved with two. That evening, it remains unclear who initiated the first move. Tianming found himself entangled in an unexpectedly protracted encounter. The following morning, as he awoke in bed, he was greeted by 2 delightful aromas wafting from the kitchen, along with the sounds of laughter as the 2 girls prepared breakfast. As Tianming swung his legs over the side of the bed, he felt a slight tremor in his legs, nearly losing his balance. I never thought I would experience such unsteadiness, he mused with a rueful smile. Perhaps, in the entire shinobi world, no one else could render him so unsteady. Tianming, you're awake? As he exited his room, he found the 2 girls had already prepared breakfast. Following the sound, he was met with the stunning smiles of both. In that instant, he seemed to grasp the essence of what it meant to reach the pinnacle of life. What folly to pursue the title of Hokage or to be the best. Such a life was far more fulfilling. Meanwhile, in the land of wind, Sunagakure. The Umbu of Sunagakure raced through the village at breakneck speed toward the Kazakage's office. The 5th Kazakage, Gaara, personally met with several Umbu operatives. Yet before he could pose any questions, a deafening explosion reverberated throughout the air. Chapter 123, Scorpion and Deidara Boom. As several members of the Sand Village's Umbu arrived at the entrance and were about to speak, a peculiar energy surged forth, followed by a sudden explosion. In the aftermath, half of the Wind Shadow's office lay in ruins, while the other half had been preserved by Gaara. Soon after, a large contingent of Sand Umbu swiftly assembled at the Wind Shadow's office, beginning their search in every direction. Unlike Konoha, the Umbu of Sunagakure were entirely under the control of the Wind Shadow. At that moment, a figure approached rapidly from a distance. It was Kankuro, wearing a troubled expression. It's Akatsuki, he stated. Gaara's demeanor remained largely unchanged as he glanced at the disheveled Kankuro. Are you injured? He inquired. Not really, Kankuro replied. I learned from the last Umbu that the visitors are Scorpion and Deidara. The resurgence of the Akatsuki Organization and their plans to collect tailed beasts was no longer a secret. Gaara, your safety is of utmost importance, Kankuro said with evident concern. Me? Gaara chuckled softly. You truly worry too much. They would need a century to capture me. I am the Wind Shadow, and I am right here in Sunagakure, waiting for their arrival. Gaara, this is not the time for recklessness, Kankuro warned, realizing he could not dissuade Gaara, and he sighed. I shall go find Temari. Gaara did not call after Kankuro, but instead gazed at the azure sky. Scorpion and Deidara. Huh? Shikaku, it has been a while since we last moved. Meanwhile, outside Sunagakure, in the desert, 2 men clad in red cloud cloaks strolled leisurely. The larger of the 2, a creature with 4 limbs, was none other than the former rogue ninja of Sunagakure, now a member of Akatsuki, Scorpion. Beside him was Deidara. Scorpion, how does it feel to be back here? Deidara inquired. Nothing much, Scorpion replied coldly. Not everyone is as hyperactive as you. Unfazed by Scorpion's remark, Deidara lifted his hand, watching as the mouth on his palm chewed and processed clay. The Wind Shadow must have received my greeting. Aren't you afraid of alerting them? Scorpion expressed his dissatisfaction. Deidara was reckless, engaging in battle without a shred of strategy. He charged straight at the ambush of Sand Umbu, even stuffing clay bombs into their bodies. Art is an explosion. Isn't it fascinating to obliterate all obstacles? Deidara's gaze turned forward, and he laughed. See, the fun is just beginning. On the sandy dunes ahead, numerous Sand Umbu appeared. In the desert terrain of the Land of Wind, concealment techniques were not particularly significant, as there was little cover beyond the sand. Upon encountering one another, neither side wasted time with trivial banter. The Sand Umbu launched a magnetic release, sand explosion towards them. A torrent of yellow sand rushing forth like a colossal tidal wave, exuding an overwhelming pressure. The combined ninjutsu of the Anbu was far more potent than that of an individual. Unhurried, Deidara reached into his pocket for a handful of clay, processing it through the mouth in his palm. C2 Dragon. Utilizing the explosive clay, Deidara swiftly molded a massive clay dragon. Once completed, the dragon appeared to come to life, its mighty wings flapping as it charged toward the oncoming torrent of sand. Did you think that was it? Deidara scoffed, tossing the remaining clay forward. C1 Clay Spider. Boom. The C2 dragon clashed head-on with the sand explosion. For Deidara, art was synonymous with explosions, and so was battle. The powerful shockwave from the C2 dragon generated a repulsive force, halting the sand explosion in its tracks. Simultaneously, the C1 Clay Spider silently crawled up the pant leg of the sand Anbu. In the next instant, a series of devastating explosions erupted. The sand Anbu, unaware of what had transpired, were reduced to mere remnants, their bodies obliterated as the fierce explosions caused the surrounding sand to collapse. As the smoke cleared, Deidara and Scorpion had already departed on a clay owl. How delightful, truly delightful, Deidara exclaimed, reveling in the destruction. If it weren't for the endless expanse of yellow sand below, he would have continued tossing clay bombs indefinitely. RN and Oppos. You concerned that your ostentatious display might complicate our capture mission? Scorpion remarked coolly. Huh. Deidara retorted dismissively. I'm openly telling Sunagakure that I, Deidara, have come to capture the Wind Shadow. I want them on high alert, and then I will strike directly and seize the Wind Shadow. You? Scorpion paused momentarily. You intend to capture the Wind Shadow all by yourself? Of course, I am more than capable. But I will need your assistance to guard the village entrance and prevent anyone else from fleeing. Deidara's expression twisted momentarily. After all, capturing the Wind Shadow was the organization's plan, but the complete destruction of Sunagakure was his own. Madman. Scorpion shook his head, too weary to argue. Like Deidara, Scorpion also had his own pleasures. His enjoyment lay in crafting puppets before taking lives, a contrast to Deidara's explosive passion. Chapter 124. Overwhelming Deidara, the two passengers soared through the sky on their clay owl for a while, soon catching sight of the silhouette of Sunagakure amidst the desert. Towering high into the clouds, two colossal stones stood sentinel at the village's entrance, with a winding path nestled between them marking the way in. As they approached the great stones, Scorpion leaped directly from the clay owl, landing on the ground with a thud that stirred up clouds of yellow sand. Meanwhile, Deidara soared over the stones, heading straight into Sunagakure. The villagers, taken aback by Deidara's sudden arrival, gasped in astonishment. From high above, witnessing the throngs of people below, Deidara was exhilarated. This is your grand gift, he proclaimed, as he unleashed a swarm of tiny clay spiders, seemingly intent on showering the entire village with chaos. The clay spiders descended rapidly, but just before they touched the ground, a fine veil of yellow sand swept across, encasing the village in a protective barrier with remarkable speed. When the clay spiders met this layer of sand, they erupted in a cacophony of explosions. As the smoke cleared, the yellow sand barrier remained unscathed, now adorned with a tall figure. It was Gaara, the fifth Kazekage. With arms crossed, he cast a dispassionate glance at Deidara. Are you not summoning Scorpion as well? Truly, you are worthy of the title Kazekage, Deidara acknowledged, as his clay owl charged toward Gaara. Sand armor, Gaara commanded, and without a gesture, the fine grains of sand flowed from the gourd at his side, forming a protective armor before him. Sand clone. As the clay owl collided with the sand armor, a sand clone materialized, swiftly clenching its fist. An endless wave of yellow sand enveloped the clay owl before it could explode. With a thunderous boom, the sound of the explosion resonated, yet all its force was absorbed by the sand armor. Deidara, his expression one of shock, muttered, "Is this the strength of the Kazekage?" The clay bombs, his pride and joy, were rendered ineffective, leaving him disheartened. Is this the might of the invader? If so, I am sorely disappointed. In the span of 3 years, Gaara had not only solidified his position as Kazekage, but had also experienced a rapid enhancement in his abilities. While the elite shinobi of Sunagakure may have struggled against Deidara, Gaara was different. He was not only the Kazekage, but also harbored a secret unknown to the world. Deidara began to mold clay, soon launching a C2 dragon into the sky, its maw unleashing a barrage of clay bombs aimed indiscriminately at various points in Sunagakure. In an instant, Deidara flickered behind Gaara, preparing to unleash his clay spiders. But before he could complete his action, he found himself ensnared by quicksand beneath his feet. At that moment, Gaara transformed into flowing sand. "What are you doing?" Gaara's indifferent voice echoed from behind. Realizing he had fallen into a jinjutsu, Deidara's expression shifted dramatically. He had confidently declared he would capture the Kazekage single-handedly. Yet now, after 2 attempts, he had failed to discern reality from illusion. Suddenly, a massive hand of sand coalesced, gripping Deidara's face and forcefully pressing it into the ground as it slid away. Gaara advanced, delivering a punch to Deidara's abdomen. "Rest assured, the deaths of all the Umbu will be avenged through you." With a resounding crash, Deidara's body was propelled along the ground. Dazed and disheveled, he thought to himself, this is not how it was supposed to go. Wasn't he the plan to obliterate Sunagakure and drag Gaara in for an account? "You possess such meager strength?" Gaara stood firmly upon the yellow sand, exuding an aura of dominance. "Impossible. Your power cannot exceed mine," Deidara exclaimed, hastily molding clay once more, even resorting to using his mouth to expedite the process. Gaara remained steadfast, not initiating an attack, merely standing his ground. "Shikaku, is this the foe you warned me about?" Shikaku, the sand spirit within Gaara, responded, "The instincts of a tailed beast are remarkably acute. I sense a grave danger. Do not let your guard down, Gaara." Understood. Few were aware that Gaara had perfectly merged with Shikaku, becoming the first Jinchuriki capable of flawlessly wielding the powers of a tailed beast. In comparison, the intruder Deidara appeared woefully inadequate. "Clay clone." Deidara expelled clay from his mouth, forming a humanoid figure that charged at Gaara, while he himself began to conjure an even larger clay bomb. Art is an explosion, that much is certain. This was Deidara's unwavering belief. If an explosion failed to eliminate an enemy, it merely indicated that the power was insufficient. Thus, increasing the power was the solution. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Sunagakure, Scorpion, who had been meditating, suddenly opened his eyes and turned to see Kankuro approaching. "Today, I shall put an end to the traitor of Sunagakure." Kankuro snorted, releasing his puppet, the crow, which launched forward, its blades raining down upon Scorpion with relentless fury. Chapter 125. The turn of events. The assault of Kanjuro was fierce, as the blade wielded by the puppet crow clashed against the Scorpion's body, producing a sound reminiscent of metal striking metal. Before the puppet crow could gain the upper hand, the Scorpion's massive form suddenly sprang into action. From its abdomen, a steel chain shot forth, striking the crow's head and sending it flying. Simultaneously, an array of blades erupted mercilessly from the Scorpion, piercing the crow and rendering it lifeless. "You have managed to use the crow to this extent. Quite impressive," remarked the Scorpion, as its head turned back and its wounds began to mysteriously vanish. "But this creation of mine is merely a practice piece. Imperfect entities have no reason to exist." As the Scorpion's words fell, the crow, riddled with blades, exploded into countless fragments. Understanding every aspect of his former creation, the Scorpion was acutely aware of the crow's weaknesses. "Even without my puppets, I shall defeat you." Kanjuro bravely drew his shuriken and charged toward the Scorpion, engaging it in close combat. Among the Chunin, Kanjuro's physical prowess was exceptional, rivaling that of Jonin. Upon closing in, Kanjuro spotted the switch on the Scorpion's back. The true Scorpion lay within, while the outer shell was merely a puppet. The puppeteer pays attention to detail. But what use is it? The Scorpion's blades effortlessly dismantled Kanjuro's every offensive move. Yet, Kanjuro continued to adapt his attack strategy. "Enough chatter. If I shatter your shell, I can deal with you." Kanjuro's motivation to confront the Scorpion was straightforward. First, the Red Sand Scorpion was a rogue ninja from the Sand Village. Second, he was a genius puppeteer, and to combat him, Kanjuro could only rely on his own skills as a puppeteer. "It seems your misunderstandings run deep." The Scorpion paused, then summoned a powerful surge of chakra. Kanjuro's expression shifted, prompting him to retreat hastily. Boom! An explosion echoed as the Scorpion's outer shell detonated violently. Kanjuro stepped back, keenly observing the Scorpion's every movement. From within the billowing smoke, the Scorpion's true form emerged, sending chills down Kanjuro's spine. "Weren't you supposed to shatter my shell to deal with me?" The Scorpion mocked, glancing at the patterns etched upon Kanjuro's face. "That mark suggests your grandmother taught you quite a bit. Allow me to show you what I can do." Taking a deep breath, Kanjuro prepared to deploy his second puppet, the Black Ant. Unlike the crow, The black ant was not an offensive puppet, yet circumstances forced his hand. Your vet lies in attempting to defeat me with my own creations, scoffed the scorpion. Let me demonstrate the disparity between us as puppeteers. Meanwhile, within the confines of the sand village, the battle between Gaara and Deidara was nearing its climax. The yellow sand that enveloped the village had been devastated, yet it remained resilient. Gaara floated in the air, his form partially transformed into that of the one-tailed Shikaku. Impossible. Deidara, battered and disheveled, could scarcely believe the reality before him. He had resorted to using C3 clay, yet no assault seemed capable of breaching Gaara's defenses. Simultaneously, the protective layer above the village remained unyielding. Deidara felt an unusual sense of despair. Despite exhausting half his clay, he found himself contemplating retreat. The supply of clay was dwindling, and Gaara gave him the distinct impression of holding back. Suddenly, as Deidara lingered in uncertainty, strands of yellow sand began to envelop him. C3 Garuda. In a moment of desperation, Deidara aimed to unleash his ultimate attack, only to realize the clay had lost its vitality. This was an ominous sign. Deidara's explosive artistry relied on specially crafted active clay, manipulated through the mouth in his palm to possess explosive power. However, the production of active clay was intricate and cumbersome. Typically, Deidara carried just the right amount, but now it had become inert. Upon closer inspection, he noticed fine grains of sand coating his clay. These grains had rendered his clay inactive. Thus, C3 Garuda could not be produced. Sand-binding coffin. Gaara clenched his fingers, causing the flowing sand to compress instantly, absorbing both the surrounding chakra and Deidara's energy. Descend into the earth and repent. With a swift hand sign, torrents of sand coalesced beneath Deidara, forming the shape of Shikaku. At this moment, enlightenment struck Deidara. Gaara had harnessed the abilities of the tailed beast. The intelligence he had received was flawed. The sand clone of Shikaku opened its maw wide, consuming Deidara whole. Moments later, Deidara found himself entombed beneath 2,000 meters of sand. However, as Gaara dealt with Deidara, his gaze drifted toward the village's outskirts. There, he witnessed the red sand scorpion dragging the barely conscious Kanjiro into view. Boom! Countless sand spikes erupted from the ground, resembling the fangs of a ferocious beast, aimed squarely at the scorpion. Yet, the scorpion remained unfazed as he casually placed Kanjiro in front of him. He still has a chance. Whether or not to save him depends on the Kazekage's will. Chapter 126. Sand Village seeks aid. Ultimately, the sand spikes did not strike at Scorpion. They remained poised and ready. To Scorpion's surprise, he sensed the absence of Deidara's presence. However, he felt little grief over the loss of a comrade. After all, his own body had been transformed into a puppet, rendering emotions a luxury he could no longer afford. Gaara gazed at the nearly lifeless Kankuro, his fists clenched tightly. It appeared that the Kazekage still valued camaraderie. Scorpion spoke. I am not like Deidara. My arrival here is solely for you, with no regard for the village. At that moment, Chiyo rushed from the village below, exclaiming, What are you doing? Scorpion's gaze remained as indifferent as water. Grandmother, it seems your puppet technique has not improved over the years. Why does Kankuro persist in using the toys I created? Scorpion, now that you have become a rogue ninja, you are an enemy of the entire sand village. You shall not take Kankuro away, Chiyo declared, waving her hand, causing a multitude of puppets to rise from all directions. Soon after, the elite shinobi of the sand village gathered behind Gaara. At a signal from the Kazekage, they would not hesitate to strike. Yet, Scorpion was not overly surprised by the approaching forces of nearly the entire sand village. I have been improving, advancing at a pace you cannot comprehend. Even if you all rush at me, you cannot take my life. However, should you choose to do so, Kankuro shall meet his demise alongside me. Kankuro was Scorpion's greatest trump card, for he was not only a member of the Sand Village, but also Gaara's brother. Gaara. Act. Kankuro slowly opened his eyes, weakly urging, Do not worry about me. Strike down this traitor. Gaara, did you hear? Are you going to act? Scorpion maintained a childlike grin, as if he alone could dominate the scene. I will go with you. Gaara's response astonished everyone. No, Gaara, do not concern yourself with me. Kankuro exclaimed, agitated. You can take me down with him. You absolutely cannot do this. But Gaara is the Kazekage, the leader of the Sand Village. Even if it means Kankuro's death, it is a price worth paying. Yet Gaara slowly stepped forward from the crowd, declaring, I am not merely the Kazekage. I am your brother. In the past, I acted foolishly and committed many wrongs. Now, With this opportunity, I must atone. How touching, Scorpion chuckled, beckoning with a finger. Suddenly, the fragments of crows and black ant behind him reassembled into an iron barrel through Chakra. Gaara approached Scorpion, slowly turning to address all in the Sand Village. You must immediately select the next candidate for Kazekage. Do not cling too tightly to me. As his words fell, Gaara willingly entered the iron barrel. Scorpion callously discarded Kankuro, as if he were refused. After retrieving Gaara, Scorpion made no further moves against the Sand Village. A plume of purple smoke enveloped them, and both the Scorpion and Gaara vanished from the Sand Village. Kankuro. Chiyo reached out with her prosthetic limb, catching him. Curse it. We must reclaim Lord Kazekage. The elite shinobi of the Sand Village rallied to pursue. Wait. Chiyo's voice rang out. You are no match for Scorpion. But Lord Kazekage. I know, Chiyo responded. Rising slowly. This cursed fate. I will bring the Kazekage back, even in death. At that moment, a path opened within the crowd, and Temari, with her iron blue face and the 3-star fan slung across her back, stepped forward. Just now, Gaara mentioned selecting the next Kazekage. By calculation, I am the only one qualified to temporarily govern the village. Temari's voice was cold as she continued. We do not need meaningless pursuits. Chiyo, you need not accompany us. Our task is to notify Konoha and seek their aid. But 3 years ago, we were misled by Orochimaru, indirectly causing Sarutobi's death. The current Fifth Hokage is also Sarutobi's disciple. Will they truly come to our aid? Chiyo expressed her concerns. How can we know without trying? This time, I will personally go to Konoha. Meanwhile, in Konoha Village, within the territory of Team 7, the familiar scene remained, albeit missing Uchiha Sasuke. Kakashi Hitaki, arms crossed, gazed at his 3 students. The 3 years of your training have also been 3 years of idleness for me. Fortunately, today, Team 7 has finally assembled. It was indeed a bittersweet reunion for the tumultuous Team 7. Uchiha Sasuke's defection had left the group fractured, while Naruto Uzumaki and Akatsuki's Tenkai had followed Jiraiya to train. And Sakura Haruno had been under Tsunade's tutelage. Kakashi, relegated to mere missions, had nearly forgotten his role as a teacher. Such hardship. Naruto laughed heartily. Kakashi-sensei. But why are we gathering today? Chapter 127. Saving a life is like putting out a fire. A class is a small group formed during the period of lower ninjas after graduating from the Ninja Academy. Following the Chunin exams, classes transform into teams, with teachers becoming captains. However, the 7th class is unique. Among its members, only 3 remain lower ninjas, Ayakawa Taiming, Uzumaki Naruto, and Uchiha Sasuke. From this moment onward, the 7th class has become a thing of the past. We are now Kakashi's team. Kakashi Hitaki spoke slowly. I am somewhat nostalgic. Therefore, I have gathered you today to recreate the feeling of our beginnings. As he spoke, he retrieved a bell from his pocket. The 3 exchanged knowing glances. Just as Ayakawa Taiming prepared to warm up, Kakashi's gaze shifted towards him. You need not compete, Ayakawa Taiming. Ayakawa Taiming was taken aback. Why not? Kakashi chuckled. Because I have something more important for you to do. 3 years ago, before their departure, Jiraiya had mentioned Ayakawa Taiming while drinking with Kakashi. This child is extraordinary, impossible to see through, he had said. Particularly after returning, when Jiraiya recounted Ayakawa's arduous training over the past 3 years. Consistently keeping Uzumaki Naruto at bay, Kakashi fell silent. When Ayakawa first joined the class, he had created 100 shadow clones. And Kakashi was not eager to face that again. All right, what task do you have for me? Ayakawa Taiming smiled, realizing that if Kakashi did not want him to participate, he would simply refrain. I need you to go to the streets of Konoha for me, Kakashi whispered, pulling Ayakawa aside. Upon hearing the request, Ayakawa was left dumbfounded. Are you serious? You want me to buy the latest issue of Intimate Paradise? But what can I do? I shall go, leaving the territory of the 7th class. Ayakawa Taiming's pace was not hurried. As he walked through the streets, his mind was preoccupied with the unfolding narrative. Normally, the beginning of Shippuden would revolve around the Kazekage rescue plan. It had been 3 years since he last saw Gaara. During his training in the Land of Waves, Ayakawa's mindset underwent a transformation. He learned to live well on the path to becoming the strongest. In those 3 years, he had done nothing else, even refusing some missions, to maintain his true self. The system was merely a tool to aid him in reaching the pinnacle of the ninja world. The choice lay in his hands. Throughout those 3 years, he practiced only the 10 styles of Aido. His bond with Karen deepened, as did his friendship with Naruto. along with the teachings he received from Jiraiya and the couple of Iato. Perhaps in the future, he might alter the course of the story. Akatsuki Tianming. Suddenly, a cool voice called from behind. Turning around, he saw Temari surrounded by sand ninjas. Temari? Originally, she intended to meet Tsunade, but upon encountering Ayakawa in the streets, she spoke up. Temari was among the few who recognized Ayakawa's strength. She had subdued Gaara's tailed beast transformation and guided him back to the right path. Even after Gaara became Kazekage, he often mentioned Ayakawa's name. What brings you to Konoha? Ayakawa feigned surprise, already suspecting the reason. With a troubled expression, Temari replied, "The Akatsuki Organization has initiated its plan to capture tailed beasts, and Gaara has been taken. We have come to seek Konoha's assistance." Ayakawa nodded. "Could you elaborate on the specifics?" "Of course, let us discuss it as we walk." Thus, Ayakawa resolutely turned away from the bookstore selling Intimate Paradise and accompanied Temari to the Hokage's office. Along the way, he learned the details of the situation. To his disbelief, Deidara had actually been defeated by Gaara. He never imagined that a casual suggestion from 3 years ago would become a reality. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade personally met with Temari. The Akatsuki, as Jiraiya has mentioned before, is notorious for its plan to capture tailed beasts. I did not expect their actions to come so swiftly. Tsunade calmly crossed her arms and commanded, "Shizune, summon Team 7 and Team 3. Shortly thereafter, everyone gathered. And Tsunade, what is the urgency? Naruto barged in, carefree as ever. Naruto, show respect to the Hokage. Kakashi reprimanded, giving him a light smack on the head. Oh, Kakashi, you're here too? Soon after, Team 3, led by Might Guy, arrived. Since everyone is present, I shall be brief. The long-rumored Akatsuki's plan to capture tailed beasts has commenced. The 5th Kazekage, Gaara, has already been captured by the Scorpion of the Red Sand. We have received a request for assistance from Tsunade. Although there have been misunderstandings between our villages in the past, Konoha will undoubtedly offer its support in this matter. And Tsunade, should we not consult the higher-ups first? Kakashi inquired. Saving lives is like putting out a fire. We cannot afford to wait for a high-level meeting. Chapter 128. Only after paying the tax can one depart. Tsunade, known for her decisive and vigorous approach, immediately outlined a series of plans. Kakashi Guy, the mission to retrieve Gaara will be executed collaboratively by your 2 teams in the Sand Village. It is imperative that we bring the Kazekage back, she declared. Yes, Hokage-sama. It was evident that Konoha was sincerely offering assistance, dispatching 2 elite teams without hesitation. As discussions regarding the operational strategy unfolded, a knock resonated at the door. Enter. Tsunade commanded. Hokage-sama, I request to join this operation, announced Nara Shikamaru as he stepped through the door. Shikamaru? A keen understanding washed over Akatsuki Tianming. Truly, he was the most emotionally intelligent man in Konoha, adept at maneuvering in front of his beloved. Nara Shikamaru. Tsunade shook her head. The mission plans are not easily altered, and Team 10 has its own assignments, correct? Shikamaru, please step outside with me, Temari urged, tugging at his sleeve. Thus, amidst the bewildered expressions of the others, the 2 ventured into the corridor. What were you thinking, suddenly barging in? Disrupting the Hokage's plans is quite reckless. Temari whispered reproachfully. What's the big deal? Shikamaru scratched his head and replied slowly, You will eventually enter the Nara household, and considering Gaara's predicament, how could I stand idly by? Shikamaru, Gaara's fate is uncertain. I have no time for your nonsense. I'm not being nonsensical. Unlike the original narrative, these 2 had developed a deeper rapport during the pursuit of Sasuke. Over the past 3 years, the exchanges between the Land of Earth and the Land of Fire had been amicable, and Gaara had actively sought to foster goodwill with Konoha. Consequently, Temari often represented her village during these interactions, with Shikamaru consistently serving as her host. Over time, their relationship had blossomed, albeit discreetly due to Temari's modesty. This matter does not require discussion. I have made up my mind. After entering a romantic relationship, Shikamaru's intelligence had, in some respects, diminished, though this was hardly unexpected. One cannot help but indulge a girlfriend. In the Hokage's office, Shikamaru reiterated his request to partake in the mission to rescue Gaara. Hokage-sama, once Team 10 completes our assigned tasks, I shall promptly proceed to the Sand Village. Tsunade pondered for a moment. We must confront Akatsuki, a formidable foe indeed. Adding a strategist to our ranks poses no issue, yet I am curious as to why you are so insistent on joining this mission. At present, you are a Ch Nin, and the tasks are plentiful. What compels you to seamlessly transition from Team 10's duties to this? Temari felt a sudden panic. Would Shikamaru inadvertently reveal their relationship? Shikamaru, momentarily caught off guard, maintained an expression of calm. Ultimately, he declared before everyone, because I am in a relationship with Temari. This matter concerning Gaara is also a concern for the Nara clan, hence I cannot remain uninvolved. The room erupted with surprise, yet it was not entirely unexpected. Shikamaru, when did you begin dating? Uzumaki Naruto was utterly taken aback. What on earth is happening? Isn't dating a normal occurrence? Yet, Naruto, being single, found it difficult to comprehend. Shikamaru's heartfelt plea struck a chord. I humbly request your approval, Hokage-sama. Very well, Tsunade replied. Your reasoning is unexpected, yet I find it satisfactory. A ninja must have something to protect. As you wish, upon completing Team 10's tasks, you may head to the Sand Village. Yes. After exiting the Hokage's office, the group dispersed. The departure for the Sand Village was scheduled for the following morning at 10. Upon returning to the Ayakawa residence, Hinata and Ino had prepared a delightful meal. Timing, you're back. Both girls exclaimed in unison. Yes. Ayakawa Timing gazed at the delectable spread before him, feeling almost surreal, especially at the sight of the radiant smiles adorning their faces. Timing, why aren't you eating? Is the food not to your liking? Hinata inquired, noticing his distraction. Not at all, Timing smiled. It's just that I must depart for the Sand Village tomorrow on a mission. He briefly recounted Gaara's capture. Should we accompany you? Ino asked directly. Timing nearly spat out his food. Ino, this is no ordinary mission. It's a joint operation between Team 7 and Team 3. He could hardly envision the chaos that would ensue if he brought the two along. Ino, this mission is serious. Let us not burden Timing further, Hinata gently suggested. Besides, Team 8 will also be dispatched in a couple of days. All right, Ino nodded, then unexpectedly proposed. In that case, Hinata should stay over tonight. This mission could last several days, so let us settle the provisions. Ino licked her finger suggestively. Timing halted mid-bite, realizing the significance of the meal. How fitting that today's dishes were meant to replenish energy and vitality. Chapter 129, A Blessing in Disguise. Early the next morning, at the entrance of Konohagakure, the members of Team 7 and Team 3 assembled. Given their familiarity with one another, there was little need for acclimatization. Kakashi felt a sense of nostalgia, as he was finally able to fight alongside his comrades once more. Might Guy expressed his sentiments, reminiscing about the last time Team 3 had come to the aid of Team 7. Now, they were embarking on a mission together. Kakashi coughed lightly and clarified. That was a mere coincidence. Let us gauge our growth over the past 3 years in battle. Rock Lee, having transformed significantly over the years, exuded newfound confidence. Very well. Tianming Qingchuan nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Niji Hyuga occasionally cast glances toward Tianming, his concern evident. After all, his sister had become quite smitten. Who else would he be watching? Tianming felt a twinge of apprehension as he returned Niji's gaze. Was the elder brother-in-law truly this perceptive? Although Hinata and Niji were not biological siblings, their bond was remarkably harmonious. Tianming could only muster an awkward yet polite smile in response. With everyone present, there was no need for further discussion. The mission to rescue the Kazekage was of great gravity, necessitating detailed negotiations with Sunagakure. Thus, they set off without delay, traveling on horseback toward the Land of Wind. They faced a considerable distance, requiring them to traverse nearly half the landscape to reach Sunagakure, which lay at the heart of the desert. The long journey would render them weary. Even with their swift mounts, they would arrive at the village long after the sun had set. Upon reaching the desert outpost, their steeds could advance no further, necessitating a switch to camels for the remainder of their journey. Amidst the golden sands, the oppressive heat and biting winds made their passage arduous. As they ascended a dune, Temari, leading the way, suddenly halted, her expression grave as she sensed a shift in the wind. This is bad. A desert tornado approaches, and we are in trouble. A desert tornado? What is that? Naruto Uzumaki inquired, bewildered. It is a natural disaster in the desert, varying in size and intensity. If it is small, we need not worry, but if it is large, we must rely on our wits. Naruto, somewhat enlightened, scanned the horizon and spotted a colossal tornado resembling a pillar of the heavens. Is that it? Is there any way to evade it? Kakashi asked, concern etched on his face as he observed the looming tempest. Konoha had never faced such a phenomenon, and they were ill-prepared for it. This tornado is rare. We cannot simply circumvent it, Temari stated calmly. Theoretically, wind release ninjutsu could counteract it. But at this magnitude, using ninjutsu to combat natural forces? It is theoretically feasible, Kakashi mused. However, expending all chakra to counter a tornado would be unwise. As the tornado drew nearer, the winds intensified, and their camels were swept away. Do not resist. Let us use the wind to our advantage. The people of Sunagakure were accustomed to tornadoes and did not succumb to despair. Under Temari's guidance, they channeled their chakra, gathering wind-released chakra beneath their feet, allowing them to leap into the air. Rather than fighting against it, they utilized the tornado's force. The group was hurled high into the sky, though their positioning became uncertain. Within the eye of the storm, a powerful gust separated Team 7 from Team 3, leaving them helpless as they were carried away by the winds. After what felt like an eternity of flight, Tianming Qingchuan finally spotted a village emerging from the desert below. Without a doubt, it was Sunagakure. Had they truly found fortune in misfortune? Suspended in midair, he felt a mix of resignation and admiration for Temari's audacious maneuver of harnessing the tornado's winds for their journey. Though this method was indeed the most efficient, the accuracy was undeniably lacking. Is it you? Just as Tianming prepared to descend, a voice resonated within his mind. Shikaku? Tianming was taken aback. Wait, isn't Gaara captured? Where is this voice coming from? It is I. From the sands below, a mound began to take shape, sculpted by the relentless winds into the form of Shikaku, albeit in a diminutive state. Boom. Tianming plummeted to the ground, creating a substantial crater upon impact. Shikaku, how did you come to be here? The creature before him bore little resemblance to a tailed beast, its size comparable to Tianming himself. There is much to explain. Shikaku replied, seemingly recognizing a trusted ally. You spoke the truth 3 years ago. Although I have not separated from Gaara, I have grown alongside him. Yet I could not escape the fate of being captured. Chapter 130. Negotiation 3 years prior. Qingchuan Tianming decisively defeated Gaara, who had transformed into the beast, leaving Shikaku with a poignant remark. Without Gaara, Shikaku would not only be devoid of freedom, but perhaps even life itself would be in jeopardy. In the end, Shikaku chose to trust Qingchuan Tianming's intentions and endeavored to deepen the bond with Gaara. Over the past 3 years, their relationship flourished, with Shikaku revealing more of his tailed beast powers to empower Gaara. In response, Gaara exhibited commendable resilience, integrating Shikaku's essence into his identity. For instance, the masks of the sand village's Umbu underwent transformation to resemble raccoon dogs, and various artifacts reminiscent of Shikaku began circulating throughout Sunagakure. This harmonious coexistence allowed Shikaku to be revered. However, this once thriving dynamic was ultimately disrupted. Listening to Shikaku's account, Qingchuan Tianming furrowed his brow and inquired, "If Gaara has been captured, what brings you here?" Shikaku replied, "He willingly allowed himself to be taken in place of Kankuro, separating a portion of my power beforehand as a mark. He assured me that even if he were captured, there would be someone to rescue him, without fail." Such sentiments were unfathomable to a tailed beast, yet upon seeing you, I seemed to grasp a fragment of understanding. Qingchuan Tianming felt a mix of emotions. "So you were here waiting for me?" "That whirlwind. It was I," Shikaku confessed, after the seal was lifted. "The only humans I interacted with were Gaara and you. And to rescue Gaara, I only trust you." Thus, Qingchuan Tianming realized the situation. "Why did the sudden tempest bring me here?" He continued, "I will reside within your grasp, communicating through consciousness. There remains a fragment of power within Gaara. As long as I am nearby, I can sense his location." Understood. This effectively installs a tracking radar. After waiting briefly at the entrance of Sunagakure, figures began to re-emerge from the distant desert. Qingchuan Tianming. The members of Team 7, along with Temari, expressed surprise upon seeing him. The whirlwind not only separated the two teams, but also brought Qingchuan Tianming here alone. "Hello, everyone," Qingchuan Tianming chuckled. The landing spot of the whirlwind was inherently unpredictable, so arriving here was indeed fortunate. Temari glanced at Kakashi Hatake and proposed, "Shall we enter the village? Then the sand village can deploy Umbu to search for Team 3? "No need," Kakashi shook his head. "Before we departed, I discussed with Guy that if unforeseen circumstances caused separation during the mission, we would initiate an alternative plan to bypass Sunagakure and independently search for Gaara." Temari sighed in relief. "Since Konoha has a contingency, we needn't worry." This contingency was indeed astute. The Akatsuki, having abducted Gaara, would likely head towards the border of the Wind Country, significantly narrowing the search area. Soon, they arrived at the Sunagakure Hospital. Inside the ward, Kankuro lay injured on the bed, his face etched with frustration. Why must Gaara take my place? He could have. Gaara is your brother. He has his reasons for this decision. Besides, worrying serves no purpose, Chiyo reassured him. Temari has already sought assistance from Konoha by now. They should be returning. We just don't know who she found. As her words faded, the door to the ward swung open, revealing a weary group. Chiyo's eyes widened in shock. Konoha's white fang. You dare to return. Suddenly, Chiyo seized a fruit knife and lunged at Kakashi. Kakashi was taken aback and hurriedly defended himself. Old lady, you must have misunderstood. What misunderstanding? Konoha's white fang. Even if you turn to ash, I will recognize you. Konoha surely harbors ill intentions. Chiyo appeared unwilling to listen to any explanations. Kakashi, left with no choice, dodged her attacks and insisted, please look closely. I am not Konoha's white fang. Grandma. He truly is not that person. Temari interjected. Chiyo scrutinized Kakashi's appearance once more and suddenly understood. It can't be. You are certainly not Konoha's white fang. Chiyo lowered her hand. Who was Konoha's white fang to you? He was my father, but he has since passed, Kakashi replied calmly. My dear elder sister, how could you be so rude? An old man emerged from the side. Konoha's white fang has been gone for many years. Why not let go of the grievances of the previous generation? Chiyo, with a stern expression, pondered for a moment before sighing. I apologize for my rudeness. No harm done. Kakashi was not one to hold grudges. You must bring Gaara back, please. Kankuro still felt immense guilt. There is no time to waste. Let us first hear Sunagakure's plan. Chapter 131. A calculated scheme as plans were being devised by the Sand Village. Might Guy's third team found themselves unexpectedly blown to the far side of the desert. The vast expanse of sand stretched endlessly, presenting a uniform yellow hue from any vantage point. Teacher Akai, are you certain you know the way? Tintin complained somewhat. Might Guy, who was scouting ahead, paused momentarily and confessed, I must admit, I have no idea where to go. However, hesitating is not the mark of a true man. He pointed decisively in a direction. Let us follow our hearts. What does that have to do with being a man? Tintin groaned, feeling exasperated. Akai was always like this, unfazed by any situation, maintaining a cheerful demeanor, yet this approach seemed futile. Might Guy scratched his head and offered a silly grin. Well, let me give it a try. Nearby, Hinata Niji was perplexed by this passionate man, realizing he was indeed a formidable warrior of the Leaf Village. Beyond fighting, he seemed to possess little else. Niji, can you manage it? Tintin asked with a hint of hope. Tintin, if Niji cannot figure it out, we will have to rely on instinct. Lee Rock chuckled nervously. In an instant, Niji activated his Byakugan, the chakra flow becoming remarkably clear under its gaze, a testament to his training. As a skilled member of the Hyuga clan, he could not only discern the chakra flow of enemy jutsu, but also perceive the natural chakra present in the environment. This ability, often reserved for higher-ranking shinobi, had already been mastered by Niji. Within his sight, the predominant element in the desert was wind-based chakra, as this was the land of wind, and the desert was devoid of any other chakra-nurturing elements. After observing for a while, Niji detected some different chakra signatures. Earth chakra, fire chakra. Although faint, they were undeniably present. Niji, have you made any discoveries? Lee Rock inquired, noting Niji's serious expression. Teacher Akai, my method involves sensing chakra. But this will not lead us to the Sand Village. It will only help us escape the desert. That's already a significant advancement, Might Guy chuckled. It seems my plan with Kakashi has proven useful. What plan? Due to unforeseen circumstances, the two teams separated, thus we must act independently. Might Guy appeared unexpectedly astute. Regardless of the Akatsuki's intentions in abducting the Kazekage, their movements cannot possibly remain within the desert. Following Niji's sensing, escaping the desert might indeed be a viable strategy. Consequently, the third team ceased their worries about how to reach the Sand Village and allowed Niji to guide them away from the desert. At the border of the Land of Wind, in an inconspicuous forest not far from the desert, the Scorpion finally arrived at his temporary destination. Before him stood a nondescript cliff, which happened to serve as the Akatsuki's makeshift stronghold. Dragging a metal container containing Gaara, Scorpion approached the cliff and pressed his palm against the rock face. Instantly, the surface rippled as if submerged in water. Stepping forward, His form was engulfed by the cliff. Inside lay a vast natural cavern, adorned with towering stone pillars. "You arrived later than anticipated," a voice called out, and a shadowy figure appeared on a stone platform ahead, masked in a swirling pattern, revealing only its crimson eyes. "There were some complications, but it's not a significant issue," Scorpion replied, placing the metal container down, which then disassembled to release Gaara. "Did Deidara not accompany you back?" the masked figure inquired. "He encountered difficulties and was eliminated in the sand village," Scorpion stated emotionlessly. "Is that so? That guy was truly that incompetent." Another shadow emerged from atop a stone pillar, laughing exaggeratedly. It was Haiden. As Haiden appeared, other Akatsuki members manifested in a similar fashion. "Regardless, let us prepare to extract the one tail first," the masked figure commanded. Deidara's demise elicited no sorrow among the gathered members. The Akatsuki represented various human aspirations, yet compassion was entirely absent. With a wave of his sleeve, the masked figure caused Gaara's body to levitate. Just as they were about to act, the masked figure expressed confusion, murmuring, "Wait, this ratio is incorrect. The one tail within the Kazekage is incomplete." His declaration sent shockwaves through the room. "Huh, Scorpion, you and Deidara went to the sand village to capture the one tail, only to return with a broken vessel? What a futile endeavor." Haiden laughed again. "Silence." Scorpion shot Haiden a fierce glare, seething. "If your true self were here, I would undoubtedly dismantle you. Enough bickering." Ultimately, the masked figure reasserted control, casting a meaningful glance at Gaara. "Did you intentionally divide the one tail to secure a slim chance of survival for yourself? Very well, I shall grant your wish." The masked figure seemed to reach a new resolution. "Kisame, your true self is closest to the land of wind. You shall embark on this journey. There is a possibility you might encounter the Nine Tails as well." Chapter 132. Transformation of the mission. The Akatsuki Organization boldly proclaimed that in pursuit of their ideals, they aimed to capture the tailed beasts to restore order. This audacious act would not garner the approval of the 5 great nations, including all the hidden villages. Thus, their stronghold could only be situated at the borders between nations. Is it possible to reach out to neighboring countries for assistance? Unfortunately, this is not ideal, as the members of the Akatsuki possess formidable strength. And a lone ninja would merely serve to provide experience. If a large-scale army were to intervene, it would undoubtedly attract attention. For the enemy remains hidden while we are exposed. Within the office of the Wind Shadow, the higher-ups of Sunagakure engaged in fervent debate. "Perhaps we should heed Gaara's suggestion and elect a new Wind Shadow," abruptly declared an astute elder. "Pega, what nonsense are you spouting? Our leader was captured while protecting the village, and you dare speak so flippantly?" Chio retorted coldly. "Pega, do not cast yourself as the virtuous one. My intentions are for the good of the village as well. The responsibility of a leader is to sacrifice for their home. And we shall not forget Gaara's commitment to our village." Pega stood his ground unwaveringly. Though the other high-ranking officials remained silent, a tacit understanding passed among them. Many supported Pega's stance against the Akatsuki, yet they dared not confront them directly. Furthermore, the attack on Sunagakure stemmed entirely from Gaara's status as the one-tailed Jinchuriki. The Jinchuriki serves as a weapon for the village, yet also draws unwanted attention. Perhaps by removing the Jinchuriki, the Akatsuki would lose interest in Sunagakure altogether. At this moment, an incongruous voice interrupted. "Well, I realize my comments may be out of place, but are the higher-ups of Sunagakure truly this inept?" The assembly turned to see Akatsuki Tianming in the corner. "I am not from Sunagakure, so I believe I am not overstepping any boundaries. Chio, do you see this? Is this the so-called reinforcement from Konohagakure?" Pega retorted mockingly. "A mere child without a full set of hair, bravery alone is insufficient." Pega shook his head dismissively. "Oh, it seems you have misjudged the situation. It is I who am addressing you," Akatsuki Tianming replied with a wry smile. "Your leader did not consider the consequences while protecting the village. You dare teach me?" Pega's face flushed with anger. Gaara is an ill-omened presence. His existence has brought considerable calamity to the village. Is it the leader's responsibility to place the village in danger? Do you need a lesson from a child? Huh. Akatsuki Tianming glanced at the higher-ups of Sunagakure. It appears Gaara's desperate attempts at rescue have yielded nothing but solitude. In that case, he turned to Kakashi Hatake. "I request to terminate the mission to aid Sunagakure and instead focus on rescuing the Wind Shadow. It's simple. If you do not assist, I shall do it myself." Kakashi scratched his head, We initially sought to avoid complications, yet you are now part of Team Kakashi. Since you have made a request, how can I, as your captain, remain indifferent? Team 7. The mission has changed. We shall now focus on rescuing the Wind Shadow. Yes, Kakashi, a man of his word, promptly led his team from the Wind Shadow's office. To be frank, such a support mission is often thankless. As the supporting role, it is inconvenient to directly intervene in plans. Now, with internal conflicts within Sunagakure, it has become even more complex for the reinforcements from Konohagakure. Akawa Timing's intervention was indeed a masterstroke. Wait a moment. Just as Team 7 exited Sunagakure, Temari hastily pursued them, breathless. I apologize for the commotion. Currently, the village is leaderless, so the higher-ups are deliberating, and Pega holds significant power. However, Chio will take action. Wherever there are people, there will be conflict. Sunagakure is no exception. This matter is beyond your jurisdiction, but fear not, as Team 7's mission is to rescue the Wind Shadow. Kakashi acknowledged the intricate ties behind the hidden villages. But I have another request, Temari said with a pained expression. Kankuro was poisoned during his battle with Sasori, and given Sunagakure's medical resources, he cannot be treated here. I would like Sakura to stay behind as a replacement. I will accompany you. Such a request was not merely a trivial ask. It was indeed rather burdensome. With the Wind Shadow to rescue and no support from Sunagakure, the additional demand to leave Sakura was a considerable challenge, even for Kakashi. I am willing to stay and provide treatment, Sakura interjected. Through my training with my master, I have become a proficient medical ninja. If Kankuro is in need, I shall remain. Thank you, Sakura. A heavy weight was lifted from Temari's heart. As the eldest of the three siblings, both the Wind Shadow Gaara and the puppeteer Kankuro were her brothers. The capture of Gaara and Kankuro's grievous injury were burdens too great to bear. Chapter 133. Team 3 vs. Kisame Hashigaki. As Sakura Haruno prepared to return to Sunagakure, Temari temporarily joined the team just before their departure. At the village entrance, two advisors appeared, Elder Chio and Ibiz. Ibiz spoke. We apologize for showing you the less favorable side of our village. Our mission is to rescue Gaara. Even if Sunagakure does not participate, we will carry out our task. Although Kakashi Hatake felt displeased, he replied coldly. That's not the point, Elder Chio interjected. There are differing opinions among the higher-ups regarding Gaara's rescue. But that does not concern us old folks. We merely serve as superficial advisors without any real power. Besides, I have watched Gaara grow up, and the Akatsuki Sasori is my wayward grandson. Chio continued, I will support you after developing the antidote. You will support us? Kakashi found it hard to believe, as it was quite ironic that only Elder Chio was willing to step forward from such a large village. Do you look down on me, young man? Chio rolled up her sleeves. No, that's not what I meant. Kakashi stammered. Regardless, thank you for offering your assistance. But, Chio turned to Temari, saying, Temari, you should stay. Pakken might try to seize power amidst the chaos, and you need to keep him in check. As for bringing back Gaara, let me handle that. Grandmother, that is not acceptable. Temari shook her head. Stop arguing. Do you think I can't manage on my own? Chio insisted. Trust me, sister. She is renowned as a puppeteer across the 5 great nations, Ibiz added in support. Very well. Thus, the formation was altered once more. Temari would be responsible for keeping the treacherous higher-ups of Sunagakure in check, while Sakura focused on developing an antidote for Sasori's poison. Once the antidote was ready, she would assist Kakashi along with Chio. Let us move out. Despite the dire circumstances, action was the only option. Akiyama Hikaru remained observant, yet silent. Meanwhile, on the other side of the desert, Might Guy's team had traversed part of the sandy expanse and arrived at a desolate gravel plain. The area was barren, with only a brown earth and surrounding hills. We can see land. If we continue, we should be able to leave, Niji Hyuga observed, noting the direction was promising. However, at that moment, Might Guy's attention shifted. Seeing his serious demeanor, the 3 young ninjas prepared themselves. Suddenly, an overwhelming presence surged toward them. A hot wind blew as a shadow materialized before them. Clad in a red cloud cloak, Kisame Hashigaki appeared, his body wrapped in bandages. You little ants arrived rather quickly, he remarked, looking down at Guy's team. After being contacted by the masked man at their temporary headquarters, he had rushed over. However, only a shadow clone with 30% of his chakra was dispatched to confront them to ensure the success of the tailed beast extraction ritual. Since I've encountered you, I shall exact my revenge, Kisame coldly declared, fixing his gaze on Might Guy. Ah, do you know him, sensei? Rock Lee asked, utterly bewildered. Even Niji and Tenten were surprised. What stories does Sensei have? Might Guy met Kisame's eyes, his expression serious. After a long pause, he finally said, I may have an inkling, but no clear memories. It was understandable. Guy was a passionate individual, often preoccupied with training the three young ninjas or enjoying drinks with Kakashi. Even during missions, they typically faced enemies who were easily overwhelmed. The Konoha Blue Beast only remembered those he deemed powerful, and clearly, Kisame was not among them. Kisame's expression darkened further at the mockery. Konoha ninjas are as insufferable as ever, he scoffed. Very well, once I kill you, you will remember me. With that, Kisame began to form hand seals. As the seals changed, chakra gathered in his throat and erupted forth. Water style, giant wave impact. A torrent of water surged from Kisame, rapidly expanding in the wind and crashing down, engulfing the entire gravel plain. He rode the wave, charging toward them. Team 3 prepared for battle. Move. Might Guy commanded, and the four quickly scattered to evade the deluge. Kisame's target was clear: eliminate the strongest, Might Guy. Using the water he expelled, Kisame swiftly maneuvered behind Guy, drawing his sword to strike. Boom. Rock Lee surged through the water, delivering a leaf hurricane kick to Kisame's wrist. Simultaneously, Niji's palms distorted the air, 8 trigrams, air palm. As Niji struck, the air palm slammed into Kisame, sending him flying. Meanwhile, Tenten unleashed a flurry of shuriken, which ominously halted before Kisame. The explosive tags attached began their second wave of assault. Chapter 134. The 8 gates of Duinjia unleashed. The air resonated with the sound of explosions as Kisame Hoshigaki endured the relentless onslaught from Team 3. Over the span of 3 years, the young warriors had made significant strides in their abilities. Seizing the moment, Might Guy grasped the Samahata, only to be met with a sudden, sharp pain as the sword's handle sprouted barbs, piercing his palm. In an instant, it slipped from his grasp and returned to Kisame like a shark re-entering the sea. Quite intriguing, Kisame remarked, wielding the Samahata with admiration. Without some level of strength, this would be rather dull. Might Guy furrowed his brow, realizing the true nature of the blade and its water-based techniques. So that's what you are. Oh, have you figured it out, Might Guy? Kisame replied with a hint of excitement. I feel as though I have encountered you before. One must admit, Guy's taunting skills were exceptional. Kisame was baffled by how someone could utter such cutting words. Ninjutsu, shark binding technique. The Samahata plunged into the water, stirring it violently. The water beneath Kisame twisted and warped, transforming into massive sharks that lunged forward with gaping jaws. With a powerful stomp, Might Guy propelled himself out of the water, retrieving his nunchaku from his pack. I will fight. The nunchaku danced with ferocity, shattering the approaching sharks. The clash of titans ensued as Kisame and Guy engaged in a fierce battle, a contest of physical prowess and strength. The Samahata swung with overwhelming force, while Guy countered with agility and finesse. The water beneath them contorted under the sheer force of their struggle. Kisame, taking advantage of the chaos, ascended into the air, casting a glance at the 3 young warriors battling the sharks. With swift hand seals, Kisame transformed the sharks into water clones. Water prison technique. As the hand seals concluded, the water clones ensnared the 3 young warriors, binding them effectively. Below, the Samahata morphed into a larger form, knocking Might Guy back. Seems like having students has made you more cautious than before, Kisame taunted. Guy turned to see his disciples trapped in the water prison, a wave of alarm washing over him. The water prison technique was notorious for its ability to suffocate its victims by sealing off their chakra. Come now, show me your true abilities. Perhaps you could save them. Kisame beckoned with a flick of his finger. Recalling his first encounter with Itachi Uchiha in Konoha, Kisame remembered how he had been decisively struck by Might Guy, a blow that lingered in his memory for 3 years. Now tasked with intercepting the reinforcements for the one-tailed Jinchuriki, he was thrilled to face Guy again. He had anticipated a grand confrontation, but was disappointed to find that this watermelon-headed warrior had seemingly forgotten him and was holding back due to the presence of his 3 charges. Indeed, the young warriors had become a burden to Kisame, a hindrance in his pursuit of excitement. Realizing the predicament of his disciples, Might Guy steeled himself and holstered his nunchaku. Oh, are you switching weapons? Kisame asked, intrigued. Indeed, Guy declared, his expression shifting. A fervent energy surged within him, causing ripples to spread across the water's surface. Now this is becoming interesting, Kisame exclaimed, closing the distance as the Samahata swept down heavily upon Guy. As Guy submerged, Kisame formed another series of seals, pressing his hand against the water and Appo's surface. Water release, 5 sharks technique. From his fingertips, a torrent of chakra erupted, morphing into sharks that surged toward Guy beneath the waves. Underwater, Guy felt the powerful current of chakra sharks approaching. Suddenly, a thunderous sound resonated from his body. 8 gates of Duinjia technique. The opening of the view gate. With a booming shout, the chakra within him surged forth at an unprecedented rate, unleashing a formidable force that radiated upward, distinct from mere chakra. In an instant, it crushed the encroaching chakra sharks. As the view gate opened, the chakra and power coalesced into layers of green flames, not flames of fire, but a manifestation of the 8 gates of Duinjia. This shall be my move, Guy proclaimed, crouching low before leaping and distorting all resistance. Above the surface, Kisame gazed in horror at the radiant green light emanating from below. He sensed the impending danger but found himself unable to evade it. In the next moment, Might Guy burst forth from the water, delivering a powerful kick to Kisame's chin. To the peacock. Chapter 135. The newcomer of Akatsuki Kisame Hoshigaki felt an overwhelming force propel him into the air, and he found himself soaring upward. At that moment, Might Guy, engulfed in a green flame, leveled with him. With a single punch, Guy unleashed an onslaught, and the fiery shadows of his fists, resembling falling meteors, struck Kisame with tremendous impact. As Might Guy delivered his blow, his arm and the fist shadows multiplied into countless forms. The entire sky was painted a vivid crimson, and in a state of utter focus, Might Guy was driven by one singular word: relentless. His initial strike, a powerful punch aimed at the peacock, was merely the beginning. With a glance, the multitude of leg shadows surged forth like rockets, crashing into Kisame. Completely unable to retaliate, Kisame plummeted as the explosive force of the peacock unleashed its fury within him. The searing heat and overwhelming strength dismantled his very being. With a splash, Kisame fell into the water, akin to a small fish landing in boiling oil, evaporating the surrounding water instantly. Simultaneously, the water prison that had ensnared the 3 small but formidable ninjas crumbled without resistance. "Teacher Guy?" Lee exclaimed, rushing to steady the somewhat unsteady Might Guy. "I'm fine." Guy reassured his disciple, gesturing for him not to worry. He had merely exhausted himself from releasing the peacock. Enemy. Niji Hyuga, using his Byakugan, spotted Kisame's charred body below. A deep crater marked the spot where he lay. "That was merely a clone," Might Guy explained. "What?" Niji could hardly believe that someone so powerful was merely a shadow. Only through their struggle did he grasp Kisame's formidable strength. This technique is called the body replacement technique, which allows one to create a clone using their chakra and willpower. Guy elaborated. However, this technique is classified as forbidden. I never expected him to possess it, but it's of no consequence now. With Guy's intervention, all was well. "Teacher Guy, are you sure you're okay?" Niji inquired, concern evident in his voice. "Niji, are you actually worried about me?" Guy laughed heartily. "It's just a minor issue. A man in his prime fears nothing." Initially, Niji viewed Guy as a mere jester, a fervent individual obsessed with youth and vitality, leading to a slight estrangement. He did not wholly endorse Guy's teachings, believing that relentless training in martial arts would not yield significant results. Yet, after witnessing Lee's transformation during the Chunin exams and the recent display of Might Guy's prowess, he finally understood the depth of his teacher's strength. Meanwhile, within the Akatsuki's temporary stronghold, Kisame, who had been seated upon a stone pillar, suddenly coughed up blood and plummeted to the ground. This unexpected turn of events disrupted the extraction ritual of the tailed beast. "What happened?" The masked man atop the platform inquired, displeased. "He was defeated," Kisame gasped. "The clone was eliminated." "Oh, it seems we have encountered a formidable adversary," Haydn remarked with excitement. "Shall I take the opportunity to confront him?" "Not advisable." The masked man shook his head. "The capture plan for the tailed beasts is meticulously designed, and we cannot afford any slip-ups. We have already wasted enough time on the one tail." After speaking, the masked man leaped down from the platform to stand before Gaara, chanting peculiar incantations. He manipulated hand seals as the soul of the one tail was slowly extracted from Gaara's body. Despite the ferocious resistance of the one tail's spirit, it was rendered powerless against the masked man's will. There was initially a need for more time to complete the extraction, but the masked man, lamenting the forced removal of the one-tailed soul, said, "Enough, we cannot waste any more time. Sasori, you will clean up the aftermath." "Not a problem," Sasori replied coldly. "Rest assured, I will send assistance," the masked man assured. "No need," Sasori rejected firmly. "The mission to retrieve the Jinchuriki has been accomplished. I can afford to take risks." "It's not a matter of distrust. It's simply that newcomers also deserve opportunities to prove themselves," the masked man stated calmly. "Come forth, Kimimaro." As his words faded, a hunched figure stepped into view. The other members of the organization were taken aback. They had never heard of a newcomer, and many hadn't even noticed his presence. As their gazes met, Kimimaro licked his lips, hissing, "Greetings, everyone. How do you fare?" "You are Orochimaru," Haiden exclaimed, instantly recognizing the sinister and chilling aura. "Indeed. Names are of little consequence," Orochimaru replied nonchalantly. Despite being unmasked, his presence left the others momentarily stunned. Orochimaru, once a traitor to Akatsuki, had returned in a new body. Although puzzled, none dared to voice their questions. Chapter 136. The outbreak of war. The reemergence of Orochimaru inevitably sparked speculation among others. Yet, the masked man remained silent, and the others were disinclined to question further. Scorpion cast a fleeting glance at Orochimaru's new form, a glimmer of brilliance flickering in his eyes, regardless of whom he encountered. Intervention was unnecessary. With that, Scorpion vanished from the temporary base. Orochimaru, likewise, turned away without uttering a word. Upon exiting the makeshift stronghold, he gazed toward the nearby desert, his eyes brimming with anticipation. What surprises might Ayakawa Timing provide? Orochimaru chuckled coldly. A sudden bout of intense coughing seized him, blood spewing forth. The body of Kimimaro had finally reached its limits, and Orochimaru wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. 3 years prior, Kabuto had brought the battered Uchiha Sasuke back to the snake lair, awaiting the arrival of the perfect Sasuke. Thus, Orochimaru had to temporarily settle for fulfilling Kimimaro and Appo's long-held desire to inhabit his body. In the fleeting passage of 3 years, Sasuke had grown increasingly perfect, while Kimimaro's body gradually revealed its unsuitability. Orochimaru had planned to replace Sasuke and was prepared to act. But the Akatsuki Organization initiated a shocking plan to capture the tailed beasts. News of the capture of the one-tailed Jinchuriki and the swift reinforcement from Konoha spread like wildfire. Once again, Orochimaru encountered a name, Ayakawa Timing. This was the flawless vessel he had identified during his assault on Konoha, particularly after having engaged in combat and left a curse mark. Orochimaru realized that his previous vessels were nothing more than worthless trash. Ayakawa Timing was undeniably perfect, perhaps even surpassing Sasuke. In that moment, Orochimaru's resolve wavered. There was no doubt that Sasuke's body would allow him to utilize its powers for an extended period, and he would finally have the opportunity to study the coveted secrets of the Sharingan. Yet, he felt an inexplicable void. There existed a disparity between Uchiha Sasuke and Ayakawa Timing. However, even the slightest difference would be magnified through the lens of Orochimaru's relative perfection. Soon, the temporary base of the Akatsuki was abandoned, leaving behind only Gaara's lifeless body. Scorpion and Orochimaru had never been on amicable terms, and neither needed to report their actions in advance. Inside the Akatsuki's temporary stronghold, Scorpion set up a formation and looked down at the motionless Gaara. His eyes filled with desolation. Would Grandma come? Meanwhile, in the final desert region of the Wind Country, Team 7 and Team 3 finally converged. At the same time, Haruno, Sakura, and Chiyo joined the fray. "That is the border. I have a strong premonition," Chiyo declared, pointing towards a cluster of mountains. The group promptly set off, with Gaara leading the way. As they rushed forward, the voice of Shikaku echoed in Ayakawa Timing's mind. "This is dire." "What is it?" Ayakawa Timing inquired. "Half of my soul has already been extracted. Gaara's physical body is dead," Shikaku replied, his tone laced with despair. Upon hearing this, Ayakawa Timing remained silent. In the original story, Gaara also met his demise. Gaara had been brought back at the cost of Chiyo's life. Yet, given the current circumstances, Ayakawa Timing could not hastily draw conclusions. Shortly thereafter, the group located the Akatsuki's temporary base. The cliff bordering a shallow pond served as their stronghold. As they approached, Naruto Uzumaki stepped forward without hesitation. "Is it in there?" "Kid, come back," Chiyo admonished. "This place has been set with a formation." "A formation? Really?" Naruto responded, bewildered. "Indeed. and one that is quite familiar, Chiyo remarked, taking a deep breath. It seems my grandson has been waiting for some time. As she spoke, Chiyo approached the cliff and placed her hand against it. The cliff began to ripple like water. Everyone, this formation not only serves as a defensive barrier, but also envelopes an illusion. That child's abilities are exceedingly advanced. I can only dispel the defense. And as for the illusion, I must rely on all of you. As her words fell, the cliff trembled, sinking to reveal its true form. Simultaneously, Team 3 found themselves ensnared by the illusion, transported to another location. Lee, Naruto exclaimed anxiously. Kakashi-sensei, Team 3. I can handle it, Kakashi replied nonchalantly, though he too was taken aback by the potency of the illusion, which activated without affording anyone a moment to react. Nevertheless, he believed in Might Guy's capabilities. Within the temporary stronghold, as the mountain wall opened, Scorpion, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, slowly opened them. Upon seeing the figures before him, he remained unfazed. Gaara, Chiyo lamented, gazing at Gaara's lifeless form with a heavy heart. Without hesitation, Akatsuki Tianming rushed toward Gaara, only for two bone spikes to suddenly emerge from the ground, dragging Gaara into the earth. Bone spikes. Kimimaro. Akatsuki Tianming's pupils constricted as he locked onto a shadowy presence. Kakashi-sensei, I will retrieve Gaara. Chapter 137. Fighting alone, Qingchuan Tianming emerged from the cave and rushed toward the dense forest in pursuit. Quickly, we must catch up to him, urged the spirit of the guardian crane within him. Meanwhile, in a clearing within the forest, the ground suddenly split open. Orochimaru emerged from the earth, dragging Gaara along. Coughing up blood. Almost there, he murmured, seemingly unfazed. Inside the cave, the crowd was momentarily taken aback by Gaara's abduction, but they quickly regained their composure. Qingchuan Tianming had set off to chase after him. Our immediate concern was him. Kakashi Hitaki's gaze was locked onto Sasori. Sasori, however, fixed his eyes on Chiyo, saying, You're getting old. I wonder if your hands are still as nimble as they used to be? Sasori, you have committed too many wrongs. I can no longer forgive you, Chiyo replied coldly. Who cares about such things? Sasori laughed heartily. I stayed behind just to see how much I've surpassed you. Sasori extended a hand, and Chakra danced at his fingertips, reforming the shattered iron pieces on the ground into a massive iron ball that rolled toward the group. I'll handle this, Naruto Uzumaki declared, instantly summoning his shadow clones, a dense swarm of them rushing toward the iron ball. Navi, Sasori chuckled lightly. As Naruto's clones neared the iron ball, it unexpectedly sprouted barbs that, with a spinning force, tore the clones apart. Transforming puppet, Chiyo remarked with a hint of gravity. She had anticipated that he would master the puppet technique to such an extent. Seeing Naruto's clones falter, Kakashi swiftly charged in, believing in his disciple. Lightning gathered in his palm as he closed in on Sasori, but Sasori remained unmoved. Hayden, how long are you going to watch? At that moment, a figure with a slicked-back hairstyle emerged from the shadows, grinning. Hayden. Without a word, Hayden swung his scythe, forcing Kakashi to abandon his attack on Sasori. He leapt high into the air, hurling the lightning at Hayden. Sasori, I'm curious about the kind of person who has your attention. They seem intriguing, Hayden remarked, pulling on the chain linked to his scythe, which then deflected Kakashi's assault. In the Akatsuki Organization, each member embodies a distinct ideal. Hayden's singular trait contrasts sharply with his partners. One is combative, while the other is avaricious. The mission to capture the One Tail was prioritized by the masked man, making this encounter a crucial element of the plan. However, the death of Deidara and Sunagakure left Hayden curious about who could have defeated him, naturally leading to an interest in the pursuing forces of the Sand Village. Hayden's arrival disrupted all plans. In truth, the moment Gaara was taken by the bone spikes, the strategy was already compromised. Kakashi's expression turned grave. He had heard from Jiraiya that every member of the Akatsuki was exceptionally powerful. Now, facing three of them, with Might Guy ensnared in an illusion, they were in dire straits. I won't thank you for staying behind, Sasori said. Hayden licked his lips, stating, I'm simply eager for a fight. That guy is rather impressive, he added, directing his attention to Kakashi. You do as you wish, Sasori. My focus is solely on Chiyo, Kakashi replied, concern etched on his face. Things seem dire, Chiyo said, but please leave Sasori to me. Understood, Kakashi nodded. Sakura, assist Chiyo. Naruto, we'll take action. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto formed seals, and a myriad of shadow clones surged toward Hayden. Kakashi's chakra was always in short supply, so he could only allow Naruto to engage while he sought an opportunity to strike. Oh, this is exhilarating. Hayden exclaimed as he charged into the throng of clones, his scythe swinging wildly, harvesting them mercilessly. For Hayden, strategy was non-existent. Brute force was his way. As Kakashi and Naruto engaged, Sasori could no longer hold back. With a wave of his hand, the ground trembled, and a multitude of puppets rose majestically from behind him. In the past, you used puppet techniques to conquer a village. I have refined this technique to seize an entire nation, Sasori declared with arrogance. Eager to prove his invincibility in the art of puppetry, performance of 100 machines. Strings of chakra appeared at Sasori's fingertips, intertwining with the puppets. In an instant, the puppet's eyes glowed, as if animated with life. Madman, Chio spat vehemently. Yet, the battle must continue. Meanwhile, in the realm of illusions, Team 3 was transported to a mountain, each occupying a winding road, facing identical versions of themselves. Chapter 138. Battle with Orochimaru. As the figure of his doppelganger materialized before him, Might Guy's expression grew gravely serious. However, he refrained from making a move, as the opposite guy remained motionless as well. Lee, Niji, Ten, are you all unharmed? Might Guy shouted, his voice piercing the heavens. Teacher Guy, I'm fine. I have a doppelganger that looks exactly like me, came the reply from Lee. I have one too, echoed Niji. After receiving responses from his 3 disciples, Might Guy let out a small sigh of relief. This illusionary space resembles our inner demons, representing another facet of ourselves, possessing all our strengths. As your teacher, I am not adept at dispelling illusions. The only thing I can entrust to you is to believe in yourselves. Defeat the entity before you. With his words, Might Guy took the lead, swiftly closing the distance to his doppelganger, executing a spinning kick with a fierce leaf hurricane. He retreated 2 steps, using his elbow to block the impact, his back colliding with the mountainside. Yet, a more profound seriousness enveloped his face. He understood that the doppelganger had not sustained any injuries. With Might Guy's signal, the 3 young warriors also engaged their respective doppelgangers. Rock Lee initiated his own leaf hurricane, lowering his center of gravity as he approached his opponent, thrusting his knee forward. Boom, boom, boom. The leaf hurricane failed to inflict any damage, and Lee countered with a reverse leaf hurricane. The force of the clash caused Lee to slide backward, leaving a shocking mark upon the ground, while he marveled at the prowess of his imitation. The formidable opponent only ignited Lee's competitive spirit further. Meanwhile, on the 3rd tier of the mountain path, Niji Hyuga stood poised for battle against his doppelganger. Utilizing the 8 trigrams 64 palms technique, Niji adeptly countered every attack. This doppelganger is peculiar, he noted, activating his Byakugan. To his astonishment, the chakra pathways of the imitation mirrored his own precisely. Ordinary doppelgangers merely maintained physical characteristics and could perform basic jutsu. However, this one seemed to be an exact replica. They were not facing mere doppelgangers, but counterparts endowed with identical abilities. The doppelganger mirrored Niji's opening of his eyes, yet Niji felt no sense of scrutiny. It appeared that the imitation could not replicate the bloodline limit. Niji kept this revelation to himself, knowing he was the only one with such a lineage. On the 4th tier, Tintin stared down her doppelganger, noting the arrogance radiating from its features compared to her own. The imitation's physique, particularly its chest, was more pronounced than her own. How infuriating, Tintin muttered, grabbing a scroll from behind her. Unfurling it unleashed a flurry of ninja tools that whizzed through the air, only for the doppelganger to mimic her actions. In the blink of an eye, the 4th tier was riddled with destruction. Tintin was momentarily stunned to see her imitation unscathed. So it truly possesses the ability to replicate, she mused. However, thinking that would enable it to defeat me is quite naive. Meanwhile, Team 3, ensnared within the illusionary space, faced off against Scorpion and Hayden, while Qingchuan Tianming pursued Orochimaru, who was deliberately waiting for him. In a clearing within the forest, upon spotting Qingchuan Tianming, Orochimaru and Appo's face lit up with excitement. Ah, Tianming, it's been a while. Qingchuan Tianming's expression remained largely unchanged. I never expected you to inhabit the body of Kimimaro. You know Kimimaro? Orochimaru chuckled. This child has many admirable traits. Yet one flaw. He is not perfect. Otherwise, we wouldn't be having this meeting today. So, your appearance here is solely for me? Qingchuan Tianming replied coldly. In the original narrative, Orochimaru had severed ties with the Akatsuki after his defection. His presence at this temporary stronghold signified a shift in the timeline. Indeed, Orochimaru greedily declared, "You have no idea how exquisite your body is. Even Sasuke pales in comparison. I intend to claim your body." Oh. Qingchuan Tianming sensed the activation of the cursed seal once more. "You shall find it to be a burden. Shall I show you the strength of the legendary three ninjas?" Qingchuan Tianming remarked, preparing to engage after 3 years of seclusion. 3 years prior, he had seen Orochimaru flee in terror. Today, however, circumstances had changed dramatically. "I relish your defiance. Teaching you will be an immense pleasure." Orochimaru laughed heartily before unleashing a massive skeletal snake from his mouth. By inhabiting Kimimura's body, Orochimaru could wield Kimimura's abilities, including his bloodline limit. The skeletal snake was a lethal technique, launched without the need for summoning. As the skeletal serpent roared towards him, Qingchuan Tianming remained composed. "Brother Dragon, do you wish to stretch your muscles?" With his words, a grand and imposing dragon head materialized from the cursed seal on his neck. With the dragon's arrival, it unleashed a thunderous roar, sending shockwaves that shattered the skeletal snake. "This is unbelievable," Orochimaru exclaimed, unable to fathom what he was witnessing. Chapter 139. The Ultimate Battle. "You have assimilated the power of the cursed seal," Orochimaru exclaimed, disbelief evident in his voice. He understood the essence of cursed seals better than anyone. Before his defection from the Akatsuki, Orochimaru had been deeply intrigued by Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan. However, unable to overcome Itachi, he never delved into the secrets of the Sharingan. After betraying the Akatsuki, he shifted his focus. Since he could not attain the Sharingan, he would directly study the bloodline limits. Dedicated to mastering all ninjutsu, Orochimaru relentlessly modified his own body, quickly immersing himself in this new research. He personally scoured the 5 great nations for children with immense potential and brought them back to his lair. After years of tireless effort, he finally made progress. Cursed seals. It could be said that no one understood cursed seals better than Orochimaru. As he beheld the dragon head manifesting on Qingtianming's neck, Orochimaru was momentarily perplexed. Meanwhile, Qingtianming smiled softly, reflecting on 3 years of training. His dragon companion had been steadily consuming his chakra to grow. Now, the dragon had reached a length of 20 meters, its strength far surpassing what it had been 3 years prior. Moreover, the cursed seal left by Orochimaru had long been assimilated and enhanced by the dragon, transforming it into a sanctuary for the creature, transcending the limitations of summoning techniques. "How fascinating," Orochimaru remarked, invigorated. At the same time, bone spikes began to protrude from his body. Junmaru's body is infused with the cursed seal of the earth. Combined with bloodline limits and serpentine power, Orochimaru had become extraordinarily formidable. Without further ado, he waved his hand, causing the spikes on his back to shoot upwards, morphing into a long skeletal serpent. Although devoid of flesh, the skeletal structure exuded a menacing sharpness. Bone serpent. Orochimaru began to form hand seals as the lengthy skeletal serpent surged forward, shaking the earth. The surrounding forest was flattened, leaving a shocking imprint on the ground. As the smoke dissipated, a creature resembling both dragon and serpent emerged, measuring over 20 meters in length. Though the dragon did not manifest claws, its head radiated an aura of draconic majesty. Qingtianming stood tall upon the dragon's head, surveying Orochimaru with an air of superiority, unsheathing his blade without movement. With a sudden shift, the skeletal serpent attempted to attack, only to be effortlessly swatted away by the dragon's tail. The ground trembled as a blade of light cleaved through the air. Just as Qingtianming closed in on Orochimaru, he unleashed a lightning-infused strike. What a technique! Orochimaru crossed his palm spikes to block the blow, astonished by the cracks forming on his defenses. "How many secrets do you conceal within you?" he muttered, captivated. "Take a guess," Qingtianming replied with a calm smile, his assault unwavering. Rather than employing the full 10 forms of Iaido, he simply swung his blade repeatedly, each strike terrifyingly lethal. Orochimaru, however, was not one to be trifled with. He retreated wildly, expelling the Kusanagi sword from his mouth. The Kusanagi had undergone some transformation. Its technique flowed seamlessly, imbued with a chilling intent. In the blink of an eye, the two engaged in a fierce exchange, trading blows over 100 times. Cough. Orochimaru spat blood, yet remained unfazed. So powerful. This is the vessel I have longed for. He laughed maniacally, allowing the blade's light to carve into his flesh, soon painting the ground crimson. You are worth it. I would sacrifice everything to obtain you. The area where Orochimaru stood quickly became drenched in red, his spikes turning a deep scarlet. In that instant, an overwhelming aura of cold, murderous intent surged forth. Lightning release, mountain thunder seal. Sensing Orochimaru's transformation, Qingchuan Tianming initiated his ninjutsu. A massive bolt of lightning descended upon Orochimaru. Crackling with electricity, Orochimaru remained expressionless, even as the lightning failed to dispel the killing intent surrounding him. Interesting, Qingchuan Tianming mused, stepping forward with his Nichiren blade drawn. Wind-slashing formation. 3 arcs of blade light whizzed through the air, which Orochimaru caught barehanded, shattering the remaining chakra-infused slashes. Up! Orochimaru uttered softly, causing the ground to erupt as a multitude of bone spikes burst forth like tentacles. This bizarre phenomenon revealed that while the spikes were inherently formidable, they began to writhe rhythmically. In the next moment, thousands of bone spikes shot towards Qingchuan Tianming with lethal precision. Realizing he could not evade this onslaught, Qingchuan Tianming furrowed his brow. Accepting the inevitable, he summoned the chakra within him, awakening a long-dormant, extraordinary power. Earthquake. With a swift motion, Qingchuan Tianming sheathed his Nichiren blade and unleashed a seemingly mundane punch. Where his fist halted, transparent fissures appeared in the air. Instantly, the approaching bone spikes faltered, then shattered into countless fragments. However, utilizing his fruit ability, Qingchuan Tianming felt his chakra plummet. Yet his figure had already darted forward. Before Orochimaru could recover from the shock of his shattered spikes, he found Qingchuan Tianming rushing toward him. Lightning release, lightning flash. Chapter 140. Kakashi's Crisis. The blinding and frenzied lightning flickered atop the four-wheel blade as Qingchuan Tianming compressed and infused the lightning chakra into the Sunwell sword, subsequently releasing it in a single, seamless strike. The direct slash was so swift that Orochimaru hastily summoned bone spikes, only for them to be effortlessly severed as they sprouted. Upon glancing down, Orochimaru discovered that the bone spikes had been cleaved in half, while his chest had been directly pierced. From the wound, one could see snakes weaving in and out in a desperate attempt to staunch the bleeding. Is this truly unstoppable? Orochimaru could hardly believe what was unfolding before him. How could this child have grown to such an extent in merely 3 years? Especially that mysterious power he had just experienced, an intensity he had never felt before. Transparent fissures appeared in the air, shattering the distant assault. Slowly, Orochimaru turned, his vertical pupils locking onto Qingchuan. What kind of ability do you possess? Everyone harbors secrets, do they not? Qingchuan Tianming replied with a calm smile, as the spirit of One Tail, Shikaku, burrowed underground towards Gaara. A torrent of blood surged from Orochimaru's position, yet he remained unfazed. Are you really intending to fight me in such a state? Qingchuan Tianming confidently pointed his blade at Orochimaru, proclaiming, You may certainly attempt it. Will I be the one to slay you, or will you seize control of my body? In his current state, Qingchuan Tianming felt no fear towards Orochimaru. Even considering Orochimaru's weakened condition, he felt no trepidation, not even if he were at full strength. Coughing, Orochimaru spat out blood, acknowledging, You speak the truth, ultimately. This body is a burden to me. Orochimaru understood all too well the tremendous toll on Kimimura's body. We shall meet again, he stated without hesitation, turning to depart. Just as Qingchuan Tianming had said, Orochimaru's determination to fight was tantamount to courting death. Furthermore, Qingchuan Tianming had no desire to eliminate Orochimaru. Although he possessed the strength to defeat him, killing him was not a trivial matter. Not to mention the current circumstances. Team 7 might not necessarily manage to handle Sasori. In the original plot, Sasori met his end through a plot contrivance. If one disregards Sasori's remaining humanity, Chio and Sakura would surely perish. It could be said that the Wind Shadow retrieval plan had failed. In comparison to Deidara, Qingchuan Tianming deemed Sasori a far more formidable opponent. At that moment, Gaara on the ground stirred. Gaara. Qingchuan Tianming hurriedly assisted him to his feet. Gaara, weakly opening his eyes and seeing Qingchuan, managed a knowing smile. I told them not to come for me, but deep down, I wished for your arrival. It could be said that Qingchuan Tianming had transformed Gaara's life. During the Chunin exams, he had overwhelmed the complete One Tail. At the same time, he had helped Shikaku grow alongside him. It would not be an exaggeration to call him a teacher. Although Qingchuan Tianming was not the most radiant ninja in Konohagakure, in Gaara's heart, he was indeed the brightest. I have arrived, Qingchuan Tianming assured, patting Gaara on the shoulder. You have done remarkably well. How are you faring? Not well. Gaara replied with a bitter smile. 80% of Shikaku's spirit has been extracted, and the remaining 20% lies dormant to awaken me. It's possible that one tail will never return. Nonsense. Qingchuan Tianming encouraged. You and Shikaku have long since become one. As long as you exist, so shall Shikaku. Meanwhile, within the temporary stronghold, the battle had escalated to a fever pitch, with Sasori's 100 puppets technique sweeping across the battlefield like a locust plague. Chio and Sakura were valiantly resisting. Additionally, Kakashi, Naruto, and Haiden found themselves locked in a stalemate. Gazing at Haiden, who had once again revived, Kakashi felt at a loss for words. The terror of this enemy did not stem from his formidable ninjutsu or taijutsu. Rather, it was his grotesque self-healing ability. Regardless of the injury, it would diminish over time. Are you all out of options? Haiden laughed heartily. You've provided me with ample amusement. It's time for you to die? Haiden had lost his inclination for play. He intended to eliminate both of them in one fell swoop. With a stomp of his foot, Haiden swung his death god scythe in a frenzied barrage. The chaotic dance of blades was so rapid that even the Sharingan could scarcely keep pace. Naruto dodged. Kakashi pushed Naruto aside, but the scythe struck Kakashi's arm, leaving a deep wound. With a swish, Haiden retracted the scythe, licking the blood from its blade. Feel the terror of the death god. The blood from the scythe dripped onto the ground, mingling with Haiden's own. Then, using his foot as a brush and his blood as ink, he began to draw ritualistic patterns, Haiden's most potent secret technique, by collecting the blood of his enemies and mixing it with his own to create sacrificial diagrams. Haiden could allow the death god to take control of both his and his enemy's bodies. At this moment, Haiden only needed to inflict harm upon himself, and the enemy's body would collapse in tandem,